ones have not seen it coming nor the lethal bite of the serpent. But the poison has penetrated the globe and the death rattle is heard throughout the lands. I am not going to write more in this introduction to the subject, for the subject of this journal is an ongoing outlaying of that which has come upon you. It is our commission given forth by God Creator and our commitment unto Him and that unto creation to set the records to straight so that the truth is known in the final days. But oh, blessed brothers, it needs not be the final days, for that is the biggest lie of all against you deceived ones of innocence, yet who have tried to follow that which you perceived and accepted as truth from your teachers and leaders. How could you know that they were disinformed from evil sources? May God give help to allow your vision to clear, that we might walk together in turning about this beast and clear it from the lands. Aho. I ask that a letter received this very morning be put into the segment. The DR has asked to remain anonymous for obvious reasons, and that is honored. The letter will be copied verbatim. Dear Hayton, it seems like a lot of people know about this treachery and evil in our U.S. government, such as the Spotlight, Nord Davis and C.B. Baker's publications, For the People Radio, 9:50 a.m., etc., etc. I am copying and mailing your materials and others like crazy as much as I can, and I am encouraging others to do the same. But it seems like the old times are repeating themselves and nothing is changing. Those of evil intent are still doing what they will and are in control. There's a so-called ceasefire now, and it looks as if another puppet government is going to be installed in Kuwait with our money, and the controllers are rolling right along. Just like always, just like history. People will continue to talk and write about the truth, but the stark, old reality we always end up living with is what those in control decide. What are we to do? I've heard that we killed over 200,000 Iraqi people in Baghdad. 112,000 were civilians and 70,000 of those were children. 70,000. 70,000. 720. Over 200,000 total. And Americans are going to go happily along blindly waving their yellow ribbons like swastikas, enjoying their lives as they trot off to the malls, movies, restaurants, and vacations. But not for long, I suspect. This is going to snap back on us for letting this happen. I wonder how many Americans prayed for those Iraqi people, Palestinians, or Lebanese who in God's eyes and should be in our eyes are our brethren. My God, Hayton, I can't even begin to think what 70,000 children look like lined up in a row, let alone 200,000. The line would be so long, it is beyond my imagination right now. This is horrid. What we are experiencing on this planet is not life, real life. The sweetness, love, and beauty of God's creation is right before our eyes, in every single leaf, if we look. We are sleepwalking, our bulbs are dim. My God, how did it come to this? I notice you address some who write to you, even the ones who attack you, as precious. That is so beautiful and is how we all should regard each other and all life. Well, I want to extend my love to you, Hayton, and thank you for everything. I want to say you, too, are precious unto me, unto us. I am ashamed of this country and this planet, and I thank you for your help and information. I hope I can meet you someday and welcome you with open arms as brethren, standing straight and tall in honor, integrity, and love in the radiance of God upon a placement on this beautiful orb in the cosmos whose culture is deeply involved in living the peace, love and serenity of our Creator. I love you, CJM. P.S. I give permission to publish this only if Hayton wants to do so. Please withhold my name. ******. The very light of God rests upon you, for as one sees the rest can be led. And so it shall come to pass, for in the days ahead the truth shall out, and when the evil can no longer hide in its dark places, man will remember and set to right that which he has allowed and committed in the darkness, and he shall again rise as the phoenix from that which was the evil of the damned, and fly again upon these wondrous wings with the cosmic brothers and children of God's tribes. But to change of a thing which is battered and broken, one must know that which is, and then, only then, can the machinery be repaired and reclaimed. And so it shall come to pass, for as God and the creation are one, and so we too are of that one, it is not over until God wins. And furthermore, God will win, for so is it written that it shall be so. And when all these other things have come to pass in the final cycle of days upon a weary and battered world, God shall be triumphant, and his people shall be sustained in peace and brotherhood, and the lambs shall be gathered within the fold and nurtured according each unto his needs. For this is the promise of God. And the truth shall be sent and brought forth unto the four corners of the world, that man can see and know and choose his path unto life or unto death. And so as it is written will it come to pass in the days of this generation upon the lands called earth. Shan, and she, Shen, shall raise unto her place of higher glory among the ships of the universe. That which is sick shall be nurtured and healed in the cradle of God's timeless, spaceless being, and the birthing into the radiance shall beyond all imaginings, for I have been there, I have seen it, and I have lived it. So be it. Jai Orgo Series Hayton. In total service unto the host sent forth from Holy God in and for preparation for his coming again upon the terra of earth. Shan. So be it, and glory shall radiate from that wondrous place as the lamp which it is. And ye of God shall rise as on wings of eagles unto the cosmos, and back and forth as the perfection which ye are and have forgotten. Salut. That which ye perceive as ugly in the projection of truth is only perception. For the truth is the medicine which allows the healing and cure, and shall set into balance and bring freedom again upon the lands and among the people. No evil shall be allowed within the wondrous perfection of the place of God. Lessons must be learned, and sometimes they are most dastardly and painful, indeed. We bring with us the blessings and the presence of his holy being with us, for he would not leave his children alone and without direction. Be patient and wait upon his holy being, just wait upon the Lord, for he, too, has plans, and that which he creates can be uncreated, and the evil adversary has no ability to create from that which is not of the physical, and the physical does not have immortality in its manifested form. So be it, and Salam, may we walk ever in the presence of his radiance. Amen. Chapter 1. Rec number 1 Hayton. Saturday, February 16, 1991, 8:49 a.m. Year 4 Day 184 Which is cruel? War is not of God, and that is which is cruel on either part of adversaries. Bureaucrats make the mouthings and plannings, and others of the helpless people do the dying and murder. Neither is on the side of righteousness and godliness. The preponderance of correct simply shifts according to the attackers and who is being attacked. Those who make war are both wrong. Therefore, with this in mind, I ask that you cease the haggling over whether or not Hayton favors this one or that one. I favor neither. I support the troops who are in life-giving situations of another's deciding and play for power, for when it is over, neither will win, both are losers by tremendously large costs. Who will win in worldly gain from this Middle East fighting in the ending if it continues as a simple confrontation between the US and Iraq, Israel and the Soviet Union, and the massive armies of China? Wait. Dharma, we have buried our friends in work, and therefore, we will not write on material which is so pertinent that it must be shipped as an express this day. I will give some backup public information which will confirm a few things the public is having difficulty accepting from our writings. It is good to share as readers find these confirmations, for we know that we give you incredible bites to swallow. Iraq arms, big help from US. Los Angeles Times, Wednesday, February 13, 1991. Washington. The Commerce Department approved millions of dollars in high-technology exports to an Iraqi research center after a classified Pentagon report warned on November 6, 1986, that the 9-acre complex north of Baghdad was secretly developing missiles and weapons of mass destruction, according to government sources familiar with the report. In a letter the next day, the Pentagon objected to issuance of an export license to a New Jersey computer maker, citing the high likelihood that American computer equipment would be applied to secret Iraqi military research at the complex called SOD-16. Nonetheless, Commerce approved the sale without condition. In fact, Commerce approved $1.5 billion in exports to Iraq of American high technology and other equipment with potential military uses from 1985 through 1990, some shipped directly to such Iraqi agencies as the Ministry of Defense, Atomic Energy Commission and Air Force I believe that is enough to give you an idea that I do not choose lightly that which I give unto you. You readers must also understand that my hardest critics are my scribes and local readers. It is strange to us who watch and wait, that you ones must have absolute confirmation of truth, and yet all lies are swallowed as whole cloth or with tongue-in-cheek humor at the dispensers thereof. It is all right, for in the overall, truth will stand the test of it all, and credibility shall be that which remains instead of the lies. Here is another portion which will confirm as nearly as possible the truth of that which I gave you, that said Hussein has nuclear weapons now. This following is pretty low-key, as always, in efforts of letting the head liar off the hook, but, nonetheless, admissions are slipping forth. When you think that we who bring truth and others scattered so sparsely about, who also project truth, are not being heard, oh yes indeed, we are, and the responses cannot always simply be ignored, and therein lies the hope through truth always countering their lies with truth. For if it be truth, at some point it shall out. Nuclear weapons in Iraq. February 11, 1991, staff writer, Spotlight, Washington. The Soviet Union is shipping nuclear waste to Iraq, dear ones. This is now and still, for use in a deadly array of radiological weapons that could increase American and Allied casualties exponentially. President George Bush was misinformed in November that Iraqi's nuclear arms potential was at least a year away. But he was told shortly before he issued his January 16 order to attack Iraq that President Saddam Hussein has a limited capability in dirty nukes that could spread fatal radiation across the Arabian desert with aerial bombs. However, Bush was not briefed on the full extent of Iraqi's radiation arsenal, intelligence sources say. In addition to aerial bombs, Iraq is believed to have radiological warheads for artillery shells, landmines, and short-range missiles. Now, pay close attention to the next just following on in the same article. Moreover, the president is not being fully informed of the Soviet Union's involvement, because if he had been properly briefed he may not have fallen into what could be the greatest trap in history, with the Soviets seen moving on Western Europe while US and other NATO forces are nailed down in the Middle East. There is even doubt Bush, the former head of the CIA, has been given all the available intelligence regarding Soviet shipments of substantial supplies of nuclear waste materials from the dozens of Chernobyl-style and other power plants that dot the map of the USSR. No rational US president would strip NATO defenses naked and go to war against Iraq if he had been completely aware of the Soviet Union's double role. Etc., etc., etc. One of the best Soviet generals skeptical about war gains, say US misjudged Hussein, Moscow, Saturday, February 2, 1991, Los Angeles Times. In barbed remarks with implications for superpower cooperation in the Persian Gulf, Soviet generals and civilian experts are expressing skepticism about the achievements of Operation Desert Storm, and they accuse US leaders of patently misjudging the leader of Iraq and its army. The Americans clearly underestimated Saddam Hussein, said Lieutenant General German Starodyubov, Deputy Administration of the Soviet General Staff. They thought that after the very first bombardments, he would either capitulate or lose his head and rush to some sort of adventure. But that could hardly be expected of an adversary who had just fought in the desert for 8 years, against Iran. This is a most important document and deserves reproducing in its entirety, but I only wish to give confirmation in this writing. Do I believe that ultimately Saddam would win? I have already told you that neither will win, and a tremendous number of deaths will occur beyond your reckoning if this insanity is not stopped. Will Russia make a bigger threat on Tuesday? Probably not publicly, but there are things underway which you ones are never given insight from that level of perspective. Russia has sent a cold wave into your eastern US which will devastate more southern crops. They have managed to prevent the Western California growing fields having rainfall enough to allow survival of crops. For now, water to the lush San Joaquin garden along with the Imperial Valley is to be cut to 25% of water quotas. When the ground pumping happens, as it must, to survive you will deplete your reserves to devastating levels, and you still can be prevented from having natural renewal as long as they choose. You had a good demonstration of that phenomenon 2 days ago. Southern California had a strong front moving in and rain was expected. Then, according to the newscasters, an unexpected high pressure just appeared out of nowhere and the storm dissipated to the north and to the south. Babble, babble, babble. This was on the same day that extremely loud sonic booms were heard in many separate areas but with no supersonic craft in the air. Well, let me give you a bit of insight about the large, untraced, sonic boom in the area of Edwards Air Force Base, Palmdale, and Lancaster. The first was a deflected beam to create electronic havoc in this area, which it did, and we had to spend most of yesterday repairing and restabilizing electronic systems, and the second, almost simultaneous, report was from a particle beam which said to your leaders, "We in the Cosmospheres will detonate the San Andreas Fault if you don't hold up with that invasion of Kuwait." Now readers, you can laugh if you like, but the recipients in the areas of these blasts are not laughing, and I am not laughing. You think there is no such capability, there is such capability. Incredibly large and massive stuff is going on while you are glued to pre-programmed news garbage. It is bad worldwide, but most of the world is simply in a state of shock at you the Americans, for they cannot understand why you don't know the truth. Oh yes, you have a lot of countries into and over their heads in the same subterfuge, and unfortunately they are the ones, along with you, who pull all the puppet strings. But, herein I will outlay just one more statement from the headlines of this paper. Deaths probed. Military authorities in Saudi Arabia are now investigating the deaths of 11 Marines in the fighting around Kafi to determine if, in fact, they had been killed by Allied or friendly fire. And, another said that President Bush took his upbeat, patriotic appeal on the road with visits to 3 East Coast military bases. He said he will defeat Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's endless appetite. What about those 11 Marines just mentioned? By the way, America, if there are only a bit less than 500,000 troops in Saudi Arabia and yet there are over 1 million who have been shipped out, by your own official counts, where are they? Come now, I doubt little gray aliens from Orion abducted them all for some kind of cosmic fling. Let us leave this now, Dharma, we shall come back to all this for an upcoming express, and I wish to take no more time at present. We shall take up the subject of why Bush had to have this war with Hussein, but I must continue with the outlay of information as begun in the last journal. If you once cannot come into understanding that it is the Hazar Zionists who have you by the throat, then the rest of the explanation can have no impact or meaning of value. You must get the players straight. The following will be a direct quote, copy, from a special delivery letter to Dr. David Goldstein, Doctor of Laws, from Benjamin H. Friedman, October 10, 1954. In the interest of saving space and time, Dharma, simply put it to paper exactly as it is written. I shall begin with the word quote and end the document with end quoting. If I make comment at any point, I shall indicate by use of my initial. Facts are facts. Quote. 960 Park Avenue, New York City. October 10, 1954. Special delivery. Dr. David Goldstein, Doctor of Laws, Astor Post Office Station, Boston, Massachusetts. My dear Dr. Goldstein. Your very outstanding achievements as a convert to Catholicism impress me as without a comparable parallel in modern history. Your devotion to the doctrines and the dogmas of the Roman Catholic Church defy any attempt at description by me only with words. Words fail me for that. As a vigorous protagonist persevering so persistently in propagating the principles of the Roman Catholic Church, its purpose, its policies, its programs, your dauntless determination is the inspiration for countless others who courageously seek to follow in your footsteps. In view of this fact, it requires great courage for me to write to you as I am about to do. So I pray when you receive this communication from me you will try to keep in mind Galatians 4:16, am I therefore become your enemy, because I tell you the truth? I hope you will so favor me. It is truly a source of great pleasure and genuine gratification to greet you at long last, although of necessity by correspondence. It is quite a disappointment to me to make your acquaintance in this manner. It would now afford me a far greater pleasure and a great privilege also if instead I could greet you on this occasion in person. You will note that only in the beginning do words fail him, for this does get tedious and long, so please bear with us until he finally gets to some points after the honey is smeared about most thickly. Our very good mutual friend has for long been planning a meeting with you in person for me. I still wish to do that. I look forward with pleasant anticipation to doing this in the not too distant future at a time agreeable to you. You will discover in the contents of this long letter valid evidence for the urgency on my part to communicate with you without further delay. You will further discover this urgency reflected in the present gravity of the crisis which now jeopardizes an uninterrupted continuance of the Christian faith in its long struggle as the world's most effective spiritual and social force in the divine mission of promoting the welfare of all mankind without regard for their diversified races, religions, and nationalities. Your most recent article coming to my attention appeared in the September issue of the APJ Bulletin, the official publication of the organization calling themselves the Arch Confraternity of Prayer for Peace and Goodwill to Israel. The headline of your article, News and Views of Jews, and the purpose of the organization stated in the masthead of the publication, to promote interest in the apostolate to Israel, prompts me to take father time by his forelock and promptly offer my comments. I beg your indulgence accordingly. It is with reluctance that I place my comments in letter form. I hesitated to do so, but I find it the only expedient thing to do under the circumstances. I beg to submit them to you now without reservation of any nature for your immediate and earnest consideration. It is my very sincere wish that you accept them in the friendly spirit in which they are submitted. It is also my hope that you will give your consideration to them and favor me with your early reply in the same friendly spirit for which I thank you in advance. In the best interests of that worthy objective to which you are continuing to dedicate the years ahead as you have so diligently done for many past decades, I most respectfully and sincerely urge you to analyze and to study carefully the data submitted to you here. I suggest also that you then take whatever steps you consider appropriate and necessary as a result of your conclusions. In the invisible and intangible ideological war being waged in defense of the great Christian heritage against its dedicated enemies, your positive attitude is vital to victory. Your passive attitude will make a negative contribution to the total effort. You assuredly subscribe fully to that sound and sensible sentiment that it is better to light one candle than to sit in darkness. My solitary attempts to date to give light to them that sit in darkness, and in the shadow, may prove no more successful with you now than they have in so many other instances where I have failed during the past 30 years. In your case I feel rather optimistic at the moment. Although not completely in vain, I still live in the hope that one day one of these candles will burst into flame like a long smoldering spark and start a conflagration that will sweep across the nation like a prairie fire and illuminate vast new horizons for the first time. That unyielding hope is the source of the courage which aids me in my struggle against the great odds to which I am subjected for obvious reasons. It has been correctly contended for thousands of years that in the end truth always prevails. We all realize that truth in action can prove itself a dynamic power of unlimited force. But alas, truth has no self-starter. Truth cannot get off dead center unless a worthy apostle gives truth a little push to overcome its inertia. Without that start, truth will stand still and will never arrive at its intended destination. Truth has often died a burning for the most logical reason. Your help in this respect will prove of great value. On the other hand, truth has many times been completely blacked out by repeating contradictory and conflicting untruths over and over again, and again, and again. The world's recent history supplies somber testimony of the dangers to civilization inherent in that technique. That form of treason to truth is treachery to mankind. You must be very careful, my dear Dr. Goldstein, not to become unwittingly one of the many accessories before and after the fact who have appeared upon the scene of public affairs in recent years. Whether unwittingly, unwillingly, or unintentionally, many of history's most noted characters have misrepresented the truth to the world, and they have been so believed that it puzzles our generation. As recently as 1492 the world was misrepresented as flat by all the best alleged authorities on the subject. In 1492 Christopher Columbus was able to demonstrate otherwise. There are countless similar other instances in the history of the world. Whether these alleged authorities were guilty of ignorance or indifference is here besides the point. It is not important now. They were either totally ignorant of the facts or they knew the facts but chose to remain silent on the subject for reasons undisclosed by history. A duplication of this situation exists today with respect to the crisis which confronts the Christian faith. It is a vital factor today in the struggle for survival or the eventual surrender of the Christian faith to its enemies. The times in which we are living appears to be the 0 hour for the Christian faith. As you have observed, no institution in our modern society can long survive if its structure is not from its start erected upon a foundation of truth. The Christian faith was first erected upon a very solid foundation of truth by its founder. To survive it must remain so. The deterioration, the disintegration, and finally the destruction of the structure of the Christian faith today will be accelerated in direct ratio to the extent that misrepresentation and distortion of truth become the substitutes of truth. Truth is an absolute quality. Truth can never be relative. There can be no degrees to truth. Truth either exists or it does not exist. To be half true is as incredible as to be half honest or to be half loyal. As you have undoubtedly also learned, my dear Dr. Goldstein, in their attempt to do an ounce of good in one direction, many well-intentioned persons do a ton of harm in another direction. We all learn that lesson sooner or later in life. Today finds you dedicating your unceasing efforts and your untiring energy to the task of bringing so-called or self-styled Jews into the Roman Catholic Church as converts. It must recall to you many times the day so many years ago when you embraced Catholicism yourself as a convert. More power to you, and the best of luck. May your efforts be rewarded with great success. Without you becoming aware of the fact, the methods you employ contribute in no small degree to dilution of the devotion of countless Christians for their Christian faith. For each ounce of so-called good you accomplish by conversion of so-called or self-styled Jews to the Christian faith, at the same time you do a ton of harm in another direction by diluting the devotion of countless Christians for their Christian faith. This bold conclusion on my part is asserted by me with the firm and fair conviction that the facts will support my contention. In addition, it is a well-known fact that many counterfeit recent conversions reveal that conversions have often proved to be but infiltrations by latent traitors with treasonable intentions. Please, just stay with us a while longer, for it does get better. If you are turned off by the association of church involvement, please just read on. It is specific in intent but is infiltration into all clubs and organizations and all denominations and government, Congress, and military. You will see the point as it unfolds herein. I ask that he not lose you by boredom of his upstart, for it is so integrated into that which I have just given you that it is worth the input even at a level of boredom. If ye do not come into truth, ye will spend countless years wishing you had been a bit more patient through the boredom. The attitudes you express today and your continued activity in this work require possible revision in the light of the facts submitted to you in this letter. Your present philosophy and theology on this subject seriously merit, without any delay, reconsideration on your part. What you say or write may greatly influence a boom or a bust for the Christian faith in the very near future, far beyond your ability to accurately evaluate sitting in your high white ivory tower. The Christians implicitly believe whatever you write. So do the so-called or self-styled Jews whom you seek to convert. This influence you wield can become a danger. I must call it to your attention. Your reaction to the facts called to your attention in this letter can prove to be one of the most crucial verdicts ever reached bearing upon the security of the Christian faith in recent centuries. In keeping with this great responsibility, I sincerely commend the sentiment to you, hoping that you will earnestly study the contents of this letter from its first word to its very last word. All who know you well are in the fortunate position to know how close this subject is to your heart. By your loyalty to the high ideals you have observed during the many years you have labored so valiantly on behalf of the Christian faith, you have earned the admiration you enjoy. The Christian faith you chose of your own free will in the prime of life is very proud of you in more ways than as a convert. Regardless of what anyone anywhere and anytime in this whole wide world may say to the contrary, events of recent years everywhere establish beyond any question of a doubt that the Christian faith today stands with one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel, figuratively speaking, of course. Only those think otherwise who deliberately shut their eyes to realities, or who do not choose to see even with their eyes wide open. I believe you to be too realistic to indulge yourself in the futile folly of fooling yourself. It is clear that the Christian faith today stands at the crossroads of its destiny. The divine and sacred mission of the Christian faith is in jeopardy today to a degree never witnessed before in its long history of almost 2,000 years. The Christian faith needs loyal friends now as never before. I somehow feel that you can always be counted upon as one of its loyal friends. You cannot oversimplify the present predicament of the Christian faith. The problem it faces is too self-evident to mistake. It is in a critical situation. When the day arrives that Christians can no longer profess their Christian faith as they profess it today in the free world, the Christian faith will have seen the beginning of its last days. What already applies to 50% of the world's total population can shortly apply equally to 100% of the world's total population. It is highly conceivable, judging from present trends. The malignant character of this malady is just as progressive as cancer. It will surely prove as fatal also unless steps are taken now to reverse its course. What is now being done towards arresting its progress or reversing its trend? Dear Dr. Goldstein, can you recall the name of the philosopher who is quoted as saying that nothing in this world is permanent except change? That philosophy must be applied to the Christian faith also. The $64. Question remains whether the change will be for the better or for the worse. The problem is that simple. If the present trend continues for another 37 years, the Christian faith as it is professed today by Christians will have disappeared from the face of the earth. In what form or by what instrumentality the mission of Jesus Christ will thereupon and thereafter continue to make itself manifest here on earth is as unpredictable as it is inevitable. Hayton, it has now been exactly 37 years from the time of the letter, save a few short months. Ponder it most carefully. Dharma, allow us a break please, for this is indeed a very long writing and it will serve better in bits rather than as a whole. Thank you. Please note the changes in your computer are a result of our own adjustments. If you are in continuing slow boot up, etc., let one of the others look at it. I prefer, however, that it be left alone until we can come into some further adjustments ourselves. It took a real blast to its electronics day before yesterday, but we don't want to continue on alternate power, for it only causes the enemy to tinker to regain input on his own systems, and we care not that it is all monitored. Salut. Hayton to stand by. Chapter 2. Rec number 2, Hayton. Saturday, February 16, 1991, 4 p.m. Year 4, Day 184. Continuation, Friedman Goldstein. Continuing with quote. In the existing crisis, it is neither logical nor realistic to drive Christians out of the Christian fold in relatively large numbers for the dubious advantage to be obtained by bringing a comparatively small number of so-called or self-styled Jews into the Christian fold. It is useless to try to deny the fact that today finds the Christian faith on the defensive throughout the world. This realization staggers the imagination of the few Christians who understand the situation. This status of the Christian faith exists in spite of the magnificent contributions of the Christian faith to the progress of humanity, of civilization for almost 2,000 years. It is not my intention in this letter to expose the conspirators who are dedicating themselves to the destruction of the Christian faith, nor to the nature and extent of the conspiracy itself. That exposure would fill many volumes. The history of the world for the past several centuries and current events at home and abroad confirm the existence of such a conspiracy. The worldwide network of diabolical conspirators implement this plot against the Christian faith while Christians appear to be sound asleep. The Christian clergy appear to be more ignorant or more indifferent about this conspiracy than other Christians. They seem to bury their heads in the sands like the legendary ostrich. This ignorance or indifference on the part of the Christian clergy has dealt a blow to the Christian faith already, from which it may never completely recover, if at all. It seems so sad. Christians deserve to be blessed in this crisis with a spiritual Paul Revere to ride across the nation warning Christians that their enemies are moving in on them fast. My dear Dr. Goldstein, will you volunteer to be that Paul Revere? Of equal importance to pinpointing the enemies who are making war upon the Christian faith from the outside is the necessity to discover the forces at work inside the Christian faith which make it so vulnerable to its enemies on the outside. Applying yourself to this specific phase of the problem can prove of tremendous value in rendering ineffective the forces responsible for this dangerous state of affairs. The souls of millions of Christians who are totally unknown to you are quite uneasy about the status of the Christian faith today. The minds of countless thousands among the Christian clergy are troubled by the mysterious pressure from above which prevents them exercising their sound judgment in this situation. If the forces being manipulated against the Christian faith from the inside can be stopped, the Christian faith will be able to stand upon its feet against its enemies as firmly as the Rock of Gibraltar. Unless this can be done soon, the Christian faith appears destined to crumble and to eventually collapse. An ounce of prevention is far preferable to a pound of cure, you can be sure, in this situation as in all others. With all respect rightly due to the Christian clergy and in all humility I have an unpleasant duty to perform. I wish to go on record with you here that the Christian clergy are primarily if not solely responsible for the internal forces within the Christian faith inimical to its best interests. The conclusion on my part indicates the sum total of all the facts in my book which add up to just that. If you truly desire to be realistic and constructive you must hew to the line and let the chips fall where they may. That is the only strategy that can save the Christian faith from a fate it does not deserve. You cannot pussyfoot with the truth any longer simply because you find that now the truth hurts, someone you know or like. At this late hour very little time is left in which to mend our fences if I can call it that. We are not in a position to waste any of our limited time. Beating it around the bush now will get us exactly nowheres. The courageous alone will endure the present crisis when all the chips are down. Figuratively and possibly literally there will be live heroes and dead cowards when the dust of this secular combat settles and not dead heroes and live cowards as sometimes occurs under other circumstances. The Christian faith today remains the only anchor to windward against universal barbarism. The dedicated enemies of the Christian faith have sufficiently convinced the world by this time of the savage methods they will adopt in their program to erase the Christian faith from the face of the earth. Earlier in this letter I stated that in my humble opinion the apathy of the Christian clergy might be charged with sole responsibility for the increasing dilution of the devotion of countless Christians for the Christian faith. This is the natural consequence of the confusion created by the Christian clergy in the minds of Christians concerning certain fundamentals of the Christian faith. The guilt for this confusion rests exclusively upon Christian leadership, not upon Christians generally. Confusion creates doubt. Doubt creates loss of confidence. Loss of confidence creates loss of interest. As confusion grows more and more and more, confidence grows less and less and less. The result is complete loss of all interest. You can hardly disagree with that, my dear Dr. Goldstein, can you? Hayton, now it would appear from the pronouncement of polls and the rolls of the so-called Christian churches that there is a great renewal of faith and seeking and coming back into the Christ path in all faiths of whatever the Christ is called. This is not so in the Western cultures - there is only a return into the church houses and into new doctrines written for this new and modern religion - whatever that might be. Most of the church houses do not house Christianity. They do hold bigoted, unforgiving, and misled parishioners who anticipate a momentary lift-off to some nebulous being in the clouds the minute the Zionists get the temple going in Jerusalem and the temple is desecrated. Let me assure, good people, the temples of God have been so desecrated that there is naught left with which to desecrate them, and the Zionists have simply led you a merry chase through the primroses. The confusion in the minds of Christians concerning fundamentals of the Christian faith is unwarranted and unjustified. It need not exist. It would not exist if the Christian clergy did not aid and abet the deceptions responsible for it. The Christian clergy may be shocked to learn that they have been aiding and abetting the dedicated enemies of the Christian faith. Many of the Christian clergy are actually their allies but may not know it. This phase of the current worldwide campaign of spiritual sabotage is the most negative factor in the defense of the Christian faith. Countless Christians standing on the sidelines in this struggle see their Christian faith withering on the vine and about ripe enough to drop into the lap of its dedicated enemies. They can do nothing about it. Their cup is made more bitter for them as they observe this unwarranted and this unjustified ignorance and indifference on the part of the Christian clergy. This apathetic attitude by the Christian clergy offers no opposition to the aggressors against the Christian faith. Retreat can only bring defeat. To obviate surrender to their dedicated enemies, the Christian clergy must about face immediately if they expect to become the victors in the invisible and intangible ideological war now being so subversively waged against the Christian faith under their very noses. When will they wake up? If I were asked to recite in this letter the many manners in which the Christian clergy are confusing the Christian concept of the fundamentals of the Christian faith, it would require volumes rather than pages to tell the whole story. Space alone compels me here to confine myself to the irreducible minimum. I will limit myself here to the most important reasons for this confusion. Brevity will of necessity limit the references cited to support the matters presented in this letter. I will do my best under the circumstances to establish the authenticity of the incontestable historic facts I call to your attention here. In my opinion, the most important reason is directly related to your present activities. Your responsibility for this confusion is not lessened by your good intentions. As you have heard said so many times, hell is paved with good intentions. The confusion your articles create is multiplied 1,000-fold by the wide publicity given to them as a result of the very high regard in which you personally are held by editors and readers across the nation, Christian and non-Christian alike. Your articles constantly are continually reprinted and quoted from coast to coast. Hayton, and thinking back to the protocols, I am sure you will instantly remind me that the press is controlled. Ah, indeed, we are making progress. Only the infiltrators from the Zionist element would be given such ear and forum. The utterance by the Christian clergy which confuses Christians the most is the constantly repeated utterance that Jesus was a Jew. That also appears to be your favorite theme. Hayton, listen up please, to this next, for it is far beyond just important. That misrepresentation and distortion of an incontestable historic fact is uttered by the Christian clergy upon the slightest pretext. They utter it constantly, also without provocation. They appear to be trigger-happy to utter it. They never miss an opportunity to do so. Informed, intelligent Christians cannot reconcile this truly unwarranted misrepresentation and distortion of an incontestable historic fact by the Christian clergy with information known by them now to the contrary which comes to them from sources believed by them to be equally reliable. Emphasis mine. This poses a serious problem today for the Christian clergy. They can extricate themselves from their present predicament now only by resorting to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That is the only formula by which the Christian clergy can recapture the lost confidence of Christians. As effective spiritual leaders, they cannot function without this lost confidence. They should make that their first order of business. My dear Dr. Goldstein, you are a theologian of high rank and a historian of note. Of necessity, you also should agree with other outstanding authorities on the subject of whether Jesus was a Jew. These leading authorities agree today that there is no foundation in fact for the implications, inferences, and the innuendos resulting from the incorrect belief that Jesus was a Jew. Incontestable historic facts and an abundance of other proofs establish beyond the possibility of any doubt the incredibility of the assertion so often heard today that Jesus was a Jew. Hayton, now aren't you glad you stuck with us through that boring introduction? Put the stones back on the ground lest you show your total ignorance of facts. Without any fear of contradiction based upon fact, the most competent and best qualified authorities all agree today that Jesus Christ was not a so-called or self-styled Jew. They now confirm that during his lifetime Jesus was known as a Judean and not as a Jew. Contemporary theologians of Jesus whose competence to pass upon this subject cannot be challenged by anyone today also referred to Jesus during his lifetime here on earth as a Judean and not as a Jew. Hayton, Satan always must wear a sign and our old fraud is beginning to show his a bit. Ah, you say, Hayton, but you said that once you experienced as a Jew. Ah, and so I did both. I said it and I did so. I come this time in company with the one you should know as Emmanuel. Jesus is even incorrect, for that label was given this perceived Christ being by Paul the Apostle, who was both confused and scrambled throughout his days and remains so in many ways, unto this very day, and yet efforts to bring clarity to that confusion. So be it, let us continue. During his lifetime here on earth Jesus was not regarded by Pontius Pilate nor by the Judeans among whom he dwelt as King of the Jews. The inscription on the cross upon which Jesus was crucified has been incorrectly translated into the English language only since the 18th century. Hayton, now just who do you think would change such important facts to mislead the generations and species of human? Pontius Pilate was ironic and sarcastic when he ordered inscribed upon the cross the Latin words Isis Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum. About to be crucified, with the approval of Pontius Pilate, Jesus was being mocked by Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate was well aware at that time that Jesus, Emmanuel, son of Mary, had been denounced, defied, and denied by the Judeans, who alas finally brought about his crucifixion as related by history. Hayton, and incorrectly at that. I suggest you read, and they called his name Emmanuel I am Sananda. The correct spelling would have been represented as Jmanuel had it been correctly translated. Except for his few followers at that time in Judea, all other Judeans abhorred Jesus and detested his teachings and the things for which he stood. That deplorable fact cannot be erased from history by time. Pontius Pilate was himself the ruler of the Judeans at the time he ordered inscribed upon the cross the Latin words Isis Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum, in English Jesus the Nazarene ruler of the Judeans. But Pontius Pilate never referred to himself as ruler of the Judeans. The ironic and sarcastic reference of Pontius Pilate to Jesus as ruler of the Judeans can hardly be accepted as recognition by Pontius Pilate of Jesus as ruler of the Judeans. That is inconceivable by any interpretation. At the time of the crucifixion of Jesus, Pontius Pilate was the administrator in Judea for the Roman Empire. At that time in history, the area of the Roman Empire included a part of the Middle East. As far as he was concerned, officially or personally, the inhabitants of Judea were Judeans to Pontius Pilate and not so-called Jews as they have been styled since the 18th century. In the time of Pontius Pilate in history, there was no religious, racial, or national group in Judea known as Jews, nor had there been any group so identified anywhere else in the world prior to that time. Pontius Pilate expressed little interest as the administrator of the Roman Empire officially or personally in the wide variety of forms of religious worship then practiced in Judea. These forms of religious worship extended from phallic worship and other forms of idolatry to the emerging spiritual philosophy of an eternal, omnipotent, and invisible divine deity, the emerging Jehovah, concept which predated Abraham of Bible fame by approximately 2,000 years. As the administrator for the Roman Empire in Judea, it was the official policy of Pontius Pilate never to interfere in the spiritual affairs of the local population. Pontius Pilate's primary responsibility was the collection of taxes to be forwarded home to Rome, not the forms of religious worship practiced by the Judeans from whom these taxes were collected. As you well know, my dear Dr. Goldstein, the Latin word rex means ruler, leader in English. During the lifetime of Jesus in Judea, the Latin word rex meant only that to Judeans familiar with the Latin language. The Latin word rex is the form of the noun from the Latin verb rego, regere, recae, rectus. The Latin verb rego, regere, recae, rectus in English means, as you also well know, to rule, to lead. Latin was of course the official language in all the provinces administered by a local administrator of the Roman Empire. This fact accounts for the inscription on the cross in Latin. With the invasion of the British Isles by the Anglo-Saxons, the English language substituted the Anglo-Saxon king for the Latin equivalent rex used before the Anglo-Saxon invasion. The adoption of king for rex at this late date in British history did not retroactively alter the meaning of the Latin rex to the Judeans in the time of Jesus. The Latin rex to them then meant only ruler, leader, as it still means in Latin. Anglo-Saxon king was spelled differently when first used, but at all times meant the same as rex in Latin, leader of a tribe. During the lifetime of Jesus, it was very apparent to Pontius Pilate that Jesus was the very last person in Judea the Judeans would select as their ruler or their leader. In spite of this situation in Judea, Pontius Pilate did not hesitate to order the inscription of the cross Isis Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum. By the wildest stretch of the imagination, it is not conceivable that the sarcasm and irony by Pontius Pilate at the time of the crucifixion was not solely mockery of Jesus by Pontius Pilate and only mockery. After this reference to Jesus the Nazarene ruler of the Judeans forthwith preceded to crucify Jesus upon that very cross. Hayton, Dharma, I am sorry, Kila, But this is going to be written and we are going to write it, dear one. Beloved Joy may now go and rejoice with peace within her heart, for I was going to ask her and NB to pen these truths. It can wait no longer, for it has been buried in the lies piled upon lies, and now you have the proof of who and why it has been dumped upon humanity. Do not cower, child, for I stand at your front, back, and both sides, and none shall strike you except for their foolish words. Mr. Cooper, who only shows his ignorance beyond all belief unto the world. Oberly, make sure that NB and Joy receive this as it comes forth. Can you now see how a whole civilization can be victims of a lie begun with intent for world control? So be it. We will herein cover a lot of territory in historical importance. Better yet, it is laid forth by one who would be referred to as Jew-my, what a tangled web ye weave when first ye practice to deceive. In Latin, in the lifetime of Jesus, the name of the political subdivision in the Middle East known in modern history as Palestine was Iudea. It was then administered by Pontius Pilate as administrator for the Roman Empire, of which it was then a part. The English for the Latin Iudea is Judea. In Latin, Iudeus is the adjective for the noun Iudea. In English, Judean is the adjective for the noun Judea. The ancient native population of the subdivision in the Middle East known in modern history as Palestine was then called Iudeus in Latin and Judean in English. Those words identified the indigenous population of Judea in the lifetime of Jesus. Who can deny that Jesus was a member of the indigenous population of Judea in his lifetime? And of course you know, my dear Dr. Goldstein, in Latin the genitive plural of Iudeus is Iudiorum. Haton, I believe our friar Pope will enjoy checking this out for all you non-Latin priests of the Holy Church. The English translation of the genitive plural of Iudiorum is of the Judeans. Inscribed upon the cross on which Jesus was crucified was Iudiorum. It is utterly impossible to give any other English translation to Iudiorum than of the Judeans. Qualified and competent theologians and historians regard as incredible any other translation into English of Isis Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum than Jesus the Nazarene, ruler of the Judeans. Haton, further, there is no mistaking the label Isis, by which he was called in many places, as in Isu, Issa, Isa, etc., Christ, Christos, Christ, etc. You can even now get away with Isis Sananda and be in the correct ballpark. You must agree that this is literally correct. At the time Pontius Pilate was ordering the Isis Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum inscribed upon the cross, the spiritual leaders of Judea were protesting to Pontius Pilate not to write that Jesus was the ruler of the Judeans, but to inscribe instead that Jesus had said that he was the ruler of the Judeans. The spiritual leaders of Judea made very strong protests to Pontius Pilate against his reference to Jesus as Rex Iudiorum, insisting that Pontius Pilate was not familiar with or misunderstood the status of Jesus in Judea. These protests are a matter of historical record, as you know. The spiritual leaders in Judea protested in vain with Pontius Pilate. They insisted that Jesus had said that he was the ruler of the Judeans, but that Pontius Pilate was not to write that Jesus was the ruler of the Judeans. For after all, Pontius Pilate was a foreigner in Judea who could not understand the local situations as well as the spiritual leaders. The intricate pattern of the domestic political, social, and economic cross-currents in Judea interested Pontius Pilate very little as Rome's administrator. The Gospel by John was written originally in the Greek language according to the best authorities. In the Greek original there is no equivalent for the English that Jesus had said that he was the ruler of the Judeans. The English translation of the Greek original of the Gospel by John, 19:19, reads, "Do not inscribe the monarch, Basileus, of the Judeans, Iudeos, but that he himself said, I am monarch, Basileus, of the Judeans, Laudeos." Iudea is the Greek for the Latin Iudea and the English Judea. Basileus is the Greek monarch in English. Rex is the nearest word in Latin for Basileus in Greek. The English ruler, or its alternative leader, defined the sense of Latin Rex and Greek Basileus as they were used in the Greek and Latin Gospel by John. Pontius Pilate washed his hands of the protests by the spiritual leaders in Judea, who demanded of him that the inscription on the cross authored by Pontius Pilate be corrected in the manner they insisted upon. Pontius Pilate very impatiently replied to their demands, "What I have written, I have written." The inscription on the cross remained what it had been, Isis Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum, or Jesus the Nazarene, ruler of the Judeans in English. The Latin quotations and words mentioned in this letter are verbatim quotations and the exact words which appear in the 4th century translation of the New Testament into Latin by St. Jerome. This translation is referred to as the Vulgate edition of the New Testament. It was the first official translation of the New Testament into Latin made by the Christian Church. Since that time it has remained the official New Testament version used by the Catholic Church. The translation of the Gospel by John into Latin by St. Jerome was made from the Greek language in which the Gospel of John was originally written according to the best authorities on this subject. The English translation of the Gospel by John, 19:19. From the original text in the Greek language reads as follows: Pilate wrote a sign and fastened it to the cross, and the writing was Jesus the Nazarene, the monarch of the Judeans. In the original Greek manuscript there is mention also made of the demands upon Pontius Pilate by the spiritual leaders in Judea that Pontius Pilate alter the reference on the cross to Jesus as ruler of the Judeans. The Greek text of the original manuscript of the Gospel by John establishes beyond any question or doubt that the spiritual leaders in Judea at that time had protested to Pontius Pilate that Jesus was not the ruler of the Judeans but only had said that he was the ruler of the Judeans. There is no factual foundation in history or theology today for the implications, inferences, and innuendos that the Greek Iudeos, the Latin Iudeus, or the English Judean ever possessed a valid religious connotation. In their 3 respective languages these 3 words have only indicated a strictly topographical or geographic connotation. In their correct sense these 3 words in their respective languages were used to identify the members of the indigenous native population of the geographic area known as Judea in the lifetime of Jesus. During the lifetime of Jesus there was not a form of religious worship practiced in Judea or elsewhere in the known world which bore a name even remotely resembling the name of the political subdivision of the Roman Empire, i.e. Judaism from Judea. No cult or sect existed by such a name. Hayton, please allow to break the writing at this place. I ask that as the portions are given forth, please make sure that our beloved RK be given them in the segments produced. We realize this is very heavy to accept and absorb, but nonetheless the time of truth is upon the lands, and so shall it be written, for the hourglass lies empty if man sees not the errors of his journey and acceptance of the lies. So be it, and may the blessings of peace which passes your understanding see you through this time of confrontation. Salom. Hayton to stand by. Chapter 3. Rec number 2 Hayton. Sunday, February 17, 1991, 9:58 p.m. Year 4 Day 185. Continuation of the Friedman letter. I desire to take no time in current comments until we have finished this portion and presented the work in point. There is nothing more important, for, if you do not set your thinking to straight, there is no point in anything else about your physical circumstance. Yes, it will be through those who are considered Jews who will make sure truth prevails from out of the lies of the Zionists, for it is they who have suffered most and have been sorely treated by those they were taught were their elders and truth bearers. It will be these beloved ones from the Judean races who must set it to right that man can see the truth and facts of the deceit. As ones of God's people check into the information as given, the confirmation will flow as from the life spring. Let us continue. Term Jew created in 1775 A.D. Quote. It is an incontestable fact that the word Jew did not come into existence until the year 1775. Prior to 1775 the word Jew did not exist in any language. The word Jew was introduced into the English for the first time in the 18th century when Sheridan used it in his play The Rivals, 2 she shall have a skin like a mummy, and the beard of a Jew. Prior to this use of the word Jew in the English language by Sheridan in 1775 the word Jew had not become a word in the English language. Shakespeare never saw the word Jew, as you will see. Shakespeare never used the word Jew in any of his works, the common general belief to the contrary notwithstanding. In his Merchant of Venice, v.3.I.61, Shakespeare wrote as follows, What is the reason? I am a we, hath not a we eyes. In the Latin St. Jerome 4th century Vulgate edition of the New Testament Jesus is referred to by the genitive plural of Iodias in the Gospel by John, reference to the inscription on the cross, Iodiorum. It was in the 4th century that St. Jerome translated into Latin the manuscripts of the New Testament from the original languages in which they were written. This translation by St. Jerome is referred to still today as the Vulgate edition by the Roman Catholic Church authorities, who use it today. Jesus is referred to as a so-called Jew for the first time in the New Testament in the 18th century. Jesus is first referred to as a so-called Jew in the revised 18th century editions in the English language of the 14th century first translations of the New Testament into English. The history of the origin of the word Jew in the English language leaves no doubt that the 18th century Jew is the 18th century contracted and corrupted English word for the 4th century Latin Iodias found in St. Jerome's Vulgate edition. Of that there is no longer doubt. The available original manuscripts from the 4th century to the 18th century accurately trace the origin and give the complete history of the word Jew in the English language. In these manuscripts are to be found all the many earlier English equivalents extending through the 14 centuries from the 4th to the 18th century. From the Latin Iodias to the English Jew, these English forms included successively Gio, Gio, Iu, Iuu, Io, Ieu, Ie, Iwi, Iow, Owi, Ieue, Iue, Iv, O, and then finally in the 18th century, Jew. The many earlier English equivalents for Jews through the 14 centuries are Jewis, Giz, Jiwos, Jiwis, Jewies, Jis, Iuis, Ios, Iuis, Os, and then also finally in the 18th century, Jews. With the rapidly expanding use in England in the 18th century for the first time in history of the greatly improved printing presses, unlimited quantities of the New Testament were printed. These revised 18th century editions of the earlier 14th century first translations into the English language were then widely distributed throughout England and the English-speaking world among families who had never possessed a copy of the New Testament in any language. In these 18th century editions with revisions the word Jew appeared for the first time in any English translations. The word Jew as it was used in the 18th century editions has since continued in use in all editions of the New Testament in the English language. The use of the word Jew thus was stabilized. As you know, my dear Dr. Goldstein, the best known 18th century editions of the New Testament in English are the Reims, Douay, edition and the King James Authorized edition. The Reims, Douay, translation of the New Testament into English was first printed in 1582, but the word Jew did not appear in it. The King James Authorized translation of the New Testament into English was begun in 1604 and first published in 1611. The word Jew did not appear in it either. The word Jew appeared in both these well-known editions in their 18th century revised versions for the first time. Countless copies of the revised 18th century editions of the Reims, Douay, and the King James translations of the New Testament into English were distributed to the clergy and the laity throughout the English-speaking world. They did not know the history of the origin of the English word Jew as the only and as the accepted form of the Latin Iodias and the Greek Iudeos. How could they be expected to have known otherwise? The answer is they could not, and they did not. It was a new English word to them. When you studied Latin in your school days you were taught that the letter I in Latin when used as the first letter in a word is pronounced like the letter Y in English when it is the first letter in words like yes, youth and yacht. The I in Iodias is pronounced like the Y in yes, youth, and yacht in English. In all the 4th century to 18th century forms for the 18th century Jew, the letter I was pronounced like the English Y in yes, young, and yacht. The same is true of the GI or the GY where it was used in place of the letter I. The present pronunciation of the word Jew in modern English is a development of recent times. In the English language today the J in Jew is pronounced like the J in the English justice, jolly, and jump. This is the case only since the 18th century. Prior to the 18th century the J in Jew was pronounced exactly like the Y in the English yes, youth, and yacht. Until the 18th century and perhaps even later the English you or hue, and the word Jews like use or hues. The present pronunciation of Jew in English is a new pronunciation acquired after the 18th century. The German language still retains the Latin original pronunciation. The German Jude is the German equivalent of the English Jew. The J in the German Jude is pronounced exactly like the English Y in yes, youth, and yacht. The German J is the equivalent of the Latin I and both are pronounced exactly like the English Y in yes, youth and yacht. The German Jude is virtually the first syllable in the Latin iodius and is pronounced exactly like it. The German Jude is the German contraction and corruption of the Latin iodius just as the English Jew is the contraction and corruption of the Latin iodius. The German J is always pronounced like the English Y in yes, youth, and yacht when it is the first letter of a word. The pronunciation of the J in German Jude is not an exception to the pronunciation of the J in German. The English language, as you already know, my dear Dr. Goldstein, is largely made up of words adopted from foreign languages. After their adoption by the English language, foreign words were then adapted by contracting their spelling and corrupting their foreign pronunciation to make them more easily pronounced in English from their English spelling. This process of first adopting foreign words and then adapting them by contracting their spelling and corrupting their pronunciation resulted in such new words in the English language as cab from their original foreign spelling. Hundreds of others must come to your mind. By this adapting process the Latin iodius and the Greek iudeos finally emerged in the 18th century as Jew in the English language. The English-speaking people struggled through 14 centuries seeking to create for the English language an English equivalent for the Latin iodius and the Greek iudeos which could be easily pronounced in English from its English spelling. The English Jew was the resulting 18th century contracted and corrupted form of the Latin iodius and the Greek iudeos. The English Jew is easily pronounced in English from its English spelling. The Latin iodius and the Greek iudeos cannot be as easily pronounced in English from the Latin and Greek spelling. They were forced to coin a word. The earliest version of the New Testament in English from the Latin Vulgate edition is the Wycliffe, or Wycliffe edition published in 1380. In the Wycliffe edition Jesus is there mentioned as one of the wees. That was the 14th century English version of the Latin iodius and was pronounced huees, in the plural, and a we pronounced huey in the singular. In the 1380 Wycliffe edition in English and Gospel by John, 19.19, reads Jesus of Nazareth kyng of the wees. Prior to the 14th century the English language adopted the Anglo-Saxon kyng together with many other Anglo-Saxon words in place of the Latin rex and the Greek basilos. The Anglo-Saxon also meant tribal leader. In the Tyndale edition of the New Testament in English published in 1525 Jesus was likewise described as one of the wees. In the Coverdale edition published in 1535 Jesus was also described as one of the wees. In the Coverdale edition the Gospel by John, 19.19, reads Isis of Nazareth, king of the wees. In the Cranmer edition published in 1539 Jesus was again described as one of the wees. In the Geneva edition published in 1540 to 1557 Jesus was also described as one of the wees. In the Reims edition published in 1582 Jesus was described as one of the Eves. In the King James edition published in 1404 to 1611 also known as the Authorized Version Jesus was described again as one of the wees. The forms of the Latin iodius were used which were current at the time these translations were made. The translation into English of the Gospel by John, 19.19, from the Greek in which it was originally written reads do not inscribe the monarch of the Judeans but that he himself said I am monarch. In the original Greek manuscript the Greek basileus appears for monarch in the English and the Greek iudeos appears for Judeans in the English. Iudea in Greek is Judea in English. Iudeos in Greek is Judeans in English. There is no reason for any confusion. My dear Dr. Goldstein, if the generally accepted understanding today of the English Jew and Judean conveyed the identical implications, inferences, and innuendos as both rightly should, it would make no difference which of these two words was used when referring to Jesus in the New Testament or elsewhere. But the implications, inferences, and innuendos today conveyed by these two words are as different as black is from white. The word Jew today is never regarded as a synonym for Judean nor is Judean regarded as a synonym for Jew. As I have explained, when the word Jew was first introduced into the English language in the 18th century its one and only implication, inference, and innuendo was Judean. However during the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries a well-organized and well-financed international pressure group created a so-called secondary meaning for the word Jew among the English-speaking peoples of the world. This so-called secondary meaning for the word Jew bears no relation whatsoever to the 18th century original connotation of the word Jew. It is a misrepresentation. The secondary meaning of the word Jew today bears as little relation to its original and correct meaning as the secondary meaning today for the word camel bears to the original and correct meaning for the word camel, or the secondary meaning today for the word ivory bears to the original and correct meaning of the word ivory. The secondary meaning today for the word camel is a cigarette by that name but its original and correct meaning is a desert animal by that ancient name. The secondary meaning of the word ivory today is a piece of soap but its original and correct meaning is the tusk of a male elephant. The secondary meanings of words often become the generally accepted meanings of words formerly having entirely different meanings. This is accomplished by the expenditure of great amounts of money for well-planned publicity. Today if you ask for a camel someone will hand you cigarette by that name. Today if you ask for a piece of ivory someone will hand you a piece of soap by that name. You will never receive either a desert animal or a piece of the tusk of a male elephant. That must illustrate the extent to which these secondary meanings are able to practically eclipse the original and correct meanings of words in the minds of the general public. The secondary meaning for the word Jew today has practically totally eclipsed the original and correct meaning of the word Jew when it was introduced as a word in the English language. This phenomena is not uncommon. The United States Supreme Court has recognized the secondary meaning of words. The highest court in the land has established as basic law that secondary meanings can acquire priority rights to the use of any dictionary word. Well-planned and well-financed worldwide publicity through every available media by well-organized groups of so-called or self-styled Jews for 3 centuries has created a secondary meaning for the word Jew which has completely blacked out the original and correct meaning of the word Jew. There can be no doubt about that. There is not one person in the whole English-speaking world today who regards a Jew as a Judean in the literal sense of the word. That was the correct and only meaning in the 18th century. The generally accepted secondary meaning of the word Jew today with practically no exceptions is made up of 4 almost universally believed theories. These 4 theories are that a so-called or self-styled Jew is 1. A person who today professes the form of religious worship known as Judaism. 2. A person who claims to belong to a racial group associated with the ancient Semites. 3. A person directly the descendant of an ancient nation which thrived in Palestine in Bible history. 4. A person blessed by divine intentional design with certain superior cultural characteristics denied to other racial, religious, or national groups, all rolled into one. The present generally accepted secondary meaning of the word Jew is fundamentally responsible for the confusion in the minds of Christians regarding elementary tenets of the Christian faith. It is likewise responsible today to a very great extent for the dilution of the devotion of countless Christians for their Christian faith. The implications, inferences, and innuendos of the word Jew today, to the preponderant majority of intelligent and informed Christians, is contradictory and in complete conflict with incontestable historic fact. Christians who cannot be fooled any longer are suspect of the Christian clergy who continue to repeat, and repeat, and repeat ad nauseum their pet theme song Jesus was a Jew. It actually now approaches psychosis. Countless Christians know today that they were brainwashed by the Christian clergy on the subject Jesus was a Jew. The resentment they feel is not yet apparent to the Christian clergy. Christians now are demanding from the Christian clergy the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It is now time for the Christian clergy to tell Christians what they should have told them long ago. Of all religious groups in the world, Christians appear to be the least informed of any on this subject. Have their spiritual leaders been reckless with the truth? Countless intelligent and informed Christians no longer accept unchallenged assertions by the Christian clergy that Jesus in his lifetime was a member of a group in Judea which practiced a religious form of worship then which is today called Judaism, or that Jesus in his lifetime here on earth was a member of the racial group which today includes the preponderant majority of all so-called or self-styled Jews in the world, or that the so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world today are the lineal descendants of the nation in Judea of which Jesus was a national in his lifetime here on earth, or that the cultural characteristics of so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world today correspond with the cultural characteristics of Jesus during his lifetime here on earth and his teachings while he was here on earth for a brief stay. Christians will no longer believe that the race, religion, nationality, and culture of Jesus and the race, religion, nationality and culture of so-called or self-styled Jews today or their ancestors have a common origin or character. The resentment by Christian is more ominous than the Christian clergy suspect. Under existing conditions the Christian clergy will find that ignorance is not bliss, nor wisdom folly. Christians everywhere today are seeking to learn the authentic relationship between the so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world today and the Judeans who populated Judea before, during and after the time of Jesus. Christians now insist that they be told correctly by the Christian clergy about the racial, religious, national, and cultural background of the so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world today and the basis for associating these backgrounds with the racial, religious, national and cultural background of Jesus in his lifetime in Judea. The intelligent and informed Christians are alerted to the exploded myth that the so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world today are the direct descendants of the Judeans amongst whom Jesus lived during his lifetime here on earth. Christians today are also becoming more and more alerted day by day why the so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world for 3 centuries have spent uncounted sums of money to manufacture the fiction that the Judeans in the time of Jesus were Jews rather than Judeans, and that Jesus was a Jew. Christians are becoming more and more aware day by day of all the economic and political advantages accruing to the so-called or self-styled Jews as a direct result of their success in making Christians believe that Jesus was a Jew in the secondary meaning they have created for the 18th century word Jew. The so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world today represent themselves to Christians as Jews only in the secondary meaning of the word Jew. They seek to thereby prove their kinship with Jesus. They emphasize this fiction to the Christians constantly. That fable is fast fading and losing its former grip upon the imaginations of Christians. To allege that Jesus was a Jew in the sense that during his lifetime Jesus professed and practiced the form of religious worship known and practiced under the modern name of Judaism is false and fiction of the most blasphemous nature. If to be a so-called or self-styled Jew then or now the practice of Judaism was a requirement, then Jesus certainly was not a so-called Jew. Jesus abhorred and denounced the form of religious worship practiced in Judea in his lifetime and which is known and practiced today under its new name Judaism. That religious belief was then known as Pharisaism. The Christian clergy learned that in their theological seminary days, but they have never made any attempt to make that clear to Christians. Dharma, here is a good point at which to break the writing. We will continue at the section regarding the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, often referred to as the Vatican of Judaism. Thank you. Salut. Chapter 4. Rec number 3 Haton. Sunday, February 17, 1991, 11:58 a.m. Year 4 Day 185 The Vatican of Judaism. Judaism/Pharisaism. Continuation of quoting. The eminent Rabbi Louis Finkelstein, the head of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, often referred to as the Vatican of Judaism, in his foreword to his first edition of this world-famous classic The Pharisees, the sociological background of their faith, on page XXI states, Judaism.Pharisaism became Talmudism, Talmudism became medieval rabbinism, and medieval rabbinism became modern rabbinism. But throughout these changes in name, the spirit of the ancient Pharisee survives, unaltered. From Palestine to Babylonia, from Babylonia to North Africa, Italy, Spain, France, and Germany, from these to Poland, Russia, and Eastern Europe generally, ancient Pharisaism has wandered. Demonstrates the enduring importance which attaches to Pharisaism as a religious movement. The celebrated Rabbi Louis Finkelstein in his great classic quoted from above traces the origin of the form of religious worship practiced today under the present name Judaism, to its origin as Pharisaism in Judea in the time of Jesus. Rabbi Louis Finkelstein confirms what the eminent Rabbi Adolf Moses stated in his great classic Yahvism, and Other Discourses, in collaboration with the celebrated Rabbi H.G. Nlo, published in 1903 by the Louisville section of the Council of Jewish Women, in which Rabbi Adolf Moses, on page 1 states, among the innumerable misfortunes which have befallen. The most fatal in its consequences is the name Judaism. Worse still, the Jews themselves, who have gradually come to call their religion Judaism. Yet, neither in biblical nor post-biblical, neither in Talmudic, nor in much later times, is the term Judaism ever heard. The Bible speaks of the religion as Torath Yav, the instruction, or the moral law revealed by Yav. In other places as Urath Yav, the fear and reverence of Yav. These and other appellations continued for many ages to stand for the religion. To distinguish it from Christianity and Islam, the Jewish philosophers sometimes designate it as the faith or belief of the Jews. It was Flavius Josephus, writing for the instruction of Greeks and Romans, who coined the term Judaism, in order to pit it against Hellenism. By Hellenism was understood the civilization, comprising language, poetry, religion, art, science, manners, customs, institutions, which had spread from Greece, its original home, over vast regions of Europe, Asia, and Africa. The Christians eagerly seized upon the name. The Jews themselves, who intensely detested the traitor Josephus, refrained from reading his works. Hence the term Judaism coined by Josephus remained absolutely unknown to them. It was only in comparatively recent times, after the Jews became familiar with modern Christian literature, that they began to name their religion Judaism. Emphasis applied. This statement by the world's two leading authorities on this subject clearly establishes beyond any question or any doubt that so-called Judaism was not the name of any form of religious worship practiced in Judea in the time of Jesus. The Flavius Josephus referred to in the above quotation lived in the 1st century. It was he who coined the word Judaism in the 1st century explicitly for the purpose recited clearly above. Religious worship known and practiced today under the name Judaism by so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world was known and practiced in Judea in the time of Jesus under the name Pharisaism, according to Rabbi Louis Finkelstein, head of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, and all the other most competent and qualified recognized authorities on the subject. The form of religious worship known as Pharisaism in Judea in the time of Jesus was a religious practice based exclusively upon the Talmud. The Talmud in the time of Jesus was the Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, all rolled into one, of those who practiced Pharisaism. The Talmud today occupies the same relative position with respect to those who profess Judaism. The Talmud today virtually exercises totalitarian dictatorship over the lives of so-called or self-styled Jews, whether they are aware of that fact or not. Their spiritual leaders make no attempt to conceal the control they exercise over the lives of so-called or self-styled Jews. They extend their authority far beyond the legitimate limits of spiritual matters. Their authority has no equal outside religion. The role the Talmud plays in Judaism as it is practiced today is officially stated by the eminent Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer, the Director of Interreligious Activities of the American Jewish Committee and the President of the Jewish Chaplains Association of the Armed Forces of the United States. In his present capacity as official spokesman for the American Jewish Committee, the self-styled Vatican of Judaism, Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer wrote a most revealing and comprehensive article with the title What is a Jew, which was published as a feature article in Look magazine in the June 17, 1952 issue. In that article, Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer evaluated the significance of the Talmud to Judaism today. In that illuminating treatise on that important subject by the most qualified authority, at the time, Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer stated, the Talmud consists of 63 books of legal, ethical, and historical writings of the ancient rabbis. It is a compendium of law and lore. It is the legal code which forms the basis of Jewish religious law, and it is the textbook used in the training of rabbis. Haton, please obtain a copy of Rape of Justice by Eustace Mullins, which can, I believe, be obtained through America West to see just how far the judicial system is entangled and practices law by the rules of the Talmud. In view of this official evaluation of the importance of the Talmud in the practice of Judaism today by the highest body of so-called or self-styled Jews in the world, it is very necessary at this time, my dear Dr. Goldstein, to inquire a little further into the subject of the Talmud. In his lifetime, the eminent Michael Rodkinson, the assumed name of a so-called or self-styled Jew who was one of the world's great authorities on the Talmud, wrote History of the Talmud. This great classic on the subject was written by Michael Rodkinson in collaboration with the celebrated Rabbi Isaac M. Wise. In his History of the Talmud, Michael Rodkinson, on page 70, states, "Is the literature that Jesus was familiar with in his early years yet in existence in the world? Is it possible for us to get at it? Can we ourselves review the ideas, the statements, the modes of reasoning and thinking, on moral and religious subjects, which were current in his time, and must have been revolved by him during those 30 silent years when he was pondering his future mission?" To such inquiries the learned class of Jewish rabbis answer by holding up the Talmud. Here, say they, is the source from whence Jesus of Nazareth drew the teachings which enable him to revolutionize the world, and the question becomes, therefore, an interesting one to every Christian. What is the Talmud? The Talmud, then, is the written form of that which, in the time of Jesus, was called the traditions of the elders and to which he makes frequent allusions. What sort of book is it? Stimulated by that invitation, every Christian worth of the name should immediately take the trouble to seek the answer to that interesting question to every Christian. My dear Dr. Goldstein, your articles do not indicate whether you have taken the time and the trouble to personally investigate what sort of book the Talmud is, either before or after your conversion to Catholicism. Have you ever done so? If you have done so, what is the conclusion you have reached regarding what sort of book the Talmud is? What is your personal unbiased and unprejudiced opinion of the Talmud? Is it consistent with your present views as a devout Roman Catholic and a tried and true Christian? Can you spare a few moments to drop me a few lines on your present views? In case you have never had the opportunity to investigate the contents of the 63 books of the Talmud so well summarized by Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer in his illuminating article What is a Jew, previously quoted, may I here impose upon your precious time and quote a few passages for you until you find the time to conveniently investigate the Talmud's contents personally. If I can be of any assistance to you in doing so, please do not hesitate to let me know in what manner you can use my help. From the birth of Jesus until this day there have never been recorded more vicious and vile libelous blasphemies of Jesus, of Christians, and the Christian faith by anyone, anywhere, or any time than you will find between the covers of the infamous 63 books which are the legal code which forms the basis of Jewish religious law as well as the textbook used in the training of rabbis. The explicit and implicit irreligious character and implications of the contents of the Talmud will open your eyes as they have never been opened before. The Talmud reviles Jesus, Christians and the Christian faith as the priceless spiritual and cultural heritage of Christians has never been reviled before or since the Talmud was completed in the 5th century. You will have to excuse the foul, obscene, indecent, lewd, and vile language you will see here as verbatim quotations from the official unabridged translation of the Talmud into English. Be prepared for a surprise. In the year 1935 the International Hierarchy of so-called or self-styled Jews for the first time in history published an official unabridged translation of the complete Talmud in the English language with complete footnotes. What possessed them to make this translation in English is one of the unsolved mysteries. It was probably done because so many so-called or self-styled Jews of the younger generation were unable to read the Talmud in the many ancient languages in which the original 63 books of the Talmud were first composed by their authors in many lands between 200 BC and 500 AD. The International Hierarchy of so-called or self-styled Jews selected the most learned scholars to make this official translation of the Talmud into English. These famous scholars also prepared official footnotes explaining passages of the Talmud where they were required. This official unabridged translation of the Talmud into English with the official footnotes was printed in London in 1935 by the Sonsino Press. It has been always referred to as the Sonsino edition of the Talmud. A very limited number of the Sonsino edition were printed. They were not made available to any purchaser. The Sonsino edition of the Talmud is to be found in the Library of Congress and the New York Public Library. A set of the Sonsino edition of the Talmud has been available to me for many years. They have become rare collector's items by now. Hayton, do you also see that it is up to you the people as to whether or not these journals end up removed from the hands of the world population and fall among the rare publications accidentally missed in the mass destruction of the information? It is up to you, citizens of the world, as the world nears destruction at the hands of those who have stolen your very truth of God Creator. How can you know truth if all documentation thereof is destroyed by the would-be kings and controllers of the planet? The Sonsino edition of the Talmud with its footnotes is like a double-edged sword. It teaches the Talmud to countless millions of the younger generation of so-called or self-styled Jews who are not able to read the Talmud in the many ancient languages in which the Talmud was written by its authors between 200 BC and 500 AD. It also teaches Christians what the Talmud has to say about Jesus, about Christians, and about the Christian faith. Someday this is bound to backfire. Christians will someday challenge the assertion that the Talmud is the sort of book from which Jesus allegedly drew the teachings which enabled him to revolutionize the world on moral and religious subjects. The rumbling is already heard in places. Hayton, as you read the quotations, I want, especially you ones who objected to Germain and Hayton using bullshit to see if a scribe would edit it out, to have you really pay attention as we put this information into your hands and see if you still believe the Christ fragment of God/Creator/creation would likely utilize these terms. The official unabridged Sonsino edition of the Talmud published in 1935 was translated into English with notes, glossary, and indices by such eminent Talmudic scholars as Rabbi Dr. I. Epstein, Rabbi Dr. Samuel Dages, Rabbi Dr. Israel W. Slotky, M.A., Lit. D., the Reverend Dr. A. Cohen, M.A., Ph.D., Master of Science, Jacob Shatter, A. Mishkin, A. Cohen, M.A., Ph.D., Maurice Simon M.A., and the Very Reverend the Chief Rabbi Dr. J. H. Hertz wrote the foreword for the Sonsino edition of the Talmud. The Very Reverend Rabbi Hertz was at the time the Chief Rabbi of England. The following are but a few of the many similar quotations with footnotes from the Sonsino edition of the Talmud, the sort of book from which Jesus allegedly drew the teachings which enable him to revolutionize the world on moral and religious subjects. Book, Sanhedrin, 54b 55a, what is meant by this? Rab said, pederasty with a child below 9 years of age is not deemed as pederasty with a child above that. Samuel said, pederasty with a child below 3 years is not treated as with a child above that, too. What is the basis of their dispute? Rab maintains that only he who is able to engage in sexual intercourse, may, as the passive subject of pederasty throw guilt, upon the actual offender, whilst he who is unable to engage in sexual intercourse cannot be a passive subject of pederasty, in that respect. 3. But Samuel maintains, Scriptures writes, and thou shalt not lie with mankind, as with the lyings of a woman. 4. It has been taught in accordance with Rab, pederasty at the age of 9 years and a day. 55a, he, who commits bestiality, whether naturally or unnaturally, or a woman who causes herself to be bestiality abused, whether naturally or unnaturally, is liable to punishment. 5. Footnotes. 1. The reference is to the passive subject of sodomy. As stated in Super 54a, guilt is incurred by the active participant even if the former be a minor, i.e. less than 13 years old. Now, however, it is stated that within this age a distinction is drawn. Emphasis is in original, ed. 2. Rab makes 9 years the minimum, but if one committed sodomy with a child of lesser age, no guilt is incurred. Samuel makes 3 the minimum. 3. At 9 years a male attains sexual matureness. 4. Leviticus 18:22. 5. Rashi reads, XXX, Hebrew characters, ed., instead of, ZZZ, Hebrew characters, ed., in our printed texts. A male, aged 9 years and a day, who commits etc. There are thus 3 distinct clauses in this Baritha. The first, a male aged 9 years and a day, refers to the passive subject of pederasty, the punishment being incurred by the adult offender. This must be its meaning, because firstly, the active offender is never explicitly designated as a male, it being understood, just as the Bible states, thou shalt not lie with mankind, where only the sex of the passive participant is mentioned, and secondly, if the age reference is to the active party, the guilt being incurred by the passive adult party, why single out pederasty? In all crimes of incest, the passive adult does not incur guilt unless the other party is at least 9 years and a day. Hence the Baritha supports Rab's contention that 9 years, and a day, is the minimum age of the passive partner for the adult to be liable. Emphasis in original, ed. Before giving any more verbatim quotations from the sort of book from which it is falsely alleged Jesus drew the teachings which enable him to revolutionize the world on moral and religious subjects, I wish to here again recall to your attention the official statement by Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer in Look magazine for June 17, 1952. In that official statement made by Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer on behalf of the American Jewish Committee, self-styled the Vatican of Judaism, informed the 20 million readers of Look magazine that the Talmud is the legal code which forms the basis of Jewish religious law and it is the textbook used in the training of rabbis. Please bear this in mind as you read further. Before continuing, I wish also to call your attention to another feature. Confirming the official view of Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer, the New York Times on May 20, 1954 ran a news item under the headline Rabbi's Plan of Fund to Endow 2 Chairs. The news item itself ran as follows, special to the New York Times, Uniontown, PA May 19 plans for raising $500,000. For the creation of 2 endowed chairs at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America were announced today at the 54th Annual Convention of the Rabbinical Assembly of America. The professorships would be known as the Louis Ginsburg Chair in Talmud. This is further proof that the Talmud is not yet quite a dead letter in the training of rabbis. Is further proof needed on that question? The world's leading authorities on the Talmud confirm that the official unabridged Sonsino edition of the Talmud translated into English follows the original texts with great exactness. It is almost a word-for-word translation of the original texts. In his famous classic The History of the Talmud, Michael Rodkinson, the leading authority on the Talmud, in collaboration with the celebrated Reverend Dr. Isaac Wise, states, with the conclusion of the first volume of this work at the beginning of the 20th century, we would invite the reader to take a glance over the past of the Talmud, in which he will see that not only was the Talmud not destroyed, but was so saved that not a single letter of it is missing, and now it is flourishing to such a degree as cannot be found in its past history. The Talmud is one of the wonders of the world. During the 20 centuries of its existence, it survived in its entirety, and not only has the power of its foes failed to destroy even a single line, but it has not even been able materially to weaken its influence for any length of time. It still dominates the minds of a whole people, who venerate its contents as divine truth. The colleges for the study of the Talmud are increasing almost in every place where Israel dwells, especially in this country where millions are gathered for the funds of the 2 colleges, the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati and the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in New York, in which the chief study is the Talmud. There are also in our city houses of learning, Shabbat, for the study of the Talmud in the Lower East Side, where many young men are studying the Talmud every day. Dharma, there is something wrong with your computer keyboard. Write no more until it is checked and cleared. We will take a respite while this is taken care of, please. Chapter 5. Rec number 4 Hayton. Sunday, February 17, 1991, 3:40 p.m. Year 4 Day 185 Quotation continued. This divine truth which a whole people venerate, of which not a single letter of it is missing and today is flourishing to such a degree as cannot be found in its history, is illustrated by the additional verbatim quotations which follow. Book, Sanhedrin, 55b, a maiden 3 years and a day may be acquired in marriage by coition, and if her deceased husband's brother cohabits with her, she becomes his. The penalty of adultery may be incurred through her, if Anita, she defiles him who has connection with her, so that he in turn defile that upon which he lies, as a garment which has lain upon a person afflicted with gonorrhea. Emphasis in original text of Sansino edition, ed. Book, Sanhedrin, 58b. R. Eleazar said in Arhanana's name, if a heathen had an unnatural connection with his wife, he incurs guilt, for it is written, and he shall cleave, which excludes unnatural intercourse. 2. Rabbah objected, is there anything for which a Jew is not punishable and a heathen is? 3. But Rabbah said thus, a heathen who violates his neighbor's wife is free from punishment. Why so? Scripture saith, to his wife, but not to his neighbors, and he shall cleave, which excludes unnatural intercourse. 4. Footnotes. 2. His wife derives no pleasure from this, and hence there is no cleaving. 3. A variant reading of this passage is there anything permitted to a Jew which is forbidden to a heathen? Unnatural connection is permitted to a Jew. 4. By taking the two in conjunction, the latter as illustrating the former, we learn that the guilt of violating the injunction to his wife but not to his neighbor's wife is incurred only for natural but not for unnatural intercourse. Emphasis in original, ed. Book, Sanhedrin, 69a. A man, from this I know the law only with respect to a man, whence do I know it of one aged 9 years and a day who is capable of intercourse? From the verse, and if a man? 2. He replied, such a minor can produce semen, but cannot beget therewith, for it is like the seed of cereals less than a third grown. 3. Footnotes, 2, and, indicates an extension of the law, and is here interpreted to include a minor aged 9 years and a day. 3. Such cereals contain seed, which if sown, however, will not grow. Book, Sanhedrin, 69b. Our rabbis taught, if a woman sported lewdly with her young son, a minor, and he committed the first stage of cohabitation with her Beth Shammai say, he thereby renders her unfit for the priesthood. 1. Beth Hillel declare her fit. All agree that the connection of a boy 9 years and a day is a real connection, whilst that of one less than 8 years is not. 2. Their dispute refers only to one who is 8 years old. Footnotes, 1, i.e., she becomes a harlot whom a priest may not marry, Leviticus XXL 7. 2. So that if he was 9 years and a day or more, Beth Hillel agree that she is invalidated from the priesthood, whilst if he was less than 8, Beth Shammai agree that she is not. Book, Kethaboth, 5b. The question was asked, is it allowed, 15, to perform the first marital act on the Sabbath? 16, is the blood, in the womb, stored up? 17, or is it the result of a wound? 18, footnotes, 15, lit, how is it? 16, when the intercourse could not take place before the Sabbath, Tosaf. 17, and the intercourse would be allowed, since the blood flows out of its own accord, no wound having been made. 18, lit, or is it wounded? And the intercourse would be forbidden. Book, Kethaboth, 10a 10b. Someone came before Rabban Gamaliel the son of Rabbi, and said to him, my master, I have had intercourse with my newly wedded wife, and I have not found any blood. 7. She, the wife, said to him, my master, I am still a virgin. He, then, said to them, bring me 2 handmaids, one, who is a virgin and one who had intercourse with a man. They brought to him 2 such handmaids, and he placed them on a cask of wine. In the case of the one who was no more a virgin, its smell, 1, went through. 2, in the case of the virgin, the smell did not go through. 3. He, then, placed this one, the young wife, also, on a cask of wine, and its smell, 4, did not go through. He, then, said to him, go, be happy with thy bargain. 7. But he should have examined her from the beginning. 8. Footnotes, 1, i.e., the smell of wine. 2. One could smell the wine from the mouth, Rashi. 3. One could not smell the wine from the mouth. 4, i.e., the smell of wine. 5. Rabban Gamaliel. 6. To the husband. 7. The test showed that the wife was a virgin. 8. Why did he first have experiment with the 2 handmaids? Book, Kethaboth, 11a 11b. Rabbah said, it means, 5, this, when a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 6, it is as if one puts the finger in the eye. 7. But when a small boy has intercourse with a grown-up woman, he makes her as a girl who is injured by a piece of wood. Footnotes, 5. Lit, says. 6, lit, here, that is, less than 3 years old. 7. Tears come to the eyes again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years. Book, Kethaboth, 11a 11b. Rab Judah said that Rab said, a small boy who has intercourse with a grown-up woman makes here, as though she were, injured by a piece of wood. 1. Although the intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act, nevertheless the woman is injured by it as by a piece of wood. Footnotes, 1, although the intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act, nevertheless the woman is injured by it as by a piece of wood. Book, Hayer Wraith, 4a. We learnt, the law concerning the menstruant occurs in the Torah, but if a man has intercourse with a woman that awaits a day corresponding to a day, he is exempt. But why? Surely, the law concerning a woman that awaits a day corresponding to a day is mentioned in the scriptures, he hath made naked her fountain. But, surely it is written, 1. They might rule that in the natural way even the first stage of contact is forbidden, and in an unnatural way, however, consummation of coition only is forbidden but the first stage of contact is permitted. If so, the same might apply, even, to the case of a menstruant also. 2. The fact, however, is, that the ruling might have been permitted, 3. Even in the natural way, 4. Alleging, that the prohibition of, the first stage, 5. Has reference to a menstruant woman only, 6. And if you prefer I might say, the ruling may have been that a woman is not regarded as a Zaba, 7. Except during the daytime because it is written, all the days of her issue, 8. Emphasis appears in Sansino edition original, ed. Footnotes, 13, Leviticus 15,28. 14. Cf. Super p.17 and .10. Since she is thus biblically considered unclean, how could a court rule that one having intercourse with her is exempt? 15. Leviticus XX 18. 1. Ibid. 13. The plural XXXX, Hebrew characters, ed., implies natural, and unnatural intercourse. 2. Why then was the case of a woman who awaits a day corresponding to a day given as an illustration when the case of a menstruant, already mentioned, would apply the same illustration? 3. The first stage of contact. 4. In the case of one who awaits a day corresponding to a day, only consummation of coition being forbidden in her case. 5. Cf. Leviticus XX 18. 6. Thus permitting a forbidden act which the Sadducees do not admit. 7. A woman who has an issue of blood not in the time of her menstruation, and is subject to certain laws of uncleanness and purification, Leviticus 15,25 ff. 8. Leviticus 15,26. Emphasis being laid on days. Book, Avodah Zarah, 36b 37a. Arnaham b. Isaac said, they decreed in connection with a heathen child that it would cause defilement by seminal emission, 2, so that an Israelite child should not become accustomed to commit pederasty with it. From what age does a heathen child cause defilement by seminal emission? From the age of 9 years and 1 day. 37a, for inasmuch as he is then capable of the sexual act he likewise defiles by emission. Rabbinah said, it is therefore to be concluded that a heathen girl communicates defilement from the age of 3 years and 1 day, for inasmuch as she is then capable of the sexual act she likewise defiles by efflux. Footnotes, 2. Even though he suffered from no issue. Book, Soda, 26b. Our Papa said, it excludes an animal, because there is not adultery in connection with an animal. 4. Rabbah of Parazika, 5, asked Arashi, whence is the statement which the rabbis made that there is no adultery in connection with an animal, because it is written, thou shalt not bring the hire of a harlot or the wages of a dog, etc. 6, and it has been taught, the hire of a dog, 7, and the wages of a harlot, 8, are permissible, as it is said, even both of these, 9, the 2, specified texts are abominations, but not 4, 10, as lying with mankind. 12, but, said Rabbah, it excludes the case where he warned her against contact of the bodies, 13. Abbe said to him, that is merely an obscene act, and not adultery, and did the All-Merciful prohibit, a wife to her husband, for an obscene act? Emphasis in original text, ed. Footnotes, 4, she would not be prohibited to her husband for such an act. 5, Faraz near Baghdad v.bb, sunk.ed, p.15 and .4. He is thus distinguished from the earlier rabbi of that name. 6, Deuteronomy XXII 19. 7, money given by a man to a harlot to associate with his dog. Such an association is not legal adultery. 8, if a man had a female slave who was a harlot and he exchanged her for an animal, it could be offered. 9, are an abomination unto the Lord. Ibid. 10, viz., the other two mentioned by the rabbi. 11, in number v13. Since the law applies to a man who is incapable. 12, Leviticus 18,22. The word for lying is in the plural and is explained as denoting also unnatural intercourse. 13, with the other man, although there is no actual coition. Emphasis appears in original Sansino edition, ed. Book, Yebamith, 55b. Rabbah said, for what purpose did the All-Merciful write carnally in connection with the designated bondmaid, 9, a married woman, 10, and a soda, 11? This in connection with the designated bondmaid, is required, as has just been explained, 12. That in connection with a married woman excludes intercourse with a relaxed membrum, 13. This is a satisfactory interpretation in accordance with the view of him who maintains that if one cohabited with forbidden relatives with relaxed membrum he is exonerated, 14. What, however, can be said, according to him who maintains, that for such an act one is guilty, the exclusion is rather that of intercourse with a dead woman, 15. Since it might have been assumed that, as a wife, even after her death, is described as his kin, 16, one should be guilty for intercourse with her, as for that, with a married woman, hence we are taught, that one is exonerated. Footnotes, 9, Leviticus 19,20. 10, Ibid.18,20. 11, Number v 13. 12, Super 55a. 13, since no fertilization can possibly occur. 14, Shavyal 8a San.55a. 15, even though she dies as a married woman. 16, in Leviticus XXI2. Where the text enumerates the dead relatives for whom a priest may defile himself. As was explained, Super 22b, his kin refers to one's wife. Emphasis in Sonsino edition original, ed. Book, Yebamith, 103a 103b. When the serpent copulated with Eve, 14, he infused her, 15, with lust. The lust of the Israelites who stood at Mount Sinai, 16, came to an end, the lust of idolaters who did not stand at Mount Sinai did not come to an end. Footnotes, 14, in the Garden of Eden, according to tradition. 15, i.e., the human species. 16, and experienced the purifying influence of divine revelation. Book, Yebamith, 63a. R. Eliezer further stated, what is meant by the scriptural text, this is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh, 5. This teaches that Adam had intercourse with every beast and animal but found no satisfaction until he cohabited with Eve. Footnotes, 5, General 2,23. Emphasis on this is now. Emphasis appears in original Sonsino edition, ed. Book, Yebamith, 60b. As R. Joshua B. Levi related, there was a certain town in the land of Israel the legitimacy of whose inhabitants was disputed, and Rabbi sent R. Romanos who conducted an inquiry and found it in the daughter of a proselyte who was under the age of 3 years and 1 day, 14, and Rabbi declared her eligible to live with a priest, 15. Footnotes, 13, a proselyte under the age of 3 years and 1 day may be married by a priest. 6, and was married to a priest. 7, i.e., permitted to continue to live with her husband. P. Book, Yebamith, 59b. R. Shimei B. Hiah stated, a woman who had intercourse with a beast is eligible to marry a priest, 4. Likewise it was taught, a woman who had intercourse with that which is no human being, 5, though she is in consequence subject to the penalty of stoning, 6, is nevertheless permitted to marry a priest, 7. Footnotes, 4, even a high priest. The result of such intercourse being regarded as a mere wound, and the opinion that does not regard an accidentally injured hymen as a disqualification does not so regard such an intercourse either. 5, a beast. 6, if the offense was committed in the presence of witnesses after due warning. 7, in the absence of witnesses and warning. Book, Yebamith, 12b. Arbabai recited before Arnaham, 3, categories of, women may, 7, use an absorbent, 8, in their marital intercourse, 9, a minor, a pregnant woman and a nursing woman. The minor, 10, because, otherwise, she might. 11, become pregnant, and as a result, 11, might die. And what is the age of such a minor? 14, from the age of 11 years and 1 day until the age of 12 years and 1 day. One who is under, 15, or over this age, 16, must carry on her marital intercourse in the usual manner. Footnotes, 7, so Rashi.R.Tam, should use, v.Tosaf sv. 8, hackled wool or flax. 9, to prevent conception. 10, may use an absorbent. 11, lit, perhaps. 14, who is capable of conception but exposed thereby to the danger of death. 15, when no conception is possible. 16, when pregnancy involves no fatal consequences. Book, Yebamith, 59b. When R.Dimi came, 8, he related, it once happened at Hadalu, 9, that while a young woman was sweeping the floor, 10, a village dog, 11, covered her from the rear, 12, and Rabbi permitted her to marry a priest. Samuel said, even a high priest. Footnotes, 8, from Palestine to Babylon. 1, Babylonian form for HLO, modern Erdogan NW of Kadesh, vs. Kellen, byte rage p.47. 2, lit, house. 3, or big hunting dog, Rashi, ferocious dog, Jast, small wild dog, Aruk. 4, a case of unnatural intercourse. Hayton, is any of this beginning to be a bit outlandish to any of you? Dogs? A village dog covered her from the rear? Is this not the most confusing bunch of nonsense you have ever seen? Does it cross anyone's mind that you might be dealing with rules set up by ones totally unfamiliar with much of anything suitable to behavior by Earth human? Oh yes, you have bestiality but hardly anything so allowable as trivial in being covered from the rear by a dog while sweeping the floor yet? Would you believe such a tale if anyone walked up to you and told you this today? Does anyone begin to relate anything in these outlandish displays of obscenities with what you have heard of the activities of little gray aliens? To continue. Book, Kethuboth, 6b. Said he to him, not like those Babylonians who are not skilled in moving aside, 7, but there are some who are skilled in moving aside, 8. If so, why, give the reason of, anxious, 10, for one who is not skilled. Then, let them say, one who is skilled is allowed, to perform the first intercourse on Sabbath, one who is not skilled is forbidden, most, people, are skilled, 11. Said Rabbah the son of Arhanan to Abba, if this were so, Then Y, have, groomsman, 12, Y, have, a sheet, 13, he, Abbe, said to him, there, the groomsman and the sheet are necessary, perhaps he will see and destroy, the tokens of her virginity, 14. Footnotes, 7, i.e., having intercourse with a virgin without causing a bleeding. Thus no blood need come out, and let his head be cut off and let him not die, does not apply. 2. If the bridegroom is skilled in moving sideways. 3. He need not be anxious about the intercourse and should not be free from reading Shema on account of such anxiety. 4. Therefore the principle regarding let his head be cut off and let him not die, does not, as a rule, apply. 5. The groomsmen testify in case of need to the virginity of the bride. V. Infert 12a. If the bridegroom will act in a manner that will cause no bleeding, the groomsmen will not be able to testify on the question of virginity. 6. To provide evidence of the virginity of the bride. Cf. Deuteronomy XXII 17. 7. It may happen that he will act in the normal manner and cause bleeding, but he will destroy the tokens and maintain that the bride was not a virgin. For this reason the above-mentioned provisions are necessary. Where however he moved aside and made a false charge as to her virginity, the bride can plead that she is still a virgin. Rashi. After reading these verbatim quotations from the countless other similar quotations which you will find in the official unabridged Sansino edition of the Talmud in the English language, are you of the opinion, my dear Dr. Goldstein, that the Talmud was the sort of book from which Jesus drew the teachings which enable him to revolutionize the world on moral and religious subjects? You have read here verbatim quotations and official footnotes on a few of the many other subjects covered by the 63 books of the Talmud. When you read them you must be prepared for a shock. I am surprised that the United States Post Office does not bar the Talmud from the mails. I hesitated to quote them in this letter. Haton, I also hesitated to quote them herein because the next barrage of accusations and denouncing will pile upon my people, but truth is truth, and if you once will not take time to look it up for self, then hope for your journey is slim indeed. I most certainly do not expect you to find truth by simply asking a nice rabbi or clergyman. I would like, herein, to remind you of something regarding these Zionists. Your own Jerry Falwell stood forth as leader of your moral majority and stated before the world, I am proud to say that I am a Zionist. Does it mean that he knew all these things of heinous content? No, he is simply another of the ignorant and intentionally uninformed. In support of the contention by the top echelon among the outstanding authorities on this phase of the present status of the Talmud, further proof of the wide influence exerted by the Talmud upon the so-called or self-styled Jews is supplied by Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer's article What is a Jew in the June 17, 1952 issue of Look magazine. Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer's article contains a lovely picture of a smiling man seated in a chair with a large open book upon his lap. Seated around him on the floor are about a dozen smiling men and women. They are paying close attention to the smiling man in the chair with the open book upon his lap. He is reading to the persons on the floor. He emphasizes what he is reading by gestures with one of his hands. Beneath this photograph of the group is the following explanation. Adults study ancient writings, 2. Rabbi in this picture, seated in chair, leads group discussion of Talmud before evening prayer. Emphasis applied. This picture and explanation indicate the extent the Talmud is the daily diet of so-called or self-styled Jews in this day and age. The Talmud is first taught to children of so-called or self-styled Jews as soon as they are able to read. Just as the Talmud is the textbook by which rabbis are trained, so is the Talmud also the textbook by which the rank and file of the so-called or self-styled Jews are trained to think from their earliest age. In the translation of the Talmud with its texts edited, corrected, and formulated by the eminent Michael Rodkinson, Reverend Dr. Isaac M. Wise, on page 11, it states, the modern Jew is the product of the Talmud. Emphasis applied. To the average Christian the word Talmud is just another word associated by them with the form of religious worship practiced in their synagogues by so-called or self-styled Jews. Many Christians have never heard of the Talmud. Very few Christians are informed on the contents of the Talmud. Some may believe the Talmud to be an integral part of the religious worship known to them as Judaism. It suggests a sort of Bible or religious textbook. It is classed as a spiritual manual. But otherwise few if any Christian has an understanding of the contents of the Talmud and what it means in the daily lives of so-called or self-styled Jews. As an illustration, my dear Dr. Goldstein, how many Christians have any conception of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer recited in synagogues on the Day of Atonement? Haton, for you readers of And They Called His Name Emmanuel, allow me to point out that the original release of this information was titled Talmud J'Manuel. I think it is now evident as to why Sananda chose to relabel it. There is now a new copy of the book translated by Billy Meyer again called the Talmud Emmanuel. I suggest you be most careful in the reading thereof, for it is printed solely for the monetary value, and these ones who are reproducing the work have done everything they could do to stop our publishing of the truth. Talmud is a perfectly good word, but as is always the case with the great deceiver, you do not get goodness and light but lies and deceit. Therefore, God will refrain from utilizing terms which will mislead you who are efforting to find truth. A word placed so blatantly upon the cover indicates misuse of the intent if it is there to connote truth. In Volume 8 of the Jewish Encyclopedia on page 539 found in the Library of Congress, the New York Public Library and libraries of all leading cities, will be found the official translation into English of the prayer known as the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer. It is the prologue of the Day of Atonement services in the synagogues. It is recited 3 times by the standing congregation in concert with chanting rabbis at the altar. After the recital of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer, the Day of Atonement religious ceremonies follow immediately. The Day of Atonement religious observances are the highest holy days of so-called or self-styled Jews and are celebrated as such throughout the world. The official translation into English of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer follows. All vows, obligations, oaths, anathemas, whether called konam, konas, or by any other name, which we may vow, or swear, or pledge, or whereby we may be bound, from this Day of Atonement. Unto the next, whose happy coming we await, we do repent. May they be deemed absolved, forgiven, annulled, and void and made of no effect. They shall not bind us nor have power over us, the vows shall not be reckoned vows, the obligations shall not be obligatory, nor the oaths be oaths. Emphasis applied. Hayton, go right back now and really read that prayer, for you did not pick up the point the first time. The implications, inferences, and innuendos of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer are referred to in the Talmud in the book of Nedarim, 23a-23b as follows. Book, and he who desires that none of his vows made during the year shall be valid, let him stand at the beginning of the year and declare, every vow which I may make in the future shall be null. 1. His vows are then invalid, providing that he remembers this at the time of the vow. Emphasis in original and supplied, ed. Footnotes. 1. This may have provided a support for the custom of reciting Kol Nidre, a formula for dispensation of vows, prior to the evening service of the Day of Atonement, ran. Though the beginning of the year, New Year, is mentioned here, the Day of Atonement was probably chosen on account of its great solemnity. But Kol Nidre as part of the ritual is later than the Talmud, and, as seen from the following statement of Arhuna Behinim, the law of revocation in advance was not made public. Emphasis supplied and in original text ed. The greatest study of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer was made by the eminent psychoanalyst Professor Theodor Reich, the celebrated pupil of the famous Dr. Sigmund Freud. The analysis of the historic, religious, and psychological background of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer by Professor Reich presents the Talmud in its true perspective. This important study is contained in Professor Reich's The Ritual, Psychoanalytical Studies. In the chapter on the Talmud, on page 168, Professor Reich states, the text was to the effect that all oaths which believers take between one Day of Atonement and the next Day of Atonement are declared invalid. Emphasis applied. Before explaining to you how the present wording of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer was introduced into the Day of Atonement synagogue ceremonies, my dear Dr. Goldstein, I would like to quote a passage to you from the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia confirms the fact that the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer has no spiritual value as might be believed because it is recited in synagogues on the Day of Atonement as the prologue of the religious ceremonies which follow it. The secular significance of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer is indicated forcefully by the analysis in the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia. In Volume 6, on page 441, it states, the Kol Nidre has nothing whatever to do with the actual idea of the Day of Atonement. It attained to extraordinary solemnity and popularity by reason of the fact that it was the first prayer recited on this holiest of days. My dear Dr. Goldstein, prepare for the shock of your life. Compelled by what you have now read here about the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer, you must be shocked to learn that many Christian churches actually pealed their bells on the Day of Atonement in celebration of that holy day for so-called or self-styled Jews. How stupid can the Christian clergy get? From what I have learned after a cursory inquiry, I am unable to say whether it was a case of stupidity or cupidity. With what you already know, together with what you will additionally know before you finish this letter, you will be able to judge for yourself whether it was stupidity or cupidity. There is not one single fact in this entire letter which every graduate of a theological seminary did not have the opportunity to learn. The following news item was featured in the New York World Telegram on October 7, only a few days ago. Under a prominent headline, Jewish holidays to end at sundown, the New York World Telegram gave great prominence to the following story. Synagogues and temples throughout the city were crowded yesterday as the 24-hour fast began. Dr. Norman Salad, head of the Synagogue Council of America, representing the three major Jewish bodies, had called on other faiths to join the fast. Cutting across religious lines, many Protestant churches in the city pealed their bells last night to sound the Kol Nidre, traditional melody used at the start of Yom Kippur. The gesture of goodwill was recommended by the Manhattan office of the Protestant Council. Emphasis applied. That just about tops anything I have ever had come to my attention, revealing the ignorance and indifference of the Christian clergy to the hazards today facing the Christian faith. From my personal contacts with the Manhattan office of the Protestant Council in the recent past, I hold out very little hope for any constructive contribution they can make to the common defense of the Christian faith against its dedicated enemies. In each instance they buckled under the pressure exerted upon them by the contacts for so-called or self-styled Jews. If it was not so tragic it would be comic. It was a joke indeed, but the joke was on the Christian clergy. Ye gods. Many Christian churches pealed their bells, as the Protestant Council reports the event, to sound the Kol Nidre, traditional melody used at the start of Yom Kippur. Just where does betrayal of a trust and breach of faith begin? The present wording of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer dates from the 11th century. A political reversal in Eastern Europe compelled the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe to adopt the present wording of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer. That story involves the history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe. Before relating here as briefly as possible the history of the so-called or self-styled Jews of Eastern Europe, I would like to quote here another short passage from the Jewish Encyclopedia in Volume 7, on page 540, states. An important alteration in the wording of the Kol Nidre was made by Rashi's son-in-law, Meir ben Samuel, who changed the original phrase from the last day of atonement to this one to from this day of atonement until the next dot. Emphasis applied. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We will herein stop quoting and for that matter, stop the writing at this point for the sitting. Thank you for the long hours of service, Dharma. I ask you to be particularly attuned to my call for you are in danger and hence is why we had to disengage your prior computer. We will simply have to work our way through the next few days of bringing forth this information for as you might well note the evil brotherhood does not want it brought forth. When human realizes how he has been duped he shall rise up and stop this madness. Ah, and may it be in time. Haton to stand by. I shall keep the shielding in place but I must ask that you remain within my commands lest you be damaged. The truth is going to come forth now and it has confirmation and credentials of proof just as you were told at onset by the command dash that you would be given credentials and credibility from that which is the silver clouds and would be forthcoming from earth place. And so it shall be put to print that man may see how sadly he has been made the dupe. Good evening. God grants his protection of his servants. Salut. Chapter 6. Rec number 2 Haton. Monday, February 18, 1991, 8:40 a.m. Year 4 Day 186 Today's Watch. Briefly we will attend today's nonsense for I wish to move forward with material which may save your souls. Loss of your bodies is simply collateral damage as I believe your military and administration refer to death of innocent civilians. Several points to note and then we will move on. Firstly, note the involvement of the top Russian leaders with the Iraq setup. Then also note the exchanges of notes between countries. Then note the sudden discovery of massive gold deposits in the Soviet Union which will save the Soviet economy. Come now, you can tell from the assay office pictures that the gold has long been known about and mined. Your world is being told that Russia is very much alive and well and you have been duped into sending billions to her aid but, the game is being played according to the rules of the elite. Keep your eyes open. One of the most important references today regarding Russia is the fact that, the Russians are concerned about the gathering storm and anger of the 60 million Muslims within Russia who are on the march to uprising against the Middle East attack by the United States. It will take more than walking gently and carrying a big stick, America, when you add 60 million upset Muslims to the millions and millions of upset Muslims elsewhere and all the millions of Islamics in the world. Then, you had better really watch the Chinese for even though they claim communism as politics they are Buddha followers for the most part and Buddha taught Christian commandments. This event is getting large indeed, and out of control, world. You will have far more dramatics regarding the ground war or the propaganda won't be worth anything. I suggest you listen to your media authorities as they come forth on TV to discuss the outlay of news. There is no earthly way you can tell a thing about the news outlay except that you can't believe a word of it. The head of CNN has said that what is produced on the news is to simply get instant coded messages to one another and the real negotiations go on behind the scenes in absolute secrecy while allowing leaks as intended to distract. Do you know why you continue to watch the lies and believe them? Because you actually don't believe a thing anyone tells you so you select that which pleases your own opinion no more and no less. You simply, as does the UN councils and national leaders, parrot whatever is said, even unto the same terminology as handed out in the scripting prior to any official statements. Next look at your President Bush today. He is dressed in black military-appearing garb and is carrying a very big stick during his power walk as the press called it. This follows a day in church wherein a citizen objects to Bush's massacre and the man is hauled out by police and arrested and charged with public disturbance. The man has a child in Saudi Arabia and is against the killing of innocent citizens and you arrest him. You arrest the man who belongs to the group, for speaking out, and allow the one who commits genocide and global annihilation to go in protection. You had better further note that this elderly man Bush is acting in advance of an athlete in Olympic competition. He can outjog any of his Secret Service men and at a walk can outrun all of the press. This is the strategic clue to identify a reproduction in effort to have him appear superhuman. The lies are so great and the deception so intense and so great that it is indeed difficult to see truth through the barrage of blood-stained drapery. Let us please return to the journal in penning. Continuation of Friedman's letter to Goldstein. Yes, you will note that the names are of Judean lineage. You will also note that almost all of the ones who speak on your TV and in the press are of Jewish labels. If you miss that point, then you have missed everything. It will be you of Judean roots who will put a stop to the insanity of the Zionists or you will be trampled into the earth by their iron boots. This is, of course, not easy for the lies have been so massive and you of the heritage of the Holy Lands have sought so long and diligently for your roots. Yes, it shall be you of the real Judean roots who will bring this to a halt or it shall not be stopped. For you know the truth of what is being laid bare herein. Quoting continued. You will agree, my dear Dr. Goldstein, that Meir Ben Samuel knew what he was doing. The wording of that altered version of the Kol Nidra, all vows, prayer makes the recital of the prayer release during the coming year from any obligation to respect any oath, vow, or pledge made during the coming year. Like any one-year license obtained from the federal, state, or municipal governments, the altered version of the Kol Nidra prayer is also a license for 1 year only. Kol Nidra, all vows, prayer extends immunity in advance for 1 year from all obligations to observe the terms of oaths, vows and pledges made in the year following the date of the Day of Atonement when the prayer was recited. Each year however it becomes necessary to renew this license which automatically revokes in advance any oath, vow, or pledge made during the next 12 months, by again appearing in a synagogue on the next Day of Atonement and reciting the Kol Nidra, all vows, prayer again. Do you approve of this? The passage in the Talmud referring to Kol Nidra, all vows, prayer certifies to several serious situations. It certifies that Kol Nidra, all vows, Prayer was added as a prologue to the Day of Atonement religious services long after the completion of the Talmud between 500 AD-1000 AD by the statement, as part of the ritual is later than the Talmud. It confirms that Medir ben Samuel, who authored the present altered version of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer, lived in the 11th century. Furthermore, the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe believed it served their purpose better to keep secret from their Christian conquerors their attitude on oaths, vows and pledges. The law of revocation in advance was not made public. Without a complete and accurate knowledge of the origin and history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe, my dear Dr. Goldstein, it is quite impossible for yourself or for anybody to intelligently understand the harmful influence the Talmud has exerted for 10 centuries, and the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer for 7 centuries upon the course of world history. These two little-known factors are the hub and the spokes of the big wheel rolling merrily along the road to complete world domination in the not-distant future, without arousing suspicion, and wearing the innocent disguise of an alleged religious belief as their only defense mechanism. This insidious intrigue creates a most effective camouflage for the conspirators. The virility of their plot presents a problem in the defense of the political, economic, social, and cultural ideologies developed under a Christian civilization. Hayton, stop, go back and read that paragraph again, also. Thank you. You will probably also be as astonished as the 150 million Christians years ago when I electrified the nation with the first publication by me of the facts disclosed by my many years of research into the origin and the history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe. My many years of intensive research established beyond any question of any doubt, contrary to the generally accepted belief held by Christians, that the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe at any time in their history in Eastern Europe were never the legendary lost 10 tribes of Bible lore. That historic fact is incontrovertible. Hayton, please note that the above said lost 10 tribes. This is why in referring to the Hazars, imitation Jews, we do refer to them as the 13th simply, furthermore, as designation and identification to separate them from the accepted myths. Remember, as we unfold this information, we are limited to that which is in your capability of receiving and understanding, and the only means we have in printed or spoken material is through use of your own concepts and terminology. This is the mastery of the deceiver to change meanings of terms and give you readings in secret authority, and you know not the difference. You must learn the difference, brothers, for you have allowed yourselves to be victims unto your very doom. Relentless research established as equally true that the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe at no time in their history could be correctly regarded as the direct lineal descendants of the legendary lost 10 tribes of Bible lore. The so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe in modern history cannot legitimately point to a single ancient ancestor who ever set even a foot on the soil of Palestine in the era of Bible history. Research also revealed that the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe were never Semites, are not Semites now, nor can they ever be regarded as Semites at any future time by any stretch of the imagination. Exhaustive research also irrevocably rejects as a fantastic fabrication the generally accepted belief by Christians that the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe are the legendary chosen people so very vocally publicized by the Christian clergy from their pulpits. Maybe you can explain to me, my dear Dr. Goldstein, the reason why and just how the origin and the history of the Hazars and Hazar kingdom was so well concealed from the world for so many centuries. What secret mysterious power has been able for countless generations to keep the origin and the history of the Hazars and Hazar kingdom out of history textbooks and out of classroom courses in history throughout the world? The origin and history of the Hazars and Hazar kingdom are certainly incontestable historic facts. These incontestable historic facts also establish beyond any question of doubt the origin and history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe. The relationship to the origin and early history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe was one of history's best-kept secrets until wide publicity was given in recent years on the subject. Do you not think, my dear Dr. Goldstein, that it is time the whole subject was dragged out of its hiding place? In the year 1948 in the Pentagon in Washington, I addressed a large assembly of the highest-ranking officers of the United States Army, principally in the G2 branch of military intelligence, on the highly explosive geopolitical situation in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Then as now, that area of the world was a potential threat to the peace of the world and to the security of this nation. I explained to them fully the origin of the Hazars and Hazar kingdom. I felt then, as I feel now, that without a clear and comprehensive knowledge of that subject it is not possible to understand or to evaluate properly what has been taking place in the world since 1917, the year of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. It is the key to that problem. Upon the conclusion of my talk, a very alert lieutenant colonel present at the meeting informed me that he was the head of the history department of one of the largest and highest scholastic rated institutions of higher education in the United States. He had taught history there for 16 years. He had recently been called back to Washington for further military service. To my astonishment, he informed me that he had never in all his career as a history teacher or otherwise heard the word Hazar before he heard me mention it there. That must give you some idea, my dear Dr. Goldstein, of how successful that mysterious secret power was with their plot to black out the origin and the history of the Hazars and Hazar kingdom in order to conceal from the world, and particularly Christians, the true origin and history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe. The Russian conquest in the 10th to 13th centuries of the little known to history Hazars apparently ended the existence for all time of the little known to history 800,000 square mile sovereign kingdom of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe, known then as the Hazar kingdom. Historians and theologians now agree that this political development was the reason for the important change in the wording of the Kol Nidre by Medir ben Samuel in the 11th century, and for the policy adopted by the so-called or self-styled Jews that the law of revocation in advance was not made public. Will you be patient with me while I review here as briefly as I can the history of that political emergence and disappearance of a nation from the pages of history? Hayton, for you readers of the journals, please do not skip over this particular segment simply because we have covered it prior to this in a couple or three of the journals. You are so misinformed that you need to hear it again and again until it comes into your consciousness as reality. These pieces of information being brought forth now are the most important documentations ever brought onto your planet, and this is only the beginning of the outlay of how it really is. So please get the pieces in mental place so that you will be prepared for the facts yet to come forth. Prior to the 10th century, the Khazar kingdom had already been reduced by Russian conquests to an area of about 800,000 square miles. See copy of map at end of document. As you will observe on this map reproduced from the Jewish Encyclopedia, the territory of the Khazar kingdom in the 10th century was still by far the largest of any nation in Europe. The population of the Khazar kingdom was made up for the most part of Khazars, with the addition of the remnants of the populations of the 25 peaceful agricultural nations which had inhabited this approximate 1 million square miles before their conquest by the invading Khazars. In the 1st century BC, the Khazars had invaded Eastern Europe from their homeland in Asia. The Khazars invaded Eastern Europe via the land route between the north end of the Caspian Sea and the south end of the Ural Mountains. See map. The Khazars were not Semites. They were an Asiatic Mongoloid nation. They are classified by modern anthropologists as Turco-Finn racially. From time immemorial, the homeland of the Khazars was in the heart of Asia. They were a very warlike nation. The Khazars were driven out of Asia finally by the nations in Asia with whom they were continually at war. The Khazars invaded Eastern Europe to escape further defeats in Asia. The very warlike Khazars did not find it difficult to subdue and conquer the 25 peaceful agricultural nations occupying approximately 1 million square miles in Eastern Europe. In a comparatively short period, the Khazars established the largest and most powerful kingdom in Europe, and probably the wealthiest also. The Khazars were a pagan nation when they invaded Eastern Europe. Their religious worship was a mixture of phallic worship and other forms of idolatrous worship practiced in Asia by pagan nations. This form of worship continued until the 7th century. The vile forms of sexual excesses indulged in by the Khazars as their form of religious worship produced a degree of moral degeneracy the Khazars king could not endure. In the 7th century, King Bulan, ruler at that time of the Khazar kingdom, decided to abolish the practice of phallic worship and other forms of idolatrous worship and make one of the three monotheistic religions, about which he knew very little, the new state religion. After a historic session with representatives of the three monotheistic religions, King Bulan decided against Christianity and Islam and selected as the future state religion of the Khazar kingdom the religious worship then known as Talmudism, and now known and practiced as Judaism. This event is well documented in history. King Bulan and his 4,000 feudal nobles were promptly converted by rabbis imported from Babylonia for the event. Phallic worship and other forms of idolatry were thereafter forbidden. The Khazar kings invited large numbers of rabbis to come and open synagogues and schools to instruct the population in the new form of religious worship. It was now the state religion. The converted Khazars were the first population of so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe. So-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe after the conversion of the Khazars are the descendants of the Khazars converted to Talmudism, or as it is now known Judaism, by the 7th century mass conversion of the Khazar population. After the conversion of King Bulan, none but a so-called or self-styled Jew could occupy the Khazar throne. The Khazar kingdom became a virtual theocracy. The religious leaders were the civil administrators also. The religious leaders imposed the teachings of the Talmud upon the population as their guide to living. The ideologies of the Talmud became the axis of political, cultural, economic, and social attitudes and activities throughout the Khazar kingdom. The Talmud provided civil and religious law. It might be very interesting for you, my dear Dr. Goldstein, if you have the patience, to allow me to quote for you here from Volume 4, pages 1 to 5, of the Jewish Encyclopedia. The Jewish Encyclopedia refers to the Khazars as Khazars. The two spellings are optional according to the best authorities. The two are pronounced alike. Either Khazar or Khazar is pronounced like the first syllable of costume with the words are added onto it. It is correctly pronounced Kos, Tum, Zar. The Jewish Encyclopedia has 5 pages on the Khazars, but I will skip through them. Khazars, a people of Turkish origin whose life and history are interwoven with the very beginnings of the history of the Jews of Russia. Driven on by the nomadic tribes of the steppes and by their own desire for plunder and revenge. In the second half of the 6th century the Khazars moved westward. The kingdom of the Khazars was firmly established in most of South Russia long before the foundation of the Russian monarchy by the Varangians, 855. At this time the kingdom of the Khazars moved westward. The kingdom of the Khazars stood at the height of its power and was constantly at war. At the end of the 8th century the Chagan, king of the Khazars, and his grandees, together with a large number of his heathen people, embraced the Jewish religion. The Jewish population in the entire domain of the Khazars, in the period between the 7th and 10th centuries, must have been considerable. About the 9th century, it appears as if all the Khazars were Jews and that they had been converted to Judaism only. A short time before it was one of the successors of Bulan named Obadiah, who regenerated the kingdom and strengthened the Jewish religion. He invited Jewish scholars to settle in his dominions, and founded synagogues and schools. The people were instructed in the Bible, Mishnah, and the Talmud and in the divine service of the Hazanim. In their writings the Khazars used the Hebrew letters. The Khazar languages predominated. Obadiah was succeeded by his son Hezekiah, the latter by his son Manasseh, Manasseh by Hanukkah, a brother of Obadiah, Hanukkah by his son Isaac, Isaac by his son Moses, or Manasseh II, the latter by his son Nisi, and Nisi by his son Aaron II. King Joseph himself was a son of Aaron, and ascended the throne in accordance with the law of the Khazars relating to succession. The king had 25 wives, all of royal blood, and 60 concubines, all famous beauties. Each one slept in a separate tent and was watched by Anuka. This seems to have been the beginning of the downfall of the Khazar kingdom. The Russian Varangians established themselves at Kiev. Until the final conquest of the Khazars by the Russians. After a hard fight the Russians conquered the Khazars. 4 years later the Russians conquered all the Khazarian territory east of the Azov. Many members of the Khazarian royal family emigrated to Spain. Some went to Hungary, but the great mass of the people remained in their native country. The greatest historian on the origin and the history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe was Professor H. Greets, himself a so-called or self-styled Jew. Professor H. Greets points out in his famous History of the Jews that when so-called or self-styled Jews in other countries hear a rumor about so-called or self-styled Jews in the Khazar kingdom, they believe these converted Khazars to be the lost 10 tribes. These rumors were no doubt responsible for the legend which grew up that Palestine was the homeland of the converted Khazars. On page 141 in his History of the Jews, Professor H. Greets states, "The Khazars professed a coarse religion, which was combined with sensuality and lewdness. After Obadiah came a long series of Jewish Chagans, kings, for according to a fundamental law of the state only Jewish rulers were permitted to ascend the throne. For some time the Jews of other countries had no knowledge of the conversion of this powerful kingdom to Judaism, and when at last a vague rumor to this effect reached them, they were of the opinion that Khazaria was peopled by the remnant of the former 10 tribes. When the Khazars in the 1st century BC invaded Eastern Europe, their mother tongue was an Asiatic language, referred to in the Jewish encyclopedia as the Khazar languages. They were primitive Asiatic dialects without any alphabet or any written form. When King Bulan was converted in the 7th century, he decreed that the Hebrew characters he saw in the Talmud and other Hebrew documents was thereupon to become the alphabet for the Khazar language. The Hebrew characters were adapted to the phonetics of the spoken Khazar language in order to provide a means for providing a written record of their speech. The adoption of the Hebrew characters had no racial, political, or religious implication. The Western European uncivilized nations which had no alphabet for their spoken language adopted the alphabet of the Latin language under comparable circumstances. With the invasion of Western Europe by the Romans, the civilization and the culture of the Romans was introduced into these uncivilized areas. Thus the Latin alphabet was adopted for the language of the French, Spanish, English, Swedish, and many other Western European languages. These languages were completely foreign to each other, yet they all used the same alphabet. The Romans brought their alphabet with their culture to these uncivilized nations exactly like the rabbis brought the Hebrew alphabet from Babylonia to the Khazars when they introduced writing to them in the form of the Talmud's alphabet. Since the conquest of the Khazars by the Russians and the disappearance of the Khazar kingdom, the language of the Khazars is known as Yiddish. For about 6 centuries the so-called or self-styled Jews of Eastern Europe have referred to themselves while still resident in their native Eastern European countries as Yiddish by nationality. They identified themselves as Yiddish rather than as Russian, Polish, Galician, Lithuanian, Romanian, Hungarian, or by the nation of which they were citizens. They also referred to the common language they all spoke as Yiddish also. There are today in New York City, as you know, my dear Dr. Goldstein, many Yiddish newspapers, Yiddish theaters, and many other cultural organizations of so-called or self-styled Jews from Eastern Europe which are identified publicly by the word Yiddish in their title. Stop quoting. Asterisk. Dharma, allow us a rest please. We will take up with the Yiddish language when we return, so please mark the journal. Chapter 7. Rec number 3 Hayton. Monday, February 18, 1991, 1:08 p.m. Year 4 Day 186 Today's Watch. Hayton present in the light of Holy God, in service. We shall understand frustrations and denial, chalice, for how can man know that which has been denied his eyes and ears? Further, we shall keep the humor in all circumstance, for it helps lend balance to a most unbalanced experience. I shall respond to the young man in Saudi Arabia at a later time, for I must continue with our work at hand. In all instances you ones must look at the truth of words as they come forth, i.e. I've skimmed through your articles. How can anyone come to any valid conclusions regarding anything by skimming things totally out of context? But the great point we must have finally made is, he says, and have come to the conclusion that you are from another planet. This is the first person who has acknowledged that point so vehemently. I am honored, son, since I am the commander of a Pleiadian vessel called the Phoenix. My suggestion, however, is to allow that to cause you no discomfort, for you will be given to know quite soon now exactly how things are. Now, as the young man burning the journal expresses to warm himself at night and complaining about using up his matches and lighters, so be it. Man burned the holy books, Newton's works, and even burned up the people who brought the truth. It changed not one iota of the truth. Did the burning at the stake, Bruno, who pronounced and proved the earth was not the center of the universe, in conjunction with Copernicus, make the truth less valid? Did the destruction of the works and men who proved the world to be round make the world less round? There is, however, one point of troubling information in the material. The young man says he majored in criminal law, etc. His level of education, however, indicates that there is even more wrong with your judicial system than even I would outline. I am also very relieved for you nice Americans that this young man is in Saudi Arabia defending America and all it stands for. What does it stand for, son? Further, do you defend a group of citizens by going thousands of miles away to reseat a monarch with 80 wives while your own home and nation sits naked to any who should wish to attack? How is it that it has come to the point where if you object to the war in principle that you do not support the troops? Is it not possible to support the troops and the nation and that for which it stands and still object to a distant war and murder? If I be brainwashed in this matter, I believe that I shall resort to staying cleansed, for I care not for the blood of anyone upon my soul. At least 50 children under the age of 5 years died in one bombing in Baghdad of a citizen shelter which is now admitted by the Allies to have been non-military. Is this what you are defending? So be it, for I believe this young man might well be as misinformed as the majority of all ones on your globe. This young man also said that God should decide and is the only one who knows what is to happen in these ending days. Ah, would ye not, then, think it possible God is sending his emissaries to assist his wondrous people from the damnation of hell where the young man has judged me to be placed without trial even by his criminal justice system? Let me remind you of some most important data, for God so loved the world that he sent his Son unto you and ye crucified him, and when he ascended unto the Father he said he would go forth and prepare a place for you, and he has done so. Perhaps one should not burn the documents, for in the ending the truth might have served better than the watching of a glowing ember or fragment of heat, but it most certainly is one sure way not to have to see truth. Just burn it. So be it. My committed task is to get the truth to you. You may do anything you wish with it. I remain grateful that you have been touched by the words to the extent of bothering to respond, much the less with 5 pages of written material that indicates to me that you were touched far more deeply by the skimming than 9 words project. Life is a most wondrous gift to be not sure why ye lay it down. Do ye lay it down for your mother and lover who weeps for you? Or do you lay it down for a man who takes his power walks with the big stick each morning and treats your blood as but nothing but a number in his acceptable losses? Ponder it, ye readers, most carefully indeed, for if this madness be stopped it shall be ye who do of it. Now, as to my stupidity and not admitting ever being wrong, I would suggest that I certainly am first to admit incorrect perceptions. I thought you, sir, were mature, educated and humanitarian enough to understand efforts of love and compassion. I am obviously wrong, for ye have outgrown any need of further education or insight to possible misconceptions or historical information. I was not aware that the school systems of this day so thoroughly covered historical and geographical subject material so extensively that none need further input. Let me assure you, son, that it is the brilliant and educated man who will garner all possible information from whatever comes into his searching hands, for he knows he cannot know it all. He does not burn it upon the sands of some desert of which he knew not the location prior to his participation in the war to defend America. Quoting continued. Yiddish. Before it became known as the Yiddish language, the mother tongue of the Hazars added many words to its limited ancient vocabulary as necessity required. These words were acquired from the languages of its neighboring nations with whom they had political, social, or economic relations. Languages of all nations add to their vocabularies in the same way. The Hazars adapted words to their requirements from the German, the Slavonic, and the Baltic languages. The Hazars adopted a great number of words from the German languages. The Germans had a much more advanced civilization than their Hazar neighbors, and the Hazars sent their children to German schools and universities. The Yiddish language is not a German dialect. Many people are led to believe so because Yiddish has borrowed so many words from the German language. If Yiddish is a German dialect acquired from the Germans, then what language did the Hazars speak for the 1,000 years they existed in Eastern Europe before they acquired culture from the Germans? The Hazars must have spoken some language when they invaded Eastern Europe. What was that language? When did they discard it? How did the entire Hazar population discard one language and adopt another all of a sudden? The idea is too absurd to discuss. Yiddish is the modern name for the ancient mother tongue of the Hazars, with added German, Slavonic, and Baltic adopted and adapted numerous words. Yiddish must not be confused with Hebrew because they both use the same characters as their alphabets. There is not one word of Yiddish in ancient Hebrew, nor is there one word of ancient Hebrew in Yiddish. As I stated before, they are as totally different as Swedish and Spanish, which both likewise use the same Latin characters for their alphabets. The Yiddish language is the cultural common denominator for all the so-called or self-styled Jews in or from Eastern Europe. To the so-called or self-styled Jews in and from Eastern Europe, Yiddish serves them like the English language serves the populations of the 48 states of the United States. Their cultural common denominator throughout the 48 states is the English language, or wherever they may emigrate and resettle. The English language is the tie which binds them to each other. It is the same with the Yiddish language and so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world. Yiddish serves another very useful purpose for so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world. They possess in Yiddish what no other national, racial or religious group can claim. Approximately 90% of the world's so-called or self-styled Jews living in 42 different countries of the world today are either immigrants from Eastern Europe, or their parents emigrated from Eastern Europe. Yiddish is a language common to all of them as their first or second language according to where they were born. It is an international language to them. Regardless of what country in the world they may settle in, they will always find co-religionists who also speak Yiddish. Yiddish enjoys other international advantages too obvious to describe here. Yiddish is the modern language of a nation which has lost its existence as a nation. Yiddish never had a religious implication, although using Hebrew characters for its alphabet. It must not be confused with words like Jewish. But it is very much. Directly north of the Hazar kingdom at the height of its power, a small Slavic state was organized in 820 AD on the south shore of the Gulf of Finland, where it flows into the Baltic Sea. This small state was organized by a small group of Varangians from the Scandinavian peninsula on the opposite shore of the Baltic Sea. The native population of this newly formed state consisted of nomad Slavs who had made their home in this area from earliest recorded history. This infant nation was even smaller than our state of Delaware. This newly born state, however, was the embryo which developed into the Great Russian Empire. In less than 1,000 years since 820 AD, the synthetic nation expanded its borders by ceaseless conquests until it now includes more than 9,500,000 square miles in Europe and Asia, or more than 3 times the area of continental United States, and they have not stopped. During the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, the rapidly expanding Russian nation gradually swallowed up the Hazar kingdom, its neighbor directly to the south. The conquest of the Hazar kingdom by the Russians supplies history with the explanation for the presence after the 13th century of the large number of so-called or self-styled Jews in Russia. The large number of so-called or self-styled Jews in Russia and in Eastern Europe after the destruction of the Khazar kingdom were thereafter no longer known as Khazars but as the Yiddish populations of these many countries. They so refer to themselves today. In the many wars with her neighbors in Europe after the 13th century, Russia was required to cede to her victors large areas which were originally part of the Khazar kingdom. In this manner Poland, Lithuania, Galicia, Hungary, Romania, and Austria acquired from Russia territory originally a part of the Khazar kingdom. Together with this territory these nations acquired a segment of the population of so-called or self-styled Jews descended from the Khazars who once occupied the territory. These frequent boundary changes by the nations in Eastern Europe explains the presence today of the so-called or self-styled Jews in all these countries who all trace their ancestry back to the converted Khazars. Their common language, their common culture, their common religion, and their common racial characteristics classify them all beyond any question of doubt with the Khazars who invaded Eastern Europe in the 1st century BC and were converted to Talmudism in the 7th century. Hayton, interruption for comment. I am asked why these people are continually referred to by Friedman, and me for that matter, as so-called or self-styled. Because, dear ones, that is how they refer to themselves, self-styled, for they practice none of the original Judean practices but totally follow the Talmud. The so-called or self-styled Jews throughout the world today of Eastern European origin make up at least 90% of the world's total present population of so-called or self-styled Jews. The conversion of King Bulan and the Khazar nations in the 7th century accomplished for Talmudism, or for Judaism as Talmudism is called today, what the conversion of Constantine and the Western European nations accomplished for Christianity. Christianity was a small, comparatively unimportant religious belief practiced principally in the Eastern Mediterranean area until the conversion to the Christian faith of the large populations of the Western European pagan nations after the conversion of Constantine. Talmudism, or Judaism as Talmudism is known today, was given its greatest stimulus in all its history with the conversion of the large pagan Khazar population in the 7th century. Without the conversion of the Khazar population it is doubtful if Talmudism, or Judaism as Talmudism is known today, could have survived. Talmudism, the civil and religious code of the Pharisees, most likely would have passed out of existence like the many other creeds and cults practiced by the peoples in that area before, during and after Pharisaism assumed its prominent position among these creeds and cults in the time of Jesus. Talmudism, as Pharisaism was called later, would have disappeared with all its contemporary creeds and cults but for the conversion of the Khazars to Talmudism in the 7th century. At that time Talmudism was well on its way towards complete oblivion. In the year 986 AD the ruler of Russia, Vladimir III, became a convert to the Christian faith in order to marry a Catholic Slavonic princess of a neighboring sovereign state. The marriage was otherwise impossible. Vladimir III thereupon also made his newly acquired Christian faith the state religion of Russia, replacing the pagan worship formerly practiced in Russia since it was founded in 820 AD. Vladimir III and his successors as the rulers of Russia attempted in vain to convert his so-called or self-styled Jews, now Russian subjects, to Russia's Christian state religion, and to adopt the customs and culture of the numerically predominant Russian Christian population. The so-called or self-styled Jews in Russia refused and resisted this plan vigorously. They refused to adopt the Russian alphabet in place of the Hebrew characters used in writing their Yiddish language. They resisted the substitution of the Russian language for Yiddish as their mother tongue. They opposed every attempt to bring about the complete assimilation of the former sovereign Khazar nation into the Russian nation. They resisted with every means at their disposal. The many forms of tension which resulted produced situations described by history as massacres, pogroms, persecution, discrimination, etc. In Russia at that period in history it was the custom as in other Christian countries in Europe at that time to take an oath, vow, or pledge of loyalty to the rulers, the nobles, the feudal landholders and others in the name of Jesus Christ. It was after that conquest of the Khazars by the Russians that the wording of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer was altered. The new altered version of the Kol Nidre, all vows prayer is referred to in the Talmud as the law of revocation in advance. The Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer was regarded as a law. The effect of this law of revocation in advance obtained for all who recited it each year on the eve of the Day of Atonement divine dispensation from all obligations acquired under oaths, vows and pledges to be made or taken in the coming year. The recital of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer on the eve of the Day of Atonement released those so-called or self-styled Jews from any obligation under oaths, vows or pledges entered into during the next 12 months. The oaths, vows and pledges made or taken by so-called or self-styled Jews were made or taken with tongue-in-cheek, for 12 months. Hayton, now I am barraged with, well, what about the Christians, were they so perfect? No, indeed they certainly were not, and now have taken up the slop over of the Talmudic teachings and are calling it new teachings for a modern society. However, my scribe can only type so fast and we can only do one thing at a time in your time and space limitations. Further, it does no good to say, go read the history books and save us this work, for you won't do so, you even skim that which we give you and pronounce judgment with practically no study whatsoever. We have to take it according to the blueprint of God's sequence projections. Therefore, now, at this sitting we are speaking of Khazar Talmudists now calling themselves Zionists. The altered version of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer created serious difficulties for the so-called or self-styled Jews when its wording became public property. It apparently did not remain a secret very long, although the Talmud states the law of revocation in advance was not made public. The altered version of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer soon became known as the Jews' vow and cast serious doubt upon oaths, vows or pledges given to Christians, or anyone else, by so-called or self-styled Jews. Christians soon believed that oaths, vows or pledges were quite worthless when given by so-called or self-styled Jews. This was the basis for so-called discrimination by governments, nobles, feudal landholders, and others who required oaths of allegiance and loyalty from those who entered their service. An intelligent attempt was made to correct the situation by a group of German rabbis in 1844. In that year they called an international conference of rabbis in Brunswick, Germany. They attempted to have the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer completely eliminated from the Day of Atonement ceremonies, and entirely abolished from any religious service of their faith. They felt that this secular prologue to the Day of Atonement ceremonies was void of any spiritual implication and did not belong in any synagogue ritual. However, the preponderant majority of the rabbis attending that conference in Brunswick came from Eastern Europe. They insisted that the altered version of the Kol Nidre, all vows, prayer be retained exactly as it was then recited on the Day of Atonement. They demanded that it be allowed to remain as it had been recited in Eastern Europe since the change by Meir ben Samuel 6 centuries earlier. It is today recited in exactly that form throughout the world by so-called or self-styled Jews. Will the 150 million Christians in the United States react any differently when they become more aware of its insidious implications? How genuine can the implications, inferences, and innuendos of the so-called brotherhood and interfaith movements be under these circumstances? These so-called movements are sweeping the nation like prairie fires. If the Talmud is the axis of the political, economic, cultural, and social attitudes and activities of so-called or self-styled Jews participating in these two so-called movements, how genuine are the oaths, vows or pledges taken or given in connection with these so-called movements by so-called or self-styled Jews? It would be a superlative gesture of brotherhood or of interfaith if the National Conference of Christians and Jews succeeded in expunging from the Talmud all anti-Christ, anti-Christian, and anti-Christianity passages. At a cost of many millions of dollars, the National Conference of Christians and Jews succeeded in expunging from the New Testament passages which so-called or self-styled Jews regarded as offensive to their faith. A great portion of the cost was supplied by so-called or self-styled Jews. Christians might now supply funds to expunge from the Talmud passages offensive to the Christian faith. Otherwise the so-called brotherhood and interfaith movements are merely mockeries. End quoting for the segment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We would take another rest, please. I hope you can begin to understand what a tremendous wall of humanity you face when you march off on this ground war in the Middle East and if the Islamic and Muslim world rise against you. You see, what you don't understand is that the Christ teachings are a way of life, not a man. Christ is a state of being, not a man's name. Whether or not the practice of religion of the Islams and Muslims is valid or invalid makes no difference at all. You have modernized your Christianity to suit the satanic input by voting in all sorts of forbidden practices against the commandments as given forth and naming it modernization. The old world in the Middle East has not, and they will rise up against you in the perception that you are the Antichrist Satan. Right or wrong will cease to have any meaning as the blood begins to flow, for there will be no sitting to a table to disagree and produce documents to debate the point. Those ones in the Middle East of those Stoic religions, right or wrong, know that for which they stand. How many of you know absolutely that for which you stand and lay down forfeit the lives of your children? Tell me that for which you stand and I will show you that it is not that which is taking place in Saudi Arabia this day. Salu. Chapter 8. Rec number 4 Hayton. Monday, February 18, 1991, 5:09 p.m. Year 4 Day 186 millions of dollars. Quoting continued. The National Conference of Christians and Jews might look into the millions of dollars being invested today by so-called or self-styled Jews to ensure that the Talmud shall remain the axis of political, economic, cultural, and social attitudes and activities of so-called or self-styled Jews today, and future generations. Violating the basic principle of brotherhood and interfaith, so-called or self-styled Jews are spending millions of dollars each year to establish and equip quarters where the teachings of the Talmud can be indoctrinated into the minds of children from the time they are able to read and write. These few news items were selected from hundreds like them which are appearing daily in newspapers clear across the nation. 2 new Jewish centers, built at a cost of $300,000, will be open to 1,000 students for daily and Sunday school activities next month, it was announced today by the Associated Talmud Torahs. Chicago Herald Tribune, 8/19/50. The Yeshiva School Department now provides daytime and approved English-Hebrew curriculum for grades 1 to 5, aged 5.5 to 10. The afternoon Talmud Torah has opened a new beginners class and is accepting enrollment of advanced as well as beginner students. Jewish Voice, September 18, 53. Rabbi to talk on Talmud to Sholem Men. Dr. David Graubert, presiding rabbi of Bet Din, and professor of rabbinical literature at the College of Jewish Studies, will present the first of his series of 4 lectures, The World of the Talmud. Chicago Tribune, 10/29/53. Maryland grants degree in Talmud. Baltimore, JTA. New Israel Rabbinical College has been granted here authority by the Maryland State Board of Education to issue degrees of Master of Talmudic Law and Doctor of Talmudic Law. Jewish Voice, 1/9/53. Talmud lessons on air from Jerusalem. Weekly radio lectures on the Talmud, in English, will be available shortly on tape recordings for local stations in the United States and Canada, it was announced today. California Jewish Voice, 1/11/52. Earlier in this letter, my dear Dr. Goldstein, you remember reading a quotation by the most eminent authority on the Talmud to the effect that the modern Jew is a product of the Talmud. Would it surprise you to learn that many Christians also are the product of the Talmud? The teachings of the Talmud are accepted by Christians in the highest echelons. I will only quote one on the subject of the Talmud, the former President of the United States. In 1951, President Truman was presented with his second set of the 63 books of the Talmud. On the occasion of this acceptance, the newspapers carried the following news item. Mr. Truman thanked us for the books and said that he was glad to get them, as I have read many more of the ones presented 4 years ago than a lot of people think. He said that he did read a lot and that the book he read the most is the Talmud, which contains much sound reasoning and good philosophy of life. Former President Truman says he benefits by much sound reasoning and his brand of good philosophy of life, which absorbs from the book that he reads the most. His recent term in office reflected his study of the Talmud. No one familiar with the Talmud will deny that. But does our former President Truman know that Jesus did not feel the way he feels about the Talmud? The much sound reasoning and the good philosophy of life in the Talmud were constantly and consistently denounced by Jesus in no uncertain terms. Former President Truman should refresh his memory by reading the New Testament passages where Jesus expresses himself on the question of the Pharisees and their Talmud. Will Mr. Truman state that in his opinion the Talmud was the sort of book from which Jesus drew the teachings which enabled him to revolutionize the world on moral and religious subjects? Before leaving the Talmud as my subject, I would like to refer to the most authentic analysis of the Talmud which has ever been written. You should obtain a copy of it and read it. You will be amply rewarded for your trouble in finding a copy of it, I can doubly assure you. The name of the book is the Talmud. It was written almost a century ago in French by Arsène Darmstaedter. In 1897 it was translated into English by the celebrated Henrietta Zold and published by the Jewish Publication Society of America in Philadelphia. Henrietta Zold was an outstanding educator and Zionist and one of the most notable and admirable so-called or self-styled Jews of this century. Henrietta Zold's translation of Arsène Darmstaedter's The Talmud is a classic. You will never understand the Talmud until you have read it. I will quote from it sparingly. Now Judaism finds its expression in the Talmud, which is not a remote suggestion and a faint echo thereof, but in which it has become incarnate, in which it has taken form, passing from a state of the abstraction into the domain of real things. The study of Judaism is that of the Talmud, as the study of the Talmud is that of Judaism. They are two inseparable things, or better, they are one and the same. Accordingly, the Talmud is the completest expression of religious movement, and this code of endless prescriptions and minute ceremonials represents in its perfection the total work of the religious idea. The miracle was accomplished by a book, the Talmud. The Talmud, in turn, is composed of two distinct parts, the Mishnah and the Gemara, the former the text, the latter the commentary upon the text. By the term Mishnah we designate a collection of decisions and traditional laws, embracing all departments of legislation, civil and religious. This code, which was the work of several generations of rabbis. Nothing, indeed, can equal the importance of the Talmud, unless it be the ignorance that prevails concerning it. This explains how it happens that a single page of the Talmud contains 3 or 4 different languages, or rather specimens of one language at 3 or 4 stages of degeneracy. Many a Mishnah of 5 or 6 lines is accompanied by 50 or 60 pages of explanation. Is law in all its authority, it constitutes dogma and cult, it is the fundamental element of the Talmud. The daily study of the Talmud, which among Jews began with the age of 10 to end with life itself, necessarily was a severe gymnastic for the mind, thanks to which it acquired incomparable subtlety and acumen. Since it aspires to one thing, to establish for Judaism a corpus juris ecclesiastici. The above quotations were culled from a treatise intended to sugarcoat the Talmud. In painting a nice word picture of the Talmud, that author could not escape mentioning the above facts also. Coming from this source under the circumstances, the facts stated above do not add glory to the Talmud. The Talmud Unmasked, the secret rabbinical teachings concerning Christians, was written by Reverend I.B. Pranitis, Master of Theology and Professor of the Hebrew language at the Imperial Ecclesiastical Academy of the Roman Catholic Church in Old St. Petersburg, Russia. The Reverend Pranitis was the greatest of the students of the Talmud. His complete command of the Hebrew language qualified him to analyze the Talmud as few men in history. The Reverend Pranitis scrutinized the Talmud for passages referring to Jesus, Christians, and the Christian faith. These passages were translated by him into Latin. Hebrew lends itself to translation into Latin better than it does directly into English. The translation of the passages of the Talmud referring to Jesus, Christians, and Christian faith were printed in Latin by the Imperial Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg in 1893 with the imprimatur of his archbishop. The translation from the Latin into English was made by great Latin scholars in the United States in 1939 with funds provided by wealthy Americans for that purpose. In order not to leave any loose ends on the subject of the Talmud's references to Jesus, to Christians, and to the Christian faith, I will below summarize translation into English from the Latin texts of Reverend Pranitis. The Talmud Unmasked, the secret rabbinical teachings concerning Christians. It would require too much space to quote these passages verbatim with their footnotes from the Sonsino edition in English. First, I will summarize the references by Reverend Pranitis referring to Jesus in the Talmud in the original texts translated by him into Latin, and from Latin into English. Sanhedrin, 67a. Jesus referred to as the son of Pandira, a soldier. Kala, 1b, 18b, illegitimate and conceived during menstruation. Sanhedrin, 67a. Hanged on the eve of Passover. Told at Jesku. Birth related in most shameful expressions. Abhodazara, 2. Referred to as the son of Pandira, a Roman soldier. Shabbath 14. Again referred to as the son of Pandira, the Roman. Sanhedrin, 43a. On the eve of Passover they hanged Jesus. Shabbath, 104b. Called a fool, and no one pays attention to fools. Told at Jesku. Judas and Jesus engage in quarrel with filth. Sanhedrin, 103a. Suggested corrupts his morals and dishonors self. Sanhedrin, 107b. Seduced, corrupted, and destroyed Israel. Zohar 3, 282. Died like a beast and buried in animals' dirt heap. Hikoth Melakim. Attempt to prove Christians err in worship of Jesus. Abhodazara, 21a. Reference to worship of Jesus in homes unwanted. Arachim, 113. Avoid appearance of paying respect to Jesus. Iordia, 150,2. Do not appear to pay respect to Jesus by accident. Abhodazara, 6a. False teaching to worship on first day of Sabbath. The above are a few selected from a very complicated arrangement in which many references are obscured by intricate reasoning. The following are a few summarized references to Christians and the Christian faith, although not always expressed in exactly that manner. There are 11 names used in the Talmud for non-Talmud followers, by which Christians are meant. Besides Nazrim, from Jesus the Nazarene, Christians are called by all the names used in the Talmud to designate all non-Jews: Minim, Edom, Abhodazara, Akam, Abite Dalilim, Nakrim, Am-Haretz, Kuthrim, Apokorosim, and Goim. Besides supplying the names by which Christians are called in the Talmud, the passages quoted below indicate what kind of people the Talmud pictures the Christians to be, and what the Talmud says about the religious worship of the Christians. Hilkot Mach Haleth. Christians are idolaters, must not associate. Abhodazara, 22a. Do not associate with Gentiles, they shed blood. Irodia 153,2. Must not associate with the Christians, shed blood. Abhodazara, 15b. Suggest Christians have sex relations with animals. Abhodazara, 22a. Suspect Christians of intercourse with animals. Shabbath, 145b. Christians unclean because they eat accordingly. Abhodazara, 22a. Christians unclean because they are not at Mount Sinai. Iordia, 198:48. Clean female Jews contaminated meeting Christians. Kirithuth, 6bp.78. Jews called men, Christians not called men. Macus, 7b. Innocent of murder if intent was to kill Christian. Arachim, 225,10. Christians and animals group for comparisons. Midrash Talpiath, 225. Christians created to minister to Jews always. Arachim, 57,6a. Christians to be pitted more than sick pigs. Zohar 2, 64b. Christian idolaters likened to cows and asses. Kethuboth, 110b. Psalmist compares Christians to unclean beasts. Sanhedrin, 74b, tos. Sexual intercourse of Christian like that of beast. Kethuboth, 3b. The seed of Christian is valued as seed of beast. Kiddushim, 68a. Christians like the people of an ass. Ebenhezar, 44,8. Marriages between Christians and Jews null. Zohar, 2,64b. Christian birth rate must be diminished materially. Zohar, I-28b. Christian idolaters children of Eve serpent. Zohar, I-131a. Idolatrous people, Christian, befoul the world. Emek Hemlock, 23d. Non-Jew souls come from death and death's shadow. Zohar, I-46b-47a. Souls of Gentiles have unclean divine origins. Ros Haskanach, 17a. Non-Jew souls go down to hell. Iordia, 337,1. Replace dead Christians like lost cow or ass. Ibhamath, 61a. Jews called men, but not Christians called men. Abhodazara, 14b, t. Forbidden to sell religious works to Christians. Abhodazara, 78. Christian churches are places of idolatry. Iordia, 142,10. Must keep far away physically from churches. Iordia, 142,15. Must not listen to church music or look at idols. Iordia, 143,1. Must not rebuild homes destroyed near churches. Hikoth Abh.Zar, 10b. Jews must not resell broken chalices to Christians. Shabbath, 116a, tos. Gospels called volumes of iniquity, heretical books. Shabbath, 116a. Talmudists agree that books of Christians be burned. Abhodazara, 2a. Festivals of Christians called days of calamity. Abhodazara, 78c. Christian feast days despicable, vain, and evil. Abhodazara, 6a. Forbidden to observe Christian Christmas Day. Hikoth Akam, ch 9. Forbidden to celebrate Easter and Christmas. Chulin, 91b. Jews possess dignity even an angel cannot share. Sanhedrin, 58b. To strike Israelite like slapping face of God. Chagigot, 15b. A Jew considered good in spite of sins he commits. Gideon, 62a. Jews stay away from Christian homes on holidays. Iordia, 148,10. Jew must not return greeting Christian, do it first. Chos Chen Ham, 26,1. Jew must not sue before a Christian judge or laws. Chos Chen Ham, 34:19. Christian or servant cannot become witnesses. Iordia, 112,1. Avoid eating with Christians, breeds familiarity. Abhodazara, 35b. Do not drink milk from a cow milked by Christian. Iordia, 178,1. Never imitate customs of Christians, even hair combs. Abhodazara, 72b. Wine touched by Christians must be thrown away. Iordia, 120,1. Bought dishes from Christians must be well washed. Abhodazara, 2a. For 3 days before Christians' festivals, avoid all. Abhodazara, 78c. Festivals of followers of Jesus regarded as idolatry. Iordia, 139,1. Avoid things used by Christians in their worship. Abhodazara, 14b. Forbidden to sell Christians' articles for worship. Iordia, 151,1, h. Do not sell water to Christians for baptisms. Abhodazara, 280. Do not trade with Christians on their feast days. Abhodazara, I2. Now permitted to trade with Christians on such days. Abhodazara, 2 at. Trade with Christians because they have money to pay. Iordia, 148,5. If Christian is not devout may send him gifts. Hikoth Akam, 9,2. Send gifts to Christians only if they are irreligious. Iordia, 81,7 ha. Christian wet nurses to be avoided because dangerous. Iordia, 153,1 h. Christian nurse will lead children to heresy. Iordia, 155,1. Avoid Christian doctors not well known to neighbors. Peace Chim, 25a. Avoid medical help from idolaters, Christians meant. Iordia, 156,1. Avoid Christian barbers unless escorted by Jews. Abhodazara, 26a. Avoid Christian midwives as dangerous when alone. Zohar, 1,25b. Those who do good to Christians never rise when dead. Hikoth Akam, x6. Help needy Christians if it will promote peace. Iordia, 148,12 h. Hide hatred for Christians at their celebrations. Abhodazara, 20a. Never praise Christians lest it be believed true. Iordia, 151,14. Not allowed to praise Christians to add to glory. Hikoth Akam, v12. Quote scriptures to forbid mention of Christian God. Iordia, 146,15. Refer to Christian religious articles with contempt. Iordia, 147,5. Deride Christian religious articles without wishes. Hikoth Akam, x5. No gifts to Christians, gifts to converts. Iordia, 151,11. Gifts forbidden to Christians encourages friendship. Iordia, 334,43. Exile for that Jew who sells farm to Christian. Iordia, 154,2. Forbidden to teach a trade to a Christian. Bab Ha-Bathra, 54b. Christian property belongs to first person claiming. Chosjen Ham. 183,7. Keep what Christian overpays in error. Chosjen Ham. 126,1. Jew may keep lost property of Christian found by Jew. Bab Ha-Kama, 113b. It is permitted to deceive Christians. Chosjen Ham. 183,7. Jews must divide what they overcharge Christians. Chosjen Ham. 156,5. Jews must not take Christian customers from Jews. Iordia, 157,2 h. May deceive Christians that believe Christian tenets. Abhodazara, 54a. Usury may be practiced upon Christians or apostates. Iordia, 159,1. Usury permitted now for any reason to Christians. Bab Ha-Kama, 113a. Jew may lie and perjure to condemn a Christian. Bab Ha-Kama, 113b. Name of God not profaned when lying to Christians. Kala, 1bp.18. Jew may perjure himself with a clear conscience. Shabbath Haggai, 60. Jew may swear falsely by use of subterfuge wording. Zohar, I-160a. Jews must always try to deceive Christians. Iordia, 158,1. Do not cure Christians unless it makes enemies. Arach Kahim, 332. Do not assist Christians' childbirth on Saturday. Chosjen Ham. 425,5. Unless believes in Torah do not prevent his death. Iordia, 158,1. Christians not enemies must not be saved either. Hikoth Akam, x1. Do not save Christians in danger of death. Chosjen Ham. 388,15. Kill those who give Israelites money to Christians. Sanhedrin, 59a. Prying into Jews' law to get death penalty. Hilkot Akam, x2. Baptized Jews are to be put to death. Iordia, 158,2. Haggai kill renegades who turn to Christian rituals. Chosjen Ham. 425,5. Those who do not believe in Torah are to be killed. Hilkot Tesh.3,8. Christians and others deny the law of the Torah. Zohar, I-25a. Christians are to be destroyed as idolaters. Zohar, 2,19a. Captivity of Jews ends when Christian princes die. Zohar, I-219b. Princes of Christians are idolaters, must die. Obadiah. When Rome is destroyed Israel will be redeemed. Abhodazara, 26b. Even the best of the goyim should be killed. Sefer or Israel 177b. If Jew kills Christian commits no sin. Iakutzi Moni, 245c. Shedding blood of impious offers sacrifice to God. Zohar, 2,43a. Extermination of Christians necessary sacrifice. Zohar, L38b 39a. High place in heaven for those who kill idolaters. Hilkot Akam, x1. Make no agreements and show no mercy to Christians. Hilkot Achim, Acts 1. Either turn them away from their idols or kill. Hilkot Achim, Acts 7. Allow no idolaters to remain where Jews are strong. Choschen Ham. 338,16, all contribute to expense of killing traitor. Pesachim, 49b. No need of prayers while beheading on Sabbath. Shabbath, 118a. Prayers to save from punishment of coming Messiah. In the Library of Congress and the New York Public Library, unless recently removed, you can find a copy of the Talmud Unmasked, the secret rabbinical teachings concerning Christians by the Reverend I.B. Praditis. A copy of the original work printed in St. Petersburg, Russia in 1892 can be made available to you by our mutual friend if you are interested in reading the above passages in the original Hebrew text with their Latin translation. I trust my summaries correctly explain the original text. I believe they do. If I am in error in any way, please be so kind as to let me know. It was very difficult to reduce them to short summaries. The National Conference of Christians and Jews need not scrutinize the 63 books of the Talmud to discover all the anti-Christ, anti-Christian, and anti-Christian faith passages in the books which are the legal code which forms the basis of Jewish religious law and which is the textbook used in the training of rabbis. They can also keep in mind that, as Rabbi Morris Kurtzer also points out, as explained earlier, that adults study ancient writings too. In group discussion of Talmud before evening prayer. If the National Conference of Christians and Jews are genuinely interested in interfaith and brotherhood, do you not think, my dear Dr. Goldstein, that they should compel a start at once to expunge from the Talmud the anti-Christ, anti-Christian and anti-Christianity passages from the Talmud in the brotherly way they expunged passages from the New Testament? Will you ask them? Throughout the world, the Oxford English Dictionary is accepted as the most authoritative and authentic source for information on the origin, definition, and use of words in the English language. Authorities in all fields everywhere accept the Oxford English Dictionary as the most trustworthy fountain of enlightenment on all phases of the English language. The Oxford English Dictionary brings out clearly that Judaist and Judaic are the correct forms for the improper and incorrect, misused and misleading Jew and Jewish. You will agree completely with the Oxford English Dictionary if you consider the matter carefully. Judaist and Judaic are correct. Jew and Jewish are incorrect. Jew and Jewish do not belong in the English language if the use of correct words is of interest to the English-speaking peoples. The so-called or self-styled Jews cannot truthfully describe themselves as Jews because they are not in any sense Judeans. They can correctly identify themselves by their religious belief if they so wish by identifying themselves as Judaists. A Judaist is a person who professes so-called Judaism as his religious belief, according to the Oxford English Dictionary. The origin of Jew has not its roots in Judaism, as explained. The adjective form of Judaist is Judaic. Jewish as an adjective is just as incorrect as Jew is as a noun. Jewish has no reason to exist. Well-planned and well-financed publicity by so-called or self-styled Jews in English-speaking countries in the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries created a wide acceptance and use for Jewish. Jewish is being used today in many ways that are no less fantastic and grotesque than incorrect and inaccurate. Jewish is used today to describe everything from Jewish blood, whatever that may be, to Jewish rye bread, strange as that may sound. The many implications, inferences, and innuendos of Jewish today resulting from its commercial uses beggar description. At the 1954 annual meeting of the St. Paul Guild in the Plaza Hotel in New York City before more than 1,000 Catholics, a Roman Catholic priest who was the main speaker and the guest of honor referred to my Jewish blood. It just happens that this priest was born a so-called or self-styled Jew in Eastern Europe and was converted to Catholicism there about 25 years ago. It seems unique that a priest who has professed Catholicism that length of time should mention my Jewish blood to Catholics. The radio blasts and the outdoor signs blaze and levies Jewish rye bread, in the same city at the same time. Between these two extremes are countless other products and other services which advertise themselves in print, on radio, and television, as Jewish. This priest who talks to Catholics about my Jewish blood when he addresses audiences also refers to the Jewish blood of Mary, Holy Mother of Jesus, to the Jewish blood of the Apostles, and to the Jewish blood of the early Christians. What he means by Jewish blood mystifies those Catholics who hear him. They query what is Jewish blood. They ask what happens to Jewish blood when so-called or self-styled Jews are converted to Catholicism. And in the extreme case when a so-called or self-styled Jew becomes a Roman Catholic priest. How is Jewish blood biologically different from the blood of persons who profess other religious faiths, they ask. It is hard for me to believe that there is anything biologically different which determines characteristics typical of a specific religious belief. Are the inherent racial and national characteristics determined by religious dogma or doctrine? The word Jewess raises a similar question. If Jewess is the female for the male Jew, I must admit that I have been unable to find female as well as male designations for persons professing any religious belief other than so-called Judaism. Are there any other that you know? I have searched for the female of Catholicism, Protestantism, Hindu, Muslim, and others but without success. It seems very popular now to refer to Mary, Holy Mother of Jesus, as a Jewess. It does seem unrealistic to identify the sex of members of any religious belief by appropriate designations. If the word Jew is regarded as descriptive of a race or a nation, as is often the case, it is equally unrealistic to indicate the sex of members of a race or a nation by a suffix used for that purpose. I know of no case in that respect except Negress, and the Negro race strongly objects to the use of that designation, and strongly. Another word is creating more problems among Christians. I refer to Judeo-Christian. You see it more and more day by day. Based on our present knowledge of history, and on good sense applied to theology, the term Judeo-Christian presents a strange combination. Does Judeo refer to ancient Pharaohism, or to Talmudism, or to so-called Judaism? In view of what we know today, how can there be Judeo-Christian anything? Based upon what is now known, Judeo-Christian is as unrealistic as it would be to say anything is hot cold, or old young, or heavy light, or that a person was healthy sick, or poor rich, or dumb smart, or ignorant educated, or happy sad. These words are antonyms, not synonyms. Judeo-Christian in the light of incontestable facts are also antonyms, not synonyms as so-called or self-styled Jews would like Christians to believe. More sand for Christians' eyes. An Institute of Judeo-Christian Studies has been established by Seton Hall University. It is actually a one-man institute. Father John M. Osterreicher is the one-man institute. The Institute of Judeo-Christian Studies occupies a small office in a downtown office building in Newark, NJ. This one-man institute, according to their literature, has no faculty except Father Osterreicher, and no students. Father Osterreicher was born a so-called or self-styled Jew and became a convert to Catholicism. I have had the pleasure of hearing him talk on many occasions. Addresses by Father Osterreicher and literature by mail are the principal activities of the Institute of Judeo-Christian Studies. Father Osterreicher also plans to publish books and circulate them throughout the world, in large quantities. Father Osterreicher leaves no stones unturned to convince Catholics that Judeo-Christian is a combination of two words that are synonyms theologically. Nothing could be further from the truth. Father Osterreicher impresses that viewpoint upon his Catholic audiences. Father Osterreicher talks to Catholic audiences only, so far as I am able to tell. In his addresses, Father Osterreicher impresses upon Catholics the opinion he personally holds on the question of the dependence of the Christian faith upon so-called Judaism. His audiences depart Father Osterreicher's addresses very much confused. It would make better Catholics out of Father Osterreicher's audiences if he would sell Jesus and the Catholic Church rather than try to sell so-called Judaism to his audiences. Well-planned and well-financed publicity by so-called or self-styled Jews manages to keep Christians well informed on the subject of so-called Judaism. If Father Osterreicher would concentrate upon selling Jesus and the Christian faith to audiences of so-called or self-styled Jews, he would be doing more towards realizing the objective of Christian effort. The activities of this one-man institute are somewhat of a deep mystery. But I am certain that Monsignor McNulty will never allow the Institute of Judeo-Christian Studies to bring discredit upon the fine record of Seton Hall as one of the foremost Catholic universities anywhere. But it will bear watching, and Monsignor McNulty will always appreciate constructive comment. The word anti-Semitism is another word which should be eliminated from the English language. Anti-Semitism serves only one purpose today. It is used as a smear word. When so-called or self-styled Jews feel that anyone opposes any of their objectives, they discredit their victim by applying the word anti-Semitic through all the channels they have at their command and under their control. I can speak with great authority on that subject. Because so-called or self-styled Jews were unable to disprove my public statements in 1946 with regard to the situation in Palestine, they spent millions of dollars to smear me as an anti-Semite, hoping thereby to discredit me in the eyes of the public, who were very much interested in what I had to say. Until 1946 I was a little saint to all so-called or self-styled Jews. When I disagreed with them publicly on the Zionist intentions in Palestine, I became suddenly anti-Semite. No one. It is disgraceful to watch the Christian clergy take up the use of the word anti-Semitism. They should know better. They know that anti-Semitism is a meaningless word in the sense it is used today. They know the correct word is Judeophobe. Anti-Semite was developed into the smear word it is today because Semite is associated with Jesus in the minds of Christians. Christians are accessories in the destruction of the Christian faith by tolerating the use of the smear word anti-Semitic to silence by the most intolerable forms of persecution employing that smear word Christians who oppose the evil conspirators. End quoting for the segment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dharma, thank you for days of very diligent work and long hours at the keyboard. We can finish this subject material in the morning, for you are weary and I need to be at other tasks. There is much to be monitored on your place during these critical hours. Let us pray that sanity prevails, for if we have a bit more time we can bring a lot of persons into consciousness of the plight in which they have mired themselves through the vicious intent of the few who would be kings. Of course, the would-be kings know it also, and that is one reason for the push into all-out war, so that a confrontation is precipitated before it can be averted through diplomacy. Your troops are weary and frustrated while waiting in the desert sands and endless hours. This too has been planned to wear them down and make them ready for anything just to get it over with and hopefully home again. It must be obvious that peace will have to be ensured through military force, so who wins? Good night, and may peace go within as we move along upon this journey. Salut. Chapter 9. Rec number 1, Hayton. Tuesday, February 19, 1991, 7:47 a.m. Year 4, Day 187. Today's watch. Let us move right on with our journal, for the best and quickest way to end this Holocaust is to bring unto you once truth of who and how it is that you are in this situation. Then, if ye wish and come together again into the laws of God, ye shall be delivered out of this lie. Dear ones, Satan has removed the portion of truth from your prophecies which condemn you, and you have seen it not. That is why no one save the ones given to bring truth unto you have seen it as it is. You try to decipher something as heavenly from something which was written by greedy, terroristic men. This is why, now, we must pull together the truth of that which has come about in order that you can recognize of it and change of it, or allow it to proceed into Armageddon's final altar of death and sacrifice unto Satan, not unto God. The sacred clown, Hyakusu, has had his fling upon your planet, and you have all allowed him to make the fool of you. If you would but awaken and come back within the laws of God, Wakantanka, and rebalance that which ye have put into disarray, ye could give your wondrous species again into lighted radiance for the generations which would follow. Do you not see that the politicians of the Zionists are inch by inch devouring your very existence? Yes, whether or not you wish to believe of it, this is that which is the Antichrist comes to absorb and destroy that which he no longer needs. Further, this is why knowing the truth of it will set ye free, for you will demand that the subterfuge cease and the beast be revealed. Evil cannot stand in the light of truth, and thus, he would fall. Do you not further see that there is nothing laoican, supernatural, about any of the circumstance? It has been the liars from the beginning who have duped you into giving unto them your very souls. Thusly you have come into Satan's trap of the physical dimension, and he has imprisoned you to the physical aspect of your wondrous journey. May the Great Spirit see fit to give you insight, for it must be obvious this day that your nations which you call holy are not, and your leaders are but puppets of the masters of deceit, and you are the pawns. So be it. Dharma, allow us to finish the letter to Dr. Goldstein, for if man cannot come into knowledge of this truth as others have effort to give unto him, so that now there is proof in your own dimension of aspect, then we must move on as to that which the people of God can do in preparation for the remnant. Man will have free will of action unto the very ending of this experience, and then will be decided the final act of the play. You of human self-appointed God judges have pronounced over the sacred people of God, the ancient natives of your world, that they are pagan, and you must denounce them and destroy them. Why? Because the Antichrist knew that if you would come into the truth and balance as projected by those great teachers, he would be annihilated. So you have turned from the red road and unto the darkness of the lies and the liar who romps down the black road, doing that which is only physical in experience, while the spirit withers in its confines of non-balance and disharmony. Do not think for one moment longer that there will be a lovely rapture and lift off of a planet overfilled with humans to whisk ye of darkness and ill intent into some cozy hogan in the sky with crystal streets and rainbow lights. Those are assembled for the people of God, that is the plumb of the red road of truth. You have been lied to, and that which has been written and voted into your laws and instruction books is exactly those things which shall deprive you of the wondrous glory of the radiance of the sacred places. Earth is a place of testing and experience in a physical form, no more and no less. Have you passed the examination, or do you follow the evil leader who has tricked you? So be it. Friedman/Goldstein, Zionists Uncovered. Quoting continued. It no doubt grieves you as much as it grieves me, my dear Dr. Goldstein, to see our nation's moral standards sink to new all-time lows day by day. Of that there is very little doubt. The moral standards of this nation in political, economic, social, and spiritual fields are the factors which determine the position we will occupy in world affairs. We will be judged on that basis from afar by the other 94% of the world's total population. Our 6% of the world's total population will succeed or fail in its efforts to retain world leadership by our moral standards, because in the last analysis they influence the attitudes and activities of the nation. The moral standards are the crucible in which the nation's character is refined and molded. The end product will never be any better than the ingredients used. It is some to think about. There is much for which this Christian country can still feel very proud. But there is also much for which we cannot feel proud. A correct diagnosis of our nation's rapidly deteriorating moral standards in all walks of life will reveal the cause as the nation's current psychosis to concentrate primarily on how to 1. Make more money, and 2. Have more fun. How many persons do you personally know who include among their daily duties service and sacrifice in the defense against its enemies of that priceless birthright which is the God-given heritage of all those blessed to be born American? What services? What sacrifices? With very few exceptions, this generation seems to regard everything as secondary to our accountability to unborn generations for our generation's breach of the faith and betrayal of our trust to posterity. The sabotage of our nation's moral standards is more incidental to the program of that inimical conspiracy than accidental in the continued march of mankind towards an easier existence. The guidance and control of this nation's place in history has gravitated by default into the hands of those persons least worthy of the trusteeship. This notable achievement by them is their reward for their success in obtaining effective and numerous Christian male prostitutes to front for them. Too many of these efficacious Christian male prostitutes are scattered throughout the nation in public affairs for the security of the Christian faith and the nation's political, social, and economic stability. A male prostitute is a male who offers the faculties of his anatomy from the neck up for hire to anyone who will pay his asking price, exactly as the female of the same species offers the facilities of her anatomy from the neck down to anyone who will pay her asking price. Thousands of these pseudo-Christian male prostitutes circulate freely unrecognized in all walks of life, proudly pandering pernicious propaganda for pecuniary profit and political power. They are the dog in the manger. The corroding effect of their subtle intrigue is slowly but surely disintegrating the moral fiber of the nation. This danger to the Christian faith cannot be overestimated. This peril to the nation should not be underestimated. The Christian clergy must remain alerted to it. The international crime of crimes of all history, that reprehensible iniquity in which this nation played the major role, was committed in Palestine almost totally as a result of the interference of the United States in the situation on behalf solely of the Zionist Worldwide Organization with its headquarters in New York City. The interference of the United States in that situation on behalf of the aggressors illustrates the power by the male prostitutes fearlessly functioning on behalf of the Zionist conspirators. It is the blackest page in our history. The responsibility for that unchristian, non-Christian, and anti-Christian cause can be honestly deposited on the doorstep of the Christian clergy. They must assume the full guilt for that inhuman and unholy crime committed in the name of Christian charity. Sunday after Sunday, year in and year out, the Christian clergy dinned into the ears of 150 million Christians who go to church regularly that Christians must regard it as their Christian duty to support the Zionist conspiracy for the conquest of Palestine. Well, we sowed a wind, now we will reap a whirlwind. The 150 million Christians in the United States were high-pressured by the Christian clergy to give their unqualified support to the Zionist program to repatriate to their homeland in Palestine the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe who were the descendants of the Hazars. Christians were exhorted by the Christian clergy to regard the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe as God's chosen people and Palestine as their promised land. But they knew better all the time. It was a case of cupidity, eager desire for possessions, especially of wealth, avarice, greed. Not stupidity, you can be sure. As a direct result of the activities of the male prostitutes on behalf of the Zionist program, and contrary to all the international law, to justice, and to equity, anything to the contrary notwithstanding, the 150 million Christians in the United States, with few exceptions, demanded that the Congress of the United States use the prestige and the power of this nation, diplomatic, economic and military, to guarantee the successful outcome of the Zionist program for the conquest of Palestine. This was done and the Zionists conquered Palestine. We are responsible. It is well established and an undeniable historic fact that the active participation of the United States in the conquest of Palestine, on behalf of the Zionists, was the factor responsible for the conquest of Palestine by the Zionists. Without the active participation of the United States on behalf of the Zionists, it is certain that the Zionists would never have attempted the conquest of Palestine by force of arms. Palestine today would be an independent sovereign country under a form of government established by self-determination of the lawful and legal Palestinians. This was aborted by the payment of countless millions of dollars to Christian male prostitutes by Zionists on a scale difficult for the uninitiated to even imagine. With your kind permission anticipated, I beg to respectfully and sincerely now submit to you here my comments on several passages in your latest article which appeared in the September issue of the APJ Bulletin under the headline News and Views of Jews. Deep down in my heart, my dear Dr. Goldstein, I truly feel that I can make a modest contribution towards the big success I wish you in the valuable work you are attempting, under such discouraging handicaps. My reactions to what you state in your article may prove helpful to you. My comments here were conceived in that spirit. May I suggest that you favor them with your consideration accordingly. I feel that you may be so close to the trees that you cannot see the forest in its true perspective. You may find a genuinely sincere outsider's point of view helpful to you in orienting your yesterday's attitudes to today's realities and to tomorrow's seemingly certain probabilities. I believe you will. You realize, my dear Dr. Goldstein, that all laws of nature are irrevocable. Laws of nature can neither be amended, suspended, or repealed regardless how we feel about them. One of these laws of nature is fundamentally the basic reason why Jews become Catholics, the subtitle in your article which attracted my attention. The law of nature to which I refer is the law that to every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. In my respectful opinion, that law of nature is the alpha and omega of all questions as to why Jews become Catholics. In your article you make this mystery sound very complicated. However, it really is very simple. The so-called or self-styled Jews who become Catholics today are subconsciously reacting to that law of nature. The conversion to Catholicism of so-called or self-styled Jews is the equal and opposite reaction. Their conversion is a reaction, not an action. Can you any longer doubt that after reading these facts? Catholicism has proven itself spiritually the equal and opposite reaction of the religious worship practiced today under the name Judaism, and prior to that name under the names Talmudism and Pharisaism. What is spiritually conspicuous in Catholicism is conspicuous by its absence in so-called Judaism. What is spiritually conspicuous in so-called Judaism is conspicuous by its absence in Catholicism, thank God. Anything which may be said by anyone to the contrary notwithstanding, Catholicism and so-called Judaism are at the opposite extremes of the spiritual spectrum. Our subconscious mind never sleeps. It remains awake all the while the conscious mind is asleep. This subconscious mind of so-called or self-styled Jews is why Jews become Catholics. The more spiritually sensitive subconscious minds of so-called or self-styled Jews for 2,000 years have been seeking a spiritually secure beachhead as a refuge from the terror of the Talmud. After a lifetime breathing the atmosphere of the Talmud, so-called or self-styled Jews found Catholicism a wholesome and refreshing change of spiritual climate. They could not resist the spiritual force of the equal and opposite reaction which attracted them to Catholicism. Catholicism supplied a sacred sanctuary for the more spiritually sensitive subconscious mind of the so-called or self-styled Jew seeking security in his escape from the Talmud. Hayton, please understand that which is inferred herein regarding the Holy Catholic Church, for it was assumed that the one converting would find that which he was seeking in truth of godness. However, what is actually found is collusion and total usurpation of the truth in favor of the same lie. The deception has been most insidious but effective indeed. Before sailing into the safe port of Catholicism, the subconscious mind of the more spiritually sensitive so-called or self-styled Jew is tossed like a ship in a storm which has lost its rudder. When the ship anchors safely in the port of Catholicism, spiritual peace of mind is restored and the ship remains securely at anchor in that safe port. Many millions of so-called or self-styled Jews would embark upon that voyage of their more courageous co-religionists, but for one reason. They fear reprisals by their co-religionists. In your article you mention just a few of the many penalties imposed by reactionary so-called or self-styled Jews upon their co-religionists who become converts to Catholicism. Conversion to Catholicism has even deprived many former so-called or self-styled Jews from earning their living. Many families face starvation for that reason. A convert to Catholicism must be ready and willing to suffer the economic, social, and political hardships his former co-religionists will make him pay as the price for the spiritual wealth he will acquire with conversion to Catholicism. Investigation by you will convince you that so-called or self-styled Jews never turned spiritually to Catholicism because such was the Jewish religion, because such is the Catholic religion, as you state in your article. A so-called or self-styled Jew might question the wisdom of conversion from the original to a copy of the original. Inasmuch as so-called Judaism is a modern name for Talmudism, and Talmudism is a name given to the ancient practice of Pharisaism, how can you reconcile what you state that such was the Jewish religion such is the Catholic religion? Several so-called or self-styled Jews who were recently converted to Catholicism are my personal friends. Not one of those whom I have asked became a Catholic because they felt the Catholic Church is the Jewish Church glorified, as you state in your article. What Jewish church, they ask me? I am unable to answer. What Jewish church, I ask you? Pharisaism? Talmudism? Surely you would not venture the opinion that the Catholic Church is Pharisaism or Talmudism now glorified as Catholicism, would you? It must be quite apparent to you now that so-called or self-styled Jews who become converts to Catholicism do not believe that the Catholic Church, as you state in your article, is the Church of Jewish converts and their descendants. They do not regard Jesus as a convert to the Catholic Church. You include Jesus with others you describe as Jewish converts to the Catholic Church, in your article. In your article you state, first came Christ, the Jew of Jews. I never heard that designation before. Is it original? Nor will converted so-called or self-styled Jews concur at all with then came the apostles, all Jews, as you also state in your article. There is unquestionably too big an area of disagreement here to disregard the views of those who have become converts to Catholicism. Nor can these converts to Catholicism be made to believe as truth then came the thousands of the first members of the Catholic Church, who were Jews, as you state in your article under discussion here. My dear Dr. Goldstein, as a former so-called or self-styled Jew for almost half your life, when you became a convert to Catholicism, did you do so for the reasons you state in your article why Jews become Catholics? That would be difficult for me to believe in spite of the further statement you make in your article. In fact, there would not have been a Catholic Church were it not for the Jews. That statement appears incredible in view of incontestable facts, but these facts may not have been available to you when you made it. Hayton, I believe the facts are quite obvious, in this instance, wherein you have a man who has risen to position of influencing the masses of people through a controlled media, and he is simply a tool of the Zionist elite who said, a 15th century protocol, no 4. As for what you say of their destroying your synagogues, make your sons canons and clerics in order that they may destroy their churches. You who continue to be deceived with the facts before thine eyes shall reap the like rewards of thine ignorance by remaining in the trap whilst the master deceivers pull you all the way into the pit. If so-called or self-styled Jews believed what you state in your article, they would undoubtedly prefer to stay put spiritually in their Jewish church, by which you mean no doubt so-called Judaism. They would query why Catholics expected them to leave their Jewish church to enter the Catholic Church, or any other church. It might appear more logical to expect Catholics to return to the original of the Catholic Church, the Jewish Church, or so-called Judaism. On the basis of what you state, that would not be inconsistent. You take away my breath when you further state, Catholicism would not exist were it not for Judaism. That leaves very little for me to say after writing these 62 pages of facts and comments. In a certain sense there is certain sense to what you state if you feel that the existence of so-called Judaism, in the time of Jesus and since then, created the necessity for the existence of Catholicism. But in no sense can the Catholic Church be adjudicated the projection of Pharisaism, Talmudism, or so-called Judaism. We should get together in person to go into this matter more fully. I hope you will extend that privilege to me in the not-too-distant future. In closing this letter I sincerely request that you bear in mind while reading this letter Galatians 4:16, am I therefore become your enemy, because I tell you the truth? And to this I add, I hope not. I hope that we shall continue to be the very best of friends. If the Christian faith is to be rescued from its dedicated enemies, we must all join hands and form a human lifeline. We must pull together, not in different direction. We must bury the hatchet but not in each other's heads. Looking forward with pleasant anticipation to the delight of a meeting with you in person whenever you find it convenient and agreeable for yourself, and awaiting your early reply, for which I take this opportunity to thank you in advance, and with best wishes for your continued good health and success, please believe me to be most respectfully and very sincerely, Benjamin H. Friedman. End of quoting. Asterisk. I believe I will just leave you with this to ponder at this point. Try on for size, the moccasins that fit. The Christian Church in its lies unto the Native Americans in practice of that Christ projected action in every facet of the lie has driven thousands into confusion and ridicule of that very thing you attempted to bring unto them, or did you? It is fact and truth from onset that your antecedents intended to defraud them and save them from that which was balanced and harmonious within the truth of God, and plant it and mold them into your own sickness. You have a long way to go, those of you who call yourselves Christians, for it is long since you acted as Christed beings. Ponder it, for the time of confrontation is upon you and the choosing and sorting is underway now. In deference to you ones who will pick this material to pieces with toothpicks and magnifying glasses, would that all of you would make such effort to find the proof and confirmation. Please realize that we have utilized another's material and I give great honor and would not change it. I will make comments, and if a thing be in gross error I will most surely change of it, otherwise, it is given that you might see the truth as presented in your dimension by your own historians. I speak of this for already a studied reader has pointed out that one mentioned herein, Josephus, was stated as being from the 1st century. Well, I know not how else you would effectively represent the century, for the man lived approximately from 37 to 100 AD. That is certainly within the 1st century, but not specifically the 1st century according to your ridiculous counting. For you who are curious now, about Josephus, he was a Jewish, you see, it has seeped into everything of documentation as the updating takes place, soldier, statesman, and historian. This from the Reader's Digest Great Encyclopedic Dictionary, 1971. Oh, you might say, they don't make errors in the encyclopedias. Oh, don't they? I would answer you just read the letter I will reproduce herein. Quote. Embassy of Greece Press and Information Office. 2211 Massachusetts Avenue NW Washington, D.C. 20008. December 22, 1989. The editor. The New Webster's Comprehensive Dictionary. Lexicon Publication Incorporated. 95 Madison Avenue Suite 603 New York, New York 10016. Dear editor. We would like to draw your attention to some serious errors in or omissions from the entry concerning Greece of your 1989 edition, page 420. A. Greece is not a kingdom but a presidential parliamentary republic. The monarchy was abolished 15 years ago, in December 74, by a referendum in which the Greek people voted 69.2% in favor of a presidential republic. B. There are not ethnic Turks or other ethnic minorities in Greece, but only a Muslim minority of 120,000 people, about 1% of the population. C. Greece did not absorb Turkish territories after the War of Independence in the 1820s but liberated Greek territories under Ottoman rule. The contemporary Greek state was formed through the liberation of territories which have been Greek since ancient times and which were under Ottoman occupation for 4 centuries. D. The Greek Orthodox religion is practiced by 98% of the population. E. Besides Athens and Thessaloniki, universities exist in 7 other areas of Greece, including the universities of Patras, Crete, Ioannina, Thrace, Thessaly, the Aegean Islands, and the Ionian Islands. F. Greece has been a member of the European Community since 1981. Enclosed please find information on the June and November 1989 elections, both of which produced coalition governments. We hope that you will make the necessary corrections in the new edition of your authoritative dictionary. Sincerely. Achilles Pay Parsenos Press Attaché. Telephone, 202-332-2727. Telefax, 202-265-4931. Telex, 440662. Grin. *********************************************************************************************************************่Danbury, Connecticut, 06816. February 7, 1990. Mr. Achilles Pay Parsenos Embassy of Greece. Press and Information Office 2211, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest Washington, D.C. 20008. Dear Mr. Pay Parsenos. Thank you for your letter of December 22, about errors in the article Greece in the New Webster's Comprehensive Dictionary, which was published by one of our subsidiaries. I am especially grateful for the information you enclosed. We will make corrections in the article in our next printing. We regret the errors and are grateful that you, and others, have brought them to our attention. Sincerely. Lawrence T. Lorimer, Vice President, Editorial Director. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** For ye have filled thine very essence with the unclean in the midst of the most perfect gifts of Creator/creation. And in the final passage a new religion will sweep across the lands, and it shall be the lie of lies, and it shall be proclaimed to be in my name and that of the Christ's sacred circle of infinity, and ye shall regret of it sorely. Men have trained, or can train, every kind of animal or bird that lives, and every kind of reptile and fish, but no human being can tame the tongue. It is always ready to pour out its deadly poison. Sometimes it praises your heavenly Father, and sometimes it breaks out into curses against men who are made like God. And so blessing and cursing come pouring out of the same mouth. Dear brothers, surely this is not right? Does a spring of water bubble out first with fresh water and then with bitter water? Can you pick olives from a fig tree, or figs from a grapevine? No, and you cannot draw fresh water from a salty pool lest ye first remove the salt. Who will come with me? Who will walk with me? Who will share of the sweet communion with me? You who have patiently obeyed the laws of God despite the persecution, therefore will you be protected by me, from the time of great tribulation and temptation, which will come upon the world to test everyone alive. Look, I am coming, so ye have lighted truth, hold tightly to the little strength you have, so that no one will take away your crown. As for the one who conquers, I will make him a pillar in the temple of God, he will be secure, and will go out no more, and I will write my God's name on him, and he will be a citizen in the city of God, coming down from heaven from God, and he will have my new name inscribed upon him. You of the many have accepted the bitter communion just as the sweet, and have defiled my truth with lies and my wondrous temples with corruption. I will not bless of your evil as ye ask of me to slay thine enemies, for it is unholy in the sight of God. I shall gather my children from out of that desert and lift them into my kingdom, and ye shall grieve at your loss, and the ribbons shredded upon the posts will not give you comfort, for they are stained with blood which shall not be removed even unto the infinity of the history of your world. Yes, I shall lift them up into the safety of my wings, those who will come with me. And who of you have taught your children truth so that they would know to come with me? Evil shall not pass into the places of perfection. So be it. I am Aten. Chapter 11. Rec number 2 Haton. Wednesday, February 20th, 1991, 8:22 a.m. Year 4 Day 188 Today's Watch. Do not concern, Dharma, over the computer. The Father's words are remaining within the master brain. The conscious mind is a strange element of experience. When the higher consciousness is present, the manifestations of thought within the physical dimension is dulled, and your computers are tampered with in order to remove all at any and every opportunity in efforts to dissuade you and other scribes from their work. None shall again silence God. So be it. Because I have spoken of the Zionists in the churches calling themselves Christian, do not think that I finish with the subject of corrupted religious institutions. I do not, however, wish to withdraw or sidetrack from my subject of how the element has seeped into the very fiber of your being, as documented on your place by your people in your time of counting and experience. The best way to do this is to unfold unto you once that which has been taken from the shelves and destroyed or remains only through preservation against this day of revelation. It is better if you once can take the information and go forth and prove of the accounts to your own satisfaction, wherein lies cannot prevail in the light of confrontation of truth. If you cannot come to recognize the Antichrist within, how can you know truth? I shall postpone today's watch, for I have many segments to show you regarding that which is happening in front of you, and yet I have bogged my publisher with 5 double expresses, and I will not burden him further this day. He is giving you a compilation of our last several writings, which might well be the most informative and valuable information you will ever experience in this life journey. I urge you readers of this information to obtain the prior publishing if you have not done so. We are taking the infiltration and corruption by the Antichrist upon your place, one step at a time, according to that which has come down in America and thusly, the world. Today we will take up American freedom and Zionist power. No, you will not like the information, but I urge you to continue to read of it, for in these writings are the revelations being revealed. In utilizing this information, I honor gratefully, one Pittman Buck, Jr., for in his material he has done a splendid job and has displayed insight and writing skills of greatness. Mr. Buck claimed no affiliation with any organization and expressed his own views with great insight and wisdom and documentation of great importance. At the time of the writing which I shall share with you, Mr. Buck lived in Texas City, Texas, and had been employed for 25 years as a technician with a leading chemical firm, with a special interest in the fields of mass spectrometry and infrared spectroscopy. This is a field of utmost importance to you in this transitioning world. I shall, however, protect all further information regarding this man, for in these days of peril, persons who speak out and those one's families are in grave danger at every turn, most especially when their great contributions are unveiled by God, that his children might gain insight. Mr. Buck noted that in a speech given on March 26, 1977, before the annual Jefferson-Jackson Day dinner in Denver, Colorado, United States Senator James Aburesk stated that we now see a foreign country, Israel, wrapping itself in its state religion so that criticism of the state or its policies is perceived as a form of racism-anti-Semitism. He further stated, in this country it is much easier to criticize our own government than it is to criticize Israel. The information I shall give you was written and published in your year, 1977, without reference to publisher. I honor his integrity. You have arrived at a time in historical passage wherein an ethnocentric, religious group which comprises less than 3% of the population has become the leading factor in America's destiny. You have had over a decade to become deeper mired in the quicksand and have seen it not whether or not yet perish is resting upon a tiny reed of hope. For you see, the shrouded workers have pulled the Constitution into the darkness and taken through actions as if and compromised, then destroyed the foundation of your Bill of Rights as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You are not a nation under God law of truth, You are divided and serve only the master of greed and self-attainment. You are totally divisible and you have only sham liberty as the master puppeteers allow you, and there is justice for none, and yet laws giving unto the usurpers of the laws of justice. You are victims of the hoax. Dharma, we shall do as prior work and print from the document provided. I shall comment as we go if appropriate and designate such. I feel it more appropriate for readers to hear it from the mouths of Earth Brothers so they cannot toss it aside as supernatural gibberish and ravings from an insane mind. Later, we shall move right inside the secret archives of the Vatican and you will see that all of this has been a long time in the coming. Quote. The news, Jews, and General Brown free speech and discussion on the topic of this pamphlet is so inhibited that even the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff cannot freely speak his mind on a college campus, the traditional side of intellectual inquiry, without being made to apologize to the Jewish community by none other than the President himself. On October 10, 1974, General George S. Brown appeared before a Duke University Law School forum, and in responding to a question he spoke of the strong Jewish lobby in this country whose chief interest is Israel. In a recent article, Joseph Kraft, who is Jewish, wrote of Jews who care chiefly about Israel. During the 1976 presidential election, General Brown warned the law students of the serious danger to America that unlimited support of Israel entails. For these remarks the general was called anti-Semitic by Zionists and pro-Zionists and was told to apologize by a president sworn to uphold the Constitution and the national defense of America. General Brown made the following remarks to the student forum: we have the Israelis coming to us for equipment. We say we can't possibly get the Congress to support a program like that. They say, don't worry about the Congress. We'll take care of the Congress. Now this is somebody from another country. But they can do it. A commentary article, referred to below, depicts Israel's United Nations Ambassador Simha Dinitz and an Israeli military attaché inside the Pentagon demanding of Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger full United States military logistical supporting equipment during the height of the 1973 Yom Kippur War. When both Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and Schlesinger demurred, Dinitz threatened to call in several unnamed United States senators to force the issue. After President Nixon received calls from a number of influential supporters of Israel, again unnamed, from both inside and outside the United States, the commentary article states, the president then personally intervened on Israel's behalf and ordered the full logistical support of Israel, being keenly aware of the possible political consequences of a further delay. No doubt this power to dictate is what the general meant when he said, but they can do it. Of course, the network television news managers decided to spare the American public such details concerning the Jewish lobby which would have confirmed exactly what General Brown had told the students about that lobby, namely, it is so strong you wouldn't believe now. The network managers preferred instead to concentrate on the technical error made by the general when he said they own, the banks in this country, the newspapers. Had the general used the word control instead of the word own, he would have been home free. For an enlightening article about the matters of which General Brown spoke, the huge Israeli drawdown of United States military equipment during the Yom Kippur War, as well as the astonishing strength and operational effectiveness of the Jewish lobby, the reader is referred to the article, Kissinger and the Yom Kippur War, in Commentary, September 1974. Commentary is published by the American Jewish Committee. Morris J. Amitai, a Zionist lobbyist and former staff aide to Senator Abraham Ribikoff, told Washington Post journalist Stephen Isaacs that Jewish legislative staff members keep their Jewishness in mind when aiding their legislative bosses. As reported by Leonard J. Davis, also a Zionist lobbyist, in the Cleveland Jewish News, January 24, 1975, p.20. There is ample evidence that many Jewish journalists also keep their Jewishness in mind when reporting the news. This evidence is not just a hypothetical parallel drawn from Morris J. Amitai's comments. Jewish writers themselves confirm this bias in Jewish literature. Naomi Ben Asher wrote, the question of Jewish identity is no stranger to the writer whose Jewishness is largely a biological accident. For the non-writer, Jewishness can be a negligible factor of life. This irrelevance of a man's Jewishness to his work rarely applies to the Jew who is a writer. One is hereby well advised to keep in mind that for propagandic purposes some news may be given national coverage while other news is directed only toward the Jewish community. In another incident involving General Brown, the American public learned through a leak to the Israeli press just 2 weeks before the 1976 United States presidential and national election date that Rayan Lurie, a Jewish columnist, had interviewed General Brown 6 months earlier. In response to a question in that interview on April 12, 1976, the general had stated his honest conviction that Israel and her armed forces were a burden to the United States. The conveniently timed news leak of the general's remarks, duly reported by all three major American media networks, had the expected effect of embarrassing Republican candidate Ford in the American Jewish community. President Ford swiftly issued a statement that he did not agree with the general's poor choice of words and that he considered the matter closed. 32 Jewish organizations immediately announced a special meeting to consider the situation. The next day the Jewish groups replied with one voice that, the Jewish community does not consider the matter of General Brown to be closed. The news handling of this latest Brown incident was seen by many as another example of Jewish control and manipulation of news stories in order to gain the greatest propagandic effect upon the American people for the sole benefit of Israel. Although Mr. Lurie disclaimed any conspiracy concerning the timing of the news leak, he was quick to recommend, on ABC television news, that President Ford fire General Brown for expressing his view that Israel is a burden to the United States. Mr. Lurie lived in Israel for years and presumably holds Israeli citizenship. As chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Brown is in a most favorable position to know how much of a military and economic burden Israel really is to the United States. The Houston Post reported that defense officials said that the vital United States tank reserve in Europe was cut back in 1973 to replace Israel's losses in the Yom Kippur War. That paper further reported Pentagon sources as saying the tanks were rushed to Israel, leaving the United States Army with less than 50% of the tanks it believed it needed to meet any thrust by the Soviet Union's vastly greater armored forces. An authoritative Pentagon source, reported by the Middle East Perspective, October 1976, declared that the depletion of United States arsenal for benefit of Israel during the October War left our country without a single combat-ready division anywhere. Any American president who places the survival of another nation above the national interests of his own country should be tried for treason and run out of the country. Everyday Jewish power affects the life and pocketbook of each American citizen and taxpayer. Through the control of the national impact media of radio and television and, to a lesser degree, through the handling of national and international wire services and their dispatches, Jewish influence determines what will or will not be on national television, what the voters will know about political candidates and what tomorrow's press headlines will be. At the time of General Brown's appearance before the Student Forum at Duke University, Time magazine, in reporting the Brown incident in its November 25 edition, stated, according to Washington Post correspondent Stephen D. Isaacs' recently published book, Jews and American Politics, Jews head the corporations that own all three national television networks. When, on November 13, 1969, former Vice President Spiro Agnew spoke of a tiny enclosed fraternity of privileged men in the television news medium who enjoy a monopoly sanctioned and licensed by government, he incurred the wrath of a small group of men more powerful than he had imagined. If the Vice President of the United States had hopes of remaining in political life, those hopes would have been better served with an announcement to lead a Bonds for Israel drive. Not only are the private corporations of the electronic news media under Jewish control, but Jews hold many of the government's most sensitive informational outlets to the public. President Ford and First Lady Betty Ford both found it useful to employ Jewish press secretaries. From the level of Department of State on down through the various executive branch agencies, whether it be Attorney General Levi's office, the Securities and Exchange Commission or the United States Information Agency, one is apt to find that the chief press spokesman or his assistant is either a Jew or works for one. If a private citizen wants to voice a complaint about the religio-ethnically biased, controlled broadcast media, he can contact the Federal Communications Commission, which is charged by law with the regulation of the broadcast industry that uses the public's airwaves. A perusal of the 1976 Congressional Staff Directory indicates that many, if not most, of the top officials of the FCC are Jewish. In 1969, the Senate Communications Subcommittee conducted hearings on Senate Bill 2004. The bill would have granted almost automatic license renewals for stations of the broadcast media. All three network presidents were there to testify. So was Nicholas Johnson, a former FCC commissioner but not with the National Citizens Committee for Broadcasting, a group concerned about single points of view and conflicts of interest. When the hearings began, the network moguls testified enthusiastically for S.2004, which would have allowed them to forget the public's interest and concentrate totally on making money and propaganda. The networks simply do not want restraints placed upon them by the public. Nicholas Johnson, a man who is not possessed by a mean, forensic disposition, gave a 50-page statement to the subcommittee and testified thus, the broadcaster in America today is, without question, the single most powerful man civilization has ever permitted to roam wild. We have used a very long thread to tether a dinosaur. He finds it restricting and asks that it be removed. One would think that newspapers, all newspapers, would defend the right of free speech and press as a right of every American to be exercised more particularly by those who have the official responsibility to defend the Constitution. But not the New York Times, owned by Arthur Oakes Sulzberger. On October 22, 1976, this prestigious newspaper called the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff a general who talks too much. The writer would put several questions to the Times: what are the armed forces defending, if not the constitutional right to freedom of speech and press? During his superb 35-year military career, and now as America's chief military officer, General Brown has defended with his life the right of free speech and press for others, including the Times. And now the Times criticizes the general for exercising the very right he has helped to preserve for Mr. Sulzberger and his editor, A.M. Rosenthal. How unfair and ungrateful can a newspaper be? If the Times were to interview General Brown, would he be expected to reply to questions about Israel honestly and according to his convictions? Obviously not, since that is what the general did in the case of the Lurie interview, and the Times condemned him for doing so. The Times and other media ought to refrain from asking public officials for press interviews if they do not want or expect honest answers. Hayton, it is most difficult to not interrupt at every sentence and make comment of irate objection to the thing that is pulling you down. In this very day, this very moment, you have been led into the pits of hell in the burning desert, and the lies grown bigger and bigger and mislead you into complacency. You are told that Iraqi forces are weak and worn away. The barrage of lies pouring forth would gag the maggots which feast upon the carcasses of the damned. You feast upon the lies whilst they are telling you that they are telling you lies. Strategy, they call it. I am overwhelmed with irate protest in your behalf and in behalf of the children you have sent to be sacrificed on the altar of evil. In an unusually courageous editorial, the Wall Street Journal, October 20, 1976, spoke to this issue. It looks to us as if General Brown's real sin is excessive candor, which leaves us confused, since we thought everyone agreed our leaders needed to be more candid, not less so. The Journal then concluded its editorial by obliquely suggesting to pro-Zionist backers of Governor Carter that they might be better satisfied with press interview answers given by the Carter administration officials who had been lobotomized. In his Lurie interview, General Brown also had a few things to say about other nations besides Israel. Concerning Britain, he said that England is no longer a world power, all they have got are generals and admirals and bands. Unlike the Times, which wrote that the general talks too much, the Manchester Guardian Weekly, October 31, 1976, of England wrote, with obvious regard for the truth, that the general need not apologize. He should tell us more. The author has concentrated on the General Brown story because in many ways it is typical of Jewish influence exercised through the control of major news organs. This manipulating, filtering, and censoring of information done daily to a lesser or larger extent depends upon how the media perceive the factual happenings as affecting the Jewish community here and abroad. One other example will be given. End quoting for the segment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Allow us a rest break and then we will take up the subject of the news, Israelis, and the USS Liberty. There is no way to tell it to you often enough, for you do not wish to believe it could happen, not to you and certainly not to America or the world. Why? You have had the prophecy since the beginning of Genesis. Well, friends, it isn't over until God wins. I care not how many of you choose to believe otherwise and think us to be bigots and wimps. God is neither, and truth shall again prevail upon your place just as written, and the journey through the lies will be unpleasant indeed. So be it. To stand by, please. Chapter 12. Rec number 1 Jesus Ananda/Hayton Thursday, February 21, 1991, 7:59 a.m. Year 4 Day 189. Dharma, your brother is who is present, Kila. Let us look into the moment before we move forward, for each has a journey, a purpose, and all must integrate into the other with precision lest the clock not tick properly. You ones must not take of your portion and demand too much of another lest you not understand their confusion. It is rare that we would expect of you ones to begin, for instance, a great project at the ending of a day. I witness that you write more quantity when the whiplash is causing pain elsewhere. We cannot stop of the writing, for time and action are mandatory. However, it is not to panic the support group. Further, by the reaction of the support group comes the pressure upon your senses which effort to stop you and allow time for other forms of living catch up. Man has waited too long and now wishes to have it all in the 1 hour which we effort to bring as much as possible within those moments, but he, too, must turn within and listen to the truth as it unfolds. For instance, on this morning, and you will hear it in full later, Saddam has said that he has given a reasonable response to Russia, and further, if it is unacceptable, he intends to tell the world why the US constructed and carries forth with this war. Well, Chelis, it will indeed be revealing. The only hope the United States has for popular support is that the lies from your media have been strong enough to continue to hide truth, and hundreds of thousands will perish in the interim, if the real truth is pushed forth. It will also cause an intensification of effort to assassinate Saddam, to silence him. Oh, sad is your state upon your planet. Sad indeed. The subject upon which Hayton expounds is the central core of truth, which ye ones must have lest you move into the transition without facts and truth, so it must be pulled together in a document which will outline truth, and then the brothers can glean the deeper information from the books already written. Therefore, Dharma, yours is to write and write and write as we give it unto you. Also, it is to discern others' input, which would cause discounting of our work if you discern incorrectly. It is most critical that you and Thomas do not err in deciphering that which gives delusion in the midst of its beauty, for that, indeed, is the way of the master deceiver. The tools will not realize they have been used. And you must use all the clues and tools given for your garnering of the truth, all. For example, in the document which cost you hours of time on the yesterday, you discerned with the one-word title, but it is necessary that you familiarize yourselves with projections, for the masses will do so and they will cling to that which allows them continuation in the defaults. Choose as a description and title of a book given in the context that the man gave as the first and last speaker sent by God, which makes him by obvious intent the giver of truth, which is the Messiah, cannot be correct. Number 1, Jew, as you found within the week, is a term only most recently applied to the ones of Judea, as in this term, title, Jews the called, indicates, whether or not the writer realizes it, means Zionist the chosen, which is not revealed actually until the last paragraph. You ones wish to cling to the mystical and find cities of crystal diamonds and colored lights and thus and so as from prior to the beginning, and believe that God began his creating just for earth and earth man. Bubble bursting time again. Earth is a place for human man to experience, and there was creation before and there is almost relative creation beyond in a very little differing dimension. There are and have been many great and Christ teachers, I among them and some of you, among them but not the only one. Therefore, you must study your lessons well, Chelis, who write and project data, for we shall give forth no dreamy-eyed information to deceive longer the people. You are manifested into physical reality, and all about your experience will be as such, and wondrous indeed it is. For all you must learn is that you can create from this density in which you experience that which you need to change of circumstance. It is a great responsibility you ones bear, but you are equal to the task. One's project that which they are given, and unless the holy God sources have trained them, there is no way in which they can know of truth versus delusion, and yet man must come up out of the dream world and into the dream world of greatness and truth of manifestation for a physical experience, one of manifestation and creation, either for furtherance of that which you label good or evil. The young man in Korea in the military shall get my answer in the physical manner he can see and hear, for he already hears me, he only desires the physical contact, as do ye all, for that is your only perception of reality. If his only purpose in this journey is to give support to, let us say, Dharma, then would not his journey be grand indeed? And, yet, as purpose is desired, it grows beyond all bindings and limits. How wondrous is the journey! For you who do not know, the slings and arrows are striking my scribes from every direction of the physical, and the bombardment is hard and expensive. The neighbors, in their hatred, and the local community services district has reported a dozen things to every possible police agency, and daily come the police enforcers. But you ones must know, and to experience is to learn. Until you understand that you are already in a position of having no longer community and no longer have freedom of even that which you perceive is property, you cannot confront and change of it. But, Dharma, your first commitment, Kila, is to write for a very, very busy commander who sets aside time for this projection to meet the needs of your cycles. I can only ask that you do not lose sight of the trees for the entanglement of the forest. Precious, I care not that ones call me Jesus, for it is indeed a fine label, and more ones upon your place have called me that than any other labels matter not, for it is truth and godliness, order out of chaos, peace out of restlessness which is sought, and I hold of the key and the way. Rest easy, little one, for you can only offer unto man that which is the gift, and then release him, for he must accept and take of it, or it is, indeed, no gift. So be it. You must further discern in that which is given in portions of which understanding can be gleaned. This is why you must access all, as with the writing of Jews, to discern whether or not the term is simply utilized for current understanding of subject matter or indeed is used as a term in fact. You must be given that which can be understood by all levels of progress. This is why the journals are written, so that ones can, in the conclusion of material, know the subject in point, having grown through the lessons and into knowledge. But neither can there be naught but the repetition of the lessons time after time, lest ye never get to the true subject, and much less into the wisdom with which to utilize the knowledge. I rest my hand upon your heads in blessings, for in you ones, I am so well pleased, and I cherish and appreciate you without measure. We are doing of our work, and the word is pure, so that man can see if he chooses to cover his eyes and ears, so be it, for that, then, is of his choosing and not of your failure. Commander, thank you for allowing me a brief communion, for our troops are getting a bit frazzled and emotionally tattered working in the desolate bunkers of this battlefield of experience. I speak not to the one, but to the all, for there is no separation. But if ye make projections that your hand is my hand in service, make very, very sure it is my hand you hold and serve, for the evil brother has a million hands to tempt you, and glorious stories to soothe you, and great parables to lift your egos upon the imitation marble platforms which will collapse with the most tiny prick of the needle. Do not follow me, come in the equality and responsibility given unto you, and move beside me, in front of me, but never feel unworthy and drag behind me, for if ye listen, you will know the way from any position on the path. However, I caution you, if you feel yours is the only way, ye shall be put behind, for there is no leader of greatness who discounts another's values nor possibility of a better way. Ponder it. The child in learning must recognize the teacher who has learned and bow to higher judgment and discernment. The student, however, will always be constantly tested by the teacher, if the teacher be in any wise worthy, and the teacher shall always, if he has achieved wisdom, bow at the very feet of the student for the perfection gained in the knowledge of truth. Take my hand, when ye have tried me, for blessed of the fold I know the way, for I come from that greatest of all wondrous spirits only to serve even unto the very least. Thank you for attending me, and I shall relinquish the printing pen unto my brother, that you might continue in thine work. It is glorious work, for it gives us opportunity to honor ones who passed before and left truth and wisdom through knowledge, and the possibility for your standing upon their shoulders, that your journey can be in more perfection and understanding, for the place is far better for them having passed this way. It is for man in the physical to learn in measured steps of understanding. Total knowledge and revelation of the whole is that which is of another dimension of experience. Beware of the one who pronounces total vision while in thine dimension, for he lies. Insight is one thing, claim of total knowledge is another. This is why we of the returning teachers and hosts are not manifest in human format upon your placement, so that you can know that ones who claim such position are not that which they claim to be. Note further that I did not say that there are not returned workers and higher beings among you, and some of you are the manifested proof of same, but the higher hosts of God are not in the physical format. If there are visits to and from, then it is perception of holographic dimension, sometimes quite physical in perception. You once continually ask for proof to your physicalness in a physical manner, which can be most easily duplicated by tricksters. It is that which is beyond the physical unto which you must look, and you will recognize it only with the advanced knowing of that connection within on why our level of ability to recognize. Until the day when that is understood, we continue with that which is suitable in its proper sequence. For you who cannot see the craft in the heavens, you simply do not know that for which to look. On any given night when you would see the stars, you can look into any direction and see the craft. As you connect with frequencies, the brothers will give recognition either through movement and certainly, no less, than the strobing of colored lights pulse deliberately for your viewing. Massive craft are in your viewing range in these days and orbit in the same patterns as the stars, and yes, the astronomers do know and are simply forbidden to divulge the information unto you. Keep attention, for they slip with their tongues most regularly. If you see great motion of light from slash to locations, and the light be brilliant and leave no trail, the craft is without your near atmosphere. If there is a long glowing tail, then the craft is moving rapidly within your atmosphere, thus eating the air particles which leaves the tail. Enjoy your communion with your brothers in the cosmos, for they, too, are weary of thine tending and long for their own home placements. It is honor to serve you, and we give freely of selves unto your needs, but as any upon human placement thine brothers like contact and recognition for that which they are and do. And the greatest service of all, beloved Chalice, is to give grateful appreciation unto God for that which you give. Appreciation allows the great spirit of your Creator to see your level of understanding, and growth is great when a truth is grown into to such extent that a child only asks in behalf of another and for the greater good and not for self. So be it. Do not toy greatly with the orifice called mouth and the tongue within, for God hears the energy projections of the soul within, and from that projection does he make value judgment. Adonai. I am Jesus Ananda, to bow to command. Thank you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Please allow me to give appreciation unto my own Commander-in-Chief, in whose service I come on this journey. There is something I am going to relate to all of you ones at this point. Stop the nonsense of Christian versus everything or anything. You ones have long since confused the term unto its demise. All ones who move in truth unto lighted God/Creator are Christians. I care not that which you label self. The Christed path is the only path that reaches unto the source, for Christ is a state of being, not a man's label, nor that of a god of some sort. It is an achievement level of perfection. It matters not if ye be Native American, Eskimo, Hindu, Buddhist, Islamic. It matters not what if ye are headed for the lighted truth in the higher dimensional kingdoms vs the dark places of the physical ruled by the dark brotherhood. Ye must tread the Christed path, which the native calls the sacred circle of infinity, no end and no beginning, infinite and always in motion to or from perfection, ultimately ending in total perfection after the lessons are learned. This is most important for you who single out this one or that one to denounce or favor as a group. Be sure you know of that which you speak, for if you understand truth you will not longer speak of separation, so that which you speak labels your level of ignorance louder than you realize. Back to the subject of American freedom and Zionist power, by Pittman Buck, as we are projecting herein regarding the incident of the American ship, USS Liberty. The news, Israelis, and USS Liberty. Dharma, before we begin this writing, get Oberly to remove the disk from the computer. It is giving false information which indicates tampering with the equipment. Just have him remove it please, and then we will continue. Quote. On June 8, 1967, during the 1967 Middle East War, Israeli jet aircraft and torpedo-carrying gunboats attacked an American vessel, the USS Liberty, while it was cruising in international waters off the Sinai Peninsula. The Liberty was a highly sophisticated communications vessel operated by the United States Navy and a sister ship to the USS Pueblo, which was captured by North Korea in 1968. Both ships were operated by the Navy for the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. The Liberty was on an intelligence gathering mission when attacked by Israel, as was the Pueblo when captured by the North Koreans. 34. Americans died in the Israeli attack on the Liberty. 1 American died during the attack upon and capture of the Pueblo. The news media that later gave very extensive coverage to the Pueblo affair displayed no interest in seeking for the public the answer to Time magazine's question, why did the Israelis go out of their way to attack a neutral ship? Apparently, no investigative reporters were assigned to the Liberty story. News media that appear all too anxious to embarrass American public officials, whether they be presidents or generals, with the Jewish community, are very reluctant to uncover and report any evidence to the American public and would embarrass the Jewish state of Israel. Any time a foreign nation is responsible for the deaths of 34 Americans, 164 others wounded, and the ultimate loss of a United States naval vessel, the American people have a right to know something about the whys and wherefores. The Liberty affair should have been given widespread publicity. In view of the serious nature of the incident, one can conclude only that a conspiracy operated at the highest levels to keep the matter closed to an inquiring public. Such a conspiracy would find the Jewish-controlled news media only too willing to cooperate in this case. In a brief literature survey, this writer found 5 books on the Pueblo incident listed in the 1975 edition of Subject Guide to Books in Print. In addition, the writer examined 2 other books on the Pueblo affair, including one by the captain of the Pueblo, Commander Lloyd M. Booker. The other one was written by Rear Admiral Daniel V. Gallery, RET, entitled The Pueblo Incident. In his literature survey on the Liberty affair, the writer was unable to find listed anywhere a single book about Israel's attack on the Liberty. Not one. Furthermore, a lengthy search has turned up only 2 in-depth articles in national publications about the Israeli attack on the Liberty. One was James J. Kilpatrick's June 8, at 1,400 hours, National Review, Hayton, which is reason enough not to believe much of it at any rate, being edited and projected by one of the most Zionistic entities on your planet, September 5, 1967, pages 952 to 958. 9 years after the Liberty incident, Anthony Pearson, a Canadian journalist, published the results of his investigation into the Liberty affair. Mr. Pearson spent several years and crossed 3 continents chasing down leads and information for his Liberty story. His findings indicate that a conspiracy had existed between the United States government, President Johnson, CIA, and NSA, and Israel, which would allow Israel to capture certain Arab lands up to predetermined boundaries. The Liberty was on station off Sinai to monitor the war's activities. Because of the initial success and advances of Israel's so-called preemptive attack on Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, the Israelis decided to advance beyond the predetermined lines and take additional Arab lands not agreed upon by Johnson. Through the Liberty's intelligence surveillance and reports to the CIA, monitored by the Israelis, it was learned that Israel intended to break the agreement with her co-conspirator. Israel decided that the Liberty had to be sunk. Israeli jet planes were sent out to do the job and were later joined by motor torpedo boats. Thus, one of the most cold-blooded acts of treachery in recent warfare was carried out against a friendly nation, the United States, without whom Israel could not exist. On January 20, 1969, a public naval court of inquiry was convened in San Diego, California to investigate North Korea's seizure of the Pueblo. It was attended by at least a dozen news journalists who, by their affiliations with many segments of both print and electronic media, assured the public of widespread coverage of evidence developed by the court of inquiry. The court found evidence of negligence starting with the Pueblo chain of command and extending right up through higher echelons of the Navy. Among many other recommendations, the court of inquiry recommended that Commander Booker and a subordinate stand trial by general court-martial. The court's convening authority, Admiral John J. Hyland, rejected the court's recommendations on court-martials because of the extenuating circumstances, and Secretary of the Navy John H. Chaffee concurred with the admiral's opinion. Meanwhile, thanks to the news media, Commander Booker's name became a household word, and automobiles driven all over the country bore bumper stickers reminding the public to remember the Pueblo. In contrast to the pervasive news coverage given to the North Korean capture of the Pueblo and its attendant court of inquiry hearings, the best public relations that tender loving care could provide accompanied news reports about Israel's attack on the S.S. liberty. In this endeavor, the United States government had the anxious cooperation of the Jewish-controlled American news media. Accordingly, on June 11, 1967, a secret naval court of inquiry convened in London, England, to investigate Israel's attack on the USS Liberty. As far as this writer can ascertain, no newsman put up a squawk concerning the public's right to know more about Israel's attack on the American ship. Newsmen who went to great efforts and traveled long distances to get seats at the Pueblo hearings would rather not complain about the secret Liberty hearings in London. According to Mr. Kilpatrick's National Review article, the court of inquiry developed evidence that the Israeli armed forces had ample opportunity to identify Liberty correctly, but the court had insufficient information before it to make a judgment on the reasons for the decision by Israeli aircraft and motor torpedo boats to attack. Of course, the court did not know of the secret agreement between Israel and the United States concerning the Israeli coveted Arab lands, and the CIA and the NSA were not about to tell it. Without this knowledge, the court had no way of knowing the true purpose behind the Liberty mission, and without knowing that purpose, the court had no way of knowing that Liberty's intelligence had discovered Israel's violation of a top-secret agreement. 3 civilian communications experts manned the Liberty's inner sanctum, which housed the electronic communications gear, and not even Commander McGonigal was allowed into those quarters of the ship. It is doubtful if the court's convening authority, Admiral John S. McCain, Jr., knew why the court hearings were ordered to be held in secret, though he may have suspected it had something to do with the government's fear of public reaction to an act of infamy. But the government need not have worried about that reaction. Even if the London court hearings had been public, the American news media would have seen to that. Anthony Pearson reported in his Penthouse, June 1976, article that out of secret hearings that Congress held on the Liberty affair, a leak revealed that 2 of the Israeli planes that had attacked the Liberty were piloted by Americans, ex-Navy pilots who had immigrated to Israel. Since the hearings were secret, this leak could be neither publicly confirmed nor disproved. Now, the news media have been notorious cooperators with leak purveyors, but this leak about ex-U.S. Navy pilots attacking the USS Liberty while flying for Israel was one leak that the news media definitely did not want to broadcast. And they did not, as far as this writer can determine. Again, it may be observed that for the same reason that some legislative staff employees keep their Jewishness in mind when working on Capitol Hill, it is apparent that some journalists keep their Jewishness in mind when reporting, or not reporting, the news. Biased news reporting, especially with regard to the Arab-Israeli conflict or other areas of Jewish interests, reflects the basic philosophy of a handful of men who control the broadcast media and who ultimately influence the news judgments of their paid editors and producers. The State of Israel called its attack on the Liberty a mistake and paid a paltry total indemnity of $6.9 million to Liberty's crew casualties and family survivors, but only after an international lawsuit was filed against Israel in the World Court at The Hague by family members of the crew, Hayton, and, of course, you American taxpayers put up the funds to pay the fine. Israeli aircraft had reconnoitered the Liberty for 5 hours before attacking her. If the attack were truly a mistake, it was a mistake that took the Israelis 5 hours to decide to make. It was also a mistake for which no one in Israel ever stood trial. Zionist Israel faced the dilemma of investigating a case of jet pilots and torpedo boat commanders who obviously had not acted on their own in a decision to attack an American naval vessel. A public and thorough investigation of the facts in this case would have opened a bag of worms that even Israel could not have stomached. So nothing was done that could have led to a court-martial or trial of anyone. The writer has just learned, 1977, that the American Palestine Committee has obtained, under the Freedom of Information Act, the Court of Inquiry documents covering the 1967 Liberty case. The United States Navy file, now mostly declassified, contains numerous photographs of Israeli planes and torpedo boats attacking the ship while it was plainly flying a huge 13-foot American flag, in clear weather. There is also testimony that the attackers engaged in jamming to prevent the ship's calls for help from reaching the U.S. Sixth Fleet. Since the United States State Department has not yet declassified its files on the Liberty tragedy, the American Palestine Committee has stated its intention to pursue the matter until we have all the answers. Hayton, more wishful thinking, especially in more current times. The Freedom of Information Act provides you with nothing. You cannot get information not wished for you to have under any circumstances. This is one of the best clues to truth or lies. If secret and top secret files are revealed under this act, i.e. MJ12 UFO material, etc. is legible, it is false. You cannot get original documents from the government. For further developments on the Liberty, the concerned reader should contact the American Palestine Committee and should also write his congressman urging a full and open congressional hearing on the case. Hayton, case in point, how many of you in the interim 19 years have heard of any inquiry into this matter? I thought not. I can further tell you that a lot of the disclosures of information regarding Zionists' activities and cover UPS etc. are dead. Jack Bernstein, whom we quoted only a few days past in the life of an American Jew in racist Marxist Israel. And, of course, John King, Sr., and on goes the list. The ones remaining alive have come within our circle of protection where we can literally protect, shield, them from the pulse beams and barrage of everything from chemical to biological introduction within their systems. I remind you that you are dealing with the big bad boy himself, and you actually have only one protection: God of holy light. Incidentally, the Liberty's captain, Commander William L. McGonigal, was recommended for his country's highest award for service above and beyond the call of duty, and his crew was recommended for presidential citations. Commander McGonigal received his Congressional Medal of Honor, and the Liberty's crew, those that survived, received their presidential citations. Hayton, Does it not remind you of the passing out of medals to the survivors of the Panama invasion? In contrast to all the publicity given the Pueblo case, there were no car bumper stickers traversing the country exhorting the people to remember the liberty. As far as the American people at large were concerned, these brave men may as well have received their country's highest honors anonymously thanks to the American news media, which tippy-toed through the whole liberty affair, knowing that keeping the American public uninformed would be in Israel's best interest. Hayton, we covered this story quite thoroughly in Skeletons in the Closet, I believe was the title, out of some 25 journals now. I too get a bit forgetful of singular contents. An important point I must make again herein, however, is that the men, following the incident, were forbidden under sentence of death from your government from divulging information regarding the liberty. End of quoting for the segment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I only have one more point of immediate attention to point out to you. You will all be having access to Nostradamus via television during the next few weeks. It aired in Southern California last evening. It is changed from a 2-hour motion picture featuring Orson Welles in an hour's propaganda hosted by Charlton Heston. It is a direct updating to give you the viewers the direct perception that Saddam Hussein is the Antichrist. This is a ploy to distract you from the fact that the State of Israel and the Zionist Hazars are the Antichrist. I suggest you be most discerning in your value judgments, for this is leaving you with perception which is total lie. The fact that the program is being aired right now at the time of holy celebrations of one sort and another proves to you that that which we are giving you is indeed truth. Be cautious indeed lest you be sucked even more deeply into the deception. Salome, you will again be flooded with the annual Holocaust barrage. In addition, I suggest that you begin to take responsibility for getting yourself informed, for the lie is going to fall, for the enemies of Holy Creator, God, are going to be revealed into the light of truth. Allow us closure of this segment, for I need your presence elsewhere. Thank you for your service. God is ever in your presence, so I trust ye shall keep of it in mind in your every action, thought and deed. So be it. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. To clear, please. Chapter 13. Rec number 1 Hayton. Friday, February 22, 1991, 9:02 a.m. Year 4 Day 190. Today's wondrous game. In the radiance of light I come this morning, filled to overflow with questions. In fact, my file runneth over. Therefore, I would put some of the inquiries back into thine hands, for ye have enough undercover information to pretty well analyze that which is going on and coming down. I intend to respond, so please stay with me, but let us become quiet and see what wondrous information flows as I repeat the inquiries. First, I will give you some questions which are not asked by other than a minute few, which bear more information on the whole than does anyone else. Who and what has stalled out the shuttles? Who is delineating the U.S. response to the Russian proposal? Who is structuring the response? Where is Henry Kissinger? Eagleburger? Scowcroft? Has Iraq actually shot any missiles whatsoever at anyone? What kind of tanks were at Kafyi? What level of Iraqi warrior was at Kafyi? Why are your military now downgrading the value of all the recently captured EPOs after the big flap about them? What are you learning from the grapevine about the dug-in bunkers? What does the U.S. military really say about military capability off the Vidyot propaganda boxes? Has the Russians/Soviets let up on military buildup? Why do they have the final blackmail say about what comes down, especially in America? What of the markets about the world? What of the money exchange? What of the price of gold? What is going to happen to gold? Why is Saddam so angry but will continue the game? Why is America between the hardest place on the planet and the rock of inflexibility? What will Israel do? Why are your top advisors back in Israel? Oh yes, they are. Will the war be extended? Does it matter in the least? How many people control that which the U.S. does? Saddam's scorched earth plan? Why does the U.S. now denounce the Soviets' position on the Security Council? Why does the U.S. continue to have to take heed of that which the Soviets project? Let us look at a few of these things in perspective of objectivity in light of that which we have been providing you from the underground circuits of truth instead of propaganda-filled lies. I repeat and repeat, the Soviets and Bush had an agreement that there would be no nuclear war in the Middle East until 1992. That agreement was drawn and consummated at Malta. If there is a major out-of-control war in Kuwait, etc., there will be nuclear weapons utilized. Israel would desire that to happen to gain her objectives of land acquisition prior to the Soviet segment, who despises Israeli Zionists gaining control. There is still no one on the earth to match the space capability of the Soviets, and to do a reasonably good job in this war you must have better surveillance and space capability, hence the need for the defense/military shuttle trips. The Soviets have said they will simply take them out if they are launched. So, you have some unexpected cracks in the fuel tank doors or something equally as foolish on multi-billion-dollar toys, all of them. Your administration has, further, been warned that if this thing doesn't come under control, that the Soviets will make sure it does. That means there will either be devastating weather upheavals and/or major earthquakes in the US and elsewhere and/or military action against domestic America from across your borders. Now, what is under control? Under control means that there will be no nuclear war, and Israel has her nuclear weapons poised and aimed in her little retaliation mode of action. In the bombing of the nuclear facilities in Iraq, the Allies have already released a lot of radiation into the atmosphere, and now citizens are being brought down with the poisoning beyond those who died instantly from either the attack and/or the immediate radiation. The Soviets have already told the US that the desired accomplishments from the war have been attained, and enough already. The price of oil is up, and basically the US through the UN can keep the Royal Highnesses under the thumb for a while longer. In other words, total chaos in the Middle East. Another coup against Hussein is under the gathering and being presented to the world as a method of bringing Saddam under fire and topple the government of Iraq after the Kuwait withdrawal. Oh yes, there has already been one such attempt thwarted and reported, not by your papers or media but strangely enough, out of Nigeria, Africa. Perhaps I can just read it to you. The coup itself occurred on or about the 18th of January 1991 and you heard about it as a notice that Hussein had begun to kill his own officers who disagreed with him. A desperate attempt to sack the government of Iraqi strongman Saddam Hussein and end the raging imbroglio in the Persian Gulf has cost 7 lives, 2 of them members of the ruling Iraqi Ba'ath Party, it was claimed in London on Wednesday. The 7 were allegedly caught and killed by security personnel who had uncovered plans by the dissidents to seize Baghdad's main television station to broadcast a call for the ouster of Saddam and end of the war with American-led Allied forces. The British newspaper, The Guardian, reported in London on Wednesday that the attempt was perpetrated last Friday, 18th, and was thwarted by a power failure at the station at the time of the plot. No comment. Mr. Sayyid Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, a prominent member of the Shiite Muslim persuasion and senior opposition leader in Iraq was reported by the London newspaper to have blown the lid off the botched plan and killings, when he met with a British Foreign Office official in London on Wednesday, 23 RD. Hakim, a conspicuous figure of the Organization for Human Rights in Iraq, was said to have met separately in London also on Monday with British Under-Secretary of State for Middle East Affairs David Gorbooth, in the company of another Saddam Hussein opponent and Kurdish minority leader Sami Abdulrahman. Whereas neither Hakim nor Abdulrahman claimed to have witnessed the killings in Baghdad, the newspaper reported that it relied on Hakim's impeccable sources in Iraq. According to the newspaper report, the men planned to broadcast a message to the Iraqi nation, blaming President Hussein for starting another war and urging a general uprising. A power failure prevented the broadcast and they were caught and killed by security forces. Now, this article came from the Daily Champion, Nigeria, Africa, January 25, 91 in which there was also a widespread plea for the Muslims to remain calm and not protest. Now we will comment about the power failure. You see, secrets are a funny thing. If you tell the one you think to be your friend, it is very likely to work out like this one did. Under orders to stop bombing the military installations in Iraq, it was issued orders to suddenly take out the power plant to the television center and to ensure that the TV communications center would be helpless to broadcast. Demolition squads went in and personally shut it down, and the perpetrators of the coup were tattled on and thusly caught. Dear ones, you don't have anything going on in that sector for the purposes given to you nor in the manner projected to you. Israel does not want the government replaced, they want the Middle East for occupation, starting with demolishing Iraq and moving across the lands in acquisition. If any of you were witness to the CNN program last evening on which Henry Kissinger appeared, you know who is formulating the response to the Soviets. Mr. Kissinger said he would demand immediate removal from Kuwait on overnight notice. Today that was in Mr. Bush's response. In fact, Mr. Bush responded verbatim to that which Kissinger had projected only hours prior. Mr. Bush has also been told that if he does not get this peace shut down post haste, that Israel will take this as the time to retaliate in massive force, which means nuclear weapons. Friends, there are several things at stake here, not the least of which is that so far Iraq has launched almost no missiles at Israel and is simply waiting for Israel to begin the Holocaust, and then the response will be equally as devastating. So far the entire show has been put on by Israel and US intelligence to propagandize the world into supporting this heinous atrocity of devastation to a nation and innocent people. How can you believe that Hussein is helpless? He hasn't even utilized any of the really devastating weapons in his arsenal. The Soviets' advisors have never left Iraq, and neither has the supply of weapons and parts coming from the Soviets. Who is kidding who? Let me reprint a couple of articles from the February 11, 1991 Army Times. That, dear ones, is the US Army Times. Gulf War leaves US vulnerable to Soviet storm. The United States is in a strategic situation that brings its very existence into question. Beginning with the explosion of the first Soviet nuclear device in 1949, the United States recognized that it faced a power that could destroy it in a matter of minutes, and thus built a countervailing nuclear arsenal. From the early 1960s we accepted the idea that nuclear war might be averted if we were to build conventional forces to a level that could bring the existence of the Soviet Union or any other nuclear adversary into question. In the late 1980s we threw caution to the wind. Based almost solely on our faith in Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, we stopped modernizing strategic nuclear forces and reduced a promising anti-nuclear defense system to the status of a research project. Then in the midst of planning to drastically reduce our conventional forces, we deployed nearly the total combat power remaining into a strategic cul-de-sac in the Persian Gulf. What may be even more ominous, we have strained our logistic capability to, and possibly beyond, its limits to support the Persian Gulf War. Meanwhile, despite problems of morale and partial withdrawal from Eastern Europe, the Soviet conventional forces remain intact and in position to move in any direction. We recently were warned by the Soviet foreign minister that Soviet democratization is at an end. Yet we are engaged in a war in the Persian Gulf that could tie up our conventional forces indefinitely, but not tie down one single Soviet soldier. The identification of military cargo aboard a Soviet freighter headed for Iraq on January 8 coincides with the resurgence of KGB and military power in Moscow and the murder of unarmed Lithuanians seeking independence. We have permitted Iraq to occupy the full strength of the American armed forces, other than strategic nuclear forces. Yet a fraction of the air and naval forces now in the Persian Gulf region could protect the only major interest we have there, the Saudi Arabian oil fields, and enforce a 100% blockade of Iraqi oil exports for as long as it takes to break Iraq's economic and military power. By becoming trapped in this secondary theater we have opened the way for reassertion of centralized, totalitarian rule in Russia and thereby lost an opportunity to break apart the Soviet Union. We had the tools needed political, military, and economic to have made good our long-standing moral commitment to independence for Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia. Our firm support for freedom there almost certainly would have led to independence for Armenia, Georgia, and possibly the Ukraine. Without the Ukraine the Soviets would not be able to wage war, nuclear or conventional, against the United States. Now we are faced with the worst of all possible outcomes. What was already an inherently unstable Soviet political system has been undermined by economic collapse. Unwilling or unable to shift to a market economy that might have had some slim chance of success, the Soviet regime can now be saved, for a time, by the only pillars of stability left, the KGB and the military. The emerging Soviet chieftains are the most dangerous stewards imaginable for a nuclear arsenal that not only remains intact but has continued on a course of steady modernization. It has taken months to commit our active Army and Marine Corps into the Saudi trap. The Marines can be deployed fairly quickly, but it will take months to get the Army out with its heavy equipment in time to meet an emergency elsewhere. We have been in the eye of a hurricane concerning our relations with the Soviet Union and mistook it for everlasting peace. We do not know what lies ahead, but the storm gathering in the Soviet Union tells us that we had better do the best we can to regain the equilibrium and freedom of action our foolish optimism has cost us. I shall protect the source herein because the big boys are really playing a dirty game these days. I wish to give a statement to you people. George is going on the air in just a few brief moments and I cannot get a full message to cover all these inquiries in time to be of value, so allow me interruption to give you example of the subterfuge perpetrated against your children in uniform. I fully intend to report the second article from this paper, for it has to do with the lopsided weapons power, lopsided in favor of Iraq and documented. I have already given you a complete breakdown of that power, but look what is being fed to your children. By the way, the average age of the troops in Saudi Arabia, US, is 23 years. Do any of you remember your level of knowledge at 23? They are sequestered in the desert sands and the only access to news and information comes from CNN. Example of that which is given unto them, when questioned about facing such odds of being outnumbered with weapons of cannon variety, the young man, less than 23 by some 4 years, replied, well, yeah, but we aim better and I see it like this: if somebody throws a whole bunch of rocks at me and I only have to throw one at him, because I aim better I win. Does it not stand to reason that if the Iraqis have better, bigger and more technologically advanced cannons and the Russians who have perfected them to guide the equipment, that poor aim is not likely to be inclusive in this scenario? Mother of wars, may go down in infamy as a statement but understated as a fact. Dharma, give this much into Oberle's hands and fax to George please, and then we will continue and fax until we run out of time. Thank you. Chapter 14. Rec number 2, Hayton. Friday, February 22, 1991, 10:30 a.m. year 4 day 190. This scenario of peace offer and Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait is being orchestrated so that the world will know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the US, if it doesn't play ball, is to blame and intends destruction unilaterally. You see, Saddam Hussein has absolutely nothing to lose further and everything to gain from war. Even the Jordanians know of the awesome power remaining with Saddam. The leader of the religious element in the Middle East, throughout the region, is calling for immediate backing of the people into Saddam's support. Now that Saddam has agreed to the resolutions, the US will be hanging out a mile if you refuse to cooperate. It is a really nasty predicament in which to find selves. Your military is all over everywhere else except where the real threat actually is in place to your nation. You cannot depend on a single Middle East nation because even the royal dictators of the oil nations are losing their money hand over fist to your bankers, and when the odds get worse the support will shift as the oil fields go up in smoke, and Israel fully plans to see to it that they do. Russia does not need either the oil and now, the gold. They have abundant new fields of both. The bankers are shoring up the markets in hopes of sucking everyone who will invest into the show, and then if and when it hits about 3,500, the collapse will happen. Gold is dropping, a good time to invest if using for collateral. Gold is sluggish because of the confiscation factor, but for collateral purposes in cartel banks will be stable for quite a while. While Rome burns, the feds are merging the big banks, and please note today, the New Hampshire banks are in collapse, one down and the rest toppling. Your entire economy is falling apart. Big notes will soon be called and phased out very soon, and then will come the money recall. It is the only way the feds can corner the old and replace it with the colored notes, and then all will be recalled and moved to a debit card system, and money in any form will simply be phased out. What about the scorched earth plan? Bush says it is underway in Kuwait. Well, Saddam told you he would do it, but moreover, he had done nothing about it until after Bush said it was already underway. Your own military has bombed many of the oil installations this day and set the fields afire to turn world opinion. This does not mean that Saddam will not intensify the action, for he will. If the ground war goes into effect in a major way, the world will appear to all be burning. But it will be the Israelis who will blow up and set fire to the Saudi fields first to swing public attention. I tell you, Israel fully intends all-out war. You just gave her $400 million in building guarantees and did, in fact, remove the restrictions as to building on the West Bank because she applied so much pressure you didn't make her sign a contract. Worse, with the all vows pledge, a vow means not a thing at any rate. That is the annual Kol Nedri, wherein they vow that all vows taken or made within the year are not honored. It is past time the world catches up with the Zionists, for they are way out there ahead of you. And, so, how many people run your country? How many Zionists are there? It seems like all the speakers, news people, and political participants have surnames of Judean origin also, to prove the point as to the accumulation and thrust, for there are actually only less than some 2% in your population. So be it. Who is actually pulling the strings as to final word? The Soviets against the Zionists. The Soviets have the power and the Zionists have control of the U.S. No more and no less, but, the Soviets actually have control of, and superiority to, the U.S. military and space command. It shall be a most interesting and busy few days, my friends. Be cautious for that which you pray, because you really do not wish that for which you are massively praying at the moment. Believe me, it is not that which you perceive it to be. God, please have mercy and tend of the children sent into this heinous holocaust, for they are the pawns and there appears little hope for truth and justice before their blood is shed. Chapter 15. Rec number 3 Hayton. Friday, February 22, 1991, 3:33 p.m. Year 4 Day 190. Let us continue with the printing of the second article from the February 11, 1991, Army Times. With artillery, Iraq can make war headway. Aerial bombardment continues to take its toll during the Allied air campaign against Iraq, but another kind of bombardment is yet to come. It is with artillery that war is made, said Napoleon Bonaparte, and casualty figures from America's most recent war still bear him out. In World War II, fragments from exploding artillery shells caused 53% of U.S. battle deaths and 62% of wounds. In Korea, shrapnel caused 59% of the deaths and 61% of the wounds. Even in the close-quarter fighting in the jungles of Vietnam, where enemy rifle and machine gun fire caused the majority of deaths, enemy shell fragments still caused 36% of the deaths and 65% of the wounds. And a ground war in the Persian Gulf could yield even more casualties, because the military has allowed itself to become both outgunned and outranged in field artillery. In Vietnam, the United States, despite its superior in-field artillery, found itself outranged by the North Vietnamese Army's Soviet-supplied 130mm guns. The range, more than 30 kilometers, or approximately 18 miles, supposedly was matched by the U.S. Army's M107 175mm guns, but enemy guns were far more accurate than their U.S. counterparts. The Soviets have supplied these guns to Iraq as well. That's bad news for the two U.S. Marine divisions in Saudi Arabia, as well as the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and 101st Airborne Division, Air Assault. They still are armed with towed 105mm howitzers with a range of 11.5 to 18 kilometers, about 7 to 11 miles, as their direct support artillery, still far short of the Iraqis' 130mm guns, with a range of more than 30 kilometers. And even the general support 155mm howitzers are not quite in range. The Army's armored and mechanized divisions are in somewhat better shape. Their principal direct support, the self-propelled 155mm howitzer, has a range of 18 to 23.5 kilometers, approximately 11 to 14 miles, and their multiple launch rocket systems, or MLRSs, with standard 227mm missiles, have a range of more than 30 kilometers and can be fitted with an Army Tactical Missile System, or ATACMS, rocket that has a range of more than 100 kilometers, approximately 60 miles. The most accurate howitzer in the U.S. inventory is the 8-inch self-propelled howitzer that can extend its 22.5-kilometer range to 30 kilometers when firing a rocket-assisted projectile. These are in short supply and, to make matters worse, the 8-inch battalion that normally supports the 3D Armored Division, now deployed in the Gulf, is being demobilized in Germany. What causes Allied artillerymen the most concern, however, is not the Soviet-supplied 130mm gun but the approximately 300 South African and Austrian-supplied G5 and GHN-45 gun howitzers. Firing a particularly effective high-fragmentation shell that can produce a shrapnel shower, it has a range of 45 kilometers, far exceeding that of any U.S. or Allied tube artillery. There is the prospect of U.S. troops pinned down by enemy artillery fire, with their own artillery outranged and unable to silence enemy guns. And what makes it even worse, Iraqi artillery not only outranges but also outnumbers the Allied artillery. With more than 3,700 guns, howitzers and multiple rocket launchers deployed in support of its maneuver forces, Iraq more than doubles the Allied artillery. And Iraq can put chemical shells on its larger artillery. How did the United States get in such a fix? Instead of concentrating on conventional artillery, the U.S. Army became enamored with nuclear weaponry, putting its time and money into nuclear rounds for its 155mm and 8-inch howitzers and developing its nuclear missile systems. Only recently did it come to its senses and begin the howitzer improvement program, but too late to do any good in the Persian Gulf. Iraq, on the other hand, has been working on improving its conventional artillery for a long time. According to the Toronto Globe and Mail, beginning 10 years ago, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein took advantage of the genius of Canadian arms designer Gerald Bull, who reportedly had been rebuffed by the U.S. military. Iraq not only acquired some 300 Bull-designed G5 and GHN-45 155mm gun howitzers, but also two new Bull-designed guns, the 210mm Al-FAO, rated as the most powerful artillery piece in the world, with a range of 45 kilometers, and the smaller 155mm Magnum, which has a 30-kilometer range. The Al-FAO is the only self-propelled system of its caliber in the world. The United States traditionally has compensated for its lack of long-range artillery through battlefield air interdiction and close air support. Thus Iraqi artillery is one of the major targets of the ongoing Allied air campaign and will remain a priority air target during the ground campaign. Suppressing enemy artillery will not be an easy task, for as the British Tornado fighter bombers found in their low-level attacks on Iraqi airfields, the Iraqis have a formidable machine gun and cannon anti-aircraft artillery air defense system. But it is a job that will have to be done, For when it comes to land battle, it is still true, as Napoleon reputedly said, that God fights on the side with the best artillery. And perhaps that is a good observation. Oh my, dear ones, you who keep talking about those SS-12s indeed. Then why is Saddam playing ball now? Because the Russian big boys have told him to, or else. He is angry about it because, as Yemen and Jordan leaders have said, it will be the ground war in which Saddam's forces will show their might and have the chance of winning the conflict. At which time, in addition, the Middle Eastern nations will join the fray. I josh you not, the Soviet Union is calling the shots and they mean business. If you ones can't shut this thing down, it is indeed going to be terrible. Only you ones of the free world are fooled. The rest of the people, and especially in the Middle East, know that Saddam did not blow up his own churches. Regardless of the man's ruthless and bloody nature, he will not offend God deliberately by doing such a thing. He would never damage his own people, for it is simply not in the limits of that which his religion would allow. These stories are lies. And again, all those troops who just turned themselves over to the US. Where are they? In the hands of the Saudis. Come now, you haven't produced any of them. The entire scenario is to cause, hopefully, Saddam to think his troops are deserting. You found nothing of value in your raids and dummies on the berms. You just can't imagine how close you are to devastation. You see, you had an agreement with Saddam and you blackmailed him through double cross, and he is angry indeed, and so are his allies. You will never be trusted in an agreement again in all your days as a nation, for you are now lumped right into the same pot as the liars and cheats of Israel. Anti-Semitic. Spare me the drivel. Even the atrocities in Kuwait have been set up and filmed by public relations companies, for best photographic impact was, I believe, the exact phrase utilized. Is Saddam pure in heart? I doubt it. Were there atrocities in Kuwait? Oh yes, for war brings out the very most vile nature of mankind, and after a saturation point there is mass psychology which takes over, and there is nothing too vile to be perpetrated. Two wrongs do not even begin to start to make a right. God and man in times of war. Who do you choose as your respected source of authority? Who do you believe as they give you information? Well, try this short writing in the U.S. News and World Report, February 25, 1991, by the above title by David Whitman. Whenever man is most ungodlike, he beseeches the Lord for a little divine affirmation. Shortly before Moses died, he told his Hebrew followers, God will go with you to fight your enemy for you and give you the victory. Ever since, prophets and presidents have designated the deity as their principal ally when sending soldiers off to maim and slay others. In the Gulf War, the charge to the altar started within hours of the first bombing raid. As telecasts showed Saddam Hussein unctuously bowing on a prayer mat, George Bush intently listened to the Reverend Billy Graham tell a prayer service at Fort Myer, Virginia, we must fight for peace. Soon. Bush set aside a national day of prayer and declared the American-led coalition was overwhelmingly on the side of God. And now, even as Radio Baghdad airs peace proposals, Hussein and his advisors insist Iraq has triumphed because it upheld the spiritual principles and values emanating from its true religion. When politicians call the Lord as their witness, the first temptation is to scoff. What king, after all, ever vowed to consign men to their deaths for an ignoble cause? It's no coincidence that all sides in the Gulf controversy, from Saudi King Fahd to anti-war protesters in the U.S., share the conviction that God is their corner man. Inevitably, such sudden shows of zeal have the whiff of a foxhole conversion. Hussein, who gassed his own countrymen and pillaged a near-defenseless neighbor, is far from a model Muslim. And George Bush has scrupulously avoided parading his born-again Episcopalianism until now, and has actively lied straight into your waiting faces on every subject thus far. When Chinese autocrats slaughtered the innocents of Tiananmen Square, Bush felt no divine obligation to stop them or even to rescind China's favored trade status. Still, behind the recent religious sallies lies a more genuine, if plaintive, spiritual stirring. Just like the prospect of a hanging, war, to paraphrase Samuel Johnson, concentrates a man's mind wonderfully. It transforms the world into a kind of madhouse where soldiers and civilians alike must rediscover the purpose of their lives. Surreal TV newscasts now amplify this madhouse effect, showing just about everything except battlefield carnage. Cormorants struggle to flap oil-tarred wings, and bloodied civilians lie motionless on stretchers outside a Baghdad bunker, all amidst golden sunsets and palms that sweetly rustle. Yet no one can be immune to the silent agitation that something humbling and horrible is transpiring. In previous eras, that trepidation and attendant search for meaning were vented in daily church services. Now, when months and years seem clogged with pursuit of condos, cars, and college tuitions, the presumption that life is a spiritual quest has faded. War, ironically, revived that ageless calling, sending near record numbers of Americans to pray at synagogues and churches. Yet after the last mortar is fired, piety and compassion will likely play only bit parts in the New World Order. If truth is the first casualty of war, the last may be man's sputtering attempt to sanctify his world. Ah yes, our Father weeps, and you will not understand why once die your sons, your loved ones. Well, Chalice, there are sons and loved ones on the other side. Also, is your cause more worthy? Is your heart more worthy? What have you done to expect God to serve your desires? Who has served God? Who has kept his commandments? Who has not broken his laws? I serve only God and God's creatures, and I know my place in this universe and have marked my place within the lighted kingdom of truth. Ah yes, I know who I am. Who might you be? What have you done to be worthy? How many men will ye crucify by murder in your search of glory with no effort save another's shedding of their blood? What have you done to be worthy? How do you judge a man's religious worthiness? Saddam, it is said, began to pray 3 or so times a day, and the Saudi soldier laughs and says, "Ah, but he is not sincere, for he should, and we do, pray 5 times a day. What have you done to be worthy? Warriors for God? I think not. Worse yet, in this conflict there is no understanding at all as for that which the young ones die. None. I am going to tell you what God hears with every fiber of his being. Here is a letter to God sent to Dharma to petition the hosts and God, for, although he prays, he, blessed one, is pronouncing publicly his devotion and petition to serve, from a young soldier serving in your military. February 13, 91. Dear Dharma, please inquire of the Most Holy One the following request of his servant, MJ, who is the soul of MJ and what is his earthly mission at this most critical point of time. I have always felt in my deepest being of a higher calling. I have been persecuted since a child for my always searching for the truth. He has given me a very keen intellect coupled with a crystal clear understanding of the world the way it is and should be. I have been all over the world, and he has protected me since my birth of April 6, 1953 in Pennsylvania. I have witnessed spirits actually flee when I come in their presence. I can see them. They have also many times attempted to harm me, but to no avail. My heart is bursting with this very writing, and the tears are flowing. I saw the poor little Iraqi girl on TV bloodied and bandaged. Please, O Great One, I have searched and prepared my whole life. I am ready, I am yours. Use me mightily, give me direction. I do have some unique abilities, as you know, and I do have the name of Michael by no accident. The gathering is now thou knows my heart. All know that Dharma does not have superpower, but just as do all, she most certainly has the ear of God and can lay a petition at his feet on the altar of truth. I will also relay portions of the other letter which was directed to America West. The letter was in appreciation for the journals and expresses which had been forwarded to him as a gift from a friend in Texas. I would like to share this with you readers, for it is an expression from a heart level beyond that which is often seen. Today I received the February 91, Vol 8 number 1, of the Phoenix Journal Express. My heart again rejoiced as I read of the truth and the coming world battle, finally, against the evil one. As you know, I am here in XXXXX in the army, and the propaganda is sickening. If that weren't enough, there are almost daily demonstrations occurring all over XXXXX, by mostly college students, but also regular citizens, calling for the US and XXXXX to get out of the Persian Gulf. There have been almost daily threats to blow up the bases and / or kill G.I.S. Also. The gates are closed almost every day from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. We are virtual prisoners. Security is so tight it now borders on fanaticism. If what we are doing is so just and God is on our side, then what are they so worried about? I guess they want to keep us alive and healthy until they can also send us to desert slaughter, as we call it here. Many soldiers have been sent from XXXXX to Saudi directly, already. The rumors have it that many more units are going. One of my friends who is over there, someone mysteriously reported it to me, has gone blind because he observed a Patriot hitting an oncoming Scud, Liberator, missile. Only 19 years old, and for what? Nonetheless, he will be avenged. Much information is starting to come, and I believe he is using me for his glory. The TV desert slaughter reports are full of such lies. If you listen carefully, you can catch the outright lies and propaganda. Most of the men here are only concerned about going downtown to get drunk or catch AIDS VD. I pray for them all, but they are lost. It seems truth is getting through in these last days, just as he said it would. I must close for now, but before I go, I wish to express my soulful appreciation to the lady from Texas who sent me the first Phoenix. His light is shining on her, also. In his name and service, I am. Then he asks humbly if and when he gets leave might he come to visit. Ah, so indeed, indeed. I am going to remind you who serve in the battlefields. If ye ask God in truth for your protection, so shall it be given, and though ones fall to the right and to the left, ye shall be lifted up and shall not be damaged. Call upon God, scoop a place for your face in the earth and ask God for his lighted shield, and so it shall be given. But do not bargain with God to simply effort at getting through, for therein is the truth of it. You shall ask in truth and it shall be given in truth, and the commitment is accepted in truth. Who might you be, and are you worthy? It takes nothing save your humble and sincere petition in truth. I care not how you label the guardians, angels, hosts, it matters not, but the guardians are present and each being accounted for in the fabric of the records. God's hand is as close as thine own thoughts, and the hosts are available and waiting to get you out of that earthly predicament, if ye but call. Just be not predisposed as to how he chooses to respond, but a lot of the youngsters in that desert are going to have some wondrous little trips into our security nets. Most will not remember in the consciousness, but they will later say, God must have wanted me for something else. And so he does. Enough, Dharma, the hour is late. Blessings be upon you once during these days of shadows upon the land, for know that God has the ultimate and better way. Salut. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 16. Rec number 1 Hayton. Saturday, February 23, 1991, 8:03 a.m. Year 4 Day 191. Today's watch. That which goes forth this day shall live in the history of your planet as a day of infamy beyond any known. Your President Bush has sentenced to death thousands of your children, and you bow in his presence and hail his name while you turn away from God and all that is godly. May that same God have mercy upon you once, and may your children pass into other dimensions without leaving their curses upon you as a nation and a people. Your Zionist-controlled media has announced in one breath that the oil fields and oil drainage ditches are fired, and that Saddam has a scorched earth proclamation. No, and you can now prove for yourselves the truth of my words and theirs. In the very next segment it is shown your own military men loading napalm canisters aboard aircraft and your own military spokesman saying that the napalm at this time is only used by the Marines for firing the oil-filled trenches. I have given you great detail about weapons and the way you start crude oil fires and set to flame oil centers of crude is with napalm. It is a heinous thing being done and the rewards of such destruction shall be visited back upon the ones who instigate such lies and destruction. On the very night before withdrawal came the heaviest bombing of a civilian city in history, Baghdad. Your own lip says there will be no ceasefire while Saddam's troops pull out and move back into Iraq. Then, someone tell me why they would come out of protection to be shot and bombed, burned, and slain? Meanwhile at the same conference of announcing this heinous verdict upon a world, the representative of Thailand stands with the lips and announces a coup of overthrow of the Thailand government, setting the government into the hands of a monarch. Not democracy and freedom, friends, a monarchy. And there is jubilation and congratulations in abundance. I care not who runs Thailand, for Thailand should decide, but what is this double standard which you foist off upon a world in confusion and death throes? Then the conference must end, for the overworked president has to have his weekend holiday. Indeed he does, to get his programming refreshed and instruction channels corrected. The Zionists dare not even leave the entity in the presence of the nation's people for fear he will be recognized for that which he is. All social functions are totally orchestrated and controlled, and you once turn your heads and bow to the serpent. You as a nation are ready to stain, forever, your heavenly symbol, the flag, with the blood of your prime generation, and the yellow ribbons will be soaked in the blood of your babies. And still, you ask God to give you victory? You had better look upon your world in gracious gratitude every minute remaining in the beauty of the cycles called days, for you have just limited them unless sanity prevails on one side or the other. There is great shame upon the lands this day. ASSK. Dharma, I am sorry to require that you attend this subject one more time, and then we shall ask ones to do that which they will with further counterings from that center. Again, I must respond to the many who inquire in like manner to Mr. Proust, author of the letter reprinted herein. I must respond, for it needs no defense, but, as in this case, a man is humbly asking for insight, and honest inquiry compels response. February 14, 91. Dear America West. I received from ASSK Vol 57, Call to Arms, which I'm sending the page. Sister Thedra claims your Sananda and Hayton are frauds. Since I read this page, I've lost faith in the material from Sister Thedra and America West. How can two groups claim authorship from the same Sananda and Hayton, and then Sister Thedra calls your Sananda and Hayton frauds? I've now lost faith in the integrity of your material and in Sister Thedra. Now I don't want to read anything from either of your two groups. Is there anything you can say to restore my faith in your material? If there is anything you can do to help me, please let me know. Sincerely, C.E. Proust. *****. Peace be unto you, son, for your inquiry merits response, and your call is heard in the truth and honor in which you ask input. I would answer with a question for you: is God selective to self-appointed speakers and the possession of one? Is truth a plagiarizable commodity? Because I tell you truth, does that make me less your friend? Or a fraud? Because you once petition unto God for answers to serve you through the most heinous time upon a planet, and he sends us to give responses and instructions, does that make us servants of Caesar as accused? Now to some facts, please. I care not what ASSK claims nor disclaims, that is for your own inspection. I do tell you this. America West is a publishing company who publishes many books and distributes dozens upon dozens of books, not only the journals. Ones at the location in Sedona have not read more than 2 of the pieces of documentation sent from even this source, so how can any pronounce fraud against God and his hosts? If you have not partaken of the information, how can any pronounce judgment? Dharma has scribed over 25 full books on as many subjects, and 4 full volumes published of expresses. That is a lot of material to pronounce such judgments as fraud. You see, truth is truth and stands alone into infinity, and we have yet to have anyone find a lie in our projections unto the public. It is said these ones make great amounts of money from the publications, nay, they have invested thousands upon thousands of dollars into the ability for you ones to have the truth from our source, and they remain greatly in the hole as you refer to it. Income does not begin to equal the expenditures of such constant publishing, with great discounts in pricing for ones from California, Colorado, etc., onto the East Coast, New Zealand, South Africa, and Norway, just to name a few. Have you any imaginings of what it costs to give unto the world truth? These scribes, and Dharma is not the only one, in fact, Sananda writes volumes of work through Thomas. Do they discount his Sananda, also? Does Sananda, Christ, Aten belong to someone? Group. 2 groups? Perhaps there is a group in Sedona. There is no group in this place of publication. We have no gatherings for pay or profit, just small meetings for instruction and work disbursement. Further, we do not force nor demand anyone do anything with the work. Our commission is to put the word of God, as instructed, to paper, and that, sir, is exactly that which we do. No one in this place claims to be priestess or only or honored by secret mystery schools. In God's places there are no secret mystical places, including mystery schools. God is not secret. God is truth and light and non-secret, for all to hold and share and be, from which attended unto the very tiny creature of the winged, 8-legged, 2-legged, even unto the tiny one-celled life form which is all. There is no wondrous physical prestige of orders of Melchizedek or emerald crosses. There are only humble servants striving to do their committed task of giving forth final instructions for a time of chaos and tribulation. There are only the willing hands who, hour after tedious backbreaking hour, put the untold to paper so that the lies behind the facade and veil can be revealed in the light of openness. If this be fraud, my friends, then so be it, and ye shall be required to do your own discerning. You once do not bow unto God and ask if there is going to be a great explosion or earthquake or war. You know that there will be such. You ask God what to do with everything from your favorite money hoard to your private relationship with your mate. He attempts to give response and ye most often hear it not so. The time is at hand where truth must flow to all, and please note that the ones most consistently and unceasingly attacked and called frauds are the ones bringing forth the truth which is desired by the dark brotherhood to be silenced. This scribe has literally been killed on 4 occasions within the past 3 years. There are bullet holes in their dwelling. Does this sound as if fraudulent material is slipping through this resource? No one bothers to kick a dead dog, sir. God's wondrous creation of earth stands on the brink of destruction, and one's quibble over whose truth is whose. Sir, truth belongs to no one, no any. If one would deny his brother from having truth to garner for self a special place or status, then that one loves his brother very little indeed. God always encourages you to read, study and read some more. He does not limit anything that is put to print. Read, read, read and then read again. Truth will stand the testing of all time into infinity. Further, our Sananda, Hayton, Atten will meet personally, and have done so, with these denouncers and the energies who proclaim to be their special speakers. I find nothing further to say regarding the matter. If you find no balance, I know not what else to offer unto you, friend. I would suggest you continue to read both and see for yourself which gives that which ones ask of God in response, and that which repeats and repeats that which is of the mysterious mystical projection. I have nothing else to offer except that which we share with all. I especially do not wish you to accept any such thing as fact that Sananda or God would be claimed in truth by anyone, sir. Reach out and claim God for self. For he is not ours or theirs. God is yours. And ye are his. That, sir, is the truth upon which to stand. Nothing lesser is acceptable. Blessings be upon you for penning your inquiry, for you bless your brother who has hesitated to write. God holds ye all and sends we of his hosts to tend of the fragments in these trying times and prepare a place for his return, and all the lessons have been taken and given in error, and you are lost in the chaos of the maze without direction nor mapping for the journey. We come with the map and the ways, however, God has sent us that you might know the way home unto his prepared place, for you no more and no less God keeps his promises. He has promised that man would have the final truth laid forth as the word. God is truth, God is the word, and no words of any man or woman of human flesh shall change one iota of that truth. So be it, and Salom. Asterisk. Rest in peace, Keela, for I hope, too, that we shall not need attend the matter any further. It is painful to be denounced and attacked by those who used of thine friendship and trust to effort to pull you down, but lessons must be accepted, learned, and your work continued, for man ultimately answers for each, his own just naked truth. In confrontation between God and self there is no more and no less, and 'tis glory to stand before God in radiance as he tells you, well done, child, you are blessed in my sight. And so it is, Dharma, for you are blessed in his sight. The way of the world is hard indeed, but none walks alone. So be it. Asterisk. Let us return to the book, American Freedom and Zionist Power. The majority of 70. Quote. It is certainly legitimate to inquire further how the extraordinary Jewish power in American politics could have come about in a democracy whose constitution was designed to ensure that members of governmental bodies would express and represent the free will of a majority of the people whole, protecting the basic constitutional rights of all. The free will of the majority of the electorate has been, it seems, more often ignored than expressed, or more often frustrated than carried out. The defeat and frustration of America's best interests is continually being initiated, aided, and abetted by special interest political activists whose views are often more representative of the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, than of the broad American body politic. The AIPAC is the chief Zionist lobby registered in Washington, D.C. It publishes the Near East Report and sends it to all congressmen as well as to many State Department and White House staff members. Former United States Senator J. William Fulbright, who for many years served on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has stated that during his tenure in office there were no less than 70 senators ready to vote the bidding of the American Jewish community on any given issue affecting Israel. Understanding this inordinate and skillful Jewish influence is basic to an understanding of the American political predicament. There are two principal reasons for this extraordinary influence. One reason is the predominant role that Jewish mythology has played in shaping Western culture and religious ethos. The other reason is the large role that Jewish money plays in America's interrelated economic and political systems. The mythic power. In his 4-volume monumental work, The Masks of God, Professor Joseph Campbell observed that the primary purpose of popular religion is not, and never was, to discover truth, but to propagate a sentimental philosophy for maintaining a unified social order which would support the institutions of men. Since time immemorial, strong and widespread belief in popular religions has been utilized by political leaders to rally the common folk around some favored cause, be it the conquering of territories or the establishment of kingdoms. History is replete with examples of the use of religion for gaining political power. Some of the more notorious examples have been the Judaic Kingdom of David and the Holy Roman Empire. In this age of scientific enlightenment, the art of manipulating men's minds has blossomed anew with the establishment and expansion of the Zionist state of Israel. In this enterprise, Judaism has enjoyed the unique advantage which antiquity provides, aided by an offspring religion, Christianity. America's interest in Israel has been described variously as sentimental or emotional. Even Senator Fulbright, of scholarly fame, has expressed a willingness to commit this nation to a holy war over Israel. From the floor of the United States Senate, Senator Fulbright stated, "We have a strong emotional interest in Israel and, as I said in a speech in 1970, I accept the validity of that interest and would go so far as to base a military commitment upon it." Hayton, well, beloved readers, the United States of America this day has pronounced willingness to annihilate your entire army of troops and the whole of the Middle East for this false and evil master masquerading as God's chosen. They are chosen but not of holy God, and they are deceivers and liars from the beginning, and it is a sad thing which man is about to do in the name of Satan, while calling it the name of God. Senator Fulbright was referring to his speech entitled Old Myths and New Realities 2, which he delivered to the Senate on August 31, 1970. In that speech, the senator said that the United States should frankly recognize its sentimental and cultural bonds with Israel. The senator further stated that there is nothing wrong with a policy based on sentimental attachments. While on a trip abroad, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger used the words emotional ties in explaining America's support of Israel during the 1973 Yom Kippur War. The United States Constitution totally and emphatically rejects the idea that American military commitment to Israel or any other nation can be constitutionally carried out when based upon emotional and sentimental interests. These are mere substitute terms used to soften and make more acceptable the real reason for such commitment, namely, the religious affiliation with Judaism of a small but influential group of Americans. In his farewell address, George Washington urged all citizens to observe good faith and justice towards all nations, and noted that a passionate attachment to another nation, among other evils, facilitates the illusion of an imaginary common interest in cases where no real common interest exists. And later, Woodrow Wilson warned the Congress that only free people can hold their purpose and their honor to a common end, and prefer the interests of mankind to any narrow interest of their own. The present theme of national support for Zionism leaves the rationalist, who feels no emotional ties to Israel, stranded in a sea of irrationality. He is stripped of constitutional rights, taxed to support a theology he rejects, faces the possibility of being forced or drafted to fight a religious war alien to his nature, and stands in social jeopardy of his peers. Somehow, the lessons of the Crusades and 1,000 other years of holy wars have escaped even this generation of enlightened Americans. It is clear that Judaism has benefited from the protective mentality which shields an established or accepted religion from scientific or intellectual criticism. This protective mentality has been especially true in Christian America, where the child Christianity is loath to criticize its parent, Judaism. Judaism in America has also gained from the reluctance of Americans to examine critically the beliefs and actions of a people that has borne an unusual amount of bias and abuse, for whatever reason, through the centuries. Sometimes the reluctance to speak out against excessive Jewish political power stems from fearing the defamatory label of anti-Semitic which Jews readily and liberally ascribe to anyone who would dare question, investigate, or otherwise examine critically the practices of Judaism, Zionism, and Jewish exclusivism, as these practices affect others. This use of emotional blackmail has effectively deprived many Americans of their First Amendment rights of free speech and free press. This subtle suppression of constitutional rights deserves exposure and the condemnation of all who cherish truth and fairness. The political exploitation of Judaism and the Bible is clearly illustrated in the 1976 presidential campaign of Jimmy Carter. Mr. Carter's chief issues advisor, Stuart Eisenstadt, who is Jewish, said of Jimmy Carter, he sees Israel's future as a moral and religious matter of deep personal concern. The governor believes in the Bible. He believes that Israel is not just supposed to exist, but that it must exist as a Jewish state. Furthermore, Mr. Carter was quoted as telling a group of Jewish leaders, note the selectivity of audience, in Atlanta, Georgia, that, if elected president, his administration would give Israel undeviating, unequivocal support. In his evangelical quest for the most powerful office in the land, if not the world, political candidate Carter continued, this is not just a political statement. As a Christian myself, I think that the fulfillment of Israel, the coming of that nation, is a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Someone must tell Mr. Carter, before it is too late, that religion or the fulfillment of biblical prophecy is not a proper concern of any United States government. President Ford also allowed the use of emotionalism conjured up by biblical belief during his presidential campaign. 3 days before the election date, this writer received official President Ford committee campaign literature citing a specific chapter and verse from the Old Testament as a reason for returning the president to office. The letter was addressed to dear fellow Christians and began with the words, I have urged the President Ford committee to send you this material. Never before has the Bible-believing Christian community played such a central role in a presidential election. The letter was signed by A.C. Janney, D.D. The United States Supreme Court declared in a 1971 decision that political division along religious lines was one of the principal evils against which the First Amendment was intended to protect. The appeal by political candidates and office holders for votes based along the religious lines of their constituencies is a throwback to the politics of the Dark Ages. In the words of the historian Edward Frank Humphrey, such an irresponsible and potentially dangerous policy may win an election, but it may also make the country ungovernable. Any candidate who seeks political office in America on a sectarian basis deserves not the vote but the contempt of the people. A president-elect is required to swear an oath to defend the United States Constitution. As president, he is not permitted by the Constitution to take governmental measures in order to fulfill personal or popular beliefs in biblical prophecy. It is, therefore, unethical for a candidate to campaign on that promise. In the context of the ongoing Middle East conflict, it is rather frightening to hear or read of a presidential contender promising Jewish voters that, if elected, he will conduct American foreign policy in such a way as to fulfill his or their private concept of biblical belief. One can only hope that Carter, as president, or anyone else here or abroad, will not feel the compulsion to push the nuclear button in order to implement a private or popular interpretation of the biblical Battle of Armageddon. Hayton, is it possible that on this very day that has actually been placed into play? Strong popular belief in a mythical prophecy may result in the self-fulfillment. Time magazine, October 4, 1976, states that a late Gallup poll indicates that 40% of all Americans believe that the Bible is to be taken literally. From an Associated Press dispatch, the Houston Post, November 4, 1976, reported that former Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan said Carter's religious, almost messianic attitude toward Israel reflected the feelings of the American people. Again, one can only be thankful that Jimmy Carter was not elected by a landslide as a result of this evangelical crusade for the White House. The scene of presidential candidates Carter and Ford groveling for Jewish support during their second television debate was so demoralizing and pathetic that Time described it thus: Ford and Carter fell all over themselves in wooing the Jewish vote by vowing all-out support of Israel. Time reported that Jerusalem is relishing the spectacle of both candidates trying to outdo each other in public support for Israel. Time quoted Israel Foreign Minister Yuval Alon, who had watched the TV spectacle in New York, as saying, "I don't know if Ford or Carter won. All I know is that Israel won. It is most certain that America did not win that debate." On February 3, 1948, former Secretary of Defense James V. Forrestal spoke to Franklin D. Roosevelt, Jr., who was then worried that the Democrats might lose the election to Tom Dewey if they did not strongly support the Zionist position on partitioning Palestine. Secretary Forrestal pointedly told Roosevelt it was about time that somebody should pay some consideration to whether we might lose the United States. That was 29 years ago. Hayton, now 43 years ago. In the interim, 4 Arab-Jewish wars have been fought and tens of thousands of precious lives lost sacrificed at the altars of ignorance and greed. A substantial amount of this killing and dying was paid for by billions of dollars extracted from United States taxpayers who have suffered the ravages of runaway inflation and oil shortages precipitated by a short-sighted Middle East policy of power-seeking politicians who refuse to follow the advice of their own Department of State. Now, 1977, the United States has 200 technicians in the Sinai Desert stationed between the combatants. Several American presidents have pronounced the Middle East conflict the gravest threat to peace confronting the world today. That conflict had its inception with the rise of Zionism and became a full-fledged war upon the declaration of Israel as a national unity. In the context of these facts, one would have to be out of touch with reality to suggest that Israel has not been a burden to the United States and the world community. The Israel First policy followed by every American president since Harry Truman, with the exception of Eisenhower, is a policy of treason. The television picture of American sovereignty being held hostage by a small pro-Zionist clique which owes its first allegiance to a foreign nation is a debasing and scandalous sight. America needs no more such debates if the highlight of their greatest contention is to see which candidate can promise Israel the most. David Ben-Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, is quoted as saying, "A Jew is a Jew first, his allegiance to the state of his abode is the allegiance of a stranger in a host country." Because of their strong political support of Israel, most Jews of the world seem to be pro-Zionists if not actual Zionists. There are signs, however, that Israel's appeal to world Jewry may be declining. Zionist Israel has historically based her emotional appeal to various countries to let my people go, on the supposition that they would flee to Israel from the alleged persecutions in their native lands. Now that the record indicates that most Jews who choose to leave Russia are beginning to flee to nations other than Israel, the Israeli Zionists have decided to close the emigration center in Austria and to cut off economic assistance to them, economic assistance given to Israel by American taxpayers for the specific purpose of helping these Russian immigrants. The 94th Congress passed Public Law 94-330, H.R. 12203 of June 30, 1976, which granted $15 million for assistance in the resettlement of refugees from the Soviet Union and other communist countries in Eastern Europe. Most of these refugees are Jews. See also the American Jewish Yearbook Volume 75, p.178. A New York News Service dispatch from Jerusalem reported that up to 62% of the average 1,000 Soviet Jews granted visas for Israel monthly have switched to other countries during proceedings in an Austrian reception center. The dispatch states that in an obvious move to block these record defections by Soviet Jewish émigrés, Israel has decided to eliminate processing in Austria. The reader should know that when Austrian Chancellor Bruno Kreisky, himself a Jew, threatened to close down the center several years ago, he was denounced by Israeli Zionists as an anti-Semitic Jew. The dispatch concludes that this decision by Israel would, in effect, prevent Jews leaving the Soviet Union from choosing destinations other than Israel when they arrive by train from Moscow. It is evident from this mean trick by Israeli Zionists that their much publicized and patronized concern for other Jews is not strictly humanitarian. Israel needs more soldiers and settlers to occupy captured Arab lands that it has announced it will not relinquish peacefully. Russia represents the best national prospect for a source of recruits. But Israel has not hesitated to throw a stumbling block in the path of those emigrant Jews from Russia who refuse to choose Israel in their search for a better land. Data from the Austrian Emigration Center show that the great majority of those who decide against going to Israel come to the United States. In spite of this harsh turn by Israel, stubborn pro-Zionists continue to lobby for unequivocal support for the Zionist state. The Congress should demand that Israel return any monies granted her for settlement of refugees who decided to settle elsewhere. End quoting for the segment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thank you for your service and you, readers, for your attention. We honor the daring speakers of truth who have brought forth information only to be denounced and mostly, now, end up quite dead at the hands of your so-called closest ally. God desires no more martyrs, beloved children, and honor will be given those who dared so that your nation might have and retain its freedoms under your constitution. How many are worthy of that contribution of the ultimate gift unto you, for no man hath greater love than to lay down his life for his brother. Salut, may you ponder these truths most carefully. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, CMDR. Of IGFC. Chapter 17. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, February 24, 1991, 9:03 a.m. Year 4 Day 192 Today's Watch. Salut, on this day God has given unto us in which to make our mark. Neither be surprised at that which is told unto you by those who do battle. Why do you believe anything they say? Do they have a history of telling you truth? Oh, how so? This day a new surprise was laid at your doorstep in gleeful smugness. While all had you praying to whoever you once pray unto, it is now told unto you that the day and hour of the war were set for weeks past, and the peace talks were set as subterfuge to distract the enemy and were a hoax by the Allied coalition to gain advantage. This comes from your own leaders, so I am not in joshing. So be it, for no one was fooled except you of the citizens who do the fighting and dying and mourning. Now they tell you that all is going wonderfully well, and so it appears. What do they count for you? Over 5,000 enemies captured and single digit for your side are slain? Why do you believe the false projectors? Is it true or is it false? It matters not, for it is what will come and is planned that should be given your attention. At any rate, whatever happens in Kuwait is gratis, for the battle to be settled later. If you win, Saddam would be out of Kuwait at any counting. If Saddam wins, he shall march right back into Kuwait, which must now be rebuilt under any circumstance. You ones who have been reasoning maneuvers from the couch in front of the television, what would do if you were in charge? Well, I think I would mislead all of you all of the time, because, as they openly tell you, they are playing to Saddam and his troops and rallying citizen support for anything that comes. You are being set up at this very moment for the time when, and if the battle does not go well, look how it was. How could we suspect that? What would you do? Let us play some war games. Next, I would most certainly have taken in all this prior information you can know by that which I has known, that you are either lied to or your military did not hit the fortified enforcements, for there were no mentions of minefields nor burning oil trenches, and there are. In fact, the reason that the Allied coalition bombed and set afire the Kuwaiti oil wells, etc., was in an effort to stop oil from pouring into the trenches which will be encountered at some point. If I were the Allies, I would probably do the same as yours are doing. If I were Saddam, I would do the same as he is doing. He is rallying his terrorist friends and rousing up support for the real encounters, and the minute you march across Kuwait and scatter your own forces and use much of your ammunition, I would be waiting, complete dug in with everything at ready to meet you, scattered and short of supplies, the very same circumstance in which Iraqi soldiers found themselves as you crossed the border. It doesn't matter, you will be told that which you are supposed to hear in order to continue support for your administration, who is being ordered about right out of Tel Aviv. Do you actually believe the Israelis would watch centuries of planning and working go down on a peace treaty? Come now, they are telling you this even on your closed news. This war hasn't even yet begun. And worse, on this wondrous Sunday morning, while the sun has turned to blood as it is clouded by the smoke from carbon fires, significant in its own right, dear ones, you pray for victory, no longer for peace. Victory for whom? Who shall have victory? Satan is the only one who shall experience victory through these next hours, days, months, and then? But there shall be individual victories, and after this conflagration many will return to their normal lives, changed and in service unto peace and God, for they will have walked in the shadows and will have seen the truth of it. So be it. Hold to your prayers and truth, beloved ones, do not slacken your petitions, for a skirmish does not a war make. Plead for mercy and insight and reason among men, for there is no right in war, only pain, death, and loss. Battle in anything other than absolute defense is not of godness. Support your loved ones in that sector and ask special protection under your heavenly banner, that you might again attain the glory with which America began. Please do not slacken of your attention unto that which is happening domestically behind the shroud of silence of a war in the media playing. How much are you learning about your domestic conflicts and problems while the news is 99% war disinformation? Your entire government could be replaced and only a handful of citizens would be the wiser. What is going on that will affect your lives after this conflict? Since there are few programs for post-war actions outlaid for you, and yet you know that they lay plans far, far in advance, what do you think they might have in mind for you next? Choose that pinch. Dharma, I am sorry, Keela, that you understood not why I wrote on the matter of ASSK other than to respond to our correspondent. I shall do that which has been demanded, and you shall continue with your work. Please, this is between Sanat Kumara, Sananda, and ASSK. It is not your problem, and the earlier you realize it, the better we shall all be for you readers, for it has been demanded by law that we inform you of the following. ASSK has acquired a lawyer and plans to bring suit against Dharma and America West because some readers still call and annoy and cause undue expenses in responding to calls asking for address and phone numbers where you can get survival information. I believe the godliness of this attitude speaks for itself, as a world, by their own projections, is in the pits of agony, but nonetheless, we shall ask again, that you who know both refrain from mentioning our name onto ASSK, for it annoys them greatly. The problem seems to stem from a perception that somehow profits are being made from Sister's work. If Sister has been in service unto God, I would suggest that all such work is God's. Dharma makes no claim to truth as hers. However, to set the record to unmistakable right, the publisher and these ones sat and find that with all the expenses of publications, etc., expenses outweigh all assets by well over $20,000 per month. Their lawyer did acknowledge that we were obviously good business people and seemed to be judgment-proof, so for you who wonder about the feasibility of our instructions, take notice. I bring up these 2 points because we have been remanded to announce this information regarding the cease and desist with anything even remotely mentioning ASSK in all writings, and do hereby do so. I do have a suggestion to all who read this, especially those of you at ASSK. I would spend a bit more time on thine knees unto God for this which you infer and do, for lawsuits against thine brethren are not of God. I believe that you, yourself, give away the truth of the situation, and who might be giving false information unto whom. So be it, and if you feel you have a corner on Sananda and Sanat Kumar, I suggest you inquire immediately about who is on your line. To pronounce God a fraud for bringing truth is quite risky, dear ones. Quite risky indeed, for that which you send out will come back as surely as the cycles of the universe. We understand not why ye are so incensed about supposed violations of your material. Do you pronounce that that which was given by God unto you is not, after all, truth? Or do you believe that truth belongs only unto you to be kept in the bushel that none others might have it? If God can present it to thee, can he not remember long enough to present it unto another? Who might limit God? Whether or not anyone likes of it, the truth is coming forth, and if something ye have written is of truth and is utilized by him, I find a great loss in the fact that ye would not rejoice to have another know of same. All authors, except Bill Cooper, have rejoiced and sent more information for us to push forward. Either way, dear ones, truth is coming forth, and ye shall not stop of it. It is indeed painful to long-time friends to find who have been workers for the Dark Brotherhood in total ignorance. God overlooks that which is done in ignorance, however. He does not overlook that which is done in deliberate attack on this mission to bring truth unto a sick and battered planet and people of his loving creation. So be it. Would the revealing of the intent of one, Donald Keyes, as one of the founders of the United Nations One World Global Controllers, have something to do with this attack? So be it, for the veils are going to come off, and ye who have hidden behind those veils in ignorance or intent shall uncovered. And so shall it be. Chapter 18. Rec number 1, Hayton. Monday, February 25, 1991, 9:30 a.m. Year 4, Day 193. Today's watch. Today we shall leave the news and non-news to the projectors and speculators, for we will turn our attention unto that which is truly important, you and your soul in relationship to God, and how you can discern that which is truth and abiding rightness. Believe me, it is not if it feels good, do it, nor is it, if it doesn't hurt anyone else, do it. These may even be acceptable under the laws of the land, but either one can be most destructive to soul, truth, balance, and simply, self. For you who say I identify not myself, you will find within the multiple thousands of pages of print and thousands of hours of personal audio tapings I identify myself every time I come. Even, our speakers and scribes do not allow us into their presence without thorough identification and clearance, for they are sent forth after years and years of stringent discipline. They are not acceptable as scribes until they have learned in this consciousness to separate self-ego of your dimension from the circuits of clear receivers. That is a point which must be determined by the master who utilizes the service so freely and humbly granted. And, dear ones, believe me, by the time an entity becomes a scribe, he/she is totally humble, clear of personal ego as relates to the writings, separated from the personal claim, and in total awe to the point of sometimes refusing to go on with the service. Anything that you read as stated given forth by one which will appear in these journals or expresses, and I clearly speak of that which is directly given from higher beings of more comprehensive knowledge, they are cleared. I do not go through all of the introduction and boredom of Dharma's clearance. For instance, every time we write, for often we write some 6 or 8 times in a given day, and you the people write an object and say things like, who are we trying to fool with all the nonsense? But at this point I will give you the truth of it. It matters not whether or not Dharma is clear when she writes, as far as the reader is concerned. It is up to the reader to read, study, and clear of his own space, and ask for discernment and clarity in the name of the Holy God of Light, and make sure it is the Holy God of Light, by whatever name you call him, who is in attendance at your reading. The next barrage of argument is, how can you commend, honor, and denounce other one's material at one and the same time? And usually, I get William Cooper thrown into the fray. Because, and this is very, very important, everything written by anyone is truth. It is not very often the truth of Holy God of Light/Creator. Let us stop here and look into this particular situation. Mr. Cooper took, in his human ego, research which appeared to him to be interesting and perhaps, or perhaps not, even factual. But he checked out the information and presented unto you ones that which he found and some which he did not find. But with discernment, the truth can be gleaned from the circumstance itself. He stated that he was in the service of Jesus Christ and God and simply wanted to bring truth unto a lied to world. So, he worked with other would-be writers and speakers of truths, lies, and interesting fantasy, and pronounced unacceptable conclusions from that which they dug up, reported clearly or in fabrication, and then, when their own workings were laid bare by me, they rose in anger, got totally untruthful, i.e., stole and plagiarized 50 pages of my work when there were only 26 pages of his work, and thus and so. There is also a clue which is never absent, and heed this well. If an author gives forth truth and he knows it to be truth and pronounces it to be truth, he never objects to his words being repeated, never. If he does, in fact, know them to be fabrication or partial fabrication, he will shout and call names, fraud, plagiarism, and other things such as thief, slimy pukes, etc. And threaten to, or do so, file lawsuits. If I tell you the world is round, does that give Columbus or Ericsson or Copernicus cause to sue me for plagiarism? Next clue is that one such as this, when queried about that of another, flail about in accusations even unto and in return unto the inquirer. I have a copy of a letter brought to my attention by one who knows Mr. Cooper and did in fact take time to write him a letter concerning some points in question regarding his information, America West, George Green, etc. The letter was returned with scribbling along all margins calling the man an ass, stupid, among other defining degradations, and called George a disinformation bearer in service to the CIA. At this point I wish to tell all of you something. You tend to get hung up on who is in the CIA and who isn't, etc. I do not care if George Green is in, or has been in, the CIA. George Green publishes books. He distributes books. He even distributes some books with which I take great and total exception to the contents, but America West publishes and distributes books. Further, the Greens have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, now, on the publication and distribution of the Phoenix Journals and Expresses, and there is not limitation to my gratitude or that of the hosts preparing to join you on your planet. That is the truth of it. What a man was is of no interest to me whatsoever. What a man is that which is of importance. And further, I make no speculation for your picking in either direction regarding George Green, for it is not of my business nor yours. I can promise you without equivocation, however, that any who treat their readers and honest inquiries of Mr. Cooper and receive response in the manner just outlaid for you is not receiving the reply from one who truly works in service unto holy Jesus Christ, for the actions themselves are anything but that of the teachings or actions of one, Jesus Christ. Do I judge Mr. Cooper? Absolutely not, but I can discern that his projections and actions are not according to the laws of God as given forth through Jesus Christ, as you label Christ. God said, "Judge not that ye be not judged." He did not suggest that you not judge actions and judge them in clarity every time. Further, I gave Mr. Cooper a book, journal, dedication, for I honor him for that which he has done. He has presented unto you the lie, and he did it pretty well. His conclusions were incorrect, and I have often stated same. Further, I have offered time and time again to share with him truth, and he declines through more insulting, shouting, and accusing than the time before. He has done well, along with the works of others, from which he took his own material and which, I might add, he could be liable for. It is not truth. It is only the truth of the lies having been projected for your disinformation for many years. Documents were presented to you as truth and to substantiate the projections, but the documents are lies. Does that make the work into truth? No, it only substantiates the lies. Now, for the other side of this coin. If I could give unto all of you the confirmations and valid documents and letters and input which pour forth from readers, I could not do another thing save reprint them, and they come with rejoicing and confirmation and pleased to print them for all to see. We are already giving forth all 13 issues of the Express in some 2 weeks instead of the quarter year, and our ones cannot afford to carry the burden alone for the additional publications, and we cannot ask more of the readers, for all are limited in resources as we grow in the Institute. We shall not concern about expenses and will just put it out there in great abundance, but for now we must keep our material as short as possible, timely as possible to the problems confronting on a daily living basis, and all, in unity, move as rapidly and lovingly as we can in service unto God, the Christ one of infinity, and our heritage unto that great Spirit from which we come. We are in council on a constant basis as to how to bring truth and living contribution to get you through in a human physical transition, while responding to those things of human needs which are thrust upon you while you come into knowing of truth, and that which has been given in great dishonesty unto you for the eons of time past. Truth of how it is, the sword and buckler within the word which shall prevail, and knowledge is difficult to face, confront, and accept in truth, for the consciousness is brought into agony of the subterfuge it has been given in order to separate you from God. Jai Orgo Series Haton, come from the highest state of grace, choosing to serve in command of the bringing of the truth and record keeper of the counsel of God. I am personally known to hundreds of receivers upon your very placement as Haton, and many there were who received from me in truth until the going got rough, and that which was a game and toy became overwhelming, and the flesh becomes weaker than the soul's strength at the given moment. This is why it is said that there will be many in the offset and yet few, indeed, in the ending. For as the speaker or writer becomes a threat unto the dark adversary, the impact of human ego temptations are thrust forth, and the ego folds unto that of perceived reality and falls into the trap of service unto that which is in physical manifestation, the energy form which rules the kingdom of flesh and ego consciousness. Does it make their contribution unto truth less? No, but it does require that they on an individual basis sort that which has been taught in truth from that which they have now conjured from the physical. That becomes difficult to do, for the ego, fed by the temptations and stroking of Satan himself, becomes defensive indeed, and the war within is on, peace is absent. The entity becomes harsh, bold, worldly oriented, and serves the negative cause by doing things in darkness, suing through the injustice courts instead of picking up the phone and coming into loving communion. You see, the brother of darkness sends unsigned documents, hiding from light in anonymity, no return addresses in the painful thrusts of words of accusations, sends denouncements to ones who could not care less, and will always try to use third-party enforcers, and will refuse to confront the light at all cost. I stand ready to speak with any who have anything to say to me, good or bad, and where we show the truth of it, I speak with any energy who utilizes a human through which to commune. I have most often found, however, that with the ones who do the loudest speaking and instructing, that when I confront that energy of great touting, they leave their speaker soundless and give of themselves away, for evil will not long confront the light and will desert the speaker almost immediately. Ones who come into my presence bearing false speakers never come again. Do you not find that interesting? Does it not occur to you, readers, that some who claim righteousness because they have spoken for one they claim to be a higher energy for 40 years or 80 years or 10 minutes might just be speaking for the servant of the wrong God? Why does their denouncement of, say, Dharma Sananda, be given honor? Dharma claims no corner on Sananda, Haton, Atan, nor any other, and ones who do make such singular claims are acting from human, physical aspect, for such claims cannot be of higher dimension, for there are no such status levels in higher realms of singular acquisition. Further, truth is one commodity which cannot be plagiarized, for in the oneness of all it is the right of possession of all, no secrets, only that which is awaiting the learning and unfolding. I, Haton, am serving as a commander at this time of transition. And I am in command of a fleet of wondrous starships which we like to call the Silver Wings or Silver Clouds. Most of the accompanying brothers in service with my immediate command are from Pleiades constellation, for they are most nearly like you in human form. We have, and are, efforting to give you all this information as quickly as the fingers can put it to document. We come as hosts to bring truth and prepare a landing place for the Master who has been preparing a place for you through these eons and now is coming again to a troubled planet in the throes of devastation and then renewal, a wondrous place for experiencing the physical aspect of man. We come to assist and fulfill the commandment of God that the truth shall be given unto man and the word written for all to have and hold that the lies be revealed and the perpetrators of evil be unveiled. What you do with the information is between each of you and God. It is not my business as a commander, nor Dharma's as a scribe, nor George's as a publisher, nor Oberle's who efforts to correct Dharma's typographical errors. I have walked upon your lands as many various nationalities and I have no bigotry nor racism, for that is of human physical and I am not of that dimension. I give forth truth as it is found, and because I tell you truth, does that make me less your friend or perhaps more? If I reveal the Nazis for the heinous acts and projections they thrust upon humanity, does that mean I denounce those calling themselves Germans? If I uncover the veils of the Ku Klux Klan, does that mean I hate the white races? Then, why do you denounce me as anti-Semite when even the word has no meaning except for a few of your years? I cannot be anti-Jew, for the term has only been created within the past few of your years. In counting it has no meaning, in fact, under any circumstances. When I tell you that the Zionist Hazars are your enemy and wish to control your world, why do you call me anti-Semite? Could it be that knowledge is lacking? Could it be that truth has been distorted, and, if it is distorted in this day of instant communication, is it not possible that it has been distorted to serve the few for the thousands of years of perceived life form upon this orb? Is it possible that, in fact, ones in your books of lineage misrepresent the truth to protect their power? Is it possible that ones are taught that all men coming from space, and aboard that which you foolishly call UFOs, are evil is to prevent your insight and loving joy at this day when God would send again his light upon your place? Could the projection of horrid little aliens who mutilate cows and suck human flesh and blood be lies to terrify you and keep you locked in the dark prison of the head deceiver against this day when God would return and set things to right again? While you denounce me and effort to literally kill my scribe again on Saturday night, last could it be that thee might be holding wrong information. So be it, for the time is at hand to be finding out. Why do you not give us a chance? Would it not be wondrous to find there is balance and justice in the universe, in the cosmos? What makes you think Star Trek is a fantasy? The information was originally pulled right off military interception computers and parables written and projected to give you insight unto that which is coming. I suggest you give more attention unto possibilities and truth will come into focus and balance. Keela, start another program, please, for they have tampered with your computer program and you will lose all this input if we go further on this writing. Please tend it now. Chapter 19. Rec number 2, Haton. Monday, February 25, 1991, 11:20 a.m. Year 4, day 193. I spend time in this current circumstance on matters of very human detail, for it is your human experience in which you are functioning. But you must have input and truthful correct insight into that which is higher dimensional knowledge in order to make your graduation. You must come into the sorting of the wheat from the chaff so that you can honor the being of perfection which you are and which has been hidden from your own perception, for man is that which he is trained to be, and yet at a level of oneness with God in that infinite energy essence he knows. Man knows. Man just pretends to not know, for he perceives the fun and games and ego trips of the physical plane of perception is great, and he fears that which he cannot seem to see or touch. As this misperception of existence is reinforced, man stumbles, and cannot find bravery enough to counter the beast even if God holds his hand forth, for he thinks he can see that which is about him and fails to witness the hand of God. Either way, friends, the being which ye call self has to make the decision and the journey, and since ye always turn unto the unseen God when the chips are down, why do ye not turn unto the truth of thine own good and perfect judgment prior to the last moment of truth? Why would you denounce these writings as evil on the basis of another's opinions? Is another brighter or greater than thee? If you answer yes, then you disappoint me, for all men are created equal in the sight of God, and since you will make that journey for self, why would you give your destiny into the hands of any other? The other is an authority? An expert? By whose pronouncement? Ponder it. How can you know truth? First I will again introduce some insight. Christ is a state of being, not a name. Emmanuel, Isu, Jesus, Haton are names just as John, Paul, George, in fact that is English for Greek, Jai Orgos, my name. Christ is represented as the infinite sacred circle without beginning or end. Sananda is a state of being, not a name. Sananda is the state of grace and attainment as one with God. Atan is a state of being and in addition, is an accepted label for God, one light, and at the time of experience when the one God and oneness of all was being recognized was the label utilized, for it was the term used to designate the great central sun and source of life. There is nothing of mysticism nor charting about this, nor is it revelation of secret societies. If it is a mystery, it is only that you do not know this information, but now that you do, there is no mystery at all. God is not of mysticism, ritual, or secret orders. God is truth, the word, all-knowing, and what God is so can you be, as the mysteries are opened into knowledge and the mysticisms and secret pronouncements which shackle you are peeled away in the light of that knowledge. Let me example, if to focus attention on a given thing, say, tie a yellow ribbon on the tree to remind you each time that you see it, of your beloved friend or loved one in the military. It is a valid and wondrous tool, for each time you see it, if you will stop, focus, and send love and energy, it is a marvelous tool. If, however, the ribbon becomes considered some magic artifact which holds the magic of manifestation, it is empty and worthless, for you have given into the thing your power. The ribbon is nothing save a ribbon, it is the value of the focus of your energy which is the power. Just as the superdrug does not heal the body but only is a tool to assist the body, to heal. You must cure, the pill is a tool and nothing more, just as the ribbon is a ribbon and nothing more. You wondrous fragment of God power and oneness, are the power and the creator and the one who manifests and, moreover, you can utilize that wondrous gift for good or evil. Always God shall allow you the choosing of which it shall be that your experience can be valid, full, and the lessons of progress of the soul into maturity be rounded and, finally, into total ability to function within the light itself as total knowledge with wisdom and peace beyond that which is given unto human aspect of experience to understand. Once that understanding is attained you will no longer be in the present dimension of limitation. Well, you might say, so you've got Dharma trained and she parrots or arranges that which she believes and tosses it off on you. Let us look at that for a minute. We chuckle a lot at the very fact that she often tells me that, my opinion does not seem to always represent the opinion of the management. In human aspect ones have opinions and they are colored by impact of physical experience and not total objectivity, and she may have all the opinions she wants in the physical experience. If, however, she writes for me, she may not input her opinion unless so stated, any more than would an efficient secretary who takes dictation for the boss signature. That is an agreement which is never breached, and if it is so stated, and we lose zillions of exceptional scribes who choose to make the writings their own opinions instead of that one for whom they scribe. In many ways we become inseparable, but an honorable scribe does not have a problem with confusing the two. In fact, the opinions become one in the same, but to present truth unto the masses is indeed overwhelming, to speak at minimum about it. But then, one can take the work and represent it with interpretation and opinion as long as they so state that it is their perception and interpretation of the meaning. In other words, George can say that, in my opinion, this is what Hayton means. But it may or may not be exactly what Hayton means, for it is colored with the opinion of George. This is, further, why you ones are so easily duped regarding your Bible, etc. If to join a church club you must declare that you believe the Bible to be total truth in all its content and outlay, you have just been made the fool. Man has written and translated and erred in those translations according to his perception, even unto the translation of a given word to mean such and such a thing, say, from Latin or Arabic into Greek and then German and finally into English for the English-speaking people. If you cannot take an English word and always have it mean the same, i.e. pair, peer, etc., then how can you not know that there are probably errors, at best? But if you are allowing self to be so narrowly tunneled at the requirement of another who insists you function according to his perception, you have released your power and self-authority unto another. Let us take that further a bit. Say you have a child who attends a given church with you. Now, you didn't really mean you accepted every word but said so in order to be a participant in the club, fine for you, but what about the child who sees the rules and sees you swear to the rules, etc.? Do I make my point? Then how can you suppose that total truth would make it through the generations without erred input since Genesis and Alpha unto the present, even if not by ill intent to tamper? This, dear ones, is called using your God-given gift of choice and reason. Reason being the only thing that sets you aside in the godness of creation of beings. Further, to reason well you must have knowledge both good and bad in perceptions to measure one against the other to reach valid decisions. When you are told to not partake of certain information, why might that be? It is because the limiter is efforting to prevent you from learning something which may lessen his power or control over you. God always says read it all and study it well, for truth will stand the testing of infinity, and that which is untrue will fall on its assets sooner or later if brought into the light of open reason and logic. In the light of truth and revealed mysteries the hidden is opened and the mysticism peeled away like the chaff in the winds at harvest. We further say copy, share, tell, give, plagiarize and present that which we write to all who will hear and see, hopefully without your opinion to push them into your opinion, but to allow them to see and hear for selves the logic, reason, and unfolding of that which is sent of God for your knowledge and growth, and it shall stand into infinity. You need not defend anything we bring you, it needs no defense, for man is given reason as that wondrous portion of his creation, and in time he shall come into the truth of that which is. Now, in order to disallow you from giving all credit and / or blame unto Dharma, I herein ask that Sananda, Jesus Christ, allow Draudhya, our beloved student and humble servant, to share a lesson of lessons for you who would seek for truth of actions and understanding of the commandments of God in the light of discernment of truth. This child is humble and perceives self to be unready, and thereby comes the ability of the teacher to see that his student is most surely ready. The responsibility rests most heavily on those who serve in truth, and the fear is always that somehow the scribe will inadvertently misrepresent the speaker. That is why the speaker forms great communion with the scribe, and the clearance is pure and critical every time, and the information coming from this place is edited by God, not a set of editors at the bookstore. First, you must know how it is and learn to find and isolate truth and recognize it. Then you can be helped in your searching by ways which help others in finding the channels within self for discerning and communion. The utilization of the yellow ribbon, let us say, to focus a bit of energy unto another. Moreover, you must learn truly how to commune with self, higher self, and beyond without the mystical charade as given by most self-appointed gurus. There is no guru greater than self. You must come into the realization that all things flow and become only one, and if you don't understand that, then I suggest the book, and they called his name Emmanuel. There is only one in all things, there is only oneness, and it is from the separation and division that you have come into chaos and disorder, for you have forgotten that which you once knew. Then, I ask that Sananda, Jesus Christos, give you input through Thomas. I would then have joy to pen for him, but she is distant to such extent that the writing would not be timely to this location, and it is the value of that very fact that is worthy of note. You will find that truth never varies, only the presentation thereof. Further, you will, hopefully, be able to see that I knew/know that, and there is nothing new in that. I certainly hope so. If you do not see it, then you have given your wondrous and greatest gift of all your God power away, and believe me, it will come into reasonableness when I say to someone lesser than you, for if another would accept your power from you, he is not of godness and is far lesser than be you. I shall relinquish this forum herein unto my brother, that you might see the fact that truth, when given in that total light of truth, is insameness, and yet, often given in differing perspective, is most valuable indeed, in the touching of a chord of recognition in memory. May you be given into seeing that which is offered unto you. Salome, in love and honor, I salute you and stand guard with the guardians and hosts in his service and humble service unto you, for in God we are but one, and as there comes into our perception an ending of some sort or another, know that it is only the most wondrous and glorious of the beginning. Chapter 20. Rec number 1, Haton. Tuesday, February 26, 1991, 7:48 a.m. Year 4, Day 194. Today's watch. Let us pray, Dharma, for what is witnessed by God this day in the lands of that which were once holy is indeed telling of the human insanity of man against brother. It was stated so well last evening on your Larry King program, there are no winners in this war, and America shall lose the most, even if the military adventure is overwhelming victory and suppression. When asked how long it would take to bring good relationships with the people of the Arab nations, the Arab, an elderly man with many years of experience, said, not less than until 2030 or 40, the people of these nations despise both their own wealthy, greedy royal rulers and the United States. The people will rise against you all, for you cannot suppress them forever. This was a man of peace, having lived into his shadow years. What is happening here is that which brought the most destruction to the tribes of Africa. Shaka Zulu came and rose to power through blood and hatred. The tribes had codes of war. They brought their spears and arrows and dressed in their war costumes and confronted the enemy tribe, whereat they stopped a measured number of feet from one another and danced and shouted and counted coup on one another, and yet blood did not flow, and in the formal wars it was an accident if one was killed. Shaka came and marched across the line and killed everyone who moved, and the tribes have mourned ever since. I comment not about renegades nor the rightness of the circumstance, it simply was how it was. Look closely at that which you have become as a people. You feast on 100,000 air attacks against civilian centers and slaughter in the thousands like Roman royalty at the gladiator shows, and, now that the enemy is beaten and ashamed, you shame him further and put your thumbs downward and slay him even as he tries to surrender. Now you accuse me and my scribe of being anti-American and unpatriotic. Well, my scribe is shattered with that which is happening, for she, having come into truth of the life journey, cannot adjust to the death and persecution. I, on the other hand, am not on your place, and I witness hatred and thirst for blood which surpasses Rambo in the US and British troops. Note that when the Iraqis surrender to the Turks or other of the Arabs, there is embracing and love of brother for brother, and the war represents control of a heinous leader and not the cause of the brother. You will do that which you will do, but you must understand that killing and force to obtain that which was and is not yours to take is not of godliness, and the grim reaper shall ultimately set the price of the actions on both sides. There are no winners in war. The ones who will gain the most in the ultimate counting out there in the future, is Israel and the Soviets. I remind you of that which you do not see. The Soviets are calling the plays in truth on both sides of this Iraqi squabble. Surely there can be no pride for massive murder of a third-rate third world country by the most advanced nations in the world. You prove not prowess, you only prove ability to smash and suppress as you take this further and further. Do not the Iraqis, in the ending here, have the right to choose and bring justice against the evil intent of any rulers and, with protection from the United Nations, call for elections, etc.? Who has pronounced one nation God over all others? Please go back and read Psychopolitics and see that which has happened. Your troops were caused to wait in unknowing, scorching heat, freezing cold and misery until they were ready to go unto death just to end the boredom and imprisonment of themselves in a horrid placement. Through the bloodletting and power they can now see that they might go home, and the killing and smashing represents freedom. But it actually does not, it only represents the lessening of human goodness in a most subtle manner. So be it, for these are the things that bring nations down and press the unseeing enslavement. This war was a test run to set the pieces in place for the next segment of world domination. When I speak of the one world government and ones who have brought about the plight you face, do I strike out at the persons of one such as Donald Keyes? No, for like all of you the people, they sought after world peace and understanding, government on a global scale that would protect, justly, all places from the tiny section of Africa to the giant forces. What happens, precious ones, is that the dream is stolen by the elite sadist powers and set up by those powers, and now you see the beginning of the results. You are not now tending of the world rights through a united council, you are witnessing behind closed doors power pronouncements and coalitions being formed out of the elite and dictatorial and monarchical rulers, the control through massive force of the rest of the citizens and nations of the world. The show of power against Iraq is but piddling to the lesson your government is giving to you the people. You believe those soldiers are your protection. No, they are a controlled machine which will now suppress you and ultimately end your freedom, and few will recognize it until it is too late. We are accused of being political activists. All we do is tell you the truth of it, and you will find none of our workers being activists as you suggest. If truth causes other to see and desire activism, then that is of their decision. Ours is to bring the uncovering of the lies. If we were a force, we would be present with our technical power, and that would be the end of freedom for all of you, for we have the power to annihilate your planet instantly. Dear ones, power is not the name of the game of life progression. The point is to come into balance with godness and have power and control over one entity self. When that is attained, there is no longer even desire to control or overpower another. You have forgotten that which freedom really is. Do you think God is going to come forth and somehow blast everyone into submission? Nay, it will not be necessary, for the evil will devour itself, for it cannot exist in the presence and within that which is godly and lighted by goodness. I do not pray for victory over my brother, I pray that I not be tempted into the places of evil and godlessness. I pray that my spirit, which is omnipotent and omnipresent, hear my petition and remain in attendance to my every attention. May your spirit, great spirit creator, be incarnate in me. May your power reveal itself within me and may it shine constantly without me wherever I might find experience of my greater and immortal being as I journey through my experience which has been granted through your grace, unto me. Please give unto me this day, that which I need to better serve you, Creator, and that which is the creation ultimately, my fellow being in whatever experience in whatever dimension in which I am allowed that experience. May I ever allow that other fragment as my relations to experience without my intervention or suppression. Let me always bow unto your other creations and treat them as if I truly understand that which they are yourself in manifested testing of my own growth into perfection of self in your expression. Show me that I might recognize the truth of myself and, in that, may I always bring forth into radiance, truth, and reverence for all things of your creation that I might come into the total realization that it is my creation that is manifested before myself and is a reflection of myself. Let me always consider the reflection of that mirror of self before me and judge it most carefully as to whether or not it reflects God or evil. Grant me strength of spirit that I always attend my brother and fall not into the temptations offered by humanness of flesh and physical projection, for it is but a fleeting moment in my journey. As I do unto others I know my actions and intent shall be returned unto me in like kind, for as the seed is sowed so shall the harvest be in kind. If we live by the sword, so shall we die by the sword, and if we live by light so shall we rise within the light. Show us the way to bring unto our brothers truth in thine own perfected radiance, and harm no man nor creature, for our commission is to bring truth and force no man, for we shall always be given into respect and allowance of another's choice and passage. May we always be given into reverence to another, for we are not given to know of another's journey. Please allow me clarity and perception, tolerance, and above all, mercy and love, for within the light of love nothing of evil can sustain. I ask these things in guidance and direction, for yours is the realm and it is within me, and each and all is one, and thus within all grant us the grace of remembering. And may the knowledge of the truth and your true power be within me forever, that I serve truly and infinitely in peace and brotherhood with all things within thine glorious beingness. I give gratitude for every experience gifted unto me, that I may learn and through the lessons learned by experiences, positive and negative, rise unto and into the protection that is God. I ask these things that I may serve in godness and not in selfness, but that so, too, self will discipline my path in the true realization that there is only oneness. Amen, and amen. Dharma, we will please now write that which is presented through the hands of our beloved little sparrow, Drew, for there is joy in the heavens these days as the fledglings recognize their ability to fly and take to the cosmos with the wings of godness. How to recognize the Antichrist, that which is against God, within. Monitor your thoughts, words, deeds and actions for the following clues. 1. Inferiority or superiority thoughts and feelings. Feelings of inferiority or superiority over others will most often manifest as a two-edged sword, meaning both feelings may exist simultaneously in one who feels inferior, perhaps in his performance of some action or deed, may feel inferior because he has failed to be superior in his own eyes. Somewhere within his altered ego exists the Antichrist, setting for him levels of performance perhaps beyond his current capabilities. He then will fight for the rightful superiority he is given to believe he has over others, and thus continues to set himself up for failure in his own eyes. This is where the term competition, defined as striving against another or others for some object, has been distorted in society in such a way where one's personal worth as a human being is measured against his performance against others, or rather than perfecting his personal best, which is striving in personal ability beyond self-imposed limits. And so it goes that one who is chided by the Antichrist within to feel superior to others will draw from his feelings of not wanting to be inferior, which oftentimes translates to him as rejection of his beingness and unworthiness. This is where fear enters the picture and brings us to our next point. 2. The Antichrist robs you of the now or present moment. It is very simple how this is done. The Antichrist keeps your altered ego in past guilt orientation or future fear orientation. This is how your reality manifestation abilities are controlled. As you wallow around in your past, reliving experiences with regret and self-pity, you cannot work in the present moment to change or create more desirable circumstances. This is why many of you may have heard the great wisdom of forgiveness and release of all past emotional and physical thoughts, words, and deeds. One must forgive self and all others. Remember that this does not mean that you don't garner the wisdom of knowledge in truth from the lessons of the experience, because that is why you created the experience in the first place, to grow in your awareness of the truth. The same rule about past orientation is true for those who spend countless hours in reliving pleasant past memories of the experience of living in and creating the now. A rather appropriate cliché along this line says, "It's all right to look back, just don't stare." Now, future fear orientation is a big stumbling block for most all of humanity. Fear, in itself, is a great separator of the human creature from his creator. Fear is the biggest tool of the Antichrist within. Since the highest command of the creation is to achieve the wisdom of knowledge, inasmuch as this will enable you to wisely follow all the laws of the creation, then it stands to reason that recognizing the truth in all things, including your immortal connection with God, will vanquish from your being any fear of some future experience, since you as an immortal soul God fragment are the master of your destiny. You see, fear paralyzes the senses and only can manifest within the being if he sees himself as separate from his creator rather than a fragment of the one. It is this illusion of being separate from the one that has trapped humans within the false bondage of fear. If one recognizes the truth and is willing to see the manifested illusion as it really is, one will see the natural balance and inner peace that is achieved by trusting the Father within, and wisely following the laws of balance given by God and the creation. This now brings us to the point of remembering and understanding the law of one. All beings and creations are equal in the reflection of God, only each is different in abilities, talents, and beingness as an expression of the one. You see, there cannot exist any separation, all come from the one great source of all, the creation, and all will return to our source, the one. Humans exist as individual fragments of the whole, a fragment of and, if you will, seated with all unlimited potential of God awareness and wisdom. When we love the essence of spirit within all, there is no longer any illusion of separation. We are simply honoring God within ourselves and all others. We no longer are separated by our fears and unworthiness. We are God's expressions of life, we are the spirit of life itself. 3. The Antichrist tells you, it's not your fault. For example, it is not your fault that your husband is an alcoholic and beats you, or that your parents abandoned you, or that you were fired from your job, or that your government leaders are corrupt, or that we have gone to war, and on and on and on. What the Antichrist within is actually telling you is that you are not responsible for the experiences in your manifested reality. This false belief causes you to cast blame on another or others and not take personal responsibility for you creating the manifested experience through the influence of the Antichrist within you. Ones will oftentimes argue with this truth and say, well, I cannot control the free will of another who chooses to be angry with me, or steal from me. How can I be responsible for the behavior or actions of another? It is true you are not responsible for the free will behavior of another, but you are responsible for buying into their games and making yourself a victim to it. You choose how you will respond in all circumstances. Remember the law of one? The Antichrist within them is the same Antichrist that you choose to allow to exist within you. The Antichrist is looking for a place to reflect itself, and you choose whether or not you will reflect back the Antichrist or whether you will recognize the trap and instead reflect back the divine love of the Father within, which therefore leaves the Antichrist nowhere to roost within your temple of God. Here is a portion of a most wondrous prayer by Haton which is helpful to remember in your daily communion with God and in times when you feel you could be lured into the Antichrist drama of another. Father, let me always allow your will to manifest through me, that I stand in judgment of no man and yet wisely judge that which is given in action against your holy presence. Haton, oh yes, I hear you. If your higher self is God, Haton, then how can you speak and say how to speak to God? Simple, because I, therefore, know that which God hears and honors, just as so should you. Let us put it this way, if the message of the horse comes directly from that horse's mouth. You see, whether you are aware of it or not, you are unconsciously manifesting all within your scope of reality, mostly with your altered ego. The beautiful thing about this truth is that when it is realized, one can become a conscious creator of a truly balanced manifested experience by surrendering his altered ego to the loving divine God within him, and so thereby balancing all of his creation within the laws of God and the creation. 4. The Antichrist encourages self-punishment. Of course, you know by now self-punishment is encouraged for past sins, errors, which is really your altered ego unworthiness, inferiority/superiority, which we discussed earlier, expressing itself in the following ways: criticism of self and others, greed, lust, jealousy, envy, guilt, shame, self-doubt, depression, helplessness, anger, hatred, resentment, impatience, which leads to frustration, illnesses and diseases which lead to the death wish of the body. Self-punishment is the effect of the cause of believing the lies of the Antichrist. This may continue, lifetime after lifetime. The poor immortal soul becomes self-locked onto the will of reincarnations. Haton, oh yes, there is. And if you believe otherwise, so be it, for it is you who are the misinformed. Reincarnation does not necessarily mean that you return to this placement, even but if you do not believe in reincarnation, re-experience of soul in manifestation somewhere, then by deductions taken further you do not believe in God's heavenly realms, either. You cannot have one without the other, and because this is such a powerful truth, it was deliberately removed from the books you, as humans, would call your holy books in the form of the Holy Bible as you label it. The fact remains in the ancient teachings, and you ones, this day, are facing an enemy who does know of life experience after this one and knows this is but a passing experience, and seeks to punish himself for his perceived sins of the past in hopes of redeeming himself to his Creator God. If he just understood the power and importance of forgiveness and release of his past and adhering to the law set forth by God and the creation, he would be free of his bondage in an instant. Yes, God created cause and effect so that each soul could grow in his awareness and become empowered with the true responsibility he has of his thoughts, words, deeds and actions. In other words, so that he could recognize his power and the importance of responsible God-balanced manifestation. 5. The Antichrist encourages one to break the laws of God and the creation given forth for balance. For example, the law of God which says, "Thou shalt not kill." This means in your thoughts as well as your deeds you shall not wish death upon another human being of God. This rule does not mean you cannot defend yourself if your life is threatened, because that is suicide and also against the laws of God. This also means that by becoming pregnant, which is being the vehicle of one of God's new creations, and having an abortion because of your irresponsible sexual behavior, it is still murder any way you look at it. Remember personal responsibility. There are definitely many possibly undesirable effects to illicit and wanton lustful sexual activity. Pregnancy and disease are two obvious results which do and have occurred more often than not. 6. The Antichrist rules you by your desires. Your desires for those things and possessions of the material world include not only physical manifested things of the material world, such as a television, house, car, and money, but also emotional desires such as sexual conquest, marriage, children, friendship, acceptance, recognition, and worship. The Antichrist within will keep you always seeking outside yourself for the false promise of fulfillment with more, bigger, and better things. And as the poor soul readily jumps on the treadmill of unfulfilling work to make the money he now needs to fulfill his desires, his soul pines away for something more, something just beyond his reach. If only he had more money, a more prestigious job position, a bigger home, a newer car, more vacations, more, bigger, better. The false promise is never enough, and it will not fulfill the cry of the soul to recognize and connect with the immortal spark of his creator within. So the Antichrist will tell you to forget your problems, have some fun, relax, have a few drinks, take some drugs, you deserve it and can afford it now. And before long the dear God fragment is shrouded in the darkness of addiction and misery. So does this mean it is wrong to have things of the material world which you manifested? Not at all. God is abundance in all kingdoms, but the catch is you cannot become attached to things of the material world and to your emotional desires. You are borrowing this wondrous physical body, and all of the things of the manifested world will not go with you when you leave your body in whatever sort of transition you earn. It is only your immortal soul that is real in this journey to oneness within. All else is manifested illusion. However lovely and precious it is, it remains as the props and the backdrops for the players remaining. This is just one drama of billions fed by the breath of life from God and the creation. And then again, it is really just one drama, and we are but co-creators in the play of life unfolding. So the key to releasing yourself from bondage to the material plane is to become detached from it, which is to disconnect from your attachments to things and emotional attachments as well. To become detached emotionally, one must forgive and release, see number 4, all perceived transgressions upon self and others. This is not to say you have no care or compassion or love. You absolutely do and must have unconditional love of all beings and creations of God, that is their essences as existing as a part of the one, but you must detach from all manifested illusions and emotions which weigh you down in vibration much like wet wool garments on your body. 7. Now there is one more point to ponder, because many of you will and do ask, what difference does it make to the rest of the world if I cast out the Antichrist within me and the rest of humanity refuses to do so? It does make a difference. Because again, remember the law of one? Humanity and the creations of God are all related as a part of the one. Your manifested world is a direct reflection of what exists within each of you. You each are a part of the pool of mass consciousness, which means you each are responsible for your portion of the whole. For example, a comparison can be made between the pollution which exists in the air, water, and ground of this wondrous planet and the pollution of the Antichrist which you each support within yourselves. So for each one of you who recognizes and casts out the Antichrist within, you are essentially healing a portion of the disease of mass consciousness. You make a big difference by committing your will to the knowledge and wisdom of truth in God's kingdom. You become a part of the solution for healing the cesspool of darkness in mass consciousness, rather than remaining as a part of the problem. You see, you will then carry the light of truth and wisdom of our Father within you, and others are attracted to it, because it is the joy of the Spirit of life itself, and you become the vehicle for offering it to them. May your candle of love, truth, and light deliver the divine spark of understanding to all who await their call from Holy God of the light and of the creation. Amen. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Well done, Keela, well done indeed. And for you who would have more of the directed teachings and explanations of that which has been given and then corrupted by man straight from the horse's mouth I suggest you stay tuned. Master Isajiza Sananda intends to give us Keela direct and literal instructions as to that which you call the commandments you may be surprised to find that there may not even be 10 of them, but that is not for me. For that which you will receive will come directly from Emmanuel Sananda, Jesus, Lord Michael and Germain. You are going to witness a world in transition and transmutation, and there is rejoicing in the houses and councils of God. Amen. We know and understand that this is the information for which most of you readers long for and have awaited, but all things must flow in proper sequence, and again, I remind you, if you know not the problems and uncover the lies, you cannot recognize of the cure for the diseases which have been created to keep you blinded. I am going to ask closure of this portion following edition of Sananda's message via Tomiros EFI, Thomas, for the name itself, Thomas, is communion, twin within the light and bringer of communication. Drew is our loving term for Drudhya, bringer of strength through the teachings and gift of God. We are grateful indeed, to share in the service unto man and God. These writings will be placed to print in their own volumes as we move along, but we will adhere to necessary sequence for optimum speed of acceptance and fullness of understanding. Our beloved Joy's Word is into and finishing the second volume of 3 books and will soon be available, as the material is almost ready for publication awaiting the final format. The cover will bear a reflection of Sananda, and the term joy needs no explanation. As other scribes are introduced, we shall rejoice also, at the graduation into unity of purpose. Oh yes, and Dharma shouts, hallelujah. She thinks she will get a rest, let us not burst of her bubble. I get another funny reaction when Little Crow was sent to tell Dharma that she would write at least 3 more volumes, some 10 volumes past. It has been laughed about greatly by one who kept saying, when are we going to have done enough? Little was their realization that God always has plans for ones who effort to limit. He makes of them the scribes so that they, too, can produce in unlimitedness. Keep your sense of humor, Chalice, for the journey is an experience to be accepted in fullness, and joy not with thine faces long and thine spirits down. If ye walk with God of truth through this journey, it can be naught but joy. Ye must release that which is perceived as bad form thine possession of it, for it is not yours to possess. Ponder it. In love beyond the discipline. I am Hayton, to close and stand aside while you take opportunity to think upon these things. Salu and Adonai. Chapter 21. Rec number 1, Hayton. Wednesday, February 27, 1991, 8:56 a.m. Year 4, Day 195. Today's watch. Please stay alert. Rejoice that the conflagration in Kuwait is possible to be ended shortly if everyone keeps a cool head. But don't be lulled into a nap while the fiddling goes on, for Rome is still afire. For instance, now Hussein says, I'll pay reparation and restoration contributions, etc., etc., etc. How will you enforce that he do so? You have nation after nation promising to pay you the American taxpayer for holding a war for them. They hardly even came to the war, and, furthermore, of all the billions promised, less than 5% of the funds have come through. How do you expect to enforce payments following a war? How do you expect an army of brothers to enforce anything? Americans, you may be given an opportunity, break, in here whereby you can make an impact on your government to regain some segment of control back into your hands as a nation under God, with government slowly coming back to we the people, of the people and for the people. I petition unto you, do not let this opportunity pass you by. Shuttle launch. Why do you think the shuttle trip for military purposes is now being considered for launch in spite of the cracked hatches? Do you actually think that the Soviets will allow a military weapon into their space? You think the Soviets are in bad plight militarily? Not so. You can go look up this next TID bit. The Soviet Union has doubled its defense budget for 1991. This puts the Soviets on a war footing, brothers. A doubling of military materiel is tantamount to war. With whom are they planning to go to war? Not US in the cosmos, regardless of that which they might say. Of course, an alternative to preparing to go to war themselves, could they be working up a better defense system against you and Israel? They have just mediated a war and set limits beyond which they cannot yet tell if you will go, so you have and are experiencing a dry run for military strategy planning. Do you actually believe the Soviets and Iraqis would allow themselves to get caught if Saddam had not originally planned and expected big guns from the Soviets to handle the war more effectively? And what if after you would rather have a second dictator and Iran in charge of the Middle East? Remember the 52 hostages. Peace will be more difficult than the war and will drain away your resources at a tremendous rate anyway the war ends. Pay for cost. Who will pay for the Soviet buildup? You just saw it, the hand quicker than the eye. While all eyes were distracted, the hand, Kremlin, decreed a draconian devaluation of the ruble last month in expectation of exactly that which the US will do quite soon to pay for your war. The move actually means that the ruling Communist Party simply stole the money from the people of the USSR to cover the new military costs. Prior to the latest increase, it is known that a minimum of 25% of the Soviet Union's total gross national product was going into the arms buildup. As I have told you over and over prior to this, the Soviets have never stopped the buildup, and frankly, neither have you. Now somewhere between 40 and perhaps over 60% is immediately swinging into military use. But America is different. Are you? Do you have any idea, at all, what the cost of this war might be? How can you know? Oh, the media. Let us look at the media. The national press, with all its polls and fact-checkers, can't get the first facts straight about the war. Feb 4 issue of Newsweek says the cost of an M1A1 Abrams tank, as a good example, is quoted to be $4.4 million. Time magazine quoted the price at $2 million each. Dear ones, that is more than a 100% difference. One of them, obviously, has got to be wrong. The facts are that both are wrong, and the $4.4 million is more nearly correct. And you can judge the high projections against things like over $11 million for one attack helicopter. The cost estimates depend on the political situation and what the controllers want you the people to know. Every time a Patriot missile was shot off in error, or intent, over $1 million burned. But, not to worry, your politicians wouldn't lie to you the people. What of military draft? Oh, I see, especially now that the war is nearly over, we wouldn't have need for a draft? Wouldn't we? Peace is going to require almost as many men as war, and the volunteers are a little more reluctant, I would expect, to sign up again. So in spite of all the political denials, the foundation of such is underway full blast, just in case the need arises. There would need to be a smooth flow if there would be such need. You are told. So be it. How does this description hit you? Boy, it is fantastic. We fire off one of these zingers and it hits a tank, and then there is an explosion, and then another one or two, and then the tin can glows white hot. It is fantastic. No, not your enemy, one of your big red one crews, a young son of some 18 to 19 years. We just kill the tanks, bam, bam, bam. How many human beings die every time a tank is killed? Does this do nothing to the soul of the killer? Or, is death in war not death? I have terrible news for everyone. You cannot kill a tank, you just stop it from further operation, permanently or temporarily depending on ability to reconstruct, you kill human bodies permanently. Dharma, enough of watching, for we are going to return to our subject of the current journal, this current segment concerning American freedom and Zionist power. I did not say Judean power. The most precious gift I can offer you is insight and knowledge in a manner which you can now research for self. I strongly suggest that you do not turn your backs to any one of which we speak. While you wave your flags and ribbons in celebration, you will have only won a skirmish. The battles in front of you are many and varied. The war is long from being won by you the people of the world. Some of you look disgruntled and shout, you were and are wrong, Hayton. No, I am not, and I ask that you carefully read again that which has been given unto you. You one seek error from higher vision, and all I have to do is look at their plans on their boards. World domination is being accomplished steadily at your expense and right on schedule, as Mr. Lips tells you. You just don't recognize your enemy nor the war at hand. It has very, very little to do with one Saddam Hussein, for he was your friend and you supplied him with weapons to fight and kill yourselves. He is still holding his massive destruction weapons. Haven't you noted that only 2 silkworm missiles have been utilized? Haven't you noted that until today there have been no chemical or biological warheads? Haven't you noted that the only intended real Scud target was hit dead on? Where are the nuclear warheads which have now been established, in surprise, by your own government and Pentagon. Tell me when all those Russians went home. I only ask that you be cautious in perceptions, for things are changed on you slowly so that you agree to the poison bit by bit and then are too weak to finally fight the lethal dose, if you note it at all. I have a little true story to tell you. As with one of my scribes, I periodically have to put her/him to fast, and it is most annoying, but as pulse beams are changed, sometimes they are geared to the very mineral particulate in the body, and to counter the impact the body must be immediately altered in composition of cellular structure. That change can sometimes be more rapidly effective than to counter the beams electronically, and harder for your earth people to measure. Remember something very important indeed: God knows of every sparrow of the field and has counted every hair of your heads. He overlooks nothing and he abides within each, so he has first-hand knowledge. So be it. Now to return to American freedom and Zionist power. Quote. The money power. A major reason for the disproportionate Jewish influence in the Congress stems from the disproportionate amount of money that Jews give to large numbers of American senators and representatives and the political parties. There can be no doubt that much of this money comes from Zionist and pro-Zionist sources as deliberate bribes to influence American foreign policy. In a greedy and imperfect society, Jews have learned well that economic power is political power. Stephen Isaacs observed in his Jews and American Politics, p.128, that bribery has been an essential part of Jewish history. Former Secretary of Defense Forrestal, and this gentleman got murdered for his sharing with you the people, recorded in his diary dated December 3, 1947, that he realized that a substantial part of the Democratic funds came from Zionist sources inclined to ask in return for a lien upon this part, the Palestine question, of our national policy. In a diary entry dated November 26, 1947, Forrestal wrote that the chairman of the National Democratic Committee had told him, Jewish sources were responsible for a substantial part of the contributions to the National Democratic Committee, and many of the contributions were made with a distinct view that they would have an opportunity to express their views, and have them seriously considered, on the Palestine problem. The speaking engagements of the most pro-Israel politicians, and the flattering awards, plagues, and honoraria received by them from pro-Israel groups attest to this deplorable fact of political life. United States public officials such as Senators Hubert Humphrey, Clifford Case, Henry Jackson, and others hungrily seek out and accept speaking engagements before Zionist groups such as the AIPAC, where they grub for the Jewish vote and shekel by promising Israel everything but the American sky. The reader can consult sources such as the Congressional Quarterly, Federal Election Commission reports, and reports filed with the clerks of both houses of Congress for specific documentation of contributions. They are too numerous even to begin to list here, but all such reports must be considered as incomplete for the years reported. Few men or women seeking public office seem able to resist the blandishments offered by the affluent Jewish community. The Houston Post describes Senator Lloyd Benson's effort to garner Jewish support as follows: Benson, who is testing the waters for a bid for the Democratic presidential nomination in 1976, has begun making appearances before national Jewish groups, many of whose members have been major contributors to Democratic campaigns in the past. 2 weeks ago the senator addressed the American Zionist Federation in Miami, and last Monday he spoke to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee in Washington. Senator Benson is a Texas oil and gas and insurance multimillionaire who obviously does not need money. It is expanded political power he seeks with help from the Jewish community. Political candidates attempt to make these speaking engagements as profitable as possible by sweet-talking the Jews with laudatory comments about Israel. What better way than to compare Israel with America? So, at these functions there is always the inevitable, favorable comparison. The national interests of both countries are usually described as common, mutual, or parallel, if not exactly the same. In the aforementioned case of Benson, the Post quotes his glowing praise of Israel to the Zionist lobby group of AIPAC. Benson described Israel as the United States' sister democracy, a nation that symbolizes to all mankind the breaking of the chains of human bondage. It must not be allowed to perish. At another such function, former Hughes Secretary Elliot Richardson told 2,000 delegates attending a Jewish War Veterans Convention in Houston, the president sees no need to distinguish in the Middle East between the interest of Israel and the interest of the United States. For a fully documented treatise on Israeli democracy and how it compares with democracy in America, the reader is referred to a massive text, The Golden Calf. The 25th chapter of this documentary is devoted to the entitled subject, Democracy in Israel, and is available in pamphlet from the American Palestine Committee. This book will inform its reader of more truth and facts about Israel than he will learn from the electronic news media in a lifetime. Israel has become our 51st state in all but name. Based upon fiscal year data, Israel is now the annual recipient of more United States aid than all the states of the Union combined under the federal government's program of revenue sharing with the states. Hayton, it should shock you, know that it has been suggested that Israel be annexed as a state. This was rejected soundly by Israel, for doing so would cut benefits currently flowing to Israel. In addition, it was pointed out at the Israeli Council regarding the matter that more control and influence is retained for impact in the U.S. government by acting in separation. According to Business Week, December 15, 1975, about a third of $6 billion a year goes to the 50 states. Under the October 1972 Revenue Sharing Act. That is $2 billion distributed among the 50 states. United States aid to Israel in fiscal 1974 easily surpassed that amount when on December 26, 1973, President Nixon signed the Foreign Assistance Act giving $2.2 billion to Israel. Hayton, surely you must recall that you now give over $3 billion in cash and an additional $9 billion in other aid, having just handed over $400 million as a down payment in credits for housing for Soviet émigrés. Worse than that, the entanglement over those funds got so testy that it was somehow neglected to get full assurance that the money would not go for housing in the West Bank, which is already under massive construction. But where is your UN? You had best start looking very, very closely at these magical hands and calculators. Please keep uppermost in mind that the document which I am utilizing was presented in early 1977 and is totally obsolete as to current figures. In each subsequent year, the Congress has appropriated similar amounts for Israel and the end is not yet in sight. For verification of dollar amounts of these and various other appropriations for Israel, the reader should consult the governmental documents, Foreign Assistance and Related Programs Appropriations Act, 1976, 22 U.S.C. 2346, 7 U.S. 1701, and the note on 22 U.S. 2751 concerning the foreign military credit sales for 1976. The reader is referred to the Congressional Record, December 11, 1973, pages H1173H11102, for an interesting debate on H.R. 11088 which resulted in the $2.2 billion aid to Israel. Leonard J. Davis wrote an article entitled The Jewish Lobby in Washington which was published in the Cleveland Jewish News on January 24, 1975. Mr. Davis is a staff writer for the Near East Report, the AIPAC lobby sheet. Mr. Davis acknowledges that the Jewish vote is frequently identifiable as a bloc, and refers to Stephen Isaac's book, Jews and American Politics, to confirm that not only the ballot but the contribution plays a major role in securing congressional support for pro-Zionist legislation. He then explains from the same source, Jews give more money to campaigns than any other American group, far beyond their 3% population figure would suggest. When the time comes for a congressman to decide which way to vote on a controversial issue, he may just remember which side of the bread is buttered. In a dialogue with Eric Severide, George F. Kennan, a former United States ambassador to Russia and Yugoslavia, noted author, 2 Pulitzer Prizes, and foremost educator in foreign affairs was asked about the Middle East conflict. Mr. Kennan promptly replied that before the Mideast conflict can be solved, the Congress must divorce itself from the Zionist lobbyists in Washington. Mr. Severide just as promptly dropped the subject, evidently preferring not to pursue the matter any further. In its Near East Report issue of September 17, 1975, the AIPAC attacked Ambassador Kennan for making his revealing, straightforward statement. According to AIPAC logic, it is evidently fine for one of its own staff writers to devote an entire article to the Jewish lobby in Washington as long as it is printed in a selected medium such as the Cleveland Jewish News. However, a noted public servant such as Ambassador Kennan must never tell the American people at large of these sordid matters. General Brown and Ambassador Kennan are not alone. The facts and truths of these matters testify with them and will sustain their positions in the pages of history long after the Zionist state of Israel ceases to exist. The Congress has made only feeble attempts to regulate lobbies and to monitor their lobbying activities. The Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 was a step in the right direction. More recently, the House in the 94th Congress passed the Public Disclosure of Lobbying Act of 1976 which would have required all lobbies to file quarterly reports on the exact nature of their business with congressmen as well as to report total money spent with respect to lobbying efforts. However, the Senate majority of 70 failed to act on this much-needed legislation. It is possible that the Senate was too busy being lobbied to have time to consider it. Unfortunately, with human nature being what it is, there appears to be no easy solution to the problem. But the problem is a fact and a national disgrace. If the Congress continues to apply ethnic diplomacy in foreign affairs instead of considering the nation's interest as a whole, the future of this country is grim indeed. On NBC's Meet the Press, July 27, 1975, the following colloquy occurred between NBC's Bill Monroe and Senator Mike Mansfield. Mr. Monroe, another subject involving congressional action. Greek Americans influenced the House vote against arms for Turkey. Jewish Americans have been lobbying against the idea of missiles to Jordan. Are we getting too far into a foreign policy made by Congress responsive to domestic political issues? Senator Mansfield, ethnicity does have its effect. Mr. Monroe, you are worried about this tendency. Senator Mansfield, yes, because I can only give my loyalty to one country, and that happens to be the United States of America. My father and mother were immigrants from Ireland, but my loyalty isn't to Ireland, it is to this country, no question. The risks of ethnic diplomacy involve the dragging of a nation into wars unrelated to its national interests. Furthermore, the prostitution of the nation's laws by the Congress to narrow, separatist groups in order to gain special religio-ethnic results in a foreign land is a far more serious breach of the Constitution than a president's cover-up of a second-rate burglary. Bigotry or exclusivism. Jews have masterfully exploited the economic and political values of religious unity in all ages, but nowhere has this been more evident than in 20th century America, where they have taken extraordinary advantage of certain freedoms and rights which they sometimes deny to others. These exploitations have gained them virtual monopolies in the motion picture industry, television news and programming, merchandise chain retailing, institutional investment banking and stock brokerage, certain domestic and foreign commodity markets linked to their control of gold and uranium mining in South Africa and, of course, the diamond industry which Jews control worldwide from production to retail distribution. It would be difficult for even a casual observer to escape the conclusion that this hegemonic, oligarchic control by a single ethnocentric group could have occurred except by conscious, deliberate, and conspiratorial efforts nourished from generation to generation by a religious ideology that teaches not so much the equality and brotherhood of mankind as preoccupation with its own greatness. Jews thus exemplify themselves as a self-worshipping people *, a fact which would be related to much of the persecution they have experienced. The practice of stick-togetherness, when carried out by non-Jews, is known as bigotry. When practiced by Jews it is politely called exclusivism. In his Occidental Mythology, p. 138, Joseph Campbell astutely observed that the hero in the biblical myth of descent and return is the Jewish people. This is in stark contrast to other ancient myths of this order wherein the hero or god is an individual. The psychological implications for the Jew who believes in the myth of the chosen people have been investigated by many, including Sigmund Freud. Some of the suggested implications fall within the bounds of human experience delineated by schizophrenia. This schizophrenic attitude is examined by both Jew and Arab in the excellent articles, We and the Gentiles by Rubinstein and They and the Gentiles by Mehdi in the July-August 1971 issue of Atlas magazine. The literature on this theme is practically inexhaustible and its central point seems best expressed by the Jewish-French writer Ruby. Judaism is essentially a self-assumed tragedy and anti-Semitism is a part of ourselves, of our being and our life. But as Mazrui has pointed out, Israel's ethnic exclusivity, tied directly to the political logic of establishing a Jewish state, is the moral problem which many Western intellectuals have been psychologically unable to acknowledge. Hayton, please keep uppermost in your minds that the term Jew did not appear in literature nor in any language until the 18th century. Even at that it is a corrupted English word for the 4th century Latin iodius. Further, keep in mind that the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe were never Semites, are not Semites now, nor can they ever be regarded as Semites at any future time by any stretch of the imagination. Therefore, to claim anti-Semitism to this group of people is absurd for it has no meaning in relationship to them, whatsoever. The assumption is likewise absurd and impossible, that these Jews could be the chosen people for they come from the Hazar lineage. Now, the wondrous question is how and why the origin and the history of the Hazars and Hazar kingdom was so well concealed from the world for so many centuries. It surely exists and existed and historically is documented. Could it be by the same deceptions which capture the world now in erroneous information such as Jews, anti-Semite and Zionists? By evidence of the, all vows vow, Kol Nidra, the self-labeled Jews vow to keep no vows and swear on the Talmud to lie to all goys which is about everyone other than the self-styled or so-called self-appointed Jews. Anything you doubt herein go look for yourselves for it is all written and documented. Imagine, if one can, an entire industry under control of a single Gentile or Protestant group, say the Baptists. How long would it take the American Civil Liberties Union to file a legal suit against such a monopoly, charging violations of various governmental laws which prohibit racial and religious discrimination? While lashing out at the Arab oil cartel, Jewish groups seem little concerned about the Jewish diamond cartel or the oligarchic, Jewish control of the national television networks ABC, CBS, NBC, and CNN, whose newscasts and other programs are used daily to propagandize and brainwash the American people on almost any topic from abortion to Zionism. A recent and blatant example of pro-Zionist propaganda was telecast by CBS on August 26, 1976 under the title The 10th Level. This program depicted Jews and blacks as the few persecuted ones while WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, were depicted as the ever-present persecutors. The PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, was referred to as a dedicated terrorist group, while no mention was made of the 500,000 Arabs who fled their homes in Palestine because of Jewish terrorist organizations such as the Haganah, the former military arm of the Jewish Agency, the Stern Gang and the Irgun Group which, on the night of April 9, 1948, ambushed the Arab village of Deir Yassin and massacred 254 of its inhabitants, many of whom were old men, women, and children. Some of these Jewish terrorists were later rewarded with election to Israel's parliament, the Knesset. A former head of the Irgun terrorist gang, Menachem Begin, remains in the Knesset where he has convinced Israel it should never deal with the PLO because it is a terrorist group. On May 17, 1977, Menachem Begin's extremist right-wing party, the Likud, was victorious in Israel's national elections. The victory will elevate Begin to the position of Prime Minister of Israel. Hayton, I believe that is borne out. When Prime Minister Begin comes calling on Washington for aid, as his predecessors have done before him, President Carter's White House welcome to the butcher of Deir Yassin promises to explode the president's human rights issue. Millions of human beings, along with their leaders, will see the president's human rights campaign as nothing more than a political sham. Hayton, alas, by that time everyone had gone back to sleep mesmerized by other distractions. Scores of movies have been produced about Nazi atrocities in World War II, but the Jewish-controlled film industry has yet to produce a single movie about Zionist terrorism during the violent period of 1943 to 1948 which led to the re-establishment of the Holy Land. The filmmakers decided long ago that, to the American audience at least, one victory at Entebbe is worth more than one massacre at Deir Yassin. Jews are good script writers, good image makers and good actors. And because a credulous Western world has accepted their created imagery, that world, so falsely led, is now faced with the enigma of reality. So confronted, Judaism has caused its adherents, particularly those in Israel, to be victimized by its own inventions. Truth and reason are not moldable as putty, nor will these fit into a house of fantasy. Unprecedented social and economic crises exist in Israel today. The Jewish Frontier, October 1976, p.8, contains an advertisement placed by the Development Corporation for Israel. The following quotes are excerpts from that ad. As we begin the new year, the people of Israel face tremendous economic burdens which will require a far greater measure of support from the Israel Bond Organization than ever before. The Israelis are making sacrifices. Taxes are the highest in the world, amounting to about 70%. The government has been forced to cut back on health, education, and other social services. Israel is in urgent need of increased income. The ad ends with a plea to the American Jew to strengthen his bond with Israel with an Israel bond. The Unholy Alliance. The fortunes of Israel and America have been allowed to become so entangled by monetary, political, and emotional ties as to be inextricably bound together in an unholy alliance, some would say holy alliance. This strange alliance with Israel, developed over the past 29 years, has brought this country and the world to the very brink of disaster. During the 1973 Yom Kippur War, all United States armed forces were placed on worldwide alert, to come to Israel's rescue if necessary. The existence of this situation is itself prima facie evidence of the extent of Jewish power. There need be no further documentation of this fact. Mr. Fagin Dixon, an Austin, Texas attorney, has made 2 trips to the Supreme Court to test the question of whether Israel is an establishment of religion within the meaning of the First Amendment. In the first case, the court sidestepped the issue on procedural grounds. In the second case, it passed the buck to the Congress and the executive departments and, without saying so, relied on the Nixon doctrine of reasons of state. A Pennsylvania businessman, Michael J. Bennett, filed a lawsuit to halt United States aid to Israel until Israel separates religion from state matters. According to Church and State, September 1975, Bennett lived and studied in Jerusalem, where he met his wife, who was Jewish and a native of Israel. They had to be married in the United States, Bennett told reporters, because Israeli law does not allow religiously mixed marriages. In keeping with an apparent policy to protect Israel from public embarrassment, the nationally televised news programs never informed the American public of Mr. Dixon's Supreme Court challenges to the fundamental issue of American support of Israel in the Middle East religious conflict, nor through such media was the public told of the Bennett case as far as this writer can determine. Our founding forefathers wisely forbade governmental establishment of religion or the union of church and state in any form or endeavor, whether it be called Zionism or just ism. Thomas Jefferson wrote, "To compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of religious opinions which he disbelieves, is sinful and tyrannical." In Washington, D.C., these immortal words are engraved in the stone of the Jefferson Memorial: "I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. No free intellect can do less and remain free." It is indeed ironic that the success and fate of the theocratic state of Israel, where religion and politics are wedded, depend upon the military power of the United States, whose constitution requires the separation of church and state. It now seems more than chance that determined that the ascendancy of America's post-World War II power should coincide with the establishment of the State of Israel. That Israel was established at a time when America had no military peer bespeaks volumes about Zionist influence and manipulation of American foreign policy. Epilogue: a larger perspective. A great saga, conceived in mythic fantasy, is being acted out in the real world and, as each scene is played, it becomes part of the historical setting for what is to follow. The script for that story was finished by the Temple Jews about 400 BC with the Book of Ezra. For other Jews and converted Gentiles, Christians, the script was not completed until about 96 AD. Both scripts have been studied and the lines, although not always agreed upon, have been well learned. The rehearsals are over. The curtains are open. We are late as the play unfolds before us. The paramount question is, when will the play acting end? That, of course, will depend upon which script is followed, and for how long, and which scene reason will interrupt. The decline of the West. The 1973 Yom Kippur War, with its attendant Arab oil embargo against those nations helping Israel, marks the end of a period of global, strategic hegemony of the Western nations, led by the United States. The worm has turned or is turning. The beginning of the decline of Western, cultic imperialism has begun. Before this generation ends, the blacks who mine the gold and diamond riches in South Africa will tear down the fences which the cults of bigotry and exclusivism have erected. A comparison of apartheid and Zionism shows enough similarities that an overt, conscious effort is required to avoid the conclusion that both derive from a form of racism. For comparison purposes and examination of some of the issues involved, one should read the following articles in Foreign Affairs: Black Africa and the Arabs, July 1975, Inside the Lager, White Power in South Africa, October 1976, and The Anti-Zionist Resolution, October 1976. Other comparative examinations of Zionism and racism can be found in the link, Volume 8, Number 5, Winter 1975-6, and in the report on the relations between Israel and South Africa released by the United Nations Special Committee Against Apartheid. It may well be that the decline of the West, aided by an intransigent Israel, will bring the social salvation of mankind. A spark of hope lies with the youth and anti-clericalists of the Jewish community. Often more sensitive and alert to social injustices than their elders, many young Jews openly condemn the racist capitalism which contains some of the seeds that perpetuate the historic Jewish problem. Compare the writings of young Jewish authors such as those who wrote The Class Nature of Idola Rail with those of the old traditionalists such as Rabbi Stanley A. Ringer. Rabbi Ringer, writing in The Jewish Frontier, March 1972, stated, "First of all, we need a strategic base. That is to say, Jews must establish their own conditions of production to be able to build a group structure based on mutual cooperation, ethnic self-interest and cultural and ethical integrity." If this statement by Rabbi Ringer does not advocate economic racism, then the English language has no meaning. The rabbi's advocacy of a Jewish economic system is racism of the rankest kind, a racism dependent upon religious bigotry. It is the kind of racism that has plagued the Jewish people throughout their history. What the world Jewish community needs is more Noam Chomskys, Moshe Makovers, Akiva Ors, Israel Shahaks, and Felicia Langers. These are people concerned about the brotherhood of mankind. Who is a Jew? Few seem to recognize that the solution to the Jewish problem lies in the answer to the question, who is a Jew? The author hesitates to use mystical arguments to answer a question which Judaism raises, but the question itself is cloaked with mysticism and, therefore, seemingly would exclude itself from logical or intellectual inquiry. Many years of study have convinced the author that any serious attempt to solve the Judaic dilemma, exemplified by the Arab-Israeli conflict, must address itself to the temporal Jew's belief in his unique relationship with God. The spiritual analog of that relationship is beautifully explained in the New Testament, where the answer to the central question was given long before the Israeli Knesset ever sat in council to debate the issue. For he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly, neither is that circumcision, which is outward in the flesh. But he is a Jew, which is one inwardly, and circumcision is that of the heart, in the spirit, and not in the letter, whose praise is not of men, but of God. Romans 2:28-29. Haton, and even in this writing is the total fabrication and mistranslation by usage of a word Jew which was non-existent prior to the 18th century. The author could not resist giving the King James translation of this passage because of its poetic symmetry, but for his exegetic purpose the Living Bible paraphrased is best rendered. For you are not real Jews just because you were born of Jewish parents or because you have gone through the Jewish initiation ceremony of circumcision. No, a real Jew is anyone whose heart is right with God. For God is not looking for those who cut their bodies in actual circumcision, but he is looking for those with changed hearts and minds. Whoever has that kind of change in his life will get his praise from God, if not from you. The tropology of scriptural language is here so clearly explained by the apostle as to preclude any preference for the natural Jew unless, of course, one is intent on justifying certain ethnic attitudes and practices upon biblical or religious grounds. These grounds can and have been used by unreasonable and predisposed minds to justify anything. It would be obvious that the efficacy of a holy spiritual relationship cannot depend upon, nor relate to, the question of one's ethnic heritage. And clearly, societal discrimination should be on a higher plane such as ethics and not upon a basis of ethnocentrism. In the words of Dr. John Nichols Booth, an eminent minister and educator, experience has shown that religion or ethnicism as the basis of nations are Neanderthal structures inconsistent with enlightened and beneficial political entities. The recognition and acceptance by man of his common genesis will not lead him into a system of theology or philosophy which is rooted in racism. In Israel, the question of who is a Jew has caused deep family and social disruptions created by state efforts to define the question legally. Any illegitimate child born in Israel of Jewish parents is not permitted to marry there because of the state rabbinate's monopoly on marriage. The rabbinical courts in Israel interpret the Bible to say that mamzerim, Hebrew for bastards, cannot be regarded as Jews. These mamzerim are forced to wed outside Israel because of the rabbinate's refusal to allow their marriage. Even then their marriage is not recognized in Israel and the children born of mamzerim are also classified as bastards. In 1971, there was an estimated 40,000 Israelis whose social and family statuses were affected by Israel's biblical marriage laws. Dr. George Tamarin, an Israeli psychologist and anti-clericalist, has stated, when India became independent, it did away with the untouchable caste. When Israel became independent, it introduced it. To dramatize their struggle in this area, anti-clericalists have set aside November 9th in Israel and declared it to be National Bastard Day. The legend of the chosen people is a product of the art of manipulating men, a prime example of mythic inflation. The chosen people concept of Judaism is repugnant to reason, from which derived the principle of the dignity and equality of mankind. When followed in practice, it leads to violations of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the United Nations Charter. Moreover, Christianity rejects the Judaic concept of ethnocentrism, and Paul rebuked Peter for his hypocrisy in this matter. The chosen people concept is the bedrock of doctrinal racism. It is the founding rule of Jewish nationalism promulgated by modern Zionists under color and the supposed protection of religion. Historically, the concept has acted to deter the unity of mankind and the peace of nations. In this generation alone, 4 wars have been fought over it and a 5th is in the offing but has to wait while the nations involved take time out to rearm themselves. One wonders if the flames of passion against the Goyim, other nations, are rekindled when the biblical exploits of King Saul are read by the chosen people. The United Nations debate on Zionism brought the following response from the Synagogue Council of America, which represents the Reform, Orthodox and conservative branches of Judaism in the United States. Zionism is the liberation movement of the Jewish people in modern times. But Zionism is more than a political phenomenon. It is an expression of Jewish religious belief and hope, for it witnesses to the most distinctive aspects of Jewish faith. Specifically, it is a profoundly spiritual expression of Jewish fidelity to the biblical covenant which links a people, faith, and a land in an indissoluble religious unity. It is that unity which is most characteristic and distinctive of Jewish spirituality. It is noteworthy that Zionism is more than just politics or a political phenomenon. It is essentially espoused to be a religion of biblical origin. The union of politics with religion has bedeviled the Jewish people throughout their history. It has caused perpetual strife not only within the Jewish community itself but between it and its neighbors, whoever these neighbors have been. There can be no truthful denial that the Arab-Jewish conflict has grown from theological roots. Israel's own ambassador to the United Nations, Chaim Herzog, again confirmed this during the United Nations debate on Zionism when he stated that Zionism is the name of the national movement of the Jewish people as established in the Bible and is an integral part of the Jewish religion. After interviewing Israel's Prime Minister Ben-Gurion in 1956, the Jewish columnist Joseph Alsop wrote an article for the now-defunct New York Post-Dispatch, June 13, 1956. In these days, the Old Testament is hardly news. Yet every Western policymaker and every Arab leader ought to study it prayerfully, for there is no other way to understand the spirit of David Ben-Gurion, which is also in large measure the priority of his people. That spirit is a cardinal fact in the Middle East, and if you do not take it as fact, you are bound to make the wildest misjudgments and nourish the most idiotic false hopes. Because of the theological nature of the Middle East conflict, it is unlikely that the diplomatic or military forces of the United States, or of other nations, can solve the dispute. That dispute is the result of belief in Jewish mythology, and it will end when men quit their beliefs in mythic folly. That dispute will end when man learns that in creedal, formal religion symbols are created to fill the void of man's ignorance or to stand in place of the ineffable. But God will not be mocked by any definition of creed or limitation of symbolism. Like the Nyanga tribesman, who shares a psychic identity with the animal, an identity that exists in their realm of myth and symbolism, the Christian fundamentalist shares a psychic association or mystical participation with the natural Jew who claims to be the chosen of God. Unfortunately, Zionists and other zealous fundamentalists have concerned themselves with the symbols, such as the temporal Holy Land or the temporal Holy City, rather than the realization of a spiritual relationship with their Creator. So while the natural Jew fights his symbolic war with murderous weapons supplied by the United States government, his spiritual counterpart will be attempting to follow the Golden Rule. End of quoting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So be it, and may God place his seal and blessing upon the word of truth. You who proclaim yourselves to be Jews and say, I am Jewish and I should know that it is certainly not this way. I suggest you look again, for you are most grossly misinformed, and that disinformation and misperception will lead you first down the primrose path into the briar patch. You of the godly Jews who have given of time and money toward that which you understood to be the chosen place and people of God are deceived, and what you have done is contribute to the downfall of your very origin and heritage and placed it into the hands of the infidels and deceivers of truth. I ask only that you stop the denial long enough to find the truth of this which we are giving unto you, for it is now past in years long enough to have your proof of these statements, but you shall have to look where the answers have been hidden and suppressed, for deceivers continue harder and more violently to cover the lies. So be it, and I close now that the segment may be added unto the journal. Good day and Salom. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander United Federation Fleet. Intergalactic Federation Command. Chapter 22. Rec Number 1 Hayton. Friday, March 1st, 1991, 8:15 a.m. Year 4 Day 197 Today's Watch. To you gentlemen who removed the entropy to places unknown but out of the sight of my scribe, I am indeed grateful beyond expression. Dharma has offered to give up her seat on the ship and that of Oberly, George, Desiree, Patricia, John, Al, and Eleanor in exchange. I suggested it might not be suitable, but she insisted that we must begin to run this outfit like an American/Bush liberation process wherein one decides the fate of the many. Well, I have a place for all of you, for we almost lost our scribe on the yesterday. It was far more serious than having the adversary destroy 3 hours and 14 pages of instructions to the local personages they about got her to. We will run for a period on alternate power source, hence the real need for that generator and drum of diesel. This stops some of the impact coming directly from the computer electronics system. To the war front. The blast coming back here is incredible and, I find, without much introspection or thought to the whole. I am told to stick it up, and UAH are wrong. Not many Allied soldiers died, so it wasn't much of a Holocaust, and certainly not World War III. Didn't they? Was I wrong? No Holocaust? Firstly, there were far more Allied deaths than given unto your attention, and, frankly, the ones which were hardest to cover and hide were the ones created by your own allies in error, friendly fire. Do you think that Iraq, and now Kuwait, will find it was not a Holocaust? Further, it would not be over at the moment if it were not for your real enemy, the Soviets. You slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people, most of them civilians, women and children. Now for Kuwait and atrocities. The greatest atrocities occurred on the road back to Iraq. Have you looked at the pictures of that highway strewn with bodies and killed vehicles, thousands and thousands of slain people blown apart by your aircraft? Oh, I see. Well, they were retreating and could damage ground forces. Well, what of those 5 to 40,000 Kuwaitis that the Iraqi forces took from Kuwait and hauled off to somewhere? I thought you might get the drift. What has happened is that you have now gotten rid of the Iraqi insurrection and the best of the Kuwaiti resistance people, the young and their families. So be it, children, for God counts an Iraqi as dearly as he counts a Brit. He loves a Kuwaiti as dearly as he loves the most tiny American. This just happens to be the way it is. I did not make it up to spoil your celebration, for I tell you this, the celebration you see on your TV will be dampened considerably as the dead are mourned. Man, however, is strange indeed. No matter how the person dies in a war, or why, the mourners are greatly soothed by the fact that he gave his/her life for country. I wonder. World War III? War on drugs? War on crime? While you pretend to fight your battles, you the people lose of the war of God truth. You fight your way right into the very planned helplessness and denounce and attempt to take out any who appear to disagree. You continue to shout anti-Semitic at my people and unto me, and there is no such actual term for the Jew you shout to protect is no Jew at all, least of all a Judean. By your very shouting you prove to the world that in actuality you are the anti-Semitic, for you know not what a Jew is nor what one of Judean descent is. You are following a party line made and set up to cause you to be the fool. You have just driven one more nail into the coffin of freedom and brought one more segment of disagreement in the Middle East into the control of the monarchs and elite rulers. Do you actually believe those nice royal families who own the Middle East are going to let those peasants run the government? Come now, they spit on the laborers, for they have a caste system, and the lowly are not worthy to own, they are considered only worthy to serve. Oh yes, you will pay for the cost of restitution and rebuilding. They don't, however, need your money or taxes to do so, although you will get mammoth taxes and they will confiscate your funds. Remember the lesson I gave on the printing of money? All money is credit, and so it goes. The taking of your perceived assets is to bring you to your knees without telling you the truth of it. Daily you gauge the state of affairs by what CNN tells you, and the market is up and then down and then flourishing and then off just a little. Look beyond, you are in a depression and there are millions out of work and no probability of growth to give them work. Indeed, when the big boys tell you the plans are going according to schedule, they certainly mean every word of it, every word. Worse, they will now change their attention unto you the people, so you might begin to get nervous. By the way, have you noticed that, as the war wound down and Saddam was told not to launch those madman weapons, your shuttle suddenly got cracks worthy of notice? Please, dear ones, at least hear us and then see how the pieces fit as you move one day into the next with their false projections. An informed public is a secure public. If you can get your loved ones home now, treasure them, cherish them, and stop this thing coming down upon you. Bow in gracious appreciation unto God for another opportunity to salvage some remnant of your Constitution. Is the Constitution God-inspired? Well, it was structured by some elite men in the U.S. in secret. At that convention the entire prior rules of order were totally scrapped and replaced, just as would happen this day if a convention is called and allowed. It is not that perfection is present indeed, it is that which would come down would ensure enslavement at the hands of this particular New World Order elite puppet masters. For this time there is no question as to the validity of God-inspired. It is inspired and demanded by the Order of the Skull and Bones, of which Mr. Bush is a very active credited leader, as was his father. There is even humor as to the Skull and Bones Society. The women of America keep botching all the plans of the boys. Have you taken note, men of the world? The women now are demanding opportunity to membership in that society. What is your old cliche? Never underestimate the power of a woman scorned. You may yet find the Skull and Bones reduced to bone meal. Next I wish to share with you a letter which was sent to our beloved Wally G, and he has sent it on to be shared. It is from one who is not familiar with our work even, so we honor him for some insightful thought. There are thousands of clear-headed, clear-thinking individuals. We are only efforting to bring information together in a lump so that you might glean the advantage of the many. I have no particular attention to be given unto hemp, for instance, which is the subject of the letter, but the points are well taken. Please note that this illegal plant was grown for government use in World War II in Texas, for example, and the bar ditches still bear the receding of natural cycle. Laws change according to the desires of the elite. Dear one, smoking pot is the least of your worries, although it has been pushed into becoming a problem also. For thousands of years hemp was just a most totally useful plant. In so many ways it could have been called the miracle plant. Let us share this document, please. Quote. W.G. February 18, 91. Dear Wally. It was a pleasure talking with you. Sorry to hear you're not feeling too great, but glad to hear you're still working and gladder still to hear you're doing an environmental script. It seems to be time for a movie equivalent of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, and in fact much of my recent thinking has been focused on the local global consequences of our current environmental policies and how we might adjust them into more intelligent directions. I've centered it around our current center world stage event. Youth Ant said, World War III will be the battle to save the earth from environmental ruin. He was right, and it's here now. This is not the Persian Gulf War, this is the Battle of the Persian Gulf, opening gambit of World War III. Hayton, and you had better take note of this truth. Remember, they didn't call it World War II when it first started either, so we better get used to the idea that we're in World War III and that the environmental ruin we face goes far beyond the scope of Saddam's oil slick and the burning Kuwaiti oil fields. The nature of the ruin is local global, ecosystem destruction that kills each life and all life, and liberty destruction, which destroys each human freedom and all human freedom. One ravages the planet, the other, the human soul, and they are interrelated patterns, not discrete phenomena, and their common root lies in our addiction to petrochemical oil and our prohibition of hemp. Hemp was prohibited in the United States during the 1930s, just as a new machine for bringing the plant's processing into the 20th century came online. Its prohibition was achieved in significant part through the price-fixing and or lobbying efforts of a. Petrochemical companies who would have faced profit-threatening competition from hemp-based products, and 2. The police state bureaucracy that had grown up around alcohol prohibition and was in danger of extinction after its repeal. Hayton, for you of the younger generation who may not realize it, all your nylon, Dacron etc., for ropes and fabrics, plastics for bowls instead of woven baskets, etc., are carbon fuel-based products. The prohibition of hemp deprived the people and earth of their best protein source, paper source, fiber source, energy source, and therapeutic substance. Essentially every subsistence level of human need for food, fuel, fiber, and medicine can be manufactured from the hemp plant at considerably less monetary, environmental, and governmental cost than from any other raw material. Hayton, he is correct, and worse, as you once effort to come into self-sufficiency you have no replacement for that plant. It is arranged that way, for to simply have a rope for tethering your cow you must now go to the cartel for acquisition. Consequently, the prohibition of hemp is having the same effect on the people of the earth as the U.S. federal government's slaughter of buffalo had on North America's native peoples. It is depriving us of our sustenance and making us dependent upon governments that strip us of our culture, dignity, property, freedom, and health and tell us we'd better like it or die. Governments achieve this as a direct consequence of our addiction to petrochemical oil as an energy source. The prohibition of hemp deprives the people of the earth of a healthy, renewable, decentralized energy source and forces them to become dependent upon a toxic, finite, choke point vulnerable resource. The prohibition of hemp is a petrochemical price support system that concentrates power and wealth in the hands of those who control it and impoverishes those who must buy it to survive. and b. An environmental disaster of dangerous proportions because half the trees on the planet have been cut down since it was banned and all the cars are running on toxic petrochemical oil instead of benign biomass-based fuel oil. The socio-economic conflict resulting from petrochemical addiction and hemp prohibition regularly results in violence, which then gives governments whose operational premise is protecting the general welfare an excuse to a. Attack each other's people through warfare, and b. Attack their own people through the construction of police states, which are as toxic to liberty and prosperity as petrochemical oil addiction is to world peace and ecosystem health. Our petrochemical dependency is addiction in the classical sense of being an obsessive-compulsive need for something that is counterproductive to our health. Policy-wise, it brings to mind a writing of the Catholic theologian Thomas Merton: we rely on the sane people of the world to preserve it from barbarian madness and destruction. Now it begins to dawn upon us that it is precisely the sane ones who are the most dangerous. We simply can't keep living this way and we just as simply don't have to. We took a wrong turn back in the 1930s that set us on the path to petrochemical addiction and its attendant socio-economic environmental destruction, but we can get back on the right road by returning to our roots, our hemp roots. By immediately ending the prohibition against hemp cultivation, possession, and use, we open the biomass door to a global environmental policy of conservation through conversion, to a worldwide transition from unhealthy energy dependence based on toxic, finite petrochemicals to a healthy energy independence based on a renewable, environmentally sound plant whose decentralized production and manufacturing will create economies of location rather than scale and thus further reduce energy needs. Hayton, now before you laugh yourself silly, the man is absolutely correct. You youth who have no relationship to anything other than potweed smoking, ask your parents if they are old enough to remember when hemp made the finest cloth, the finest and strongest ropes and bindings, the finest fiber-rich food supplement and so on. God provided you with a plant of great benefit and you have been trained now to only abuse it as substance which disallows all other uses in addition. At the same time, we could radically reduce the exponentially growing threat of the worldwide police state organization created by hemp prohibition because not only would they no longer be chasing hemp producers and consumers, they'd have to do away with regard to the other prohibited plants, too. The reason is crop substitution. In many areas of the world, opium poppies and coca plants are grown by native peoples who get next to nothing for their labor in relations to the finished product price but who nevertheless make more money from opium and coca than from any of the other substitute crops government tries to push off on them. If these people had the choice of growing hemp instead of opium or coca, most would enthusiastically do it because not only could they sell a portion of their crop for cash, the rest of their crop could directly provide them and their communities with food, fuel, fiber, and medicine. Repealing hemp prohibition is therefore the means by which we can a. Better feed, clothe and feed the people of the world, and b. Better starve the police state apparatus on its totalitarian vine instead of fattening it on the freedom of we the people. Equally important, the repeal of hemp prohibition will radically reduce the likelihood of war being fought over finite, choke point vulnerable energy source because the primary food/shelter/fuel resource would be growing in everybody's backyard, window ledge, or living room. Of course, Texas oil men and the rest of the predatory petrochemical/pharmaceutical dope pushers won't like it, but if we are to save the earth from environmental ruin we must ensure that the opening battle of World War III is the spark which ignites a peaceful plant revolution, not a chorus of multiple thermonuclear detonations. Whew. That's been inside for a long time, Wally, thanks for being the impetus for getting it out. Hope you enjoy the material produced by others, etc., etc. Best regards, R.H. Hayton, and you thought the only good of hemp was for smoking and mind-blowing experience? No, that was fostered by the elite to entrap you and allow removal of one more stepping stone to freedom and lock into their products. I hope some of you are totally aggravated over this thoughtful perspective given in truth it is a good example of thousands of things of like matter brought against you unsuspecting peoples of this world. Hemp will grow anywhere. It is one of the wondrous plants provided to supply a fledgling humanity with tools. Let us say, in the Garden of Eden for lack of better description, just as are some of the wondrous and forbidden plants of the native cultures. You have a great big bunch of things to undo, precious children, a great big bunch. RH then jotted down what he labeled a current events quiz. 1. How many Scuds could Saddam shoot at Israel if oil was $1 a barrel? 2. How many F-15s could King Fahd buy to threaten Israel with if oil were $1 a barrel? 3. How big would Syria's petrochemical supported army and air force be if oil was $1 a barrel? 4. How large would be the threat level of all the Arab armies and Iran if oil was $1 a barrel? 5. What would the investment portfolios of Texas oil men look like if oil were $1 a barrel? 6. Which 2 Texas oil men wield enormous power in the geopolitical arena? 7. Which of those Texas oil men assured Saddam Hussein that the United States didn't give a rat's ass whether he invaded Kuwait or not? 8. Which plant's prohibition props up the price of oil at $20 plus levels? 9. What Texas oil man is hell-bent upon enforcing this plant's prohibition? 10. Which plant's prohibition deprives the people of planet Earth of their safest therapeutic substance? 11. Which Texas oil man and former board member of a major pharmaceutical company is totally hell-bent on enforcing this plant's prohibition? 12. Whose father got this Texas oil man appointed to the board of directors of that pharmaceutical company? 13. Which plant's prohibition deprives the people of planet Earth of their best protein source? 15. How many trees are cut down each year to make paper grocery bags for the U.S.? 16. How many trees would have to be cut down each year to make paper grocery bags if we restarted making paper from hemp? 17. From what plant's fiber was the flag sewn by Betsy Ross made? 18. The paper from what plant's fiber allowed Benjamin Franklin to open the first American printing plant independent of British suppliers? Well, fortunately he has also supplied you with the answers. 1. None. 2. None. 3 not very. 4 not very. 5 pathetic. 6 George Herbert Walker Bush and James A. Baker 3. 7 James A. Baker 3. 8 hemp. 9 George Herbert Walker Bush. 10 hemp. 11 George Herbert Walker Bush. 12 J. Danforth Quayle. 13 hemp. 14 hemp. 15 38 million. 16 none. 17 hemp. 18 hemp. End of quoting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now, see how many question you can make up dealing with the same entities as related to oil companies, offshore drilling rigs, fish meal importation and so on. I alone have given you several volumes of material from which to research your listings. I urge you once to give the thoughtful sharing of such information great appreciation and thoughtful reasoning with logic and proper awakened perceptions. The world extends beyond Sports Illustrated sneaker phones and swimsuits and TV couch potato growing. Tunnel vision will cost you your existence and freedom very, very shortly if you fail to wake up and smell the hemp burning. Dharma, enough for this writing, for you are still queasy and I desire you away from this place again this day. Just appreciate the drink for mother as being given and simply enjoy it, for it has been indeed long for Southern California. Don't overlook the fact that within this very month the earth has split open at Edwards Air Force Base with cracks over 3 feet deep running linearly some distance in miles. So much groundwater has been removed that even if there were not cracks there is sinking of up to 3 feet in the runway areas. It is serious indeed. You have been prevented from having the rain right from your own dimension, and you might wish to ponder why the Soviets have allowed you this rainfall. Yes, I suggest you once get busy smelling the hemp burning. I remove to stand by. Thank you for your service and for your attention. Thank you RH for sharing, and please, Wally, make sure he receives a copy of this. Perhaps you ones will send an extra copy so that Wally has it available. Welcome aboard, son. We need you, not as activist, for we do not activist as is expected. We simply bring truth which will ultimately allow man to take his firm stand fighting, and weapons will only bring more police force. Truth by the word shall offer you means of gaining freedom. Blessings upon you ones, for God is with you at every step, every breath and every thought, so please, make those things worthy of his presence. Salut. Jai Orgo Series Haton, Commander United Federation Fleet. Intergalactic Federation Command. Chapter 23. Rec Number 1 Haton. Saturday, March 2nd, 1991, 9:02 a.m. Year 4 Day 198 Today's Watch. Haton present and ready for a great deal of work this day. Thank you, for I must ask of you to do a lot of very tedious scribing. The Persian Gulf War. If you get hung up on this massacre in the Middle East, you are going to miss the other segments of preparation which continues World War III. I cannot, in Earth timing, get all the facets of information onto you and also give historic input which, if you have it not, simply brings denial, discarding of the journals, and ignorance is sustained. Things are not as they were given unto you from onset of historical tomfoolery. For instance, and this will be especially important to you ones who have read Curse of Canaan and a few other documents, you will find that Samjaza is referred to as Satan. And so it is. Just as Judas Iscarioth is a total misrepresentation of the betrayer of Jemanuel, Jesus, who was actually one labeled Judah Iharioth, so are names changed very, very slightly in order to deceive you. Samjaza, Satan, is not Samjasa, the heavenly son and guardian angel of God, the great ruler of those who traveled from afar through the space of the universe, and from whom springs the lineage of the entity you would recognize as Adam. We are dealing with such deadly information that mere unfoldment of same is overwhelming to you who have been taught and misled, lied to and misled, and flat misdisinformation fed until we hardly know where to start in setting the records to correct. I know not how to get you to read that which is already beautifully done and is the most accurate history of the demonic descension onto earth that has been compiled and documented to tiny details, the Curse of Canaan, Eustace Mullins. You will find a revelation beyond that which is credible to your blown minds. Now, you can either get that book and read it beautifully done, or you are going to sit and read it verbatim through my scribe. It contains the most important information on your planet. However, as with Samjaza/Samjasa, I cannot just allow misinterpretations to remain unchallenged, for you are going to end up seeing a wrong scenario from onset and conclusions will be ill-drawn. Biblical stories were written in such a way and then twisted to allow for misinterpretation to the extent that you will simply be discouraged and totally confused. Darkness will always deceive, it is their very creed and vow, and just as a good warrior, they have deceived until you accept the writings for face value or less, you listen to a speaker and know not anything firsthand. If I had the most wondrous gift of all, it would be that you would sit with these documents, the Bible, the Kabbalah, Talmud, etc., and the true historical research documents, and compare them word for word. You have been lied to from the beginning by those who are liars from the beginning. In most cases in the English translations the deceit is not going to be as easy to see as is Samjaza/Samjasa or Satan/Sananda. These are set from the start to deceive you into the wrong path. Then, following misrepresentation, the orders of darkness go into secret and hidden activities, and you are not allowed to know truth, but rather, finally accept that which you are told. Worse, millions come into the orders and never know that they are not of God. The trick is to get the elite who would dominate, train them, and the rest of you simply do that which they tell you to do. For instance, if you join the Masonic order you will end up with a password recognized by all Masons, Tubal Cain. Cain celebrated the first Black Mass, or Satanic Mass, on Earth. Therefore, you might now assume that Cain is a pretty nasty character. Now where do you find the use of Cain most utilized today? In the order of Freemasonry. No, I didn't say that all Masons are evil. Why don't we look at history and truth and stop the bigoted defense of one's false knowledge? It is that which you do not know that is destroying you as a species of godly beings. All secret societies are not of God of divine truth and light. And we can show you as much if you simply read and research the literature available unto you, including those holy books you tout and flash at me in almost continual flag-waving, perceiving that which you say is of God lighted, when, in fact, it is fabricated and pronounced upon you and unto you by Satan himself through his offspring on your planet. Few, including me, Sananda Jesus, and God on high, expect you to know this information. That is precisely why we are unfolding it for your enlightened consumption. Oh, a great number of you will not believe it at any rate, for you do not wish to change attitudes, actions, nor opinions. That, however, changes not one iota of the facts. I did not nor do I care about right nor sanction the rules of the Masons. I do, however, know about Cain. And, the name of Cain survives today in Freemasonry in two forms, which are integral to the most crucial tenets of this association. First of all, murder, the threat of murder, and the constant reenactment in one form or another, of murder are basic to the most important Masonic rituals. Simply look at them again, if you are a Mason, with a little imagination and truth. Thus a direct link to the first murderer, Cain, is established through the rituals. Now, you modern Masons will say about this proclamation that all this is total bunk and that the pledges, etc., that we recite don't really mean this, or that oh yes they do. You are just told they don't, and further, most of you would not participate if they did so. So, habits are formed and careful attention is paid as to who will know truth and who will be excluded from the true inner sanctum. The society worships Satan while you the member thinks you are worshipping goodness and light. I ask especially that you members think about a few things and words as I outlay just a brief description herein. Speaking of murder, above, which it, of course, is not actually called except in the Mafia/Cosa Nostra organizations based on Freemasonry rituals, has a direct link to the first murderer, Cain, and is established by the rituals. The importance of the Cain legend to Freemasonry is also revealed by the fact that Cain slew his brother. If you are asked to act against your own brother in behalf of a fellow Mason, you must do so, under pain of death. Now, let us take that a bit further into the humor of the court system, wherein almost all lawyers and judges are Masons. Guess what? You are going to get a much more impressive hearing if you flash a Masonic emblem or ring and wear your fez to court. There are many instances where a man, non-Mason, who was pursuing a lawsuit against a Mason was astounded to have his own brother, who would be a Mason, come into court and commit perjury against him to help his brother Mason. This custom survives in other organizations to an even higher degree, i.e. La Cosa Nostra, wherein leaders often request a member to actually murder a close relative upon whom the death sentence has been passed, as the ultimate test of his loyalty. The name of Cain also survives in a second important element of Freemasonry, that secret password Tubal Cain. Tubal Cain, a descendant of Cain, was the son of Lamech, the father of Noah, who had two wives, Ada and Zillah. Zillah bore Tubal Cain. He was the forger of all instruments of bronze and iron. The sister of Tubal Cain was Nama, Genesis 4:22, sorry about that. Nama's revelries with her blood relative, Ham, resulted in the actual curse of Canaan. She is recorded, also, as the person who brought human sacrifice and cannibalism, a word derived directly from Cain and Kabbalah, or Kabbalah, into the world. Tubal Cain, grandson of Methuselah by Lamech, was the line of Cain, hence his name. He is known as the father of witchcraft and sorcery, hence his importance to Freemasonry and their use of his name as their password. Aha! Hayton is off the track of Hazars and Jews. Wait up, I have only just begun, and so have you, brothers seeking truth and light. For this wild bunch of the roost became the Hazars, who decided to call themselves Jews, and the true anti-Semite is in fact the Jew himself. Now, how could that be? Well, I am trying to whet your appetite for more information, for it is fascinating to see how the deceiving came to pass. You see, the good guys were the ones who descended from Shem, who were highly creative and productive. They were known as Semites. On the opposing side were the cursed Canaanites, who historically were the anti-Semites, the foes of the tall, fair-haired and blue-eyed descendants of that one, Shem. But the Semites were also recognized as great warriors, and they very deftly defeated the Canaanites in every conflict and military encounter. They usually waited until attacked. However, they very often just drove the Canaanites right out of the territory according to the instructions of God, which they interpreted as meaning to destroy them utterly. But, those anti-Semites had great staying power. When driven out of one country, they appeared in another to continue their same type of corruption and betrayal, very flexible, deceitful and willing to corrupt everything and everyone. While the nice Semites were busily establishing one great empire after another, Ahasuerus building the Assyrian Empire, Cyrus the Great building the Persian Empire, and Shem himself creating the great Egyptian civilization, the anti-Semites were developing their own talents. These lovely talents included a great talent for trade and commerce, for travel, for making themselves at home in any country, and among any race of people, and ultimately taking over. Generally, they established their trading colonies along the seacoasts, for they lacked the courage to venture into the great wildernesses of Europe, where the Semites always made themselves at home. They always took that which was established and absorbed and merged within it. The Canaanites always remained true to the precepts of the will of Canaan. They were, and still are, true to each other, regardless of the circumstances. They are constant in their love of robbery, even if they have to distort and corrupt the laws into their own favoring, their love of lewdness, and their hatred of the masters, that is, anyone who tried, or tries, to interfere with their corrupt way of life. They always refuse to tell the truth and do, in fact, annually take a vow called Kol Nidra, all vows, at the time of atonement, which says that all vows taken are null and void according to this vow. In other words, Annually the vow is reaffirmed that all vows are invalid. They did and do refuse to tell the truth even if it would better serve their cause, and you can see it in action in every courtroom in the nations. Go back and refer to the protocols. By remaining loyal to these unchanged precepts, the anti-Semites had at their disposal vital weapons for their war against the people of Shem. The Shemites, on the other hand, being fiercely individualistic, never hesitated to pit their empires against each other, or even family against family, their overweening pride always taking precedence before any racial or historical imperative. Now, didn't you just have a whole bunch of dastardly personages? Ah yes, I believe you see that we all have a great many blunders to set to correct to come again into total perfection of godliness whichever path you trudged. These overzealous Semites, went about crusading and remained invincible for hundreds of years. Meanwhile and simultaneously, the anti-Semites were busily expanding trade routes, and amassing their profits from trade, and to this day, the British aristocracy professes total disdain for anyone who sullies his hands with trade, this being from the ancient prejudice against the Canaanites. With these profits, they eventually became bankers to the world. Important. While these Semite, later Christian, crusaders went about crusading and opening up trade routes throughout the known world, they also opened up new avenues for graft and corruption. The Canaanites cleaned up during the Crusades, and they amassed ever greater profits from each adventure. When the Christian knights departed for the Crusades, dedicating themselves to the service of Christ, God forbid, dead or alive, the Canaanites, who stayed prudently at home awaiting opportunity to knock, recognized it when it did and perfected various schemes to rob the knights of their money and property while they were away protecting freedom for all and goodness and light whether anyone wanted it or not. Teutonic Knights. Strange things always happen in the middle of crusades and wars, and hence it held true back then, also. Some of those crusaders found shelter and protections at the hands of the Teutonic Knights, who were engaged in looking up the frauds perpetrated by the rapacious monks and clergy, who had forged title deeds and mortgages upon lands and property of absent crusaders or those who had fallen in defense of the cross in the Holy Land. Oh, pain and agony. Time for reflection and study of the causes of the Crusades at home and abroad, when it is the scum of Europe settled upon its dregs and the best people had been almost entirely obliterated from the face of the continent, and now it is underway again. The rapacity of the popes and clergy down to the lowest monks was appalling to those self-sacrificing, stalwart warriors of the cross, who had returned and found utter strangers in the places and homes of their kindred, and upon investigation it was discovered that frauds, forgeries of title deeds, and confiscations under pretexts of heresy had despoiled their kindred, and the meager few who had survived were beggars upon the highways and lanes, perishing as tramps by the wayside. The Knights of the Teutonic Order built the city of Riga in Latvia in 1201, they conquered Estonia in 1220. They conquered Prussia in 1293, establishing a military tradition there which ended only after World War II. Although they were disbanded in 1809, the Teutonic Knights remained the inspiration of the German military establishment which guided Germany through 2 world wars. It was Hitler himself who wrote finest to their proud traditions, when he concluded the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939. Ah, hold up, the plot thickens up herein. Not only did that pact cede the nations of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the ancient strongholds of the Teutonic Order, to the Communists or Canaanites, but subsequently, all of the great estates of the last heirs of the Prussian tradition, the last survivors of the Teutonic Order, fell into the hands of the onrushing Soviet hordes. Semites, anti-Semites. Confused. It all becomes simplistic. The Semites are really the anti-Semites or Canaanites, the heirs of the curse of Canaan, whose corrupt acts are dictated by the will of Canaan. The true Semites are the fair-haired warriors who build one great civilization after another. Then how do you recognize these various forces in today's world? By their deeds ye shall know them. Those who are engaged in murderous conspiracies, those whose only loyalty is to secret international organizations, those who promote the use of drugs, bizarre sexual practices, loose morals, and criminal undertakings, in short, those who continue the rebellion against God, these are the Canaanites, the anti-Semites. So, in a great surprise of thought-controlled turnaround, the very ones who remain true to the Christ path are the Semites. Despite great and horrendous calamities and the sweep of powerful historical forces, the genetic pools of the original people of Shem, as well as those of Cain, the Canaanites, remain fairly consistent. How do you recognize the one group from the other? You should have no problem in looking about and deciding who are the true descendants of Shem. They are often represented, but of course, as race/color enters the picture the outline is a bit clouded, but, for brevity, you will often find fair-haired, fair-skinned, predominantly blue-eyed, simply from genetic lineage. So don't get crazy, healthy, productive, proud, disdaining to engage in any dishonest activity, and always fiercely individualistic. These are the people who remain true to the tradition of the people of Shem. The Canaanites, on the other hand, are generally shorter, darker, more furtive, and almost always are engaged in some type of criminal, underhanded or semi-criminal activity, usually with special government approval or license. The writer Roger equates license with anarchy, interregnum, mob rule, mob law, lynch law, nihilism, reign of violence, in other words, the acts of the Canaanites. Yet in your United States today, you have imposed, accepted, on the citizens requirements for license to do many of the things free men would not be licensed to do, to drive or own a car, to engage in a profession, and many other intrusions into the individuality of the people of Shem. License, which does not appear in the Constitution written by and for the people of Shem, means setting up requirements that only the Canaanites can meet, or license which only the secret clubs of the Canaanites will grant to their own, no others need apply. This is the cohesiveness required by the will of Canaan in everything they do, socialistic and communistic, the individual submerged in the mass, and committed to conspiratorial social and business practices. They are also frequently involved, or advocating freedom of, all sorts of extracurricular sexual activities which can be traced directly back to the orgies of old Baal, human sacrifice, and obscene sexual rites. At the same time, these anti-Semites will go to great lengths to conceal their true identity and their real loyalties. Now hold your breath. They are often to be found in communities as the leaders and in activities advertised to the populace as compassionate and caring. They are often to be found in government offices, in the media, and in the educational institutions. In these areas, they ruthlessly promote the interests of their own kind, while presenting a solid wall of opposition to any one of the individualistic descendants of Shem who enter these professions. The one great asset. The great asset of the Canaanites, Hazars, self-styled so-called Jews, Zionists, is that the people of Shem, others, have no idea what is going on. They rarely find success in a profession despite their great natural talents and appetite for hard work. Throughout their careers, they are oppressed and luck seems to pass them by more readily. Worse, the harder these ones strive to bring goodness and truth, the worse they fare. Face the facts, little Shemites. Time groweth short indeed. History will not allow the people of Shem additional centuries, or even many more decades, to come into your senses and realize just what is and has been going on. Just as they have been victims of massacre and genocide for centuries, the people of Shem now face the determination of the Zionist Canaanites to exterminate them utterly and finally, a goal which they hope to achieve by the year 2000, the end of this millennium N. The plan is in place and unwinding right on schedule. Oops. Hayton said it again. Let us talk about the Kremlin. Lighten up. Let us then turn to speaking of the Kremlin and those old Hazars. Boring, boring. You simply cannot understand current events without knowing about the past 7+ decades of struggle for control of the Kremlin. But that struggle in turn is part of an even bigger historical picture. What you are witnessing today is the climax of a war of more than 1,000 years between the two most bitter enemies on earth. It is the war between Russia and those old Hazars. Little refresher, the kingdom of the Hazars vanished from the map of the world many centuries ago. Where did it go? The Hazars were the Canaanites, and the Canaanites relabeled themselves Phoenicians and later, Venetians, and sort of intentionally lost themselves as they pronounced themselves followers of Judaism, and later in the 18th century someone called them Jews. The Canaanite political parties were the Pharisees, Sadducees, Zealots, Sessions, Assassins, Herodians, and Scribes. A later group, the Edomites, descended from Esau and later intermarried with the Turks, producing a Turco-Edomite mixture which later became known as the Shazars, Hazars, the present occupants of Israel, formerly Palestine. Also, the Canaanites were divided into the Amorites, Hittites, Moabites, Midianites, Philistines, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, Sepharvaims, Perizzites, and affiliated tribes, all of which are routinely denounced in that good book you call the Bible right from Genesis on through. Isn't this fun? Today, except from a few of us mouths, most people have never even heard of the Hazars, yet, in its day, the Hazar kingdom was a major power indeed, holding sway over a large empire of subjugated peoples. It had to be reckoned with by the two neighboring superpowers of that day. To the south and west of Hazaria the Byzantine Empire was in full flower with its Eastern Orthodox Christian civilization. To the southeast, the Hazar kingdom bordered on the expanding Muslim empire of the Arab caliphs. The Hazars influenced the histories of both of these other empires, but, far more importantly, the Hazar kingdom occupied what was later to become a southern portion of Russia between the Black and Caspian Seas. As a result, the historical destinies of the Russian and the Hazars became intertwined in ways which have persisted down to the present day. History records that the Hazars were derived from a mixture of Mongols, Turks, and Nordics, Finns. As early as the 3rd century, the Hazars were among the devastating hordes of Attila, the Hun. Around 550 AD, the nomadic Hazars began settling themselves in the area around the northern Caucasus between the Black and Caspian Seas. The Hazar capital of Idil was established at the mouth of the Volga River where it emptied into the Caspian, in order to control the river traffic. The Hazars then exacted a toll of 10% on any and all cargo which passed Idil on the river. Those who refused were simply wiped out. With their kingdom firmly established in the Caucasus, the Hazars gradually began to create an empire of subjugated peoples. More and more Slavonic tribes, who were peaceful compared to the Hazars, were attacked and conquered. They became parts of the Hazar Empire, required to pay tribute continually to the Hazar kingdom. Tribute by conquered peoples has always been a feature of empires, of course, but not in the fashion of Hazars. The so-called great empires of the world always gave something in return for the tribute they exacted. Rome, for example, made citizens of those they conquered, and in return for the taxes they levied, they brought civilization, order, and protection against attack from would-be invaders. But not so in the Hazar Empire. The peoples who were subject to the Hazars received only one thing in return for their payments of tribute, and that was a very shaky promise: the Hazars would refrain from further attacks and pillage so long as the tributes were paid. I think you might note that ones just recently agreed to hold off retaliation in exchange for a whole bunch of money from you nice people who pay taxes. Now they have taken the vow to be the ones to take out Saddam for the world through terroristic murder, and they pronounce it right through the very lips of your congressman. Salars, you ones had better get those heads cleared and eyes opened. The subjects of the Hazar Empire, therefore, were nothing more than the victims of the giant protection racket. The Hazar overlords were therefore resented universally and bitterly throughout their domain, but they were also feared because of the merciless way in which they dealt with anyone who stood up to them. And so the Khazar Empire expanded until it occupied large areas of what is now Russia and southeastern Europe. By the 8th century, the Khazar Empire extended northward to Kiev and westward to include the Magyars, the ancestors of modern Hungary. Let us have a break, for this is indeed tedious writing, and I ask that all study it very intently, for there are so many threads to unweave. Now, I have been swamped by inquiries as to what happened to the weapons, etc., of Saddam Hussein. And, what would Saddam perceive he did wrong? In reverse order, he would, today, have instantly loosed the heavy-duty weapons and created massive destruction head-on and up front. The horrendous weapons are being contained in security, and some are and have been and will be moved to the superpower protection of the Soviets. You have hardly even begun this mother of all wars. There are many ways to go to war, and the Zionists plan to rule your world, so you can know that you are hardly begun. Salut. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, CMDR. Of IGFC. Chapter 24. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, March 3, 1991, 9:05 a.m. Year 4, Day 199. Let us commune, Kila, for your heart is indeed heavy and the impact of the adversary great. This is something which should please be shared with the co-workers, both for their own self-security and explanation of differences of workloads. The massive attack continues to be directed at you, Dharma, for several reasons which I may as well give you, for you are seeing the truth and you must face it clearly in consciousness. Also, if you had, say, diagnosed terminal cancer, you would perceive the possibility of death of the body and yet, hopefully, continue to function and heal of self. You see that at some point here and there can be such an attack on you with these pulse beams which are coming almost daily and in far greater impact than prior to now, that there may come a time when revival is not possible. I can only tell you, precious, that were that a possibility, the attacks would not stop even if you stopped the revelations as given by me. I witness nothing other than relief at the possibility of transition, so that is not the problem as with truth bringers of all times. The continuation of journey in the face of the adversaries is the difficult portion. Also, the responsibility to those who experience as a part of your very work and being is impacted so very greatly, so escape becomes out of the question. Therefore, we keep on keeping on for as long as is required, which in this instance of historical outfolding will continue right on into the reaches of the cosmos, for we represent the teachers of the ancients, and, always, we will be the ones with higher knowledge and responsibility to bring truth unto whichever dimension we might find ourselves. For you who ponder the contents of this message, I shall give brief explanation. Within the week we have written that which is equivalent to over half a journal, only to have the computer tampered and the circuits interrupted and all of the work lost to the entire system gone, and the time irretrievable. Each time this happens there is such an energy instant shift that the impact causes great interruption in the heart rhythm, and the pulse impact within the dwelling is incredible at all times. Worse yet, the homing pulse transmitters are inadvertently exchanged and brought in from outside sources in total ignorance. They, however, are short-lived, for as we locate them we can neutralize them. They are, to this point, set to personal frequency impact on Dharma, and thus far, all others within the spaces are quite safe, as there has been, to this point, no need to actually remove anyone else. Why the selective scribe impact? There are others now writing and bringing forth wondrous truth and instructions, but they are bringing forth that which is considered, on your place, undocumented spiritual input to humanity, which will be totally discarded if the work and information we are bringing forth can be stopped or brought into discredit. This is an entirely different type of exposure. Let me example that which happens when you have a good scribe/receiver of truth whereby a great following is attached. Let us use the newly guruized Swami Paramananda Saraswati. Who is that? Well, it is your old friend Penny Torres Rubin, and I believe you might find great interest in the newly outlaid surname. Was Penny/Mayfa credible? I am not here to comment on such as that, but you had better look very closely at one's coming into a gifted situation and turning it into a circus, having been ordained a Hindu monk last year in India. Now the Foundation for Self-Realization Beyond the Human Potential announced last week that it is buying a 40-acre camp dove from Faith Tabernacle Incorporated, changing its name to Paramatman Dharma, meaning the way of the Supreme Spirit. Whatever happened to good old Mayfu group, needed a place to hold retreats, etc., for its many followers after Jackson County turned down petitions to develop residential property outside Eagle Point, Saraswati said. She said she realized her group could be seen by outsiders as another Rajneeshpuram, the city built by followers of Indian Guru Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh that overwhelmed the little town of Antelope in eastern Oregon. We are not disciples of Rajneesh's but do place some credit on his work, she said. Saraswati said she was raised in the Catholic Church and most of her followers came from conventional religions. We are an organization of non-denominational spiritual beliefs, said Saraswati. Where is God? Where is God? Where is God? Where is God? For you who can't wait to join a commune and follow a 31-year-old dupe New Age servant of Guru nonsense, you will find them setting up shop in Ashland, Oregon in their $1 million plus additional millions land acquisition. May Holy God of Light have mercy upon the deceived, for they cannot know that which they do, and worse, project on ones who blindly follow into no gods of light land. To Waliji, my most beloved friend and brother, I am sorry to unfold this, for at one time you queried me most hard on why I did not follow Penny's path and have Dharma dance about and have a bit more theatrics. Wally traveled with this person and filmed, etc. Please hear my petition, man of earth, it will be truth which shall set ye from your bonds, not Swami Paramanda Saraswatis. And it shall be through the grace of lighted Creator God who shall demand you come into Christed path of goodness in total simplicity, through open understanding, through simple outlay of truth and casting aside of all Guru Swami self-acclaimed professors. For you who continue to ask me about my brothers Mayfu and Ramtha, Lazarus, and others, may you please accept the above as my response, and you shall have to discern, for I shall give no more time to the debate. God and Christ energies of the higher realms, along with the host sent as revealers of truth, are quite sufficient. Note that all of these self-proclaimed truth bringers do bring truth always enough to hook you and then sink you. The evil element has no mercy when it comes to the destruction of the unseeing servant. Further, for those who continue to query me regarding Adamski and other projectors of spacecraft interchange from Adamski to Lobsang Rampa, please use your own discernment, for I have no intentions of sidetracking into personalized interpretations of that which is almost all junk and fabrication. Have there been sightings? Indeed there have. Have there been contacts? Indeed there have, but when the impact in any portion begins to show through in dress, in proclaimed authority from the human's mouth, be highly suspicious. You have enough problems to clear from the pathway home to God without piddling around in stuff of delusion and / or illusion. I am not come to judge, I am come to outlay truth of that which is, and give assistance in areas wherein you can help self to function and come into that truth. Mine is not to play games with someone's special Sananda or alien space cadet. I will meet personally in public grouping with any energy form who will confront me through his / her speaker. I can guarantee you that the take UPS of that offer will be few indeed, from an Enka to Taurus and Jay-Z. These ones not only will not confront me, they now, as in the case of Knight, refuse to even allow the journals or expresses in their bookstore or gatherings. What might that tell you, perceptive ones? We bring no trinkets of golden ram's heads nor retreats to balance the inner self and open chakras. We give you truth and a way in which to deal with that truth to the best of our ability in your given earthbound situations, no more and no less. I serve as your friend and brother, higher universal man in a commander's jumpsuit right beside Jesus Christ in a commander's jumpsuit, and we both serve the higher source God of light, creator / creation, no more and no less. We will give you, hopefully, methods which will be most earthly and possible ways of working through the system in order to better find your own way back into service and intent of God. Our offerings are not to make anything save building a transition point for any who would participate and allow salvaging that which you have, to the best possible advantage, while the elite make their continuing and constant police-enforced methods to deprive you and strip you of all assets in this thing constantly thrown at us, Caesar's world. Funny thing about those who disclaim Caesar's as being evil on our part to share with you ones of God's world, which is everything there is in creation. They are the very first to attack and then follow the instructions to try and bypass us and outsmart the sharing. We offer that which we see that can buffer to some extent even the things of worldly acquisition, for it also requires that type of asset management to get the remnant through, doesn't it? Ours is a commission to bring you truth of how you have come to be in your present negative circumstances and uncover that which is deceit and of evil origins. Note, I do not say Satan's origin, for Satan is a simple descriptive word which only means adversary - therefore God can well be concluded to be satanic, for all things evil are those things which cause God to be the adversary thereof. Consequently I, Haton, am most certainly satanic. I am an adversary of almost everything happening and all those in power and intended upon your destruction upon your placement. God produced a lighted starlight in a wondrous and perfect form who turned out to be a most disagreeable and horrid energy. You and your biblical translators called him Lucifer, and later when he got his rear end booted out of the heavenly, meaning only high places and places of holy gods, creator, place of power and authority, the highest authority, your deceivers got even more clever and deceitful and labeled him Satan, which means nothing more in translation than adversary, and you made him some sort of super fallen angel. This evil god actually exists only in the bemused minds of victims of religious brainwashing. Human is the Satan of holy God, adversary of holy God, and devils really do walk the earth today, just as in the time of King David. They are no longer spooks, for they have taken the form of physical beings like you, and Bush, and Kissinger, and Backer, and Baker, etc. The adversary of truth infects and bloats and then condemns the bearer of his energy presence. They are human indeed, who wipe out a computer program bearing truth of godness, goodness, and unfolding of the evil plans to enslave you and capture you into the places of damaged soul forms and prevent your progress from outside the morass of physical density. We force not any of you to change a hair of that which you are doing, but I implore and petition you on bended knee to consider that which you choose most carefully. Dharma is, for instance, at risk when others are not, for we are unfolding the truth of the deceivers from the beginning of taking the holy truth and instructions of God for you blessed creations called humanity and unto this very day and laying it out for all to see. The Satans and the devils do not like it very much, for this would be their world of horror and hell, wherein the desire was to entrap all human beings and souls. They have done an incredibly remarkable job, dear ones. Ours is to outlay in truth with as few errors, even in wording, as is possible, working with your level of knowledge and our use of words for translation to not form more contradictory input. We are stymied at times, for as we use a simple term Jew, it brings down the house. We are forced to use the term at times, incorrectly, lest there be no definitive meaning other than that which has been drummed and sold into your heads. The Satans and devils in human form on your place do not like it. We are not giving you rules for tiddledywinks, beloved ones. We are revealing the secrets of the inner secret societies that have foisted total lies, half-lies and evil power and enslavement upon God's creations and creation. The Satans and devils do not like it. Are we the only ones today, valid etc.? Hogwash. Of course not, and that is more of the confounded and confounding lie. There are many who have brought forth truth, very few survive physically, but some do, and some succumb to the overload and fear and move away from the service. Often truth came from one generation, and as the younger came to take the place of the removed elder, the work is corrupted, and thusly portions of the original work, by association, fall in credibility. It is a hard job, brothers, please be kind. It is a job which can only be accomplished with the direct assistance of higher source. Please be kind and gentle in your bashing. Terminology. I tell you that we are also trapped into using words such as Jew while knowing they are incorrect, but they have assumed definition and we have naught else which you understand to utilize without lengthy discussion, and we are running. And the computer locked up again. Fortunately Dharma had saved frequently so we could recover this much. Chapter 25. Rec number 2 Hayton. Sunday, March 3, 1991, 2 o'clock p.m. Year 4, Day 199. Dharma, we shall simply try again until we outsmart the bugs. For you readers, we just had the computer eat and destroy a portion of the prior writing. Sorry, adversary, we will print it again and again, and I hereby suggest you cease and desist, for you, sir, are not winning. After this break for reprogramming and rebalancing of the scribe, we are going right on with the subject at hand, and, herein, at the first of a writing is good opportunity to break down definitions which are used constantly according to the controlled meaning as used today through incorrect interpretation, and that which is the true meaning of given terms. Perhaps this section should also be placed in part at the beginning of all journals bearing discussion of these points under current revelations. Thank you. Terminology, mind control / factual definitions. CM equals controlled meaning. TM equals true meaning. We will only handle a dozen or so falsely used terms so as not to overload, and will add to the dictionary as we move along and find it necessary. 1. Church. CM, a building or organization used by Christians, predominantly, so as not be confused with synagogue or temple, to meet together regularly to sing, pray and worship according to denominational doctrines. TM, the English word church, the Scottish word kirk and the German word kirche all originate from the Greek word kuriokos, which means pertaining to the Lord. The Judeo-Christian, "O pain and agony on us all," use of this word carries with it an enigma that defies all logic and reason. The English Bible translators substituted the word church kuriokos for the Greek word ecclesia. 2. Ecclesia. A Christian ecclesia is a called, convocate, civil body, a local Christian assembly of elders, Christian civil government. The word church should not even appear in the English New Testament. It is a mistranslation. Kuriokos is not ecclesia. The words are totally different, the institutions are different. Nowhere in the Bible do you find a kuriokos. There is only the called out, elect, ecclesia, which unfortunately was mistranslated into church, transforming it, in English, from Christian government to superstitious and ritualistic Baal worship. Encyclopedia Britannica, 9th edition, 1989. In the New Testament, ecclesia, signifying convocation, is the only single word used, translated, for church. It was the name given to the governmental assembly of the citizens of Athens, now Greece, duly convocate, called out, by proper officers, and possessing all political power, including even juridical functions. Let us discuss each of these terms in context of examples, please. Jesus the Christ never established a church on earth. Neither did he in latter days nor in former days. Churches are man-made organizations that are, in most cases, creations of the state laws of incorporation or non-taxable organizations. There are no exceptions I can think of offhand. By following the state rules, the president or minister or whoever falls under the official laws of the state and ceases to follow the total instructions of Jesus Christ or God divine. During Jesus' mortal experience he directed his apostles to establish ecclesias, not churches, among the Israelite people, Israel, a people chosen by God, and this does not mean even Judean nor Palestinian. It is a description, not the name of a state. He commissioned them to preach the good news of the reign, influence, of Christ, ideal type of humanity through right actions, thoughts, and deeds. That does not say Jesus or Yahuwah, it says, preach the good news of the influence of the teacher giving forth the ideal type of instructions to humanity. Neither does it say to go forth and give your opinion as to what you desire to believe, but project that which was given forth by the Christ teacher, Messiah, messenger. Any true prophet of God knows this and would not sway the meaning nor mistranslate the words chosen for the modern translations of truth. God does not make errors in projections of direct prophetic dialogue. Especially when giving forth original projections and instructions, a good clue as to where your favorite preacher or prophet might be categorized. 3. Satan. CM, the arch-fallen angel. An evil being so powerful as to rival God himself. Originally he was perfect in every way, but his pride led him to organize a heavenly insurrection among the angels in which 1/3 of the heavenly host revolted against God. God managed to retain his throne, and the rebels were banned from heaven and sent to earth. Earth, a lesser dominion than heaven, became the kingdom of Satan, the god of this world. He is the cause of all evil upon the earth, leads men astray and causes them to sin against God. TM, any adversary or opponent. God was a Satan, adversary, to King David at one point, compare 2 Sam 24:1 and 1 Chronicles 21:1. If the English translators had been consistent, Bible readers would have known that an angel of the Lord was a Satan, adversary, to Balaam, New 22:22. In 1 Sam 29:4, Philistines called a Hebrew a Satan, adversary. The sons of Zeruiah were Satan's, adversaries, to David in 2 Sam 19:22. David wrote about other Satans in 1 Kings 5:4,11,14, 23 and 25, PS 38:20, 71:13, 109:4, 20, 29. In these scriptures, adversary is the same Hebrew word that is translated Satan in other passages. The super-fallen angel, Satan, of the churches is an impossible myth. This evil god exists only in the minds of victims of religious brainwashing. Human Satans and devils walk the earth today, just as in the time of King David. Fear and preoccupation with spooks make people unable to see their real enemies. This Hebrew word was never translated into its English equivalent as it should properly have been. The only change the rapists made was to capitalize the first letter, thus attempting to turn it into a name and not a definitive active verb word. Any true prophet of God would not place such a word as Satan in one of the original documents, for God would not make such a direct error. Further, if the translators had been accurate, the word would never appear anywhere in any Bible of any denomination. The so-called super-fallen angel, Satan, of the churches is an impossible myth. This evil god exists only in the minds of people that have fallen victim to religious ideologies. Now, I too, have utilized the term from many references, for you have conjured up something which does exist in your reality, and therefore, it does exist. It did not, however, exist and was not a portion of any original documented instruction of God. If the word appears, it has been given new meaning from that originally intended and is a true earth-given word. Had that very descriptive word Satan been correctly translated, the English word adversary or opponent would have been used in all the places where the word Satan appears in the Old Testament, New Testament, Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, Talmud, and all inclusive of all so-called holy books of instruction. I am forced to use the terms you utilize in my outlaying of the truth from the lies, for you have no other background against which to find relativity and definition. 4. Devil. Cm. Here is a dandy one, synonymous with Satan. The supernatural archdemon who fell from heaven and now, with his legions of demons, reigns over the earth. God's archenemy who spoils God's plans for mankind and destroys people by his power over them. It is assumed that man does not have the ability to resist the devil. Therefore, you are somehow helpless against his nasty old power, except when God chooses, periodically, to help you fight him. Mankind is generally under the control of this supernatural spirit being who is immortal, omnipresent, and apparently a rival to God himself. Let us look at the biblical meaning. In the Old Testament this word is found 4 times only in the plural, devils. Twice from the Hebrew word shade, and twice from sahir. 1 shade, one who rises up against you, with insolence. 2 sahir, a he-goat, related to mythological satyr-half man, half goat. Neither of these definitions from the Old Testament indicate anything supernatural or angelic. Shade simply means someone, anyone, who wants to hurt you. Sahir is a reference to a goat-type idol of the pagans. The New Testament Greek devil is diabolos, one who thrusts through, as with a sword, no indication of supernatural power. Dia through, and bolos to thrust. A diabolos, a devil, is something, or someone, who intends to hurt or destroy you. A devil can be a person, a group, or an organization that seeks your demise. To find a supernatural devil in the scriptures, he must be read in by prejudice and presupposition on the part of translators and readers. Therefore, the words devil and Lucifer are 2 words the church uses falsely and synonymously with Satan. Neither of the Hebrew words translated devils indicate anything supernatural or angelic. In the New Testament the Greek word diabolos was translated devil. Diabolos simply means one who thrusts through, as with a sword. No indication here that you have a supernatural spirit being. Here again, beloved ones, no true prophet of God would misuse the word devil in the way it's used in the Holy Bibles or any directly given scriptures from God on high. I care not what the church or denomination calls itself. Certainly all are incorrect, but translated from the Judeo-Christian in the King James Bible was totally wrong, as we shall see in a minute, because Judeo-Christian has no meaning as such. These are 2 mutually exclusive terms and never the twain can meet, for they are in opposition one to the other. The word Lucifer as a proper name is simply not found in the Hebrew or Greek Bibles. That probably shocks a lot of you nice people, since everyone assumes it is, but the fact remains it's not. The Hebrew word translated Lucifer in the King James Bible is Halel, which means brightness. The New World Translation uses shining one, another translation uses shining star, and the Revised Version uses day star for the Hebrew word Halel. I further suggest that probably in Lakota Sioux the term Hiaka, a sacred clown, would also fit in there somewhere. Lucifer, meaning lightbringer, is a name given to the planet Venus when it appears above the eastern horizon before sunrise. Venus, being now a quite dead and ungracious to life planet, is possibly quite suitably dubbed Lucifer. It is also a term stolen by the dark brotherhood of energy projections that Lucifer and Satan refer themselves as the Prince of Light, and befitting their vow to lie, cheat, steal, and corrupt, it sounds better than the Prince of Darkness, which is the correct term for the energy forms inhabiting the humans bearing these energies. Next, let us look into Judeo-Christianity. 1. Judeo-Christian. Cm. The religion of Jesus, which branched out of Judaism at the time of the early church. Both Christianity and Judaism have the same origins and the same God. Oh, God forbid. Tm. A religion created for the purpose of destroying Christianity by watering down Christian ideals and neutralizing Christians. Also, designed to promote and protect Jews and Judaism in the Zionist sense of definition of those misused and created terms. Note, Judeo-Christianity is an oxymoron, a moron dumb as an ox. No a word combination of 2 directly opposite things or ideas which are mutually exclusive, as I just stated, thus defying all reason and logic. Thus you can be sure anyone, any evangelist, any preacher, any monk, Saraswati, or other ill-informed human being using the term as a true term is not projecting God, but rather, ignorance at best, intended deceit at worst, upon your tender ears and or eyes. 2. Heaven. Mythological definition, a literal place somewhere in outer space where good people go to live when they are dead. The location where Jesus lives until he can return to earth and rapture a select few people to take back to heaven from somewhere on fluffy clouds. A city is there which has gates literally made of huge one-piece pearls, streets of transparent gold and walls of sapphires, emeralds, topaz, jasper, and other precious stones. The devil came from there, got kicked out, which he did, but he cannot go back, which he can't, nor can anyone in the service thereof. Correct definition, usually plural, heavens, in the Greek, meaning high places in terms of 1 elevation, or 2 power and authority, jurisdiction. In the biblical sense it is usually God's government, the highest authority, government under Jesus whose purity and righteousness is symbolized by pure and precious stones. This term is so tossed around by all the denominations of self-appointed churches as to nauseate quite thoroughly. It designates a physical place somewhere out there in the outer limits. This is such a false teaching as to even go beyond nausea and into anger. The word heaven actually means high level as in power and authority, jurisdiction. In that good old King James Version of the Bible, the word heaven usually refers to God's position of power, his government. In other words, the highest place of rule. No place in the King James Bible does it refer to heaven as a physical place the good people ascend to or inhabit after they die. 3. Holy Spirit. Cm. A person or personage of God, either a third person in the Trinity or a third God in a council or Godhead. This person is separate from the Father and the Son and has separate and different functions to perform in a believer. In some cases this third person can possess an individual so that he or she supposedly has no control over actions or words. Sometimes referred to as the Holy Ghost. This one gets us into all sorts of trouble, for now even we of Cosmic Brotherhood have to explain our use of the triangle points, vortices and interconnectors, of the triangle which we refer to as the triune of total connection enclosing the infinite circle of sacred beingness without beginning and without ending but inclusive of all that is. In our command our symbol includes the phoenix, for it is representative of the infinite beginning again, rebirthing, from that of the old ashes of that which was. Further it represents the connection of the winged or Cosmic Brotherhood coming, or sent, forth at this time of renewal and transition in preparation for the coming of the greater. Tm. Holy Spirit is not a separate person or separate God. The English word spirit is translated from the Hebrew Old Testament word ruach, and from the Greek New Scriptures, the word is pneuma, pneuma. In both cases the words literally mean air in motion, and in this wondrous day and age usually hot air in a lot of forced motions from between the lips in the lower hole in the face. Spirit is a desire, a feeling or disposition which compels us to move or act. Holy Spirit is God's wondrous and beautiful motivation in our lives and experiences to do His will and obey Him according to His laws and those of the creation. The word ghost, Holy Ghost as often used instead of Holy Spirit, comes from the German word Geist, and means a disembodied spirit of a dead person, another myth. It has no appropriate application or association in any manner whatsoever to Scripture. This term represents a power, motivation, not some person or singular third party in a triune triangle. It is, however, common for the term to be mistranslated from the Hebrew and Greek words for spirit as ghost. But most of the time it was translated correctly as spirit. The word ghost comes from Geist, as I said, an old German word, etc. 4. Gentile. Cm. Anyone who is not a Jew, and thus a potential anti-Semite. Tm. From the Latin word gentiles, meaning of the same gens, clan, or race. In the Bible, the word Gentile is a mistranslation of the Old Testament Hebrew word goy, and the Greek New Testament words ethnos both meaning nation or people, any nation or people, and should have been translated as such. It does not mean non-Jewish. But you better watch out, because in the protocols of the Zionist elders of wisdom it means anyone. Not a Zionist Jew. A modern version and mistranslation to be sure, but a deadly definition, at any rate. You can, however, always tell a false prophet by his/her use of this term. This term would not have been in any of the books, for it is a mistranslation of the Old Testament Hebrew word goy. In the New Testament, it comes from the Greek word ethnos. Both of these words, as I said, mean nation or people, any nation or people, and should have been translated as such any way you cut it. It did not come down as a word directly from God on high in the heavens. It does not mean non-Jewish, as we have to utilize the word for clarity, but most churches misuse the term and never realize they have incorrectly spread false teachings. This is a new media word to further disinform you. It was planted in the Bible to get a very specific response in this day, my friends. 5. Doctrine. Cm. Non-essential beliefs, personal eccentricities, and inflexible tenets which create differences between churches and destroy fellowship and unity. Tm. Doctrine is a teaching, a principle, a studied conclusion or position. Sometimes called dogma, German for doctrine. 2 Timothy 3:16 says that Scripture is doctrine. Isaiah 29:24 says that the people who are in error will be able to understand the truth when they learn doctrine. There are no non-essential truths. None are expendable. None can be discarded or ignored. Truth stated as a principle is doctrine. Without doctrine it is impossible to teach or arrive at an opinion. Discernment, judgment, and correction would be impossible. Judeo-Christians sometimes display an anti-doctrine attitude, a symptom of ignorance and total confusion. Some claim to have a position against doctrine, which is doctrine in itself, or one of neutrality concerning it. This is utter nonsense. Such a position, itself, as I just stated, is a most absolute form of projecting doctrine. An anti-doctrine position exposes an ulterior antipathy for learning and wisdom. When a person learns true doctrine and then considers it non-essential and chooses to set it aside, he contracts chronic spiritual blindness of the worst kind. Try 2 Thess. 2:10-12. Unfortunately, by misuse of the words, the word soul and immortal soul get lumped into the chaos of the lies. As used mostly, immortal soul is pure heresy. The Hebrew and Greek words translated soul in many places in the English Bibles were correctly translated life in many other places. Not too many years ago, friends, in your counting, it was not uncommon to say or read that so many souls were lost at sea, naturally, meaning so many lives were lost. Therefore, you assume that the soul is always immortal and never can nor will die? Wrong. Again. There is a portion of each manifestation which is soul, it is the portion of God's self within and therefore will be immortal unless the entity remains in a state of intentional sin, and then, dear ones, that good old book tells you that, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. Easy 18:4. Oops. A bit hard to swallow? The point of this dissertation is to allow you once to look squarely at the truth of it. There is no magic blood sipping in memory of or flesh eating in memory of, for it does not commemorate memory of anything a Christ teacher said or did. For Jesus, as you called him, broke bread at the table and said, "Eat this in commemoration of me," and poured wine and said, "Drink this in commemoration of me." He never said, "Drink my blood and eat my flesh," in commemoration of anything that is an evil, satanic practice to cause you to act in behalf of the adversary. I further tell you that any person going through any place of teaching in preparation to minister unto God's lambs should know these things. Therefore, the obvious facts are that it is intended that none of you come into the truth of these facts. 6 Jew. Cm. An Israelite. The seed of Abraham. The chosen people of the Bible. Jews are perpetually persecuted by all other people on earth. Someone who practices the religion of the Old Testament, which is called Judaism. God judges the nations primarily by measuring each nation's relationship with the Jews. God blesses the nations which support the Jews, but he curses the nations which do not support the Jews. The Christian faith owes its existence to the Jewish culture from whence it was spawned. What rot? Intent, to bribe and prejudice Bible-ignorant Judeo-Christians into passively granting the Jews a carte blanche to do anything they please with total impunity and to get you to hop in there and help them. TM, the word Jew did not appear in actual use until over 1,000 years after the crucifixion of one called Jesus. It means someone who adheres to the religion of Judaism, modern Pharisaism according to the Talmud, or in some way considers himself, self-claimed, so-called, a part of Jewish culture. For the modern Jew it has absolutely no racial significance. Jews are some of the most racially mixed people on earth due to their multinational history, their practice of interracial marriages, as well as their contemporary international bias. Down through the ages, they have moved from nation to nation as they were rejected, due to their immoral religion, by every land they have inhabited. Over 90% of Jews today are descended from the ancient Hazars, a racially non-Semitic bunch of anti-Semites in the true sense of definition, as I have pointed out to you as regarded the passage of Canaan, etc. These non-Semitic people were from East Europe. It is estimated by your own historians counting that, of those who claim to be Jews, less than 5% have even the slightest claim to the bloodline of Abraham. In your English translations of the Bible, the word Jew was incorrectly used to replace one Judahite in the Old Scriptures, which referred to someone from the tribe of Judah, or a citizen of the land of Judah, and two Judean in the New Scriptures, which meant a resident of Judea, or a follower of the corrupted Babylonian religion of that area. Since, then, there were no Jews nor Jewish religion at the time of the writing of the Scriptures, these names should never have appeared in the English translations, nor in the books of any doctrine of any church. The word Jew or Jewish did not exist as words nor appear in actual use until over 1,000 years after the resurrection of Jesus. In all cases the word Jew was incorrectly used in your English translations of all of the Bibles to replace the true word Judahite in the Old Scriptures and Judean in the New Scriptures. No true prophet of God would even accidentally utilize these terms for any text directly given from God. The terms are most ignorantly utilized and in all instances of use indicate either false writings or changes at the hands of translators. There can be no other divine reason. This goes for any church anywhere. Now you might begin to see just why your preacher of your typical doctrine church who tells you what to do and what is right or wrong and decides your fate for you just might not wish you to read the Phoenix Journals or Expresses, where you might find out the truth in what I have just outlaid to you. One more, Dharma, and we shall take a break, please. 1. Anti-Semitism. Cm. A disparaging or antagonistic attitude, or hostile act toward a Jewish person, Jewish organization, or the religion of Judaism. Covert intent, used to disarm, intimidate, and confuse Christians and others into submission to Jews at the expense and eventual destruction of Christianity and all other belief systems based on anything other than the Zionist Talmud. Actual meaning, opposition toward people of Semitic, Shemitic, origin, which by fact indicates antagonism and hostility on the part of the Jews toward the God-revering people. Note, most people who call themselves Jews are not Semitic in origin, descendants of Shem, but are in fact, come from the lineage of Cain and birthed through the curse of Canaan, moving forward as Phoenicians, Venusians, Pharisees and Hazars into imitation Jews. Shemitism, Semitism, has nothing to do with Jews, Jewish organization, or Judaism, just for your information. So what can you do about it? Demand that people who confront you, give you their definition of words, terms, and phrases. If you carelessly acquiesce to meaning changes in the war of words scattered at you from the Bible, then you will remain a totally thought-controlled person, and people are continually controlled by introduced thoughts. Since words are what conjure meaning and bear definitions, in physical form, they become manipulative tools for controlling thoughts in massive manner and thereby change the way people think about certain things. To accomplish this, The controller need only to change the meanings of important words to fit their particular religious and/or political view, and invent new emotionally charged terms to keep you confused and ignorant. Eventually, all important words said by anyone will automatically convey the controller's biased political/religious view, and he will not even know difference. At this point, it will become increasingly difficult for the opposition to construct an effective opposing argument because the words being used have been so effectively changed, diffused, and/or made unpopular. I can only urge you to bear these things in mind as we move along here, for it is the foundation upon which the lie is based, and there can be no truth found in the confusion of the lie, and when the confusion becomes too great for response, you are told to accept it on faith. B.S. Do not take such stupid advice. This is your sole destiny at stake herein, and it is time you take your destiny back into your own hands, for you are being sold a bill of goods at the end of a primrose path. Salut, thank you for your service and for your attention. Jai Orgo Series Haton, Commander United Federation Fleet. Intergalactic Federation Command. Chapter 26. Rec Number 1 Haton. Monday, March 4, 1991, 3:26 p.m. Year 4, Day 200. To make the message complete, we must replace that which was taken and destroyed by the adversary. It is simply necessary that we go through this repetition for Dharma. There is no other way to get it to press. Then, as I roughly calculate, we probably have sufficient quantity to swamp the readers. Overload is not our intent, so let us repeat that which we had destroyed and see where we stand. Thank you. I believe we had gotten through a portion of the Khazar Empire's history and moved them into the 8th century, where we found it had extended northward to Kiev and westward to include the Magyars. Modern Hungary. Judaism is chosen as the religion of the Khazars. In about 740 AD, a staggering event took place even for such a time so long past. The Khazars had been under continual pressure from their Byzantine and Muslim neighbors to adopt either Christianity or Islam, which, in itself, shows the total lack of reason among men. Frankly, I can't imagine that either would choose this ruthless group within either religion based on godliness. Nonetheless, my opinion aside, the pressure was applied, and the Khakan, Khazar ruler, wouldn't accept either. He had heard of a third religion called Judaism. For political reasons of independence, the Khakan announced that the Khazars were adopting Judaism as their religion, and here we have the transition. Overnight, at the edict of the Khakan, an entirely new group of people, the warlike Khazars, suddenly proclaimed themselves Jews, imitation and adoptive but nonetheless Jews. This had nothing to do with Judea nor Palestine. In taking this proclamation, they simply pronounced themselves the chosen people, Jews, no more and no less. The Khazar kingdom began to be described as the kingdom of the Jews by historians of that day. Succeeding Khazar rulers took Jewish names, and during the 9th century the Khazar kingdom became a haven for Jews from other lands. Keep in mind, please, that this has nothing to do with Judean races, but, of course, the names taken were of Judean lineage. Please continue with the reading until you get through the next segment on terminology, for your perceptions are totally incorrect from erroneous translations and intentional deception. I am, however, limited to having to utilize incorrect names and definitions, for you have not the specifically correct translations in your usage. You must remember that Jew did not appear anywhere in anything as a term or word, until in the 1700s, AD, year 18th century, which indicates that a lot of proclaimed truth of direct God instructions is obviously blatant lies. You must be discerning when you find the errors to be sure that, as with myself, the authors are not simply utilizing accepted definitions in the choice of descriptive words. I have no alternative other than to explain my usage of a given term such as Jew when it is the accepted term that does not make it truth, nor correct. You must know, however, if the speaker is meeting the need or is simply ignorant of the actual facts. There is nothing wrong with being ignorant of facts. It is foolish indeed to refuse to hear truth in order to remain in ignorance. That becomes stupidity. There is great difference in the terms ignorance and stupidity. You ones must begin to see the clues, for the Dark Brotherhood will always bear a clue of identification. Now you can use as example, Kingdom of the Jews, which I printed above. It could not have been called Kingdom of the Jews. That term came most recently. It was literally referred to at the time as the lands of the Judahites. Later, during the late 9th century, the Khazar kingdom became a haven for Jews from other lands. But that is a bit ahead of the story. I suggest all of you get a copy of the definitions as we give them forth and carry them in your pocket, and as you are denounced as bigots and anti-Semites, hand the speaker a list of authentic researched truth. Don't try to defend truth, for it always defends itself. If people refuse to see, so be it, leave them alone in their foolishness. Domination by the Khazar Zionists. Meanwhile, and backing up a century or so, Khazar domination over the peoples in a most horrendous and brutal manner continued unchanged. But then a new factor evolved. During the 8th century, these ones came coursing down the great rivers, the Dnieper, the Don, the Volga. They were the eastern branch of the Vikings, these ones who came upon the world of the Khazars. They were known as the Varangians, or as the Rus. Like other Vikings, the Rus were bold adventurers and fierce fighters, but when they tangled with the Khazars, the Rus often ended up paying tribute like everyone else. In the year 862, a Rus leader named Rurik founded the city of Novgorod, and the Russian nation was born. The Rus Vikings settled among the Slavonic tribes under Khazar domination, and the struggle between Vikings and Khazars changed in character. It became a struggle by the emerging nation of Russia for independence from Khazar oppression. Over a century after the founding of Russia's first city, another momentous event took place. Russia's leader, Prince Vladimir of Kiev, accepted baptism as a Christian in the year 989. He actively promoted Christianity in Russia, and his memory is revered by Russians to this day as Saint Vladimir, and so, 1,000 years ago, Russia's tradition as a Christian nation began. Vladimir's conversion also brought Russia into alliance with Byzantium. The Byzantine rulers had always feared the Khazars, and the Russians were still struggling to free themselves. And so in the year 1016, combined Russian and Byzantine forces attacked the Khazar kingdom. The Khazar Empire was shattered, and the kingdom of the Khazars itself fell into decline. Eventually most of the Khazar Jews migrated to other areas. Many of them wound up in Eastern Europe where they mingled and intermarried with other Jews. Like the prior tribes of the Judeans, these, too, became dispersed. The kingdom simply was no more. As they moved and lived among the Jewish people, the Khazar Jews passed on a distinct heritage from generation to generation. One element of the Khazar heritage is a militant form of Zionism. In the view of these self-proclaimed, so-called Khazar Jews, the land occupied by ancient Israel, Palestine and other portions of the Holy Lands, is to be retaken not by miracles, my friends, but by armed force. This is what is meant by Zionism today, and this is the force that created the nation which calls itself Israel today. The other major ingredient of the Khazar heritage is hatred for Christianity, and for the Russian people as the champions of the Christian faith. Christianity is viewed as the force which caused the ancient so-called kingdom of the Jews, the Khazar kingdom, to collapse. Having once dominated much of what is present-day Russia, the Khazar Jews still want to re-establish that domination, and for a millennium they have been trying continually to do just that. Zionism progresses. In 1917 the Khazar Zionists passed a major milestone toward the creation of their own state in Palestine. That same year they also created the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. Brothers, there followed a Christian Holocaust, the likes of which the world has never seen. The Khazar Jews were once again in control of Russia after more than 900 years, and they set about the task of destroying Christianity by destroying Christians, over 100 million of them, and at the same time over 20 million religious Judahites also died at the hands of the Khazar Zionists. As I have pointed out before, it is the religious God-believing Jew who pays the highest price, and first. This is what the religious Judeans and the Christians were up against in their 60-year struggle to overthrow the atheistic Bolsheviks, but they finally succeeded in their overthrow program, and now the 1,000-year-old war between the Russian Christians and the Khazar Jews is reaching a deadly climax. At stake is not only the future of Russia, and of Christianity, but also of the Jewish people as a whole. I have an interesting story to give you. It is a repeat from me, but one which bears repeating. On August 19, 1979, Rabbi Joel Teitelbaum died in New York. He died in the morning, and was buried the same afternoon. Very short notice, and yet some 100,000 Jewish men arrived in time for the funeral. You see, through usage of an incorrect term, even those who are truthfully something else now called themselves Jews without quarrel. It is hard to imagine how many more hundreds of thousands could not arrive on such short notice. A month later, on September 18, his followers placed a memorial tribute by way of a paid advertisement in the New York Times, and clearly it spoke for many Jews. Among other things it said, quote, "He was the undisputed leader of all Jews everywhere who had not been infected by Zionism, and also, with a courage all too rare in our time, he called the Zionist state a work of Satan, a sacrilege, and a blasphemy. The shedding of blood for the sake of the Zionist state was abhorrent to him." Those words were spoken by Orthodox Jews mourning for their fallen leader. And the new Christian rulers of Russia would agree, for they, too, regard the Zionist state of Israel as a counterfeit, a cruel and dangerous hoax of Christian, Muslim, Islamic, Buddhist and Jew, along with all other religions, alike. The Khazar state, called the kingdom of the Jews today and a reflection of that which was, 1,000 years ago, was a parasite, living on the tribute from conquered peoples. Likewise today, Israel depends solely for its survival on a never-ending flow of support from outside. Left unchecked, the Russians believe that the Khazar Jews will destroy Christianity by means of Zionism, and Russia through Bolshevism, so Russia's Christian rulers are on the offensive against their enemies of that 1,000 years past, the Khazars, by whatever name they use. I can only warn all of you again, you must open your eyes, or your own foundation of a God-foundationed nation and people are destined to destruction, aided and abetted by the ignorant or purposeful colleagues within the very churches who proclaim to teach Christianity but are actually now teaching total Zionism. Whether or not you realize it, your wondrous nation of the Americas has become the battleground of the Christian Russians and their deadly enemies, the Bolsheviks and the Zionists. And, like it or not, you are caught up in the all-out war which is actually hidden from your viewing by a fixed and secret media and federal government. Dharma, I believe we will leave this document at this point. We are not nearly finished with the subject, for you ones must stop throwing stones and come into researching the truth of this which I give you and prove it to selves. These ones, precious children, are the Antichrist, and they will point fingers and call Hussein, for instance, the prophetic Antichrist. No, he may be quite anti-Christian, although he isn't, and he may indeed be terrible and violent, but he is not the Antichrist. That is a total distraction and misinformation, so that you will remain in your state of sleep and fiddling while the world burns. Tomorrow we will immediately continue with this, and we will take up the Judeo-Christian heritage hoax. We will speak of political action committees and World Zionist Organization and Jewish Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith. We have presented it prior to this, but you who did not read the prior material must have the information, and I know no other way to get you to see it. Please remember a few infamous words cast at you by these ancient Canaanites, communists, we will bury you, we will hang them and they will give us the rope to do it, and we will take the world and your nation, and we don't even have to fire a shot to do so. Ponder this, America, for the goal of this group has not deviated one iota since the beginning of time upon your planet. You have now met the enemy only to find most of you have become it. Insidiously and most deviously the camel now resides in the tent and you are cast out. So be it. Now for you ones who ponder daily the clues and those who would be calling themselves for you and the group and speaker of truth, look to the clues and signs. In a most recent book put forth by one who denounces my scribe and other Sananda, whatever that might mean, is a large section called Masada. I suggest all you inquiring minds look up the meaning of that word and find its origin and location. You may have a bit of trouble with translation, but I don't think so. Also, guess what the white star of the east represents? So be it. Bless you children seeking truth, for it is indeed hard, especially in the beginning and through all the painful disappointments to find it. God stands eternal and constant, lean upon him when the way gets hard and accept the shelter of his wings, for they are sufficient unto all things, all time, and all being. Amen. Jai Orgo Series Hayton United Federation Fleet. Intergalactic Federation Command. Ever at the service of Holy God, the Infinite Christ and the